5 years ago, she left an egg. This is the son she gave birth to for you. When he grows up, that will be the day I return. Unexpectedly, a few months later, the baby broke out of its shell, looking like a normal newborn baby, white and soft, but with an eternal flame flowing down it. On its head grew 2 small, sparkling dragon horns, extremely adorable. 5 years later, news about finding a husband shocked the entire internet. The rich girl with billions of assets that no one dared to marry now had to openly find a husband. No background required. The first person, the most difficult to pursue rich girl, is named Tong Lan. Graduated from a top medical academy and is the eldest daughter of the Tong family. The second person, an alien girl who just returned to Earth. Her mother was exiled to an alien prison for murder, and unexpectedly became pregnant when she was exiled. This girl was born and raised in prison, and was just welcomed back to Earth. She especially emphasized that she did not need a dowry, and was even given an additional billion. That year, in a corner of the prison, Tin's mother was in prison. At that time she was pregnant with her, and was framed by Tong Lan, innocently charged with murder and imprisoned. Having everything taken away, her mother died weakly not long after giving birth to her. Only now did the government release Tin, who had been in prison since she was young. She swore that this time out of prison, she would definitely clear her mother of all injustice. Take back everything that belongs to you. I will not forgive them. At this moment, Tin was being criticized by the whole internet, but she was leisurely walking in the hospital corridor. The attacks on the internet did not bother her at all. However, a white, pretty boy caught all her attention. On the boy's head grew 2 familiar horns that looked like a miniature version of Sanho, sparkling. How interesting, she had just arrived on Earth not long ago, and had already met a fellow human being, but the boy had broken bones and was trembling in pain. Yet he still clenched his teeth and did not make a sound. Just like that, she cried out, causing the boy to notice her gaze. Lean quickly pulled her hat to cover her head, and immediately hid her feet. The old lady sitting next to her was on the phone, afraid that only the Song family could keep this child. But the Song family had said that unless the child's father married Song Tianlin, he would be exempted from the ban. Tin pouted. Isn't this taking advantage of troubled waters to fish? This abacus is really flying. The pain was excruciating, but I still tried to act strong. Grandma, don't cry. If you cut it off, then cut it off. I'm not afraid. If I lie to you, I won't be able to get a wife in the future. The old lady was really angry. There were some words that were not suitable for children to hear, so she put the bottle on the chair in the hallway. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he walked into the conference room alone. As soon as the old lady left, Tin immediately walked towards the boy. The boy hugged his skinny, weak leg like a desperate little animal. Seeing his grandmother leave, he could no longer hold on, and tears fell. Mingjing's heart suddenly ached. Little boy, aren't you a real man? Why are you crying? The boy immediately pushed her away. Go away, I won't cry. Mingjing helplessly spread her hands. If a child wants to cry, then cry, why try to act strong? The boy quickly glanced at the ceiling of the conference room, making sure that the old lady didn't notice him crying, before speaking. What do you know? Grandma is old. If I cry loudly, she won't be able to bear it. Want to sacrifice Dad's happiness? I don't want Grandma to worry. She's not well. Tin bowed his head and laughed, then sat down to examine the wound on his leg. The broken shin bone was red and swollen. She reached out and touched his leg. Does it hurt? It hurts like hell, the boy said in a fierce and childish tone. You're in so much pain that you can't even make a sound. Who are you? You want to kidnap me. I advise you to give up your idea soon. My leg is about to be amputated. Kidnapping you won't sell for a good price. You're useless. Tu Min Tin sneered, teasing him to distract his attention. Even though he was a useless thing, it wasn't like he couldn't be sold. Anyway, I didn't need to invest any capital to kidnap him and sell him. The boy didn't expect that he would actually encounter a human trafficker. Lean immediately put on a fierce expression. You evil woman, I'm telling you. You dare kidnap me. My grandmother won't forgive you. Tu Min Tin curled his lips and smiled. His father was being forced to marry, and was about to find him a stepmother. How pitiful, it would be worse than being cornered by me. The boy thought to himself, my father would not agree. But before he could say anything, Tu Min Tin suddenly threw a punch, landing straight on his injured knee. The boy let out a miserable scream, earth-shattering. Immediately attracted the attention of the guards not far away. Young master, are you okay? The boy was in so much pain that he almost fainted, roaring angrily, beat this evil woman to death for me. The bodyguards looked around, young master. Who are you talking about? The boy endured the pain and said, it was the evil woman beside me. But the bodyguards said there was no one beside him. The boy turned his head to look back and found that the evil woman had indeed disappeared. So he immediately walked with arrogant steps, walking back and forth searching, determined to find that evil woman and chop her into 100 pieces. At this time, the bodyguards were surprised to find that the young master could actually walk normally. The doctor even said that the condition was so serious that the leg had to be amputated. Were they seeing things? The boy also lowered his head to look at his leg. Oh, his leg was really healed. To prove this, the boy lifted his hat, squeezed twice, and pressed the lovely coral horns on top of his head hard inside. Immediately, the sparkling coral horns disappeared. He jumped up excitedly. The pain was gone after peeing. The cactus was also retracted. The pee was gone. The pee was really gone. Suddenly the old lady came over and asked the bodyguards following him, what happened? Who cured my precious baby? The boy immediately threw himself into the old lady's arms. Auntie, she's a bad woman. She beat me up and I'm cured. The old lady looked bewildered. Bad woman. The bodyguards shook their heads and said, Old lady, the young master must have met a bone-setting expert. We didn't see anyone. That person cured the young master and then left. Hearing the description, it was a young woman, probably Song Tianlin. The boy snorted again. It's not her. At this moment his eyes lit up. Hastily pointed over there. Grandma, look quickly. It was her. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. At this time, the news about the wife recruitment on the big screen was criticizing Tu Min Tin. The bodyguards' faces were full of disbelief. Young master, don't joke around. This Si Ming Jing just got out of prison. There's not even a small clinic there. Where did she learn such powerful Chinese medicine skills? You're sure you're not seeing things? The boy was extremely certain that she would be my deep knee batches person in the future. How could the young master mistake his own woman? The bodyguard was surprised. How did she become his woman? The little boy huffed arrogantly. He had to repay the favor of saving his life with his body. Of course the young master had to repay the favor. The old lady couldn't help but laugh. Don't talk nonsense. You're so young. How can you get married? If not, then use your father's name. As soon as he heard that, he took out his phone and called his father. At this time, Tu Min Tin was walking on the main road. She heard a piece of news and stopped. Exclusive news. Just now, a top-class rich guy appeared on TV to apply, wanting to marry Tu Min Tin. The applicant was actually the man that Song Tianlin had pursued for many years. Macking and her, Min Tin saw the news being pushed up. Couldn't help but widen his eyes. Marry me. Si Ming Jing had just returned to the Su family home, and before she even entered the villa, she heard the angry voice of old man Su. The 3 unfilial grandchildren. I wanted you to marry Si Ming Jing, but you guys took it upon yourself to let her choose a husband. Look at what people wrote online, and you guys left her alone for the rest of her life, causing her to become a laughingstock. The 3 sons of the Su family, each one is outstanding, but they are both extremely intelligent and calm. Young Master Su sneered indifferently. Grandpa, even if you beat me to death, I will not marry that useless woman. Second young Master Tu expressed his arrogance and stubbornness. Grandpa, if you insist on forcing me to marry her, then don't blame me for trampling her underfoot, mercilessly kicking her until her love is utterly debased. Young Master Tutam has a calm and reserved personality. Doesn't talk much. Can be a big brother, but can't be a husband. Old Man Tu angrily shouted, one of you must marry her, so that the Tu family can become her support. If not, all of you get out. Don't take a single penny with you. The 3 sons of the Su family really couldn't believe it. Grandpa? Are we your grandchildren? Furthermore, didn't Mo Yine openly say that he wanted to marry Si Ming Jing? Si Ming Jing stopped. It was inconvenient to enter the house at this time. She knew that Su Lao Razi was truly good to her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent a large sum of money to bring her back to Earth. Now, he had gone to this extent for her. And the matter of being humiliated by Song Dai, her mother seizing the billion-dollar fortune. Now that she had returned, the Song family's glorious days had come to an end. Thinking so, she entered the house. Old Tu said, don't force them anymore. None of my children are chickens, and I don't need anyone to marry me. I can be independent. Before she finished speaking, she heard a scream from behind her. You evil woman. She turned around and saw the boy from the other day. The boy ran over like the wind. The young master finally found her. Didn't she say she wanted to kidnap me? Why did she leave without saying goodbye? Oh, well, from now on she is the family's only favorite woman. Tu Min Tin couldn't avoid it in time. The corner of his mouth twitched. This kid really spoke without restraint. At this time, an old lady respectfully spoke. Old Tu, long time no see. We followed the address provided by the TV station to find it. And unexpectedly it was to Jia. Old Su was shocked and asked old madam, does your grandson Mo Yinhe really want to marry Si Ming Jing? The boy snorted, not my father. Mo Yinhe's the young master. If it weren't for the young master, I wouldn't be old enough to get married, and wouldn't be eligible to apply for a wife. The young master wouldn't have used my father's name to apply for a wife. Si Ming Jing patted the boy's head. It's just a small matter. I saved the boy because we were fated. But the matter of choosing a wife, the boy knew she wanted to refuse. So he interrupted. Fated means getting married. Si Ming Jing felt very embarrassed. She just wanted to ruin Song Tianlan's good thing. She didn't want to marry her. But then she thought, didn't the Tong family want to use marriage to force Zhao Bai's father to marry Tong Thien Lan? It was really a good opportunity to rob. Just in time for this kid to make a mess, slapping the Song family in the face. Suddenly the old lady laughed and explained, Miss Tu, our Nyan Bai is very protective of acquaintances. The teacher who saved his life was criticized online. He was very angry. Or you can just borrow the name of Nyan Bai's father. Wait until everything is over, then find a reason to say that our personalities are not compatible. Old Man Su looked dissatisfied. How could that be? Min Tin is Su Ra's future granddaughter-in-law. She is going to marry my grandson. The Nyan Bai heard that someone wanted to fight for his wife, and immediately glared at Su Laura. What? Su Laura's daughter-in-law. She is my wife. Sulaura is so angry that he is about to explode. A brat like you who hasn't even grown enough hair yet. Do you know what a wife is? The Nyanbai haughtily snorted. Of course I know. How could I not know? She said, wife is the woman that man wants to protect for life. I want to protect her for life. This matter is left to someone else. I am not at ease. Old Master Tu did not want to argue with a child. He turned to hope that Tu Min Tin would help the boy understand. But Tu Min Tin said something that surprised everyone. She smiled lazily. Old Su is dead. I think I can wait until he grows up. Tu Min Tin just happened to use the boy as a shield. He could refuse the marriage that Talao Ratu had arranged. He could make the Tong family fail. And he could also slap the faces of those who threw stones online. It was really killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Macking is extremely powerful. That is the man that Tong Thien Lan wants to marry. If the Tong family knows about this, won't they be furious? At this time, in the living room of the family's villa, the Nyanbai called his father. Dad, I have good news for you. Although you don't have a wife, you're going to have a daughter-in-law soon. I'll bring my daughter-in-law home to meet you. Macking frowned, a little confused. Daughter-in-law. At this time, a man brought coffee. Big brother, stop whining. The story of the little white girl borrowing your name to marry Tu Min Tin has spread all over the internet. You keep making this face. It won't solve anything. In my opinion, Tu Min Tin is pretty. It's not like it's not okay. Macking face was gloomy. His whole body felt like it was being touched by a reverse scale. He held his mouth. Your wife is not dead. Where are you putting me? Where are you putting your wife? Deep Sam's voice was sad. Big brother, it's been 5 years. Please accept the truth. If your sister-in-law is not dead, why did she abandon her husband and children, leaving her and her father to depend on each other? Macking's voice was deep. His eyes filled with deep responsibility. That year she gave me an egg, saying it was the son she gave birth to for me. She also said that taking her son out of the Great Wall was the day she would return. Deep Sam helplessly spread out his hands. The sister-in-law clearly did this because she was afraid that the eldest brother would commit suicide, so she gave him the faith to live, waiting for her to return. Macking still firmly believes that she is not dead. She will definitely come back. Neem Batch is now 4.5 years old. She will come back to us soon. Deep Sam sighed. That's good. You just continue to have rumors with Miss Tu. Who knows if your sister-in-law sees it, she will get angry and come find you to settle the score. But Ganha couldn't hold back anymore. Her anger flared up, and she fiercely kicked Deep Sam. Even if I wanted to find her, I wouldn't use this to anger her. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand to his mouth, trying to stop the screaming. But not only could he not hold back, he coughed even more violently. Finally, he coughed up blood. Deep Fam was scared. He quickly got up. Big brother, don't be angry. It was me who was rude. I shouldn't have teased you. The old illness relapsed. Just then, Deep Batch ran in. Oh, Dad, I brought you a wife. Macking was now able to suppress his anger. He looked up and saw a woman. He looked at the woman walking in for a while, feeling a strange feeling rising in my heart. Tu Min Tin looked at the man in front of her, slightly stunned. So this was Macking No wonder Tong Thien Lan liked him. Macking frowned. No, this person was not her. Coughing again, Deep Neem Batch was worried about his father. Deep Sam was no longer in the mood to tease him, and hurriedly called Elder Tong. Grandpa Tong, my brother's old illness has relapsed. Please come and take a look. What? If my brother doesn't marry your niece, you won't treat him anymore. What's wrong with this old man? The phone was hung up. Just when they were at a loss for what to do, Tu Min-tin walked over. 5 grabbed the man's strong wrist. 2 fingers gently placed on the pulse. The Milky Way looked straight. Thin lips tightly pressed. What was she doing? Tu Min-tin did not answer, just took out the silver needle he carried with him and stabbed it into the yang bai point on his forehead. Then she was about to prick his slender wrist, but was held back by the strong galaxy. He asked her again what she wanted to do. Tu Min-tin only then stopped and raised her head, boldly saying, "Mr. Mac, trust me." Her voice was not loud, but her black eyes exuded an irresistible charm. Deep Neem Bach saw his woman being bullied by his father. So he spoke up, "My woman is very formidable. You hurt her, let her go." Only then did Mrs. Engenha let go. Tu Min-tin continued to insert the needle, her movements quick and precise. 3 needles fell, and the violent coughing on Engenha's face suddenly stopped. Deep Neem Bach immediately jumped up and spoke proudly. "Dad, I told you my woman is very formidable. But even if your woman saved me, I can't repay you with my body. Understand?" The corner of Engenha's mouth twitched, his voice lowered uncontrollably. "Little boy, how old are you?" I calmly and quietly assessed the man with strong charisma in front of me. Handsome face, long legs, high status and also rich. Saying he was a peerless beauty would not be fair. No wonder Song Tianlan wanted to marry him so much. Unfortunately, he was a sick man. The arrogant gaze of the banker immediately caught Tu Min-tin blatantly looking at him. He warned, "Have you seen enough?" Tu Min-tin quickly changed the subject. "Mr. Mac, if I guess correctly, your illness has been going on for 4 or 5 years. Right now, I can only temporarily help you reduce your cough. If you want to cure it completely, I'm afraid it will take 2 or 3 months." Deep Sam was stunned when he heard the words, "cure it completely." Then he jumped up in excitement. What did she mean? She said my brother's illness could be cured. Tu Min-tin did not answer, but asked back, "How could it be difficult?" The Shen swallowed his saliva. My brother's illness was caused by the treatment he received that year. It had been 5 years already. Even famous doctors were helpless. Even sending him to his death could only slow down the illness. Yet Miss C was able to completely cure him. The Shen was truly surprised, his eyes shining. "Miss C, you came from Blue Prison Star. How do you know medicine?" Learning from a prisoner, Tu Min-tin gently inserted bait. The prisoners who were sent to Lam Enguk Tin with her. In fact, there were many notorious but highly capable people. They liked to force her to learn all kinds of things, treating her as the last reincarnation to train. Among them was the elder brother of Old Master Tu, the Holy Ko. Deep Sam was overjoyed. "I have been putting up with the Tong family for a long time. Miss Tu, as long as you cure my brother's illness, the reward will definitely not be cheap." Tu Min-tin thought to herself, "Even if he doesn't pay, I will not hesitate to steal this relationship again." She absolutely will not give Tong Thin Lan the chance to marry into this family, so that the Tong family can climb even higher. Mr. Mac's illness may take time, but it can be completely cured. Give me 3 months. Tu Min-tin's voice was calm and confident. Mac Engenha was still indifferent, not believing at all. Tu Min-tin is very good at reading people's hearts. She smiled brightly. "You don't believe me? Then give me a week. During the 1-week trial period, I guarantee you won't cough up blood again. But I have one condition." Deep Sam was stunned after hearing this. She dared to make conditions for Macking and her. If she followed Tong Thin Lan and used marriage as a condition, the eldest brother would probably chase her away immediately. Deep Neem Bach gave her a thumbs up again. "She is indeed my woman. She knows how to do business too well." Macking and her suddenly narrowed her eyes. Her voice was low and cold, carrying the innate oppressive aura of a superior. No matter what the conditions, Tu Mintin was always delicate, never forcing people too much. She suddenly smiled softly, lazy. The first to strike was the strongest. "Sir, my condition is related to false news on the internet. I hope you can speak up to correct it, to avoid people misunderstanding. Moreover, I already have someone in my heart. I don't want him to misunderstand, from childhood to adulthood. In my mind, there always seems to be a figure. I don't know who it is, and I can't see the face clearly." The murderous intent in Macking's eyes suddenly stopped. Unexpectedly, he looked at her with a scrutinizing gaze. The condition was just that simple. Deep Neem Batch jumped up in excitement again. He immediately hugged Si Mingjing's waist. "That's right, I'm already in my heart. Everyone thought my dad was the one who proposed. I must correct this. She is my woman." Macking looked at his son, then said to Si Mingjing, "I will correct this. Miss Tu is just the benefactor of the Deep family. There is no ambiguous relationship." Tu Mintin raised a finger. "In addition, I hope to be provided with food and accommodation during the treatment period. Anyway, I just came back from another planet, and I don't have a place to stay for now." Deep Neem Batch said even more excitedly, "Baby, you can sleep with me. I'll give you my bed and sleep on the floor." Unfortunately, Macking extinguished the enthusiasm of the two people with one sentence. The housekeeper took Miss Tu to the small house next to the main building to rest. Then, he looked at Tu Mintin with an arrogant, distant, and cold gaze. "Within a week, show me your abilities. Otherwise I won't keep you." "No problem. Please wait and see." Tu Mintin glanced slightly, and then followed the butler. After arriving at the room, looking at the room, she felt very comfortable. Deep Neem Batch snorted coldly again. "What's so good about it? It's so small. How can my favorite woman live in a small house? My father is jealous because I have a wife. He doesn't have one, so he wants to separate the couple." Tu Mintin comforted the angry fire child. "Don't make trouble. It's not appropriate for your father and I to live in the same villa. What daughter-in-law would want to live with her parents-in-law?" Deep Neem Batch tilted his head and thought for a moment. It seemed to make sense. "But baby, don't worry. I will protect you from now on." Tu Mintin twitched the corner of her mouth. "Baby, what kind of jaw is that?" Deep Neem Batch blinked his black eyes, his tone natural. "I can't keep calling her a bad person. My father also called my mother baby. I heard it many times. When my father talked in his sleep, he kept calling her baby." Tu Mintin didn't expect that the cold Macking would be such a passionate person. Deep Neem Batch suddenly asked Tu Mintin, "Do you know where my name comes from?" "Actually, my mother's last name is Batch. This name is because my father misses my mother from night to day. Baby, you can call me Neem Neem." Si Mingjing helplessly looked at the boy. "Jiao Bai, isn't your father's last name Mo?" The Nyan Bai honestly answered, "My father's name in the household registration is the Si Chao. Mo Yin. He is the name he gave himself." Si Mingjing felt that he was really troublesome, giving two names. Deep Neem Batch rolled around on the bed twice, "Honey, do you need someone to warm the bed tonight?" Tu Mintin answered without hesitation, "No need." Deep Neem Batch was still not satisfied. He looked around. Two small and cute coral horns suddenly grew on his head. The boy shook his head, his skin offering itself in front of Tu Mintin. "Honey, you still don't need it like this." The 4.5-year-old little dragon wanted to show off his charm. So he took out his little dragon horns and let the woman he wanted to marry touch them. Tu Mintin lowered her eyes, staring at the familiar, slightly tall and slender dragon horns. This little boy really had no defenses against her. Just like that, showing off the dragon horns to the people to offer to her. What if she is a bad person? Furthermore, dragon horns are not something that can be touched casually. Dragon horns are very special. Once you touch the dragon horns of a dragon clan that is in its second stage of development, it will suddenly trigger an estrus period. Deep Meme Batch tiptoed, still trying to offer himself. Baby, I'm going to the office. She said, no one can escape the charm of her dragon horn. I don't believe it. Still couldn't conquer his woman. But right after that, Too Mean Tin took out a blanket and covered his dragon horns. Looking at the pockmarked face, doing so is very dangerous. Don't let others see it casually in the future. Understand, be careful of being cornered. Deep Meme Batch humphed arrogantly. I'm not stupid. If you weren't my woman, I wouldn't bother to let you see it. She was in a good situation but did not know how to enjoy it. The boy was very angry and had to be comforted by the woman. Unfortunately, Too Min Tin pretended not to see, put the boy aside, and started cleaning the room. Deep Meme Batch was about to go crazy, but he thought, he was a young master. How could he be angry with his woman? That was what a man should do. He suppressed his anger, puffed up his cheeks and mouth, and looked around. Too Min Tin could no longer keep his cold expression. Turning around to pick up the little dragon that was trying to gain favor, his voice became much gentler. Promise me that you won't casually take out any offerings from the people in the future, even if it's someone you trust. Otherwise, I'll never pay attention to you again. The youngest, the Renbai, snorted in frustration. I know. I won't casually reveal the dragon horn again. Si Ming Jing suddenly asked suspiciously, where did this pair of little horns of yours come from? The Nyan Bai replied proudly, it was passed down to me from my mother. Si Ming Jing asked again, where is your mother? Deep Meme Batch's eyes clearly darkened. Uncle Ba said Mom was dead. Dad said Mom just went far away. I don't miss Mom at all. My mom is definitely ungrateful. Doesn't need me anymore. It seems like the kid's mom has passed away. This kid is like her. Both lost their mothers. Too Min Tin immediately patted the little boy's head. There was no mother in the world who didn't love her child. His mother must have missed him very much. Perhaps she had her own worries. Then they were having dinner here. Deep Meme Batch enthusiastically picked up food for Too Min Tin. Baby, eat this quickly. It's delicious. Too Min Tin smiled. Too Batch, actually I don't like this way of calling baby. It's not the only one. I don't want it. Meme Batch seemed to have heard it well, and immediately corrected himself. I know. Calm down. From now on only this way of addressing is allowed for this young master. Deep Zam had been chewing on his food all this time, changing the subject at random. That's right, Miss Tu. My brother's illness. When do you plan to start treatment? Do you have any treatment plans? Though the family has money. Just use the best medicine to treat my brother. Too Min Tin frowned slightly. Traditional treatment methods are too time-consuming, and the results are not very good. But the probationary period is only 1 week. If she wants to stay, she must take a risk. The only thing that is not good is that she has to let the galaxy touch her dragon horn. She had just finished thinking and was about to say something when Macking and her suddenly spoke up to remind her. If she couldn't prove herself within a week, that the family doesn't keep idle people, understand? Si Ming Jing said with a serious face. But sir, your illness has lasted too long. The medicine I prescribed 3 days ago was a bit strong. If you take it, you'll have a high fever that won't go down. You will sweat and shiver unbearably. However, don't worry, you only need to take the medicine for 3 days. Then you can just do acupuncture. No need to take medicine anymore. Macking and her suddenly looked up at her. For a week I entrust my life to you. You don't need to worry about anything, just do it. As soon as these words were uttered, Too Min Tin immediately felt that this man was not only handsome, No wonder he was the dream of Tong Thin Lam and billions of Lam Tin girls. That night, before going to bed, Macking and her took the medicine that Tu Min Tin gave him. The fever was indeed high and wouldn't go down. Sweat poured out like a shower, and my whole body was shivering. Deep Sam immediately grabbed Tu Min Tin's hand. "You follow me. My brother can't stand it anymore. Not only is he unconscious, but he is also cold as ice." "Think of a way." Si Mingjing's eyes are clear. "I am also at my wit's end. This medicine is taking effect." Deep Sam earnestly begged her to find a way to save his brother. His brother still had to stay alive to wait for his sister-in-law to return. His sister-in-law could not be a widow in the future. The corner of Si Mingjing's lips slightly raised. Her eyes fell on the bed. She only saw the man who was imposing during the day. His whole body was emitting a cold aura. At this moment, Z was really trembling to the point that her teeth were chattering. Her face was as pale as a ghost. But for some reason, a strange feeling arose in her heart, and she couldn't help but feel heartache. Then, she used force to tie her eyebrows and told Deep Sam to go out first. She didn't want outsiders here for the next treatment. Deep Sam took long strides and walked out. Tu Min Tin slowly emitted a sparkling light like gold. It seemed like there was fire dancing in the eyes, followed by two slightly long horns, as if absorbing the essence of countless colors. White as jade, emitting a sparkling light from the top of her forehead. She looked at the man lying on the bed with a fever and unconsciousness. "You better not wake up. Otherwise I will definitely kill you to silence you." Tu Min Tin revealed her dragon horns to lessen the cold on Mak Ninjan's body. But the man hugged her tightly, and even arbitrarily called her baby. She took the man's hand from her leg without any hesitation and touched her dragon horn, as if feeling the warm temperature like a hot field bag. Like a strong hot air current was fighting against the cold current that was chaotic in the body. Tu Min Tin smiled with satisfaction. It seemed to be effective. She dared to use this powerful method to cure Macking and her. It was precisely because she could transmit her warmth to him. The warmth of the stream could dispel all ice. Today she did not expect Mak Nyan Ha to take advantage of her and hug her. Even though he was in a daze, the man's strength was still greater and faster than hers. At the same time, his hand couldn't help but touch her dragon horn. "Baby, don't move." The hoarse voice of Engan Ha rang out beside her. Tu Min Tin immediately became angry. "Who is your treasure?" She looked at him helplessly. At this moment, the man hugged her tighter. At the same time, he patted her head. "Baby, don't go." Si Mingjing frowned. This man must have mistaken her for Xiao Bai's mother. Perhaps because Xiao Bai's mother and her were of the same species. Then she angrily opened her mouth and bit the man's shoulder. Taking advantage of the man's pain, Tu Min Tin quickly escaped from his strong grip and left without saying a word. But after only taking one step, her wrist was grabbed tightly by the man. Tu Min Tin angrily told him to let go. "I'm not your treasure." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw a few tears streaming down the corner of the man's eyes, full of resentment, saying, "Don't go." Tu Min Tin suddenly felt her mouth dry. She couldn't stay in this bedroom for another second. Damn it, she had to quickly go back and take a cold shower. Sure enough, after 2 puberties, dragon horns couldn't be touched carelessly. After that, she took 2 cold showers, climbed into bed, closed her eyes, and still felt the man pressing her into his arms so real, unable to be forgotten. She began to regret applying the treatment too quickly and letting him touch her dragon horn. Still feeling sorry for him, she was crazy. This man was really poisonous. No, she had to take another cold shower. She didn't believe it. She took 5 cold showers but still couldn't dispel these chaotic thoughts. In another place, Deep Sam raised his hands to the sky and swore, Big brother, I dare swear that from the beginning to the end, it was always me. There was absolutely no woman in your bedroom. It was definitely you. He must be delirious from fever. Women are never allowed in his bedroom. If he finds out that Miss Tu has come here, he's done for. Macking and Ha's fever has not subsided yet, but he is already conscious. He sat on the bed while pressing down on her, pointing at the bite mark on her shoulder. This, you bit. Deep Sam was bored. Miss Tu was really crazy. Dare to bite his brother, and bite in such an ambiguous place. It looks like a small strawberry. He was afraid that Tu Min Tin would be strangled to death by his brother. I didn't mean to bite you. Deep Sam didn't finish his sentence. Uncle Engan Ha closed his eyes, took a deep breath and said firmly, "This is my wife." The air had the scent of his wife. The same scent. Deep Sam's black eyes widened in shock. His brother was really delirious from fever. This was lovesickness. The only scent in the air was the sour smell of his brother's sweat. Macking had pondered. Every time she was in heat, she would give off this scent. Like the scent of red apricot blossoms in the snow. Cold but pure. There was absolutely no mistake. The mistake was his return. This man was clearly only 25 years old, yet he suddenly had a 20-year-old daughter. Macking, he suddenly felt disgusted with Deep Sam's presence. He didn't know. He didn't know. He didn't know if it was because he was delirious from fever, or if it was because he missed her so much that he was hallucinating. Go out. Don't pollute the air. Deep Sam could only tell himself. Don't bother with a man who lost his wife and is seriously ill. He sighed and went out. Early the next morning, Tu Min Tin received a phone call from the government, asking her to immediately make an Earth ID card. Otherwise she would be considered an illegal resident. But right now, the only person who can prove her identity is Tong Dang Phai. The Tong family villa was originally her mother's premarital property, once her mother's dream home, but was robbed by the tyrant Tong. In the end, her mother died in a cold, dark prison, leaving her to grow up in the royal prison. As for Song Teng Fei, after her mother went to prison, she brought another woman home and gave birth to a daughter. That child enjoyed the best educational resources and even studied at the same school as Xiao Bai. Her mother once said, "Her father is not Tong Teng Fei. The Tong family will absolutely not give her the red book as her ID card." So she had to think of a way to prove that she was his biological daughter. At this time, the Tong family also received news from the government. As soon as Song Tianlin heard this, she gritted her teeth and thought to herself, this despicable girl actually dared to come here. When her mother was still alive, she had already stolen all her glory. Now she even wanted to steal her silver face. Fuong Tin, Tong Dang Phai's second wife, frowned. Why should we let her register her household in our house? If it's not the child of a slut, then it's still a slut. Tong Thien Lan was furious. She even forgot the restraint of a rich young lady. Tong Lao Ro Tu slammed his stick on the ground. Asked Tong Teng Fei, who was sitting on the sofa, "Is that girl your child?" Tong Teng Fei broke out in a cold sweat. Actually, he himself didn't know. Mr. Thien Lan quickly spoke up. "How could that be? He is my brother's son. 5 years ago he was sentenced to death and was sent to be a love prisoner. 5 years can give birth to a 20-year-old daughter." Fuong Tin pondered. 1 year on Lam Tin is equivalent to 4 years on Lam Gok Tin. So 5 years on Lam Tin passed. Lam Ngok Tin has passed 20 years. The time coincided. But there are also experts who say that time is absolute. Even if the rotation speeds of two planets are different, they still cannot give birth to a 20-year-old daughter. In short, we must be careful now. No matter what the truth is, we absolutely cannot let Tu Min Tin get any share of the Song family's assets. At this time, Tu Min Tin arrived. She curved her lips and smiled. Greeting everyone. Family. I'm here to join everyone. Tong Lan angrily jumped up. Is she crazy? Daring to have her identity set up. Dreaming of entering our Tong family. Tin chuckled, whether she was set up or not. We'll know right away after doing a DNA test. This is the latest DNA testing machine. Results in seconds. Just provide a hair sample for DNA testing. Tin shows her hair sample first. Seeing that Song Fei was not cooperating, the government staff immediately began to advise Song Fei to explain. Of course, he knew that confronting the government at this time would be disrespectful and frustrating. He pulled out a strand of hair and gave it to the staff. Everyone in the living room stared at the government staff. A few minutes later, the results were out. Unexpectedly, they were father and son. The whole Tong family was extremely disappointed. After this man found out that he had a 20-year-old daughter, his face showed obvious disgust. Song Fei's face turned pale, his eyes coldly looking at Si Mingjing, seeing her as a stain in his bloodline. This daughter had no good points, only bringing shame to the Song family. Tin gently lifted Fu Wang's eyes. A cunning glint flashed in the depths of her eyes. It seemed that the 5-year-old girl that Fu Tin gave birth to for Tong Fai was her biological child. She had already investigated clearly before. Tong Fai and Tiu Batch's daughter studied at the same kindergarten. This morning, she deliberately took Tiu Batch to school and conveniently got the hair of Tong Fai's daughter. All the procedures are complete, Song Fei said anxiously. According to Lam Tin law, once a child turns 18, the parents no longer have the obligation to support them. If there is nothing else, she can leave. Tu Tin smiled. Yes, I'm really troubling you, Dad. It's almost dinner time. I have to go now. If I don't come back, it's not good to keep my family waiting. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire Song family was shocked. Song Fei seemed to be in disbelief. A hint of surprise flashed across his face. Si Mingjing explained further. You and the boy from the family get along very well. He invited you to stay at his house. Song Fei took a deep breath, really surprised. Was it true that Macking wanted to marry her online? Tin did not miss the calculating look in Song Fei's eyes. It seemed that if she could marry Mac Engenher, he would become Mac Engenher's father-in-law. Stop dreaming about this fantasy. She immediately refuted. Of course it was fake. Just a childish joke. However, the old lady really liked her son and wanted to introduce him to someone. Never mind, it was nothing. Song Fei suddenly became nervous. What did she mean? Si Mingjing hesitated for a long time. Old Lady Bi said that the family had never been threatened by anyone. Yet the small Song family was so unreasonable. She also said that within 3 seconds she would bankrupt the Tong Fi group. Song Fei was so scared that his face turned pale. Si Ming was still pretending to be scared. But don't worry, Dad. I've already begged Madonna. She agreed to give me a chance to atone for my sins. The family wants to cure Mo Yine. If he can be cured, this matter will be forgotten. If not cured, we'll deal with Tong Fi Corporation. Tong Fai's heart is like sitting on a roller coaster, once again falling into the abyss. Insolent. What ability do you have to cure Mak Kanganha's illness? Tin looked helpless. She had to try. Tong Fi was in a life and death situation. As a member of the Tong family, how could she just stand by and watch? Tong Lan suddenly pushed her away. How could that be possible? She was a useless person who had just been released from prison. With no talent, how could she cure the boy of the deep family? The boy definitely did not have any broken bones, just a dislocated joint. Tin was just lucky. Picked up a delicious dish. She stepped forward, intending to shut her down right there. to see if she dared to steal credit again. Min Tin's eyes moved slightly, not avoiding, waiting for Tong Lan to come closer. Min Tin was quick as lightning, and suddenly attacked first, giving Tong Lan a strong slap. She was so confused that she fell to the ground. She angrily stopped and stared at her. Si Mingjing's pupils suddenly turned golden, as if there was a burning golden flame in her eyes. Tongji seemed to be agitated and crazy. Tong Tengfei hurriedly grabbed Si Mingjing's arm. She was crazy. Tong Lao also rushed forward. Tam stabbed a needle into Tu Mintin's neck. Tu Mintin's eyes, like a burning golden flame, gradually calmed down. Then, she began to apologize. Did I just have an attack of illness? Actually, I have acute stress disorder. Prisoners in Blue Prism often bully me. Later, whenever someone attacks me, I will lose control. Everyone, please don't approach me with hostility in the future, or you might get hurt unjustly. So it really wasn't on purpose just now. Thanks everyone for stopping me. Mr. Lan held his beaten face and roared. She must be pretending. I have to tear her apart. The old man shouted loudly. Okay, everyone be quiet for me. Then his scrutinizing gaze fell on Tu Mintin's face. I heard you wanted to cure Macking and her. So what medicine did she prescribe? Tu Mintin immediately wrote down the prescription and gave it to Tong Lao. After reading it, he broke out in a cold sweat. This prescription was too overbearing. Ordinary people would not be able to bear it. She only studied medicine halfway, yet she dared to prescribe medicine, and even gave it to the Milky Way. Compared to the orchid, she was far inferior to the Mulan. Song Tianlin heard her grandfather's comments. Her expression finally softened. That's right. A woman who had just been released from prison. How could she compare to her? A junior student of the medical academy. Elder Tong's death caused the entire Tong family to be implicated by Si Mingjing, and he angrily tore up the prescription. She stopped this prescription immediately. I will prescribe another one. Just follow my prescription to treat Mo Yina. Tu Mintin appeared indifferent. In Lam Guk Tin, everyone praised my medical skills. Why was I so bad in his eyes? I believe in my own medicine anyway. I have to go. I promised Zhao Bai that I would pick him up from school. After saying that, she left. Song Lao was furious and immediately called the They family, wanting to stop Engen Ha from taking the medicine given by Tu Mintin. But before the call could be made, Song Lan stopped him. Why don't we wait until she's helpless before taking action? At that time, we will be Macking as saviors. He will no longer remember blaming us for threatening him. This is the real redemption. Song Tengfei was extremely angry after hearing this. Are you crazy? Who is Mo Yinhe? If something happens to him in these 3 days, will our Song family be able to bear this crime? Mr. Lan questioned loudly again. What do you mean by that? Do you want to give the company shares to Tu Mintin? Yes, she is your daughter. But she is even more Tu Zhao's daughter. Half of the blood of the family flows through her. Tong Dangfei felt that she was right. Daughters were still sold at a loss anyway. He didn't lack daughters. He lacked sons. After that, he immediately handed this matter over to Song Tianlin to handle. Song Tianlin had already begun to imagine the future scene. She was like a goddess, pulling Mo Yinhe back from the gates of hell. She would definitely shine brightly. The real protagonist should appear at the last minute. Thinking of this, Song Tianlin almost burst out laughing. She went to the kindergarten to pick up Zhao Bai after school. Zhao Bai wanted to be the first one to be picked up, because every time it was his friends who were picked up first. At this moment, he saw a car stop beside him. So he turned around and started showing off. Look, she's here to pick me up. My woman is super cool and super beautiful. It's not like I don't have anyone to pick me up. She's more handsome than all your mothers. Then, the boy walked with arrogant steps, both cool and stylish, holding Tamin's hand and walking forward. Tamin Tin was upset, not knowing what the boy was boasting about. She didn't understand the joy of children, but she wanted to protect that little vanity. The boy was so happy that when the two of them returned home, they found that there were many surveillance cameras installed in the manor. What was going on? Why were there so many cameras? Deep Pham Nuok. Miss Tu, I think you are crazy. You dare to bite my brother. My brother is in a fever. He insists that the person who bit him is my sister-in-law. These cameras were installed by my brother. I hope my sister-in-law will sneak into the room again tonight, so that he can catch her red-handed. Tu Min Tin was startled and slim. You haven't told Mr. Mac that it was me last night. Deep Tam quickly covered her mouth. Am I crazy? Other than my sister-in-law, my brother's bedroom has never allowed women to enter. Last night you went into his bedroom. This absolutely cannot be revealed to the outside world. You have to keep your mouth shut for me. Tamin took a deep breath. It's okay. But his physical condition is poor. Tonight after taking the medicine he will still be the same as last night. If it weren't for me, he probably wouldn't make it. It's just that the house is full of cameras. It's a bit difficult to avoid them. Deep Sam nodded slightly. Don't worry, just leave it to me. Tonight, Deep Sam had experience and was no longer flustered like last night, and immediately cut off the main power switch of the manor. After that, he reminded Si Ming Jing not to take advantage of my brother. No matter how strong my brother's charm is, you have to endure it for me. Tamin was so nervous that his scalp was tight that he couldn't wear it. Before going to bed, Uncle Dunhei drank the medicine she made and slept a little more soundly. She began to reveal her dragon horns, preparing to transfer her heat to him. At this moment, Tu Min Tin never expected that in his dreams. A giant hemispherical shield would suddenly cover half of the bedroom. This semi-transparent object is a thin but impenetrable barrier, used in the defense system of spacecraft. A luxury item that ordinary people like. Hard to reach, but now Macking used it as a cage. Tamin Tin could not break it, only secretly cursing him for being crazy. Immediately after that, she used her hand to tightly squeeze the galaxy's hand. I didn't expect him to be so scheming. It really cost a lot to capture me. Suddenly, the man who was sleeping soundly reached out. He tightly grabbed her wrist. Immediately, Tu Min Tin's body lost control and fell into the man's strong arms. His low voice was filled with joy. Baby, don't even think about running, I've caught you. Her mind was buzzing. He was in a daze but still managed to trap her. He really couldn't be underestimated. Macking opened his eyes dreamily. Although his vision was still blurry, he still reached out to touch her lips. He knew it was you. The delirious man mistook the woman with dragon horns for his treasure and forcefully pressed her down. But the potion's effect was about to wear off, and Si Ming Jing immediately turned into a soft little dragon. The man reached out to touch her face. Baby, I miss you so much. Tamin Tin shook his hand away. Macking, what do you know? You even mistook me for the person in your heart. Your acting is quite good. Macking wanted to reach out and grab her. Baby, you can't run. Tamin Tin angrily protested. Mac Ninja immediately turned around and hugged her tightly. Hot breath blew into her ear. 5 years. I've waited for you for 5 years. Even if it's just a dream, I have to hold your hand tightly. I won't let you go anymore. I want to see you clearly. I miss you so much. Tamin Tin hurriedly raised her hand to cover his face. The potency of the medicine was about to wear off. If Macking woke up and discovered that she had kissed the wrong person, would he smother her? He will definitely kick her out of the deep family, and will definitely come back to find Tong Lao. In a moment of crisis, Tu Min suddenly made a reckless decision. She absolutely could not let the galaxy discover that the person he was holding was her. When Macking eyes gradually became clear, what appeared before his eyes was this scene. In his heart, a soft little dragon was curled up, emitting soft warmth. Obediently nestled in his arms, her small head like a kitten buried in the hollow of his neck, fur ruffled. Tu Min had used all her tricks to act spoiled. At this moment she was completely in her little dragon form. No matter how sharp Mo Yin's eyes were, he would not be able to recognize that she was Si Mingjing. The most important thing now was to deceive Mo Yin. Then, she tricked him into turning off the protective shield, taking advantage of the moment when he was off guard to escape. But she never dreamed that she would not be able to trick Macking. But instead make the corners of his eyes glisten with tears. Macking choked up. "Baby, I love you." Tu Min's eyes widened. A man with great momentum for 3 days actually hugged her and cried. It can't be that bad. Could it be that Zhao Bai's mother is exactly like her? This is the biggest mistake in history. Then she thought, all the lines are the same. So she rolled her eyes, pointed her finger at the protective shield. She suppressed her anger and ordered him to open it. Macking looked in the direction of her hand, suddenly stopped crying and smiled. "Baby, it turns out you were locked in by the protective shield." Tu Min calmed down and ordered him to open it. "I'm hungry. I want to eat." But she never dreamed that the man would suddenly stand up, take out a bag of snacks from under the bed. Then, his low voice was deadly gentle. "Baby, I don't know how many schemes you have in your heart. Be good and don't play tricks, you won't be able to escape." Tu Min was furious. This man was truly her nemesis. This possessive man is really hateful. She wants to run away but can't. It's her fault for giving birth to such a son. Macking picked her up. What is he angry about? Abandoned husband and child for 5 years without a trace. My son is about to get married and you're still playing hide and seek with me. I won't use any tricks anymore. When will I be able to bring my Nan home? Macking was confused. Looking at the calm and quiet Thurs with a silly expression, he thought to himself, did he bring my Nan home? He took the wrong person. And yet he's still so proud and smug. The man held her little hand. "Did you see the news online? And think I wanted to marry someone else? So you showed up as the first wife. That was your son's fault. If you want to blame someone, blame me for giving birth to a destructive child. Don't worry, I haven't even looked closely at that woman. She's just bragging that she can cure my illness. If her medical skills are really better than Song Lao Day's, then keep her for 3 months. If not, I'll give her a check in a few days. Invite her over. Don't be angry anymore." Tu Min basically doesn't want to listen to Mat Nianzhao's explanation right now. There's only one thing on her mind. She wants to take a cold shower. Finally, she couldn't hold it in anymore, and angrily shouted, letting go. The man refused to let go, and comfortably curled up in her arms. Si Mingjing's nose touched Mo Yin's, and the aura emitted from the man was more effective than a cold shower. She decided to use it to reduce the heat all over her body. Then Tu Min closed her eyes and forced herself to sleep. If she could sleep until morning, the Milky Way would definitely open its protective shield in the morning. At that time, she had to run away immediately. Unfortunately, she still underestimated the man's possessiveness. He had already gone through 1,915 long sleepless nights. This time, meeting the person he missed day and night, he didn't dare to sleep. Every moment was extremely precious to him. He was eager to confirm that this wasn't a dream. Morning. Min Tin slowly opened his eyes but immediately met a pair of black eyes filled with affection. Frightened, she quickly crawled out of the blanket, but Manhwa was faster, grabbing her tail that was about to run away. His voice low and gentle as water. "Baby, don't run away from me. I want to see you turn into a human form." Min Tin coldly snorted. Now she considered this terrible man as a life-saving medicine and clung to him. But Tiubach's father still considered her as the person he loved. She deliberately turned her head away, pretending to be arrogant and ignore him. Of course, Manhwa brought a bowl of oatmeal and asked if she was hungry. The sweet aroma wafted into Min Tin's nose. She couldn't resist the temptation of the delicious food, so she let go of the dragon pose and comfortably sat on the man's lap. Her 2 dragon forests openly spread out. Uncle Ingenha loves to death her arrogant appearance of being served by others. He decided to quickly recuperate. This feeling of being apart for so long was truly wonderful. At this moment, a knock on the door sounded. "Brother, do you know where Miss Tu went? Xiaobai is about to go crazy. She keeps crying. She won't even eat breakfast." Mak Ingenha raised his eyebrows. His expression was annoyed. He didn't know. "Get out of the way. Don't bother him." Min Tin, who was standing beside him, thought to himself, "Deep Sam, come in quickly." Suddenly the butler hurriedly came to report. The 3rd young master came out. "The Song family is outside demanding to see you." Deep Sam's face visibly darkened. The Song family still dared to come. Deep Sam originally wanted to chase the Tong family away. But the housekeeper said that Elder Tong did not come alone, but also brought the Minister of Health of Country A. They said that the medicine prescribed by Miss Tu would make his condition worse, and feared that it would cause an international dispute. Deep Sam frowned. The Tong family's conduct was not upright. This was something we did not let them in. So we intentionally invited a great Buddha to suppress it. "Go, meet them." As soon as they saw Deep Sam, they immediately shook hands and greeted. "Young Master Deep Tam, the young lady in your mansion is just a half-baked quack." Deep Sam immediately raised his hand to interrupt them. "Miss Tu cured my nephew's fatal leg disease with just 1 stroke. She is also a humble and kind person. That is, there are some people who claim to be great medical masters with high morals and prestige, but their virtues are such that people dare not praise them. But Song Tianlin is not angry. On the contrary, he sincerely explained, 'Young Master Deep Tam, this is a misunderstanding. My grandfather was just impatient because he saw that my parents were rushing to get married. Actually, he was very worried about Mr. Mac's condition. He had just discovered that there was a problem with Min Tin's prescription, so he asked us to come here immediately. Young Master Deep Tam, Min Tin's prescription is very dangerous. If you take it for more than 3 months, you will die." Deep Sam just smiled, not listening to Tong Thien Lan's words at all. He had seen enough of the antics of those trying to cling to the rich. He saw through the old man's unwillingness, but did not say it out loud. "My eldest brother is healthy." This morning he spoke loudly, eloquently, unlike what she said. Regarding professional matters, he considered himself to have the right to speak. Thoughtful. "I have shown Miss Tu's medicine to the academicians of the Chinese Medicine Hospital. It is true that, as Miss Tong Tianlin said, there is a huge problem." Deep Sam's expression was a bit solemn. The minister was an upright person and would not talk nonsense for personal gain. He only said 1 sentence, "Everyone wait here," and quickly rushed upstairs. He was in such a hurry that he broke the door and entered the room. He immediately saw the protective shield. Mak Nyendhe had an unpleasant expression. "Rude guy. Who let you in here? Get out. Disturbing your rest." Deep Sam saw that he seemed to be hiding something in his leg, and even pulled his leg up. Lean opened his mouth to report what had just happened. Min Tin heard it and frowned. Song Tianlun really took the bait and came to the door to suffer humiliation. This was also her chance to escape this protective shield. Mo Yinhe's face was as bright as a flower, very good. That woman named Si Mingjing really has some skills. What are you still standing here for? Deep Sam curiously asked, what treasure are you hiding in your feet? Macking frankly told him that she was his sister-in-law. Deep Sam heard and was speechless. Tong Lan was right. His brother was really seriously ill, but it wasn't a physical illness. It was lovesickness. After that, he chased the Song family all the way to the main gate. My brother is fine. Thank you everyone for your concern. However, please go home. I still have something to do. I can't see you off. Song Tianlun is a medical student. How could she not know? Impossible, there is clearly a problem with that prescription. Why did you stop us from examining Mr. Mack? Do you want something to happen to Mr. Mack? Will you become the sole heir of the Atlantis Empire? Deep Tam Thu was angry. Cold voice, Tong Lan. How dare you maliciously speculate about others like that? Tong Lan snorted and immediately rushed inside. This was her chance to climb up. How could she let him chase her away so easily? Deep Sam's face darkened. Immediately call the bodyguards to stop them. Right now, only old lady Deep really cares about Macking and her. Tong Lan immediately shouted loudly. Macking and her was seriously ill, in critical condition. Please come save him quickly. Any later and it would be too late. Screaming for nearly 5 minutes. Old Lady Deep just came out. Mr. Lan was about to open his mouth, but was interrupted by Deep Sam, who ran up. Miss Tong suspected that I was intentionally trying to harm my eldest brother and wanted to usurp his crown prince position, so she had to go upstairs and check. The eldest brother just gave instructions. Don't let anyone go upstairs to disturb his rest. Don't listen to outsiders' opinions. Madam Deep heard that. Turning my head to look at Tong Lan, is that true? Miss Tong, your Tong family was a threat first, but now they are dividing us. What a big surprise. At this moment upstairs suddenly rang out a loud explosion. Tong Lan went straight upstairs. A woman who had just been released from prison like her. How could she compare to me? A weak medical student. My judgment was absolutely correct. Then, she directly pushed open the door. They all saw the protective shield. At this moment, the man was continuously sweating coldly. His whole body was trembling. Song Tianlun said, I said there is a problem with the prescription. Quickly open it. Old Lady Deep frowned. What is this? How can it be turned off? Deep Sam made up a story. The eldest brother slept very alertly, afraid that others would take advantage of his deep sleep to harm him. So every day before going to bed he would turn on the protective shield. Using this ring could be blurred. After speaking, he immediately touched it with his hand. Suddenly there was a noise. A smoke bomb exploded. Deep Sam told everyone not to worry. This was a normal phenomenon. Tu Mintin immediately took this opportunity to run away. She smiled smugly. Tong Lan. She schemed and calculated in every way. She came to the hero's door to save the beauty. I was just going with the flow and dropping a little bait. Why are you so eager to die? Old Lady Deep asked worriedly. Engden Ha, are you okay? Macking Ha slowly opened her eyes. Grandma, I'm fine. Tong Lan asked again. Is Mr. Mack really okay? Macking Ha didn't bother to pay attention to her. Directly looking at Deep Sam, I opened the protective shield. Deep Sam was so scared that his legs were shaking. You are the Miss Tong who insisted that you would get seriously ill after taking Miss Tu's medicine. You even alarmed my grandmother, so you reluctantly opened the shield to protect me. The icy black eyes of the Milky Way fell on Deep Sam. He coldly threw back a sentence of "get lost." making Tong Lan break out in a cold sweat. Why does his face look so bad? She clenched her fist and stepped forward. If we weren't mistaken, he had been poisoned. Let me take your pulse. Macking impatiently pushed her hand away. Cold poison, my body is better now than ever. The old man suddenly spoke up. He was right. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, hearing, questioning, and feeling. Even without taking the pulse, one can see that Mr. Mack is right. Song Tianlin nodded and began to apologize. Macking coldly suppressed his anger. Miss Tong, you have crossed my line. Before I pursue you, please leave. The old man directly dragged Tong Lan away. Advise her to be careful. The Minister of Health Sen came in. The power of the Deep family is very deep and unfathomable. Not the kind of small house you can mess with. Take care of it yourself. Uncle Engenha sadly flew back to the blanket. Why did he leave? That's Kiyu too. Am I not worth staying with? Tong Lao came out and leaned on his cane. She suppressed her anger. Not only was his medical skills inferior to Tu Min Tin's, his mind was also not as good as hers. The medicine indeed had very serious side effects, that she didn't know what method she used to eliminate the side effects of the medicine. As for why she didn't tell us, I'm afraid it's because her attitude that day was so bad. Mr. Lan angrily blamed him. She deliberately hid her profession, luring us into a trap. That bitch dared to toy with us. How hateful. Today I have completely offended Deep Sam and the old lady. Macking can never marry me. Tong Teng Fei waved his hand helplessly. What do you think you are? You should have woken up from your dream of being a rich person a long time ago. Now our Song family is done for. Elder Song patted him on the shoulder. It's not certain that the Deep family is still very satisfied with your daughter. Find time to hold a recognition party so that the whole world will know that the good daughter of the Song family has returned. Song Teng Fei was extremely excited after hearing this. He didn't expect his daughter to have some ability. Accept it. He must accept it. Mr. Lan almost lost his temper. What a joke. Grandpa, she harmed us like this, and you still want to hold a party to recognize her. Shut up, the old man has his own plans. Not long ago. The minister is very dissatisfied with the Song family. I shouldn't have listened to you. I went to the family to cause trouble. I see that the older you get, the more confused you become. Their plan to send you guys away is not even as good as a daughter who just got out of prison. Old Song laughed awkwardly. He had practiced medicine for many years, and it was not easy to accumulate such a good reputation. How could a junior compare? At this time, Tu Min Tin received a phone call. She smiled. A party to receive relatives, the Tong family can't do anything to stir up any waves. After that, she smelled the scent on her body. Now she was afraid of wearing the Milky Way. But when her estrus comes again, when the estrus of the line does not necessarily have to find someone to do anything, but her body would involuntarily release dragon hormones. And now, she was worried that Macking's dog nose was sharper than anything. When Macking was imprisoned in the protective shield, she heard Macking say, "Baby, the dragon hormones on your body, I will never mistake them for the rest of my life." Closing my eyes, I know it's you. She thought about it and got a headache. The urgent thing now is to run away quickly. Wait until the heat is over, then come back. Avoid being smelled by the bank dog's nose. At this time, she packed her luggage and prepared to leave. But Deep Neembach immediately cried and refused to let her go. Why did you leave me? Calm down. Si Ming Jing A Nai. Good girl. I'll only be gone for 2 days. Old Madame Deep suddenly stepped forward and grabbed her arm. This silly girl. The more I listened to their tone yesterday, they didn't consider me as family at all. This wasn't a recognition party. It was clearly a Hongman banquet. Si Mingjing of course knew that they were just taking this opportunity to avoid Mo Yinhe. Deep Neem Bat snorted. Why are they so evil? We will go with you. Be your support. Old Lady Deep also agreed with this suggestion. Min smiled awkwardly and thanked the old lady. Then I'll go to the mall for a while and buy some decent clothes. Anyway, she had to find an excuse to leave. Old Madam Deep held her hand again. It was too late to go buy it now. My granddaughter and I have similar figures, and there are plenty of formal dresses in her dressing room. After saying that, she immediately pulled her to choose a formal dress. Ironically, Old Lady Yi's granddaughter lives in the same villa as the Milky Way. This gave Tu Min Tin a headache. Who would dare to go to Mackinden's villa now? Old Madame Deep smiled kindly. Just now my niece called and said you can choose freely. Kwong, rest assured. At this moment the maid came forward to report to the old lady. The eldest young master had to go out in the morning. He will not come to have lunch with you. To Min Tin suddenly cleared up like dark clouds. The sun appeared. She looked downstairs and saw Eng and her preparing to get in the car. The man seemed to feel someone looking at him. Immediately turning his head to look upstairs, Tu Min Tin was a bit confused. At this distance he probably couldn't smell the scent. The kind old lady Deep said, quickly go try on the clothes, let me help you see. To Min Tin's heart suddenly started pounding. She heard someone downstairs say, Big brother, they're waiting for us. Where is the scent of snow and ice here? Or should I invite a psychiatrist for you? If you're sick, you have to get treatment. Don't hide it for fear of the doctor. To Min Tin did not say a word, turned around and ran into the changing room. She took out the perfume from her bag and sprayed it on herself and the door. She hoped that the strong scent of the perfume could cover up the smell of hormones coming from her body. The man recognized the scent and went straight to the door of the changing room. Knock on the door, baby. What are you hiding from? To Min Tin immediately sounded the alarm. They came so quickly. Could it be that Mak Engin Ha was a hunting dog? Mak Engin Ha is sure that the woman he loves is hiding in here. Baby, you can't escape. Come out quickly, or I'll kick the door down. Old Lady Deep shouted with a serious face. It's the calm girl inside. She's changing. Don't scare her. Mak Engin Ha looked disbelieving. Suddenly, from inside, there was a shrill cry from Tu Min Tin. Ah, what is that? I thought I saw a thing with two horns running out of the window. Am I seeing things? Hearing that, the man's face darkened. He seemed to be certain of something. He walked towards the window, hearing the footsteps getting farther and farther away. Tu Min Tin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily she was quick-witted, but she had just relaxed her tense nerves. A tall light bulb suddenly appeared outside the window. The voice that rang in her ears made her skin crawl. Which direction did she see it running towards? The scent of hormones on the girl's body kept emanating. In order to deceive the man with a strong aura, she had sprayed perfume on herself countless times. To Min Tin pretended to be still shocked, but in fact he was really startled. I don't know. I just saw something flash before my eyes. It seemed to be on the left. Macking and her only stopped on her for a moment, then ordered her not to spray perfume in my house anymore. To Min angrily closed the window. If there is nothing else, please leave, Mr. Mac. I need to change. Hearing that, Mac Nien Ha gritted her teeth in anger. To Min Tin randomly picked a dress and walked out. It was still early, and while the reception party tonight had not yet started, she decided to go investigate the Tong family. Suddenly a man grabbed her wrist. Aiju. Si Mingjing frowned. He must be Bai Ju Si's friend again. Kok Lu Thuong quickly withdrew his hand. Sorry, I think I mistook you for someone else. Because the scent on you is a bit like my fiancé's. But when I got closer, it seemed a little awkward. Sorry, I sprayed too much perfume. I shouldn't have stood too close to you. I have something to do and have to go first. Goodbye. Kuk Lu Thuong was a little confused. The pink snowflakes were the scent of a sassi. But before he could finish his thought, a voice interrupted him. It was the scent left behind by my little boy. That's why people see the resemblance. Kuk Lu Thuong was not so easily fooled. His eyes narrowed slightly. My adopted son is only 5 years old and has already started to go into heat. Macking leaned back, drank too much goat milk, puberty early. Now he even dares to borrow my name to get married. Little brat. Kuk Lu Thuong smiled, heard about it. Let's go. It's almost time for the meeting. The man looked slowly in the direction. Tu Ming Tin left, his eyes gradually becoming deep. Tong Thin Lan was extremely angry and wanted to leave this place, but was called back by Old Song. You can't go anywhere today. Be good and stay home for me. How could Song Tianlan be willing? Grandpa, I won't accept her. She ruined my marriage. Do you want me to smile and welcome her? Old Song angrily shouted. You fool, I'm telling you, even if you don't like him, you still have to smile and welcome him today. I've already arranged the reception tonight, so that our son can regain all the lost face, the reputation and medical skills of our Song family. How can they be compared to a girl who just got out of prison? Song Tianlan wasn't stupid, she immediately understood. Grandpa, have you thought of a way to counterattack? The old man spoke in a low voice, talking nonsense. Min will come to the Tong family's house at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Suddenly Tu Ming Tin's phone rang. It was Lady Deep sending a list of party guests. On the guest list, in addition to many academicians from the Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine, the Minister of Health was also present. Min's lips slightly ached. He already had a plan in mind. It seemed that the Song family wanted to regain face in terms of professionalism. Then, she pushed the door open and walked in. The Song Lian family warmly invited her to sit down. You are the main character tonight. Your father has invited many friends and relatives and wants to introduce you to them. Wang Mintin's lips slightly ached. She directly threw her bag on the sofa, then leisurely sat down. Fu Wang Tin could not stand her appearance. A girl who could not sit properly. Now she was a young lady of a wealthy family, not a little girl who mixed with criminals. Tong Tianlan also secretly laughed in her heart. A country bumpkin who went to the city was even worse. If she was a little more profound and darker, it would be even better. Isn't Laminguk Tin a desolate place? How could she have been raised to be so fair and smooth? She cursed in her heart, but his face showed pity. Mingjing, last night my grandfather and I went to the family's house, not intentionally doubting your medical skills. A good doctor is like a mother. We are just carefully considering. See, Mingjing's face revealed a smug look. It doesn't matter, your medical skills have already passed the test anyway. If she hadn't come to the Deep family to warm them up, they wouldn't have known that my medical skills were even better than hers. There's a silver lining in every misfortune. I still have to thank her. Hearing that, Tong Tianlan was so angry that she choked. She forced a smile and looked at her. That's good. I have prepared a meeting gift for you. From now on, we are family. Follow me upstairs to get it. Song Tianlan took out an expensive bracelet, put it on Si Mingjing's slender wrist. In Si Mingjing's intelligent eyes, revealed a look of intentional joy. You are so generous. This is my first diamond bracelet. Thank you, Tong Tianlan secretly laughed in her heart. When your mother gave me the diamond necklace that year, I was not as openly happy as you. As expected of a country bumpkin who just got out of prison, has not seen the world. Just love it. Wait until you get ridiculed at the party, then don't cry. Min Tin pretended not to see the calculation in Tong Thin Lan's eyes. After going downstairs, she deliberately showed off the bracelet in front of Fu Tin. She gave it to me. Fu Tin recognized the bracelet. Her face changed slightly but quickly smiled properly. Really beautiful. Fu Tin secretly glanced at Tong Thin Lan. So Tong Thin Lan immediately exchanged glances with her. Then, a smile of amusement appeared in both of their eyes. Tu Min Tin smiled slightly. Want to scheme against me with a bracelet? What other tricks are there? The stage is already set. How can I not let them perform to their heart's content? But who will have the last laugh depends on each person's ability. The Song family invited many people to attend Tu Min Tin's recognition party. There are many major shareholders in the Song Corporation, all of whom were old friends of Tu Min Tin's maternal grandfather. Tu Zhao's friends also heard that she had a daughter and wanted to meet her. In the hall, everyone saw a boy trotting towards Tu Min Tin, giving flowers to the beauty, and performing the hand-kissing ritual. Jing Jing, you didn't come to the party with me. The young master is angry. I need a kiss to appease him. The arrogant voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Si Ming Jing squatted down. Kiss the boy. The flower is so beautiful. Give it to me. The occasion of praying made my face blush in an instant. You are my woman. If I don't give it to you, who will I give it to? Do you like it? Tu Min Tin smiled. Like it. This is the first time I've received flowers. Tu Min Tin hurriedly thanked Old Lady Deep. Thank you for coming to my adoption party. Old Lady Deep smiled kindly. What's the point of being polite? You're like my own granddaughter. This time even Zhao Bai's father came to support him. He guarantees that he will be able to show off tonight. Si Ming Jing almost lost his composure, feeling like they were evenly matched. Old Madame, spoke up. The previous blind date was too noisy. Everyone was waiting to see your joke. Now that he has come to support you, others will not dare to laugh anymore. Zhao Bai's father was just at the door answering the phone. Let's go in first. Si Ming Jing frowned. It seems that tonight it is difficult to avoid a disaster. If Macking and Ha knows that he has mistaken the person and kissed the wrong person, in the moment of embarrassment, he will definitely not let her treat him anymore. But she treated him to prevent Tong Thin Lan from approaching and climbing to the high position of Macking and Ha. I know in your heart there is a lover who is deeply in love and will absolutely not marry Tong Thin Lan. So whether she can overcome it or not is no longer important. Some people are jealous of Si Ming Jing's ability to flatter the family. I really don't know how Si Ming Jing, a daughter who just got out of prison, could invite old Madam Li to attend her engagement party. Song Tianlin walked over and sneered, saying that people might not believe it. A few days ago, the Xiaojie suffered a type 3C open tibial fracture. The top medical teams in the country were helpless. But with just one punch from my daughter, Xiaojie came back to life and was jumping around happily. Song Tengfei looked doubtful after hearing this. Although I don't understand medicine, I know that a broken bone is a broken bone. How can it be cured with one punch? Tong Tianlin didn't believe it either, but he had to confirm it firmly. This isn't what I said. It's what the doctors at Hospital No. 3 said. My daughter can be said to be a miracle doctor of her time. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but it attracted the attention of many people in the hall. This was indeed too much flattery. At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly walked in front of Tu Min Tin. Question. I heard that your medical skills are superb. I heard that diseases that even the top medical teams in the entire blue planet are helpless against are nothing to you. I wonder if you can cure my illness. He rolled up his pants, rolled them up to his thighs, only to see his knees looking very scary. Tu Min Tin blurted out, "This is late-stage bone cancer." Some people said she was guessing randomly. As a medical professional, one must be careful with every detail. Tong laughed miserably. She was right. 3 months ago, my knee started to hurt intermittently. At that time, I thought it was arthritis, so I didn't pay attention. I waited until I discovered something was wrong before seeking help. Unfortunately, it was too late. Rumor has it that Miss Tu's medical skills are even better than that of the old man. I wonder if you can ease my pain and give me another 15 to 8 years to live. At this time, everyone was talking excitedly. No matter how good her medical skills were, she couldn't make him live another 15 to 8 years. He was just a new prisoner. What kind of ability can it be? It's really too much bragging. Song Tianlun really wants to see a crack appear on Tu Mintin's arrogant face, then obediently admit that he can't fix it. From now on, obediently be a person. Unexpectedly, Tu Mintin blurted out, "I can cure this disease. But some people do not believe that terminal cancer can also be cured." Is this ignorance or arrogance? The old man walked over with a stick. He felt that this girl was really not the type to show off and would dare to say anything. However, decades ago, he had focused on researching cancer treatment, and finally, in his old age, he had accidentally found a breakthrough. Tonight, he definitely would not benefit. It was a good opportunity to announce his new breakthrough to the public. He wanted to leave his name in history. But Ximing was very sure. I can really cure it. Hey Grandpa, you're so serious. Am I still stubborn? Suddenly someone covered up and asked excitedly, Miss Tu, are you sure you're not talking nonsense? The boy was very domineering in protecting his wife, but he kicked the person who was defaming his woman. Tu Mintin's lips were red and plump. Cancer treatment was actually not difficult. As long as a breakthrough was found, cancer was not as scary as imagined. Ladies and gentlemen, is bacterial infection difficult to cure? Some people snort in disdain. A shot of antibiotics can solve the problem. What's so difficult about it? Tu Mintin rested his chin on his hand and smiled. So what? But before antibiotics were discovered, even a small bacterial infection was like a dreaded cancer. Severe infection is also an incurable disease. Just a little carelessness can take a person's life. Humans have discovered and applied antibiotics, which is a great revolution in the history of medicine. Academician Si Chu Thang said, "This is not the same. Little girl. Don't confuse concepts." Tu Mintin made a silent gesture. If you don't like to hear it, then shut up. I mean, any disease is similar, there are similarities. For example, bacterial infections that caused death in the past. As long as we find the difference between bacteria and normal cells, we can overcome it. This statement, Academician Chu could not refute. I understand your idea, but using targeted drugs to treat cancer today cannot cure it completely. Could you possibly bring about a change in the medical world? Si Mingjing smiled brightly. Thank God, my master, after many years of hard work and research, finally found a cure for cancer. He specifically told me that after returning to Lamtin, I must announce it to everyone and bring happiness to the people. Tuo Trongveen and Tong Dan Fai both had fever. I can still cure it. That is cancer, the ultimate killer of humanity. Only Tong Liao came out and held the stick tightly in his hand. As for Tong Thin Lan, her face was filled with astonishment. That was the result of her grandfather's years of hard work and effort in cancer research. She absolutely could not let Tu Mintin steal it. She immediately raised her hand and pointed at Si Mingjing. Mingjing, no matter how much you like to stand out, you shouldn't take advantage of my grandfather's research results. Everyone, the person who really made a breakthrough in curing cancer was my grandfather. Everyone was surprised. It turned out that it was old Mr. Song who had made a new breakthrough in the field of fighting cancer. Mr. Thienlan said solemnly, "That's right. This breakthrough was clearly researched by my grandfather." Mintin, the bad atmosphere in prison still affected her. Now that you're back, you should wash your hands of the past and start a new life. How could you steal and appropriate my grandfather's research results? Deep Neem Batch kicked Tong Thien Lan hard. The domineering man protecting his wife flew into a rage, pointing at Tong Thien Lan. This ugly girl spoke nonsense. My wife did not commit any crime. Why should I wash my hands of it and start a new life? Jing Jing still hasn't said what the research results are. How do you know that it was taken from your grandfather? The general coughed a few times. If the breakthrough this girl found is better than mine, I will follow Tianlan's words. This research result is mine. After that, he smiled and asked Si Mingjing to tell him about that breakthrough. Si Mingjing was referring to a tumor treatment drug extracted from the red pine tree, which was paclitaxel. Currently, paclitaxel and its derivatives are widely used, but have been proven to have major side effects. Usually when destroying cancer cells, the patient also dies. After determining that the side effects of paclitaxel could not be eliminated, my master still did not give up. He extracted a natural, non-toxic substitute from the green-horned snake and named it animal paclitaxel. The people who had previously expressed disbelief suddenly held their breath. Is it really not toxic? Song Tianlan suddenly said, Nonsense. The animal Li Taxio is my grandfather's decades of research. You still dare to say that it's not an appropriation? Min's eyes flashed. She said I took possession. What evidence do you have? Song Tianlan was overjoyed. The evidence was right in his grandfather's study. Si Mingjing had a puzzled expression. Great-grandfather, could it be that the breakthrough you found was exactly the same as my master's discovery? The elder took out his cane and went to the study to get my documents. Stealing things and making up a master. I told Thien Lan to go get the documents that recorded my decades of research experiments. Today we will confront each other in front of everyone. A moment later, Tong Thien Lan brought the documents downstairs. Academician Si Chiu confirmed it before speaking. This was indeed the result of Tong Lao's research. Mr. Thien Lan felt extremely happy inside. Tu Min Tin, now that the ghost had come down to apologize in front of everyone, perhaps her grandfather could forgive her. Wasn't this the priceless diamond bracelet that Miss Batch had lost 5 years ago? Why was it on her hand? Tu Min Tin smiled. Great-grandfather, he was sure that the breakthrough he had found was this, nothing else. The old man's face turned pale. The truth was before his eyes. What else did she want to do? Tu Min calmly lowered his eyes. In fact, I haven't finished speaking yet. So both my master and great-grandfather discovered that the greenhorn snake can extract non-toxic animal paclitaxel. The old man was so angry that his face turned purple. He was talking nonsense. This child was truly beyond help. Deep Neem Batch was very deferential to his wife. The old man, pay attention to his attitude when speaking. Tu Min Tin smiled lightly. Grandpa, are you sure that Sam Thuan's animal medicine can cure cancer? The old man's death showed the serious attitude of a medical practitioner. That was obvious. Without clinical trials, how can one be sure? Old Hu has cured more than 10 patients with terminal cancer. These patients recovered very well after surgery. Only then did Old Hu dare to say that he had found a breakthrough. At this moment a guest stepped out. Ladies and gentlemen, to be honest, I am one of the patients cured by Old Master Song. Tonight I specially brought my wife here to thank Old Master Song and Miss Tu. It is an undeniable fact that you stole the research results. Don't make excuses anymore. Tu Min Tin asked, Sir, I really need a patient to be clinically cured right now. I want to ask you something. My master discovered that Sam Thuan's animal medicine could cure cancer, and was initially very happy. But then, after many clinical trials, he discovered that the cured patients all had sequelae. The man firmly denied that there were no sequelae. Min Tin blinked Fuang's eyes lightly. He was sure that after being cured, he did not have physiological dysfunction. The man's face stiffened. How did she know? Old man Song's eyes widened. How could this be? He had never discovered that there was such a thing as a parasite. This really couldn't be blamed on old man Song. After all, this was a difficult disease to talk about. Patients usually didn't want to mention it. 10 years ago, my master successfully exorcised the animal Sam Thuan and reported this good news to Old Master Song. Because Old Master Song was once the senior brother that my master trusted the most. I didn't expect Old Master Song to attack my master and monopolize his research results. This scum probably never dreamed that not only did her master not die, but later went to prison and was taught medicine by a new professor. Min Tin continued to say, "Ladies and gentlemen, Sam Thuan's animal flesh should not be used." But then my master had a new breakthrough. He discovered in prison that on a type of tree with yellow leaves all year round, the Sam Thuan seed was actually not poisonous. And thanks to that, hundreds of cancer patients have been cured. After the treatment, there was no relapse or sequelae. If everyone wants to try, I can start the treatment. Whether or not it can be cured, half of the person will know. The man was very excited. I agreed. Academician Chu was also very excited. Miss Tu. If what she said was true, she would be the one with the greatest contribution to conquering cancer. Min Tin humbly corrected. It's not me. It's my master. Deep Neem Bach, his face was as beautiful as a statue, full of pride. The young master's woman is really formidable. Song Tianlan's expression changed several times. As soon as she mentioned the animal Sam Thuan, I immediately thought she was talking about the breakthrough that Grandpa found. Isn't this digging a hole for me to jump into? Grandpa's plan was completely useless. It seemed I still had to do it myself. Carry out the second plan. Tonight I must definitely win back a game. She deliberately held Si Mingjing's hand. Her attitude was sincere, Mingjing. It was all her fault. She apologized to her son. Si Mingjing smiled magnanimously. Aunt, I forgive her. Tong Tianlan pulled Si Mingjing's hand to reveal the beautiful bracelet on her wrist. She only glanced at it, not looking closely. Liam Kejang exclaimed, Mingjing, isn't this bracelet the priceless diamond bracelet that Miss Bai lost 5 years ago? Why is it on your wrist? Min Tin used force to pull her hand back. What are you saying? Tong Thienlan coldly snorted. Play dumb. You dare to accuse me of stealing my mother's things. I will not forgive you. Why is that bracelet on Miss Tu's hand? When Miss Batch lost the bracelet, Miss Tu was not born yet. Could it be a private affair? Everyone was talking and gossiping, all looking at Si Mingjing's wrist with puzzled eyes. Si Mingjing received everyone's complicated gazes. There was no panic in her eyes. Instead, she looked puzzled. But why don't I understand anything? Is there a problem with my bracelet? Song Tianlan looked puzzled. That year, the sister-in-law looked at the bracelet that Macden Jahe had spent 1 billion gold to buy for Miss Batch. I advised my sister-in-law to calm down many times, but I didn't expect that the bracelet would still be. Sister-in-law is really too foolish. She is the #1 scholar of Lamtin. How could she do such a shameful thing? To Min Tin's eyes flashed with cold light. What she meant was, the bracelet on my wrist originally belonged to Miss Batch and was stolen by my mother. Song Tianlun was in a good mood. Mingjing. She knew that I was having a hard time accepting it, but it wasn't my fault. Si Mingjing didn't immediately refute. She walked in front of old Madam Li. I don't believe Song Tianlun's words. This bracelet was clearly lent to me by her granddaughter. As her granddaughter, how could she steal someone else's bracelet and then lend it to her child? She's not stupid this morning. Old Madame Lee personally picked this bracelet from her granddaughter's jewelry box because it matched the formal dress that Si Mingjing was wearing. Now people said it was stolen. Old Madame Lee was so angry that her body trembled. She said my granddaughter stole her sister-in-law's bracelet. Miss Song, you better make everything clear today. Otherwise don't blame this old lady for being impolite. The Renbai was also furious, his face cold and arrogant. You dare to falsely accuse my aunt of stealing my mother's things. I will not forgive you. Security, beat her mouth for me. Tong Lan stepped back in fear. Only then did Tu Min Tin realize that the Miss Batch in Tong Lan's mouth was actually Tiu Batch's mother. Tong Lan jerked her hand away from the guard. Tung tightly grabbed Tu Min Tin's wrist. Where did she hide the bracelet? I clearly saw her wearing it on her wrist. Tu Min Tin smiled calmly. Under the eyes of so many people, how could I swap the bracelet? Tong Lan really liked that bracelet. But no matter how much she liked it, she couldn't take it out. Can only be kept in a jewelry box to admire. Today she generously gave it to Tu Min Tin, preparing for the game. But now, the bracelet on Tu Min Tin's hand has been changed. She is extremely angry, roughly combing Tu Min Tin's body. Tu Min Tin pretended to not be able to stand Song Lan's rudeness, resistingly pushing her away. Song Tianlan lost her balance and fell to the ground. At this moment, something fell out of her bag. Someone shouted. This was Miss Bai's lost bracelet. Why was it with Song Tianlan? Did she steal it? Tong Lan was flustered and didn't know how to justify herself. It wasn't like that. The bracelet was clearly on her hand, but Tu Min Tin sneered. You plotted to harm me first. Then don't blame me for being unjust. Perhaps because life in prison was too boring. A notorious criminal with thousands of thefts insisted on taking me as his disciple, forcing me to practice magic and hand speed. Today, there was another opportunity to use it. Tong Gangfei tried to give Tong Lan a slap in the face. She wants to kill the entire Song family. Others don't know, but Song Tengfei knows clearly. That bracelet was stolen by Song Tianlan a few years ago. Now she dares to blame Ming Jing in front of old Madame Li. She is truly stupid to the extreme. Who doesn't know that Miss Bai is Mo Yin his reverse scale? If Mo Yin he pursues, even the 10 Song families won't be able to bear his wrath. At this moment, a tall figure walks in, causing Bai Ren to become extremely agitated. Ah! Deep Neem Batch picked up the bracelet on the ground and ran towards the tall man. Dad, is this Mom's bracelet? Seeing the bracelet his son held up. Or Engen Ha stopped, her deep eyes flashed with cold light. Where did she get it? Deep Neem Batch pointed at Tong Lan. That evil woman stole it. She also wanted to blame it on my woman. Mr. Lan's face turned pale. It's not me. It's not me. Things shouldn't have turned out this way. She clearly wanted to harm Tu Min Tin, making Macking and her hate Tu Min Tin. Why was it that she was the unlucky one in the end? Macking and her completely ignored Tong Lan and turned to instruct the assistant behind her. Call the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Country A and tell them to give me an explanation. The assistant respectfully bowed his head. Yes. Song Dengfei was also scared and broke out in a cold sweat. And the student council, this is just a misunderstanding. Can it be resolved privately? I am willing to pay double compensation. The assistant shouted. Who are you to want to settle this privately with our Lord? If you want to settle this privately, tell your foreign ministry to come to our Atlantis Empire Embassy in the capital of Country A to talk. Dad, it's not fun here at all. They all want to bully my woman. I don't want to stay here anymore. Deep Neem Batch fiercely walked in front of Tu Min Tin and pulled her hand. Tin Tin, follow me. I haven't finished my homework yet. Tu Min Tin felt her heart beating wildly. The way this man looked at her wasn't quite right. Isn't this a smile hiding a knife? It seems like she won't be able to avoid disaster tonight. She then made up an excuse. I won't be coming back with you guys tonight. I have to go to Mr. Two's house to get some medicine for him to thank him. Before she could finish her words, the man reached out and grabbed her. The hot gaze fell on Tu Mingtin's face. Her eyes flashed with cold light. There must be a beginning and an end to treating illness. What medicine should I take tonight? That scent, indeed, came from her body. Tu Mingtin is a coup. Tu Mingtin suspects that he must have guessed that she is pretending to be the person in his heart. The child lies snugly in his arms and sleeps all night. Macking directly took her out of the banquet hall. Tu Mingtin's mind was a little more clear. Mr. Mac, let me go first. I can walk by myself. Mackengenha's smile contained a bit of resentment. Really? I thought you forgot the way home. Tu Mingtin didn't know how to respond, and was eventually stuffed into the car outside the villa by Mackengenha. Deep Neem Batch supported him. Dad, you're so cool. You know how to help me steal a wife. But Engenha didn't pay attention to him, directly telling him to get in the car and go home. The car quickly arrived at the family's villa. As soon as she got out of the car, Si Mingjing wanted to run away. Good night. I'm going back to my room to take a shower and rest. The Nyanbai wanted to follow. Jing, let's take a shower together. Young Master Leong can't scrub himself. You help him scrub. Mackengenha picked him up with one hand and went to do homework. Deep Neem Batch was not satisfied. He wanted to take a bath with Tin Tin. After taking a bath, he would do homework. The deep and dignified voice of the Milky Way rang out. Give me half an hour to do my homework. I will check it after half an hour. If you can't finish it, be careful of your butt. Deep Neem Batch was angry, sticking his butt out. I just got spanked. Hoping the wind could blow it into my mouth, Tu Mingtin returned to his room. Go take a hot bath to ease the shock. Mackengenha is not easy to fool. Tonight he must have guessed that she mistook the person. Should she turn herself in or deny it? Hiding from the fight forever won't work. Or should she be honest and get leniency? That he seems difficult to deal with. Found out she kissed the wrong person. Will he kill to silence her? Suddenly she stopped. Her soul flew away. Mr. Mac, it's midnight. Why are you in my bedroom? She quickly calmed down and decided to deny it. If this man knew he had kissed the wrong person, wouldn't he directly strangle her to death to silence her? He didn't look like someone to be trifled with. The man suddenly stood up and walked towards her. Tu Mingtin was a little scared. What are you doing? Mackengenha reached out to touch her beautiful little face and uttered 2 words. Don't move. She kept retreating, her feet touching the lazy chair in the bedroom, with no way back. She stopped and tried to appear calm. Mr. Mac, calm down. Mackengenha lowered his head and pressed it against her neck, smelling the scent on her body that was exactly like the scent of Aku's hormones. The man's breath on Tu Mingtin's body made her feel ticklish. Mackengenha was silent for a moment before pushing her away. It was cold, her hair needed to be dried quickly. Tu Mingtin was stunned. What was this man doing drying her hair? Half an hour later, Tu Mingtin spoke uncomfortably. Mr. Mac, thank you for your concern. No need to bother you. I can do it myself. Mackengenha only said one sentence, don't move. Tu Mingtin was embarrassed and ran away. That crazy guy barged into my room without saying anything and even tried to comb my hair. After that, Mr. Yen Mat said, Mr. Mac, don't you think it's very inappropriate to barge into a girl's bedroom in the middle of the night? Are all of you men in Lam Teen so ignorant? Mackengenha remembers you smiling softly, as if hearing a joke. You ran into my bedroom, even crawled into my legs. I came to your bedroom without knowing what was important. What is this logic? To Min Tin's eyes were evasive, not daring to look straight into his eyes. I didn't know what he was saying. Macking Hair smiled. It's okay if you don't admit it. Dry your hair first. We'll talk slowly. Anyway, the night is still long. Coming out of the investment office, the man was numb. This man discovered that he had hugged the wrong person. Kissing the wrong person, not only not embarrassed, not angry, but also gently combed her hair like treating a lover. Macking Hair bowed his head. I still caught the bewildered look in her eyes, which used to be Feng's eyes. But now they turned into daffodil eyes. Exquisite and beautiful features, but completely changed. He didn't dare to associate her with a Jew at all. Would she be her? Tu Min Tin blinked. The thought appeared in Tu Min Tin's mind again. This man's demonic power is really strong. Realizing her not so pure thoughts, Tu Min Tin quickly looked away, thinking to herself, it was all because of her estrus period. At this moment, she smelled the pure scent on his body, the scent of sandalwood, giving off a slow, mysterious, yet extremely seductive feeling, making people intoxicated. You smell so good. What perfume is that? Didn't you say you can't use perfume at home? When someone saw it, a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of Nganha's lips. Then, he slowly leaned closer to her ear. This was the scent of love. He looked at her attentively, saw her unconsciously infatuated expression, the corner of his lips slightly raised, specializing in the naughty and mischievous love of a little girl like you. Si Mingjing's eyelashes were long and thick, blinking shyly. Who could tell her what this sentence meant? But this man was really too smart. Hard to deal with. Now denying her lineage identity, he definitely wouldn't believe it, so she smiled. Decided to change strategy, Mr. Mac. Sorry, I barged into your bedroom in the middle of the night. It was really out of necessity. The medicine I prescribed for you is truly unbearable. I dare to prescribe it only because I am a dragon, and can dispel the cold air in your body. I was absolutely certain that the treatment would be successful, but I didn't expect that when he was unconscious, he would mistake me for Zhao Bai's mother. Otherwise, things wouldn't have happened that made him so unhappy and embarrassed. The reason why things turned out like this, I absolutely didn't do it on purpose. But listening to her sincere explanation, not only did her eyebrows not relax, they furrowed even more. She thought he was angry because she didn't recognize him right away, and didn't want to create a scandal with him. Did she forget about him? Or is she really not a Jew? The crown prince of the Atlantis Empire used the dragon incense to make Bai Jusi, whom he longed for day and night, reveal his true form. Si Mingjing begged Mo Yin, he not to tell anyone about this. As for me sleeping in your arms for one night, if you really can't accept it, just treat me like a kitten or a puppy. Nganha's voice was low, as her strong stance did not allow her to sell herself. I'm not a kitten, nor am I a puppy. Tu Min Tin thought he didn't want to let this matter go. Dun asked, it's already happened. So how do you want to solve it? Back Nganha remained calm, as if nothing had happened. Don't be in a hurry. In his heart he was quietly contemplating his grievances. You're not in a hurry. I'm in a hurry, late at night. A man is in my bedroom. You don't mind, I mind. Moreover, I don't know if it's because of drinking too much alcohol at the party. She was a bit quick-witted. The alcohol was just starting to take effect. Mac Nganha caressed her face. What's wrong? Where is it uncomfortable? Tu Min quietly pursed his lips and did not answer. Only now did he realize that something was wrong because of him. Then, she used force to escape from his restraint. Run away directly. Keep your distance from him. Mac Nganha, you put poison in my perfume. What do you want to do to me? Mac Nganha smiled faintly. What was there to panic about? He just wanted to confirm some things. Tu Min Tin was surprised, looking at him in disbelief. 7 years ago, Baiju, when drunk, hinted at his dissatisfaction. Mo Yinhe, you bastard. You don't like the perfume I gave you. I studied perfume making for a whole year to create this one. It's my favorite scent when I'm in heat. If you smell this scent within 15 minutes of being in heat, your whole body will definitely go limp, and you will transform into a dragon. Only you can capture me, immortal beauty. This perfume is unique. It only restrains me. I give it to you. It is like giving you my life. You dare to criticize if you don't need it, and forget it. I give it to Kok Lu Thuong. He will definitely like it and won't pay attention to me anymore. The man grabbed her wrist and said in a low voice, I want to. Returning to reality, Tu Min Tin panicked. She rarely fell into such a difficult situation. Her weak steps wanted to run away. Result: she was about to fall down. Macking and her reached out to support her, but unexpectedly caught a little thing. He looked at the little thing in his arms. His eyes immediately became wet. His mood was indescribable. This is my familiar treasure. I really didn't recognize it wrongly. My treasure said that this perfume only works on you. Then Tu Min Tin is my treasure. There is no doubt about it. In her dragon form, she hasn't changed at all. She is still my familiar person. Especially the light pink hair on her belly. Just lightly stroke it with your index finger twice, and I'll be so itchy that I'll roll around in your arms. Tu Min Tin was both angry and itchy. Manhwa. What medicine did you give me? The man's voice was extremely gentle. Don't be afraid. It's not poison. This is what helps you get through your heat period. Tu Min Tin lived for 20 years. The first time Tien encountered this situation, both terrified and angry, crazy, mistook the person, and still wants to make the mistake again. Quickly let me down. Macking directly hugged her and carried her out of the bedroom. Tu Min Tin angrily shouted, Where do you want to take me? I'm not your baby. You got the wrong person. You don't even know what your wife looks like. Back to the bedroom. Macking put her on the bed, directly took out some photos to show her. Although he also did not understand why she changed her appearance, becoming the daughter of the Tong family. But he could confirm that she was his wife, Bachku too. Tu Min Tin glanced, her expression slightly stunned. Isn't this her? No. She calmed down. This wasn't her. In her entire life, she had never taken these photos. The person in the photo was Dong Tao. Is Bai Juicy in Mo Yin? He's mouth. That person looks exactly like her. Then she lightly patted him twice. We are just a clan with the same scent and appearance. The deceased is deceased. You should look forward. But Ingenha took out a bottle of perfume and sprayed it on her body. It will be clear soon. Whether it is you or not, I know it clearly in my heart. Tu Min Tin spread out her 2 claws. She was cut off, and he even poisoned her. You bastard. Macking touched the cute little head, smiling with satisfaction. Don't refuse me. It will be very uncomfortable when in heat. This perfume can soothe it. Trust me. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. The smile on the man's face immediately disappeared. He very uncomfortably went to open the door. What happened? Deep Neem Batch just called, Dad. I finished my homework. Quickly check it for me. Macking glanced at the little cutie on the bed and said he would go out for a bit. Waiting for him to come back, he took the exercise book that Deep Neem Batch gave him and flipped through it. There was no mistake in any of the exercises. He never had to worry about this kid's studies. After that, he ordered the kid to go to sleep. Deep Neem Batch frowned and said, No, I want to go find Tin Tin. She was bullied today. I want to go comfort my wife. Macking grabbed the boy's collar with one hand. She is not my wife. I cannot go look for her tonight. Deep Neem Batch was not willing. He pursed his lips and shouted loudly. Dad himself did not have a wife, so he was not happy to see his son have a wife. I want to separate the lovebirds. Papa is jealous. Manhwa was very upset and carried him back to the bedroom. The little boy was still plowing the fields. I don't sleep. I want to find some peace. If Manhwa wasn't in a good mood today, he would definitely give his son a beating. However, this brat brought EQ back, which could be considered a great achievement. He immediately confided in his son Xiaobai. Do you want to keep your Jingjing at home forever? The Nyanbai nodded repeatedly. Isn't this nonsense? Manhwa touched his son's little head. Dad, can you help me marry her home? Although he accepted Akyu, changing to a completely unfamiliar face would take some time, but it was completely possible. Deep Batch firmly objected. Not good. No, you can't miss your wife and children. Tintin is mine. Macking had disdained, coldly laughed. Can you marry her? Deep Batch looked arrogant. You can eat 2 bowls of rice per meal now. Tintin said she was willing to wait for you to grow up. Really? That's just motherly love. What's there to be proud of? Macking quickly stepped on his son's feet and ordered him to sleep. Deep Batch hummed twice. That's not right. I want to go find Tintin. She was bullied tonight. I was afraid she would cry softly. But the Milky Way was not moved at all. On the contrary, it said, if you dare to go into a woman's room in the middle of the night, tomorrow I will chase your Jingjing away. Deep Batch was furious. His black eyes gradually turned golden yellow from anger. His lips parted. After choking for a while, he dared to say the words, no. Dad, you can't chase Jingjing away. Mackin's face darkened, trying to suppress his anger. This matter is not for me to decide. Deep Zam saw that his brother was about to hit his son, so he immediately ran over and hugged Deep Batch. Brother, the child is too young to be beaten. You have 1,000 things to do. Let me take care of putting little Batch to sleep. The story of taking care of children is the best. Deep Sam finished speaking and asked if there was anything wrong. Macking said nothing. Deep Batch argued eloquently. She did not let her child find peace. Still want to hide it. Dad is a pervert. Macking sighed. She suppressed her anger and returned to the bedroom. Only when she got back to the room did she discover another troublesome girl had also run away. Brother Luke Tong couldn't find her even in the bedroom. All that time ago, she had personally given him the dragon incense. It was a sign of care and love. But now, after using the dragon incense, she hurriedly ran away from me. 5 years, just like 5 years ago, she wanted to abandon me. This time, I won't give her another chance. After thinking about it, oh no. He quickly walked out of the bedroom to find her, now in the hallway. Tin was dragging her feet. Tu Batch was truly her savior, giving her the chance to escape. She never liked being controlled by others. Suddenly she transformed into human form, but the perfume was too strong. Even though she had restored her human form, her legs were still shaky, unable to run far. However, it was not that there was no other way. Immediately after that, she opened the door to Deep Batch's room. Entering, Deep Batch saw Tin and immediately ran over. Tin opened her arms wide. Why are you crying? Deep Batch cried miserably. Tin, don't go. Stay with me. Tin smiled gently. Okay, I'll stay with you. She can't go far. Right now, Zhao Bai's bedroom is the safest place. She was still scared, but secretly laughed Macking I don't believe you dare to act up in front of your son. Since the domineering man thought that Tin was the AQ, he missed day and night. He stared at her every second, not giving her a chance to escape again. As soon as he reached the door of his child's room, he saw Tiu Batch like a petted lion cub, hugging Tu Min Tin's neck tightly. Even if a volcano erupted, they could not be separated. Tu Min Tin gently patted the boy's back. "Don't cry anymore, I promised you. I will sleep with you tonight. Late at night." Deep Sam directly pushed his brother out. "Tonight, let Mr. sleep with Tiu Batch. Tin Tin, I knew you couldn't leave me." Deep Neem Batch happily jumped out of her arms, ran to the door, and slammed the door shut, not forgetting to lock it. He didn't give his father any chance to come in and chase Tin Tin away. Macking and Ha couldn't hold it in anymore and was about to kick the door open, but was finally stopped by Deep Sam, Deep Neem Batch with his adorable dragon horns. Rolling over into Tu Min Tin's arms, "Calm down. I want to listen to a bedtime story." Tu Min Tin vaguely remembered the stories her mother told her before going to bed when she was little. Back in the day, there were 4 continents on Earth. That is the mother continent Atlantis, the continent Lemuria, Candat-A, and the mother continent. They had a brilliant civilization, but it was later submerged by a prehistoric flood. Millions of residents along with the continent sank to the bottom of the sea. Deep Neem Batch tilted his head and listened intently. Not sleepy at all, but very excited. "Tin Tin, I know this story. The young master is the prince of the Atlantis Empire and is also the eldest grandson. Later on, Jing Jing will be the woman most loved by the eldest grandson." Tu Min Tin couldn't help but laugh. Early the next morning, Tu Min Tin took Deep Neem Batch downstairs to have breakfast. Macking and Ha was already sitting in the main seat in the dining room. Looking at Tu Min Tin with a complicated expression, Deep Sam suddenly asked, "Miss Tu, I remember you said that my brother can undergo acupuncture treatment after taking 3 doses of medicine. So when will you give my brother acupuncture treatment? Do you have to do acupuncture every day?" Tu Min was still and tall. If it weren't for Macking and her forcing her away last night, she wouldn't have any psychological burden. Now damn it, doesn't she have to face him every day? She shouldn't have taken such a risky treatment. One wrong step and the whole thing would be ruined. Heaven wants to destroy me. I can't run away. Deep Sam was very concerned about this matter. Where will Mister get acupuncture treatment? Bored? Tu Min Tin raised her eyebrows even more. The 2 words chest were extremely reluctantly uttered through her teeth. Hung In Ha was feeling upset in his heart, suddenly hearing these 2 words. He pursed his thin lips, clearly a happy smile, but was interpreted by Deep Sam as a smile hiding a knife. "Miss Tu, can you change the acupuncture treatment position with my brother's essence? How can Miss Tu acupuncture be done on his chest? My brother, in order to treat his daughter-in-law, keeps himself so pure that he wants to be like a prostitute. Miss Tu is challenging my brother's limits." Macking he directly stuffed an apple into his mouth and covered his mouth. "If there's anything wrong, just do as he says." Deep Sam suddenly understood. His brother's lovesickness had relapsed. He wanted to quickly recover and wait for his sister-in-law to return. Then he slapped the table hard, the young lady's chest. "I have to prick every day and continuously prick for 3 months. Wouldn't my brother be full of holes if I abuse him? It's obviously a very serious matter." But after the Sen described it for a while, seeming calmed down and laughed. "How can one not suffer a little when treating an illness? And the gentleman is always free these days, and each acupuncture session takes half an hour. Uncle Engen Ha is very happy to satisfy her revenge. No problem, just wait for her. Now is fine." After saying that, he immediately pulled his clothes hard, revealing his sexy collarbone and milky white skin. Tu Min Tin was startled and spoke up to stop him. "I'm not free now. I have to take Zhao Bai to school. I also have something to do in the morning. I'll come back after I'm done so you can try it. Macking felt a little regretful. Okay, no matter how long it takes, I'll wait for you to come home. The two words, go home, were clearly very normal, but from his warm voice it felt like a husband waiting for his wife to come home, but waiting for the two of them to get in the car. Just as he was about to close the car door, a long, straight leg suddenly stepped into the car. Deep Neem Batch's face was filled with joy. Dad, do you want to take me to school? Macking nodded and drove. Deep Neem Batch was truly overjoyed. Dad, this is the first time you've taken your little one to school. You've never taken your child to school before. Macng's voice carried a hint of disapproval. In front of Akiyu, you've never taken your son to school before. He was resentful in his heart. This was blaming him for not fulfilling his responsibilities as a father. Deep Neem Batch angrily shouted, No, Dad didn't even go to the parent-teacher meeting. It was Uncle 3 who replaced him. At this time, the driver spoke up, Young master, you're right. Back then in Country A, work was busy, so he missed too many important moments of young master's growth. In fact, Fude always thought of him. Macking quietly gave him a thumbs up. Tell the finance department to immediately increase the salary of the intelligence department. Get out of the car. Right hand holds Engenha's face. Left hand holds Tu Min Tin. Flying straight into the school, waiting for Deep Neem Batch to enter the classroom. Tu Min Tin immediately ran away. Anyone who looked at them would think they were a couple taking their son to school. Deep Neem Batch said that this was the boy's wife. Moan Engenha's eyes were always following her. Although Aku's face has changed, his demeanor is still the same as before. Beauty inside and out. It's just that she wore this outfit yesterday, and the day before that. Doesn't she have any clothes to wear? Thursday Min Tin said a sentence. We parted here. Just about to leave. Uncle Engenha pulled her arm again, pondered, and after a while, 3 words came out. Going to the mall, very quickly, the two entered a women's fashion store. Macking picked up a coat that caught her eye and told her to try it on. To Min Tin said she wouldn't try it on. Thank you for your kindness. I don't need you to buy me clothes. Macking smiled wickedly. Min Tin, you've thought too much. Your figure and my sister's are similar. I want to buy it for her. After saying that, he pulled Tu Min Tin back. She always wears the same clothes. I want to give her a gift. So Miss Tu, please help me try it. Men have power and influence. Thinking that the woman he likes doesn't have money to buy nice clothes, he immediately took out some gold cards for her to shop. When she finished changing her dress, she found that the zipper at the back wouldn't go up. So she called the waiter to help. But unexpectedly, the person who walked in was Macking. She immediately frowned. Why is it him? How many clothes does he want to buy for his sister? Macking had chuckled. Probably about 80 sets. He didn't like seeing her wear the same outfit twice. It looks like you don't pamper her at all. Min Tin, remember, men who don't buy clothes for women shouldn't marry them. They have no talent and no charm. To Min Tin complained softly. Do you want to tire me to death, but making your sister really happy? Macking leaned against the wall with one hand. Is that so? Being your woman is happier. I can consider it. To Min Tin thought to himself, it's a pity that you already have someone in your heart. I don't want to be the one to replace Tu Batch's mother. She did not reply, continued to use the fitting tool, opened the store and looked. Coming to the next store, Tu Min Tin just wanted to give him the nickname of the King of Cleanup. It turns out that when men go shopping, there is no room for women. Macking directly pulled out a few cards. She took all the clothes she had just tried on. At this moment, everyone around was whispering and gossiping. The entire latest collection of this season was sold out. What kind of relationship did Mr. Mo have with this young lady? He was being too indulgent. Could the rumor of recruiting a wife from before be true? At this moment, the staff followed to Macking side, holding a camera in hand. Sir, just now 2 reporters secretly took pictures of you and Miss Tu shopping. I have already dealt with it. Mo Ha's good mood suddenly turned cold because of the words of the guard captain. I told him how to deal with it. But the guard captain still did not grasp the main idea of Mo Ha's words. Who cares? They are all tabloids. If not dealt with, false rumors will fly everywhere. Macking glanced coldly. Am I the kind of person who cares about those nonsense rumors? Give them back the memory card. This is not Atlantis, but country A. I am just a normal citizen. Don't make a big deal out of it, and don't use your power to bully people. The captain of the guard bowed and replied. In fact, he was very suspicious. The aloof flower has always blocked all rumors, not allowing any scandal to involve him. Like an ascetic monk keeping himself pure, he walked forward. Throw the camera back to the paparazzi. He even returned the memory card. The paparazzi was stunned to see his intimidating aura covered by a strong murderous aura, and became even more afraid. Big brother, please let me die in a clean way. The staff member who followed me directly said. Not to make it difficult for you guys. Right at our house, we said he was comfortable, so you guys just feel free. The 8 paparazzi stood frozen in place, their faces filled with disbelief. As they were walking away with their things, Si Mingjing's phone suddenly rang. As soon as she saw him, Song Tengfei signaled to Mo Yini and went to the side to answer the phone. Dad, what's the matter? Song Tengfei's voice was extremely worried and anxious. Mingjing, I'm examining Mo Yina right now. Can I say a few words in front of him? Today, the stocks of the Tong group are in a state of shock. And the Ministry of Foreign Affairs also wants to take serious action against the matter of my daughter stealing the bracelet. If Macking does not let it go, our Tong group will be ruined. That is your grandfather's life's work. Minteen, after all, you also have a part of the Tong group. A cold and contemptuous light flashed across Tu Minteen's eyes. She framed me this time. I'm very angry. But the Tong group can't be implicated because of her. I will try my best. I just don't know how much face I can have in front of Engen Ha. But don't worry, I will try. Tong Tengfei immediately stood up excitedly. Really? Si Ming was calm and composed. If Macking Ha doesn't let it go this time, I won't treat him anymore. Tong Tengfei was a little angry. What kind of person are you to dare threaten Macking Ha? Okay, don't open your mouth anymore, or you'll ruin things. Your most important task now is to treat Macking well. You don't need to worry about anything else. Si Mingjing bit her lips. She wanted to help everyone. After all, the Song group was the heart and soul of her grandfather and grandmother. Song Tengfei was afraid that her daughter would not know her limits, so she told her over and over again. This matter was her aunt's own doing and taking responsibility for it. She really had come to the end of her rope, and she couldn't keep her. After saying that, she hung up. He didn't dare to take the risk. This cheap daughter was the Song family's last hope of redemption. If she offended the Milky Way, then the Song family would be finished. Si Mingjing sneered. Very good. It seems that my good father values wealth and honor more than anything else. Then, on the way back, Si Mingjing couldn't help but ask, did my mother, Si Jiao and his wife, Miss Bai Ju Si, know each other before? Were they very close? Mo Yin, he directly said. Not very close. But the private relationship was 2 months before CC left that he became friends with Assisiu. But at that time she was seriously injured. Assisiu still had the mood to ask this new friend out for afternoon tea every 3 or 5 days. Could it be that Akiyu didn't just go out for afternoon tea? What does this have to do with her now becoming Si Jiao's daughter? At this time, the guard captain Feng Ju said, "Sir, even Elder Song was introduced to the crown princess by Si Jiao. Otherwise, at that time, Elder Tong would not have had the right to examine him." Tong Tianlin dared to mix up the bracelet he gave the crown princess. The crown princess liked that bracelet very much. How could anyone else have the right to wear it? To Min Tin sighed. Her mother was really stupid, doing good for the Tong family, that she died in a foreign land. After her death, she was accused of being the bracelet thief. While she was thinking, her wrist was suddenly grabbed by someone. To Min quietly lowered her head. Seeing Engenha's face putting the bracelet on his wrist, Feng Jiak froze, eyes wide open. Oh my God! Has His Highness fallen in love with this young lady? It's only been 5 short years and he can't wait any longer. Father Namha. Tu Mintin is getting more and more greedy. She takes off her bracelet. Return this to Mak Engenha. I don't accept this. Mak Engenha immediately rolled down the car window, throwing the bracelet that Tu Mintin had rejected out. Tu Mintin rushed over to save it. Unfortunately, the man's movements were too quick. What was he doing? Wasn't that something that belonged to the woman he loved? Why did he throw it away? Mak Engenha answered frankly. She didn't like it anyway. Tu Mintin instinctively told the driver to stop the car. Just as he was about to get out of the car to pick it up, he was pulled back by Mak Engenha. He opened his palm. An exquisite bracelet was still in his hand. Just now he was so anxious, but he said he didn't need it. He was really hypocritical. Tu Mintin looked at him with wide eyes. This man was joking with her, but she was very worried. These are Zhao Bai's mother's things. Thrown away. I'm afraid Zhao Bai will be sad. I really want to have my mother's things. Unfortunately, there's nothing left, she said and pushed him away. Macking and her, wake up. I already have someone in my heart. Macking and her's eyes darkened. He asked, who is it? Tu Mintin deliberately said very seriously, I don't know either. This is my personal matter. It's not convenient to tell you. He is my only relative in this world. He is the person I want to spend the rest of my life with. Besides him, I can't hold anyone else in my heart. In this world, besides her mother, she only has the great devil in her heart, always by her side, growing up with her. She came to Earth, besides avenging her mother, to find the great devil. She had a very strong feeling that the great devil was somewhere on this earth waiting for her. That distance and coldness were like needles stabbing into Hengenha's eyes. The man she was talking about, was he really that good? It's okay, he comforted himself. If there really was someone who dared to fight over a woman with him, just kill him. Go to the family's manor. Tu Mintin took out the sterilized silver needle from the medicine box. Mak Ningha looked at her slender wrist. Where was the bracelet? Did you take it off so quickly? His clear voice was a bit upset. Not cute at all. Deep Sam heard this sentence that had no beginning or end. His face was full of doubt. Mak Gingenha slowly smiled and unbuttoned his shirt, without saying a word. He lay down. Firm, strong chest muscles gradually revealed themselves under the warm sunlight, as if a ray of light was reflected. Entering Si Mingjing's eyes, the Shen was standing beside him. Dropping a sentence is completely a hexagram. You're wearing autumn and winter pants inside your dress pants. Between a man's dignity and keeping warm, which is more important? Real men never wear winter pants inside their pants. Mackingenhe kicked his little brother and said, get lost. Tu Mintin didn't bring up outside matters and only focused on acupuncture. During the acupuncture, her ears did not shake at all. The acupuncture points followed the lines of the chest muscles. The acupuncture was steady. Deep Tam was extremely impressed, as expected of Miss Tu. Under his strong pressure, my hand did not shake. Suddenly his phone rang. He hurriedly said, "Sorry, I'll check the message. I just saw the message." Deep Song was so scared that his eyes almost popped out. The hot search list was related to his brother. His big brother, who had never smiled for thousands of years, had a paralyzed face. In the photo, he was smiling wickedly and gently. Or maybe because the photography technique is too good, zooming in, focusing on his brother's eyes. He immediately looked at the Milky Way. His tone sounded like something bad was about to happen. You were secretly photographed. You've never gone shopping with a woman before. Now the netizens are all crazy. Everyone is guessing that you have a new love. Si Mingjing also saw it. Frowning slightly, "I was just trying on clothes for Mr. Mac. Those clothes were bought by Mr. Mac for his sister." Deep Sam finally suppressed his pounding heart. "So that's it. I knew it." He immediately buried himself in sharing the hot news on social media, while commenting that everyone was making a big deal out of it. "My brother buys clothes for my sister. Si Mingjing has a similar figure to my sister, so she is just a pitiful fitting tool. Everyone knows how much my brother loves my sister." This status is going up. The tense atmosphere in the comment section finally calms down. I knew it was because of those marketers who wanted views. So it turns out that Tu Min Tin is just a tool. How jealous. But the eyes of Mak Tai Tu looking at Tu Min Tin were filled with stubbornness. The feelings in his eyes could not be hidden. Deep Sam stood up. "Looking forward to your compliments, big brother. Don't bother. Don't worry. I've already explained the news online clearly. I guarantee it won't affect you too." Tu Min Tin breathed a sigh of relief, sincerely grateful. Deep Sam looked at his brother. Who would have thought that in his brother's deep eyes, there seemed to be 10,000 poisonous arrows, just waiting for him to give the order to shoot out. Deep Sam was startled. "Brother, did I do something wrong? Please explain." Mrs. Engen Ha uttered 3 words full of tolerance and generosity. Azama heard these 3 words. Deep Zam almost knelt down. Every time his brother called him with such a serious tone, he was definitely about to meet with a great disaster. Immediately after that, he heard Mo Yin He coldly say, "Send me to the mother continent as a hostage. What do you think?" The Shen made a thud. His legs went soft, unable to stand straight. "Brother, I am your biological younger brother. Where is the mother continent? If I go to be a hostage, will I still have the life to return? I am the only male merman in this world. Wouldn't it be better to keep me at home to watch?" Deep Cam cried miserably. "Brother, can you give me another chance to make up for my mistakes? Brothers killing each other will cause instability in the political scene." Tu Min Tin asked Deep Tam Thu with doubt. "What is the mother of the continent? Isn't that just a legend?" Deep Sam immediately explained, in ancient times, on Lam Tin there were 4 continents: Atlantis, the mother continent, Lemuria and Kandat-ha. That they were submerged by a prehistoric flood. Unexpectedly, the inhabitants of the 4 continents miraculously adapted to life under the sea and continue to survive. The world under the sea has a highly developed science and technology civilization. The residents of the 4 great empires call themselves sea people, consider themselves nobler, and do not want to interact with people on land. Therefore, people on land do not know of their existence, which is still a bit confusing to Tu Min Tin. Continue asking, so why did his brother want to send him to the mother continent as a hostage? Deep Sam proudly told her that after my brother took over the real power of the Atlantis Empire, he dismissed all opposition and no longer closed the port, opening up the new underwater world to the people on land. My brother's policies promoted political, economic, and cultural exchanges. Travel between the sea world and the mainland reached an unprecedented period of glory. But this caused dissatisfaction and anger among the remaining 3 great empires under the sea. Furthermore, The sea people of the three countries considered themselves noble. How could they allow the mainland people to pry into their world? They consider my brother a traitor to the upper world, always lurking around Atlantis. Currently, the three countries have allied with each other. If I go to the motherland as a hostage, it might ease the current tense international situation at the bottom of the sea. But I don't want to sacrifice for my country. Or should I give up my undersea nationality and focus on being the national treasure of country A in the future? Min sympathizes with Deep Sam. Being a member of the royal family is not easy. After that, she asked curiously, did the mother continent take the lineage as its totem? Deep Sam was startled. How did she know? A glimmer of confusion flashed in Tin's eyes. Fairy tales and books say that before, when he was in prison, her mother told her. She thought it was just a fairy tale, not real. What upset Deep Sam the most was this. If only the mother continent was like Atlantis, considering mermaids as sea gods, it would be great. Who would have thought they worship dragons? Then, he continued to cry miserably. Miss Tu, if I am gone, who will protect you in the future? This saying is not wrong. If Deep Sam is gone, her situation will probably be even more difficult. Tin gave Deep Sam a life-saving plan. Go find some things related to your sister-in-law to give to your brother. Deep Sam was frustrated. Where should I go to find my sister-in-law's things? Tin pondered for a moment. I remember Zhao Bai had that. That day he gave it to me like a treasure. You wait here for a moment. I'll go into the bedroom and get it for you. As soon as the Zam heard, his eyes lit up. Si Mingjing took out a pendant strung together from several pieces and a few lines. This is the dragon scale that fell off when it was surrounded by soldiers and injured. She picked it up and made it into a necklace because she wanted to attract allies, but had to sadly part with her treasure. Deep Sam stared at the dragon. The sparkling light made his eyes shine. Great, this is definitely something my sister-in-law gave to my brother. My brother gave it to Zhao Bai. Zhao Bai gave it to her. She gave it to me. I gave it back to my brother. After all, this line can only be given to someone close to one's heart. After beating around the bush for a while, it really is my sister-in-law's. This line is something only my brother deserves. Si Ming was surprised. What is it that dragon scales can only be given to the person in your heart? I am a lonely dragon who grew up on a prison planet. I am still vague about my dragon identity. No one has told me the taboos of dragons. Thinking so, I immediately wanted to take back the dragon pendant. I suddenly thought that this might not be appropriate to give to your brother. This is the engagement token that Zhao Bai gave me. You should still return it to me. Deep Sam yanked the dragon scale pendant back. Dragon scales can only be given to the person in your heart. The person in my sister-in-law's heart is my brother. You can't take this back. I'm leaving. Miss Tu, thank you very much. After saying that, he ran away faster than a rabbit. He was counting on this to save his life. Deep Sam hurriedly rushed into the galaxy room, then raised his sword high. Brother, for sister-in-law's sake, please forgive me this time. Sister-in-law really said that you have to protect me for life. Sister-in-law definitely loves me that much. She won't let me go to the mother continent as a hostage. Macking coldly looked down at the dragon pendant, then opened his mouth to ask, Where did you get that, Deep Sam? Deep Sam honestly declared, Mister gave it to me. Macking felt a little heartbroken for a moment. Because the dragon's armor is the hardest on a dragon's body, it's not easy to fall off. Who hurt her? Tin returned to her bedroom and found that the clothes that Ing bought for her sister were in her wardrobe. Sure enough, men believe what they say, and then she intended to go find Macking to explain clearly, but just happened to meet him. Mackingen's calloused hand used a little force. The voice carried a raging anger. Who hurt you? Tu Min-tin was very good at seeing through people's hearts. She saw her reflection in Macking and Ha's eyes, and there was also a lingering heartache. Her heart suddenly felt like it was shot. An indescribable feeling rose in her heart. He was heartbroken for her, but very quickly she regained her composure. The person he's heartbroken about isn't her. It's his treasure, nothing. The person who hurt me didn't have a good ending. Now he's gone to meet the king of hell. Give me back my dragon scales. Macking and Ha laughed coldly and did not reply. He picked up the dragon scale pendant, brought it to his nose to smell it, then remembered you. Domineeringly said a few words. Now it's mine. Tu Min-tin quickly changed the subject. Was it the butler's mistake? Tell someone to come and get those things. The corner of Macking and Ha's lips slightly raised into a meaningful smile. His sister didn't like those clothes. It would be a waste to throw them away. Just consider it as a reward for saving Tu Batch. Suddenly, Deep Sam ran over, out of breath. Then he found his brother smiling very gently. No wonder your brother wants to take you to the mother continent as a hostage. Your brother's eyes are like silk threads, understand? It's clearly for Miss Tu, you're so stupid. But he went on Weibo to explain nonsense. Unexpectedly, Miss Tu cured his brother's lovesickness. His brother finally tried to step out of his feelings for his sister-in-law. He immediately put his arm around Tu Min-tin's shoulder. Miss Tu, my brother hates the most being indebted to others. You must accept it. Tu Min-tin was not too polite in refusing. She also did not want to let the galaxy owe her favors. In front of Deep Sam accepting this favor, they acted as if they owed no one. But wait until you recover. I will collect the cash. Macking and Ha took out a bank card and gave it to her. This is the prepaid medical fee. The rest will be given after I recover. Only 2,000 deposit. Can't give her more. Don't say it's too little. Say it's too little and can't give her more. The Shan lowered her head to peek. Damn, isn't that his brother's unlimited card? This means she can withdraw half of the assets of any bank owned by the family. Si Mingjing held out 5 fingers. It was indeed a bit much. Wait until I cure you. The medical fee will be at least this much. Macking and Ha said in a clear voice, 5,000. Si Mingjing blurted out, 5,000. Macking and Ha smiled faintly, mocking himself. It turns out my life is only worth 50,000. Tu Min-tin didn't say anything more, conveniently stuffed the bank card into his jacket pocket, and walked out. Deep Sam behind him clapped his hands happily. Then he thought to himself, Miss Tu, you are really an idiot. You have already become my brother's prey and you still don't know anything. Immediately after that, he wagged his tail again, excitedly saying, Brother, you finally figured it out. Want to start a new life with Miss Tu? Even though Miss Tu just got out of prison, she's still quite good at that Tong Thien Lan thing. Quite similar to her sister-in-law's demeanor from back then. Macking and Ha coldly glanced at him. She was his sister-in-law. Deep was stunned for a moment. Yes, yes, yes. From now on, she will be my new sister-in-law. Hong Ing and Ha helplessly stuffed his lips, directly leaving a sentence. Tu Min-tin is his sister-in-law. She has returned, just her appearance has changed. Deep Sam was stunned. This illness is already very serious. How could he see that Miss Tu is his sister-in-law? At this time, the second princess of Atlantis was putting on makeup when the phone suddenly rang. She quickly bent down to look. It was a photo of Si Mingjing that the Shen secretly took and sent to her. Sister, who do you think this person looks like? Does she look like your sister-in-law? The Si Yuan's face immediately darkened and she responded directly. Little brother, is there something wrong with your eyes? The Shen instinctively replied. The one who is sick is the eldest brother. The eldest brother said she is the sister-in-law. He even gave the unlimited card that she wanted the most to Miss Tu. Deep Tu Nguyen was startled and stood up. Deep Tam sent another message. Sister, tell me, is the eldest brother sick to the point of no cure? Deep Tu Nguyen hated that he couldn't directly teach this younger brother a lesson. Big brother was a famous person among famous people. Could he have been mistaken? He said that Tu Tiu Thurs was his sister-in-law. Then Tu Tiu Thurs must be his sister-in-law. You dare to doubt Big Brother's judgment. What an idiot. After sending it, she immediately called Macking herself. Brother, is that young lady too who saved Tiu Batch really her sister-in-law? How wonderful, the two of them finally got through their hardships. From now on, it will be nothing but sweet love. Macking felt that she was still a sensible sister, and did not support him spoiling her. It was her, but her sister-in-law changed her appearance and forgot him. Deep Tu Nguyen affirmed firmly. Sister-in-law definitely doesn't want to forget him. There must be some kind of suffering. You hang in there. Wait for me to come home. We'll help sister-in-law regain her memory. Macking hummed and hung up. The second princess of Atlantis directly posted a Weibo post that ruined Song Chanlan's reputation. She had no choice but to marry a lazy rich second generation. The Siwan was so excited that she couldn't sleep. Seeing that there were many hot searches related to Si Mingjing on Weibo, she carefully looked at each one. Finally, I was so angry that Tong Tianlan died. What is that Tong Tianlan? 5 years ago, she stole her sister-in-law's bracelet. 5 years later, she even took it out to frame her sister-in-law. Does she really think her sister-in-law has no support? After that, she posted a Weibo post, furious, sending out a storm. She angered me. She dared to say that the bracelet I lent, Miss C, was stolen from my sister-in-law. I, the Siwan, will not forgive her. Everyone saw this comment, and someone directly exclaimed, "How dare someone provoke the second princess of our Atlantis empire?" In just a short hour, Deep Tu Nguyen led the wave of attacks on Tong Thien Lan. From big bad things to small bad things, even the account registered on a certain forum was taken out by Deep Tu Nguyen Dao's fans. Screenshots were posted on Weibo and was ridiculed by netizens. Still wanting to be the crown princess, really doesn't know her own limits. I thought Tong Thien Lan was born a young lady of Q Kak. So how did the Tong family become rich? 5 years ago, the private teacher went to jail. The Tong family seized all the assets of the Du family. Song Chanlan began to embellish herself, learning all kinds of etiquette from the young lady of the Kui J, studying medicine, becoming a future star of the top medical school, and also becoming a recognized young lady of a wealthy family. Tong Thien Lan clenched her 5 fingers, so angry that she cried loudly on the phone. These commoners, what right do you have to talk about my background? Apart from my background, I have done many things. Even willing to get blood on her hands, just to stand next to Nindin her. Tu Min Tin, I will not let you off. Early the next morning, Tong Thien Lan, with 2 dark circles under her eyes, went downstairs to eat. At this moment, Tong Teng Fei slammed his hand on the table. I told you, there's no way Macking would like you. Not only did you scheme to provoke the Deep family, you were also stupid enough to frame Tu Min Tin with the necklace, causing such a big problem. Song Tianlan started to panic. That necklace was worth billions. If convicted of theft, she would have to go to jail for at least 10 years. If she went to jail, her whole life would be over. Brother, save me. Song Ting Fei roared. I don't have a younger sister who specializes in harming her brother like you. Song's stock price can't continue to fall. The stupid thing you caused, I can't clean it up for you. Handle it yourself, Fang Jing. Song Teng Fei's wife sighed heavily. Tian Lam, don't blame your brother. Deem is only 5 years old. If Tong Thi goes bankrupt, what will Deem do? Tong Thin Lan looked at her. It was not her place to speak here. Tong Dang Fai was serious. She is my sister-in-law. Song Tianlan's heart was in turmoil, afraid that she would be abandoned. Don't forget how your sister-in-law became a murderer. Si Ming Jing, that stepdaughter. If she knew how her mother was in prison, would she still accept you as her brother? If I go to prison, don't blame me for being a fish in a net. Song Ting Fei was filled with indignation, raised his hand and slapped Song Tianlan. You dare, Song Tianlan cried. We also don't want things to turn out like this. If you were willing to help me, I wouldn't have not finished my sentence. Song Dang Fai interrupted. Go get married. Song Tianlan was stunned. What? Song Dang Fai calmed down and came up with a new idea. CQ Hai Duong, the third young master of the CQ family. His uncle is the foreign minister. If she marries him, his uncle will definitely help secretly. Maybe there is a way around it. CQ Hai Duong once hinted to Tong Thin Lan that he liked her. This scene was caught by her brother. I accidentally heard him say he really wanted to marry Tong Thin Lan. Mr. Thin Lan exclaimed. He's a damn fat guy, both fat and short, just a playboy. That skinhead has played with so many girls. You want to push your own sister into the fire. Tong Dang Fai's face was cold. Do you think I want that? Now there is no other choice. Either go to jail or get married. Choose one. You decide. A few days later, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs issued a statement that Song Tianlan had bought the bracelet from a thief. Song Tianlan bought the stolen goods for her own use, not for resale, and could not be charged with receiving stolen goods. She was only fined 200 yuan according to the National Security Management Law and given a warning. The real thief of the bracelet was the family's fired maid, and the evidence was clear, and she was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Min Tin calmly read the news on Weibo. It seemed that someone was helping the Tong family. At this moment, her phone rang a few times. It was a message from Tong Tengfei. Ming Jing, your aunt is getting engaged. Come home tonight, meet your aunt's future fiancé. Your aunt also told you to dress nicely. Don't let people think you have no taste. Min calmly thought. Tong Thin Lan told her to dress beautifully. What was she planning to do? Could it be that there was some conspiracy? On the engagement day, Tong Tianlan smiled awkwardly as she greeted the guests. In her heart, she thought, if that idiot sees the beautiful Si Ming Jing, he will definitely become greedy. At that time, he tricked them into the room he had prepared. But Tu Min Tin deliberately chose an unremarkable outfit, even somewhat rustic, to go to the Tong family's villa. Tong Thin Lan frowned. Si Ming Jing, what are you wearing? This is really embarrassing for the Song family. Si Ming Jing smiled innocently. Isn't my cotton jacket pretty? Auntie, even though I just got out of prison, I have a good sense of aesthetics. Zhou Haiyang did not hide his mocking expression. He really was just released from prison. No wonder no one would take her, even if they offered her $1 billion. She was still beautiful. Song Tianlan was so angry that her face turned red. Dressed like this, she could not seduce Zhou Haiyang at all. She was doing it on purpose. Of course, Sichu Hai Duong kept away from the crowd, leaned close to kiss her cheek. Thin Lan, I really want to marry you tonight. Min Tin laughed loudly, wishing the two of them 100 years of happiness. At mealtime, Uncle Hai Duan pulled Tong Thin Lan to sit next to him and continuously gave her food. Tong Thin Lan sat on the fire but did not dare to get angry. The Song family and the Si Chu family are discussing the marriage of the 2 children, which is being scheduled. Tong Thin Lan felt like giving up, but because of the plan, she had to endure. She patted Deem's head. I'll take you out to play with fireworks. Deem smiled. Yes, I really like watching fireworks. Min Tin slightly narrowed her eyes. That Sichu Hai Duong guy didn't seem like a good person, no matter how she looked at it. Tong Thin Lan absolutely wouldn't be willing to marry him. But for the Sichu family's sake, if she doesn't want to marry, she will definitely drag someone else down. It seems that tonight is another Red Door party. Suddenly, running to me every night, my shirt is still tight. I also go out with you. A light flashed in Si Mingjing's eyes. She stood up and followed Dean Deem out. Song Tianlan had already set up the stage. If she, the female lead, did not appear, it would be a disappointment. She wondered what kind of hole Song Tianlan would dig for her. Song Deem Deem shook Si Mingjing's hand. Min Tin walked and skipped, looking very cute. Min Tin asked the little girl, "Where are you taking me?" "Just follow me and you will know. I have something interesting." Song Tian Tian pulled Si Mingjing to the wooden house on the west side of the yard. Standing at the door, one could see a large photo frame hanging in the house. The woman in the photo was Si Mingjing's mother. She walked to the wall of photos and stared at her mother in her memory. She still remembered when she was young. Her mother's face always had a proud and noble expression. At this moment, Dean Deem held her head, looking uncomfortable. "Sister, my head is spinning." Suddenly, Si Juhai Duong walked in. Excited expression, rubbing hands, "Thin Lan, I'm here." He saw clearly that the person in the room was not Tong Thin Lan, but Tu Min Tin. There was also a 5-year-old girl sleeping. His face was gloomy. He shouted angrily, "Why is it you? Where is your aunt? You are just a girl and you want to seduce me. Look in the mirror and see if you are worthy. What's wrong? Why can't you open the door? Very good. You ugly thing, you even asked someone to lock the door from the outside. Don't even think about being safe tonight. Let's see how I teach you a lesson." Suddenly he held his head, his face in pain. It was so hot. "To ruin my good thing and your aunt's, you dared to poison me." Min Tin frowned. There was indeed a strange scent in the room. But she had a special constitution, almost immune to all poisons. Except for Macking Gian's perfume, she had never been affected by any other scent. She took out a silver needle and stabbed it straight into his mute point. CKU Hai Duong immediately stopped talking. Min Tin said frankly, "Do you want to know who came up with this? Just wait here, the good show is about to begin." Then came Song Tianlan's voice. "What are you doing sneaking around here? Do you see anything wrong?" The maid panicked. "Young lady, she really isn't in the wooden house. Don't go over there. I forgot to turn off the lights when I cleaned the wooden house." Song Tianlan shouted loudly, "There was nothing. Why were you stuttering like that? What exactly was going on in the wooden house? What was it that couldn't be known to others that made you so scared? If you don't tell me, I'll fire you right away." The maid was scared stiff. "No. It was Miss C. What I said was Miss C's idea. It had nothing to do with me. Miss Tu wants to seduce young Master Si Chu. They are in the wooden house. I can't see anything. I can't see anything." Song Tianlan is shocked. "What? Si Mingjing dared to seduce my fiancé. She wanted to catch Zhou Haiyang and Si Mingjing in the act. She wanted to see. Zhou Haiyang and Si Mingjing were already like this. How could her good brother force her to marry Zhou Haiyang?" Song Tengfei angrily walked to the door of the wooden house. Song Tianlan pushed him away. She insisted on letting everyone see Uncle Haiyang and Si Mingjing hugging each other, and even deliberately locked Dim inside. This would make her brother, sister-in-law, Si Mingjing, and Uncle Haiyang all uncomfortable. She pushed the door open and scolded Tu Min Tin. Shameless, even daring to seduce her future husband. However, her joy did not last 3 seconds when she saw the scene inside the house. Her face was immediately dumbfounded. The scene inside the wooden house was completely different from what she had imagined. Her mood was erratic. She couldn't control herself for a moment. She exclaimed in horror, "What's going on?" The two of them weren't together. The medicine she put in. Absolutely no one could cure it. She had already calculated that Si Mingjing knew medical skills. Owuta could not accept the huge psychological conflict, and could not help but roar at Si Mingjing. "What are you doing to my fiancé?" Si Mingjing immediately spoke up. "Miss, you are a medical student, can't you see? I am detoxifying your future fiancé." Tong Lan's mind is full of lies. What poison did she give Hai Duong? Min Tin laughed, "Auntie. Just now I was sitting obediently in the room when Tin ran to find me, saying you prepared something good for me. I was curious, so I came out to see." Deem led her son to this wooden house. Inside, there was a strange scent that made people dizzy. Deem fainted on the spot. After that, her future fiancé came to find her. Seeing her son here, he wanted to leave, but the wooden house door was locked and could not be opened. After that, he was also poisoned. She said the kind son detoxified her future fiancé. "How did it turn out that I was the one who poisoned you?" "Luckily, I studied medicine. Otherwise, if the drug took effect and my future fiancé laid a hand on me, there would be nothing to say. There are also small points here. What if Dean gets bullied? It would be really bad." Fuong Tin heard Tu Min Tin say that. Cold sweat broke out. She turned around and slapped Tong Lan hard in the face. Did she have no conscience? Dean was her daughter. She took advantage of her. She was only 5 years old. Tong Lan didn't care about the slap on her face. She hurriedly explained, "Sister-in-law, what are you saying? It's clearly Si Mingjing. How could I harm Dian?" Fuong Tin gritted her teeth and secretly calculated in her heart. If such a cruel sister-in-law were to marry into a powerful family, she would definitely not treat me and Dean well. Si Mingjing's cancer treatment formula is about to bring in a huge fortune. Is stealing something worth 2 billion yuan considered a serious crime? Serious crimes must be sent to prison. Fuong Tin called the maid from before. The guide asked, "Didn't she say that Mingjing seduced your master Zhou San in the wooden house?" This is what she saw. If she doesn't explain everything today, she won't be able to work here anymore. The maid was scared but did not dare to offend Song Tianlin. She stammered that Miss Tu was merciless. She even dared to lie. Min Tin has been to the house less than 3 times. He probably won't recognize her. She tells her to do something and she does it. She thinks I'm stupid or everyone is stupid. Mrs. Sichu stood by the side and roughly understood the situation. She threatened to call the police. "You guys are so bold, daring to poison my son and defame my son's reputation. If there is no mastermind, then just consider her the mastermind. With Sichu Ra's power, sending her to jail is as easy as turning one's hand. If the news of her son bullying a 5-year-old child gets out, what kind of reputation will Sichu Ra have? Sending her straight to jail is as easy as turning one's hand. She must know who the mastermind was." The maid's face was about to change, and hearing about being sent to jail, she wouldn't dare to hide it. Lin pointed at Tong Lan and said that she was the Miss Tong who told me to say that. "I just did as she told me. It has nothing to do with me. It really has nothing to do with me." Tong Tianlan's head was buzzing. She shouted, "Shut your mouth, you dare to frame me." The maid is not an idiot. How could she do this kind of thing without some means to protect herself? She immediately turned on the recording function on her phone. Song Tianlin's voice rang out from the phone. "Alarm. Later, go tell Zhou Haiyang that I'm waiting for him at the wooden house." After leading him to the wooden house and locking the door, Song Tianlin's body swayed and his face was ashen. Any excuse in front of the recording evidence became powerless. Mrs. Sichi was furious. Mr. Tong, you better give me an explanation. If you don't want to make a connection, then don't accept. If my daughter-in-law says something, I'll target them and try to ruin my son's reputation. Do you think I'm easy to bully? She said and went straight to hold Tu Mintin's hand. You saved my son's life. We will never forget this kindness. I hope you will quickly detoxify my son. It has been detoxified. Please subscribe to Lala School channel so you don't miss any interesting videos. Tu Mintin pulled out the silver needle from Si Chi Hai Duong's body. Now he knew who was behind this trick, right? Si Chi Hai Duong looked at Tong Thien Lan with painful eyes. Thien Lan, why? Don't you want to marry me? You called me 3 days ago. You clearly said you wanted to marry me. These past few days you've been discussing the future with me on the phone. Everything. Are you lying to me? Just say one thing. As long as you say you didn't do this, I will believe you. I am still willing to marry you. Enough said. Tong Qianlan jerked her hand back. Enough, stop talking. I don't want to marry you. Every time you touch me, I feel disgusted. Si Chi Hai Duong took a step back, looking at her in disbelief. Finally, he felt he had lost all face, turned around and left the wooden house like a heartbroken man. His soul lost and he left the wooden house. Song Tianlan immediately raised her hand to slap Si Mingjing, but as soon as her hand was raised, she was grabbed by her. Only you can save her now. The eldest son of the family listens to you very well. As long as you speak up, she still has a chance to survive. Song Tianlan did not believe that she was so kind. Tu Mintin pursed her red lips. Of course there were conditions. At this time, 2 policemen ran over. The Si Chi family had provided new, authentic evidence to the police. Miss Song, you are suspected of theft. Please cooperate with the investigation. Si Mingjing looked down at her from above. Tell me the truth about my mother becoming a murderer. I will help you. Think carefully, remember. I will wait for you to tell me. Returning to the deep family villa, Macking and her had taken off his shirt and was lying on the sofa, revealing his firm chest and attractive 8-pack abs. His hands were leisurely resting behind his head, waiting for Tu Mintin to perform acupuncture on him. He glanced at her disdainfully. A moment later, he tried to hold back the fire to let her perform acupuncture. Suddenly late at night, Deep Sam received news and rushed in. He had just received news that Tong Thien Lan had committed suicide at the police station. Macking and her appeared indifferent, only saying 3 words dead. Deep Sam hurriedly replied, had been taken to the hospital. Currently life and death were unknown. A thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that Song Tianlan's purpose in committing suicide was to take advantage of the time she was taken to the hospital to escape from prison? So she quickly put away the needles and acupuncture, frowning slightly. Mr. Mac, my aunt is in critical condition right now. I have to go to the hospital to see. Macking and her saw her worried expression. Wait a moment. Let's go together. You dare to steal your woman's things. How can you let her die so easily? After that, they set off together. Macking and he suddenly opened his mouth and asked Tu Mintin, how do you want to deal with Tong Thien Lan? Or in other words, how do you want Tong Thien Lan to die? Tu Mintin frankly replied, I don't want her to die. Killing is nothing more than death, too cheap for her. I want to send the person who killed my mother to hell, so that all the masterminds will taste the pain that my mother had to endure. She said and raised her hand, revealing the diamond bracelet on her wrist. This bracelet is worth 200 million. Stealing is worth 200 million. Is it considered a serious crime? Those who commit serious crimes should be sent to hell, contributing to the survival of mankind in exploring the universe. But Ganha smiled slightly. Okay, I understand what you mean. It will be as you wish. At this time, Deep Sam called, brother. Just got the latest news, saying that Tong Thin Lan has disappeared from the hospital. Elsewhere, Tong Tianlin thought she had escaped. She sat in the car, tears of emotion running down her cheeks. Tears of someone who was lucky enough to survive the accident. Grandpa, I know you still love me the most. Thanks to her grandfather secretly giving her a pack of medicine and arranging for backup, she was able to escape successfully. Why is Macking so gentle and calm? He has always been high and mighty, cold and distant. The elder gave her a card. Country A, you can't stay any longer. You have to leave tonight. The farther the better. But Tong Thin Lan was not willing. Once she left, she would be left empty-handed. Song Tianlin is the sole successor of the Songlang family. His son and grandson are not interested in traditional medicine. Only his granddaughter is. He must protect his sole successor. Listen to him. Don't think about Mo Yin anymore. Youngsters, the future is long. Love is the most useless thing. It's too late to regret now. Tong Tianlin was angry and blamed her grandfather. If I leave country A, I will no longer be the rich young lady. I don't want to live a life like a dog in mourning. I hate it. It's all because of Si Mingjing who harmed me. Elder Song slowly said, people still have property. Don't worry. Our Song Di's granddaughter. How can she be so narrow-minded? Tianlan, now go to the Hoak family. Let the Hoak family think of a way to arrange for you to leave country A. There can't be any big movements on your side. Otherwise the police will follow you and find me. Tong Tianlin immediately panicked. But Grandpa, what if the family doesn't care about me? The elder's tone was extremely determined. He would not run. Ever since the Ho family wanted to let Ngan Ha know that they were the masterminds behind turning Tu Jiao into a murderer, the purpose was to deal with Batch Ku too. Tong Thin Lan felt steadfast. That's right. The Hoak family did not dare let Macking Ha know about the past events. They would definitely help her. If they did not take her away and let her confess everything, then no one would be able to escape. Although they did not know why the Hoak family wanted to deal with Batch Tu too. Miss Batch, no, it's not aimed at Miss Batch. It's aimed at Tu Jiao. But Tu Jiao became the murderer of their family. Or was the mastermind of their family. They were just the ones who carried it out. Are they people on the same boat? The car stopped by the side of the road. The old man and the driver got out of the car, drove quickly, waited until they reached a safe place. And every 2 or 3 months they would report their safety to him. With Grandpa's advice, Song Tianlin's mood gradually brightened, and she even thought of Si Mingjing in her heart. Just wait, I will rise up. At that time, I will definitely make you even more miserable than me, like a dog that has lost its home. However, she completely failed to notice that several cars were following her. Macking smiled slightly. It seemed that Feng Jiak had caught up with Tong Thin Lan's car. Did you predict that she would run away? Min Tin honestly answered, I couldn't predict it. Just put myself in Tong Thin Lan's shoes. If I fell into that situation, how would I save myself? Thought of all the possibilities and came up with corresponding precautions. Unexpectedly, it was really useful. Suddenly, Feng Ju called to report via video. Based on the real-time location that Miss Tu sent, we have finished the arrangements. Macking nodded. When I got there, I wanted to see that Tong Thin Lan had been arrested. At this time, 3 cars had surrounded Tong Thin Lan. Tong Tianlan was extremely scared. Her whole body was shaking uncontrollably. How could it be that 2 bodyguards dragged her out of the car right after? Min Tin saw her being pinned down by the bodyguards and immediately added fuel to the fire. Miss, why did you let yourself end up like this? Tong Thin Lan gritted her teeth, thinking clearly it was her again. Macking carried a bit of stiffness. From behind went around to the front of Tu Ming Tin. Gave her a coat. The night is windy. don't catch a cold. His voice was gentle but did not allow any rebuttal. At first glance, he looked like a strong man, clear-minded and unable to bear to let down his kindness. He said 2 vague words, "Thank you." Tong Tianlan didn't hear the 2 people whispering, but her eyes weren't blind. They seemed like they were about to fall out. She was almost able to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. But he left her in such a miserable state. This is bad. Being soft in front of the man of her dreams, she would rather kill her. But why is Macking so gentle with Tu Min Tin? He is always high and mighty, distant from everyone, can only be seen from afar but cannot be touched. She had only seen the Milky Way so gentle once, 5 years ago. A person who was cold to others to the bone was gentle to Miss Batch to the core. That moment, "I'm so madly in love with you." She tried for 5 years, but still not as good as a weed on the side of the road. Macking had never looked at her even once. It was okay. As long as she could stand by his side one day, she would be satisfied. She loved him by kneeling, never daring to dream of his gentleness. But why can Si Mingjing enjoy it? Why is it that just because Si Mingjing saved the Ren Bai, just because Si Mingjing cured Mo Yinhe, she can do it too? Wasn't her studying medicine for Mo Yinhe's sake? Tu Min Tin stepped forward and walked in front of Tong Lan, who was being gnawed by jealousy. "Auntie, if you want help, you can come to me. I beg for you. Isn't it better than you running away on your own?" She felt better after seeing this. Now that she was caught red-handed by Macking and his people, how could she still plead for her? Tong Lan screamed miserably, "Tu Min Tin, don't be too complacent. From now on we will be at odds." Tu Min Tin expressed his certainty. "Don't talk nonsense. Isn't this forcing me to kill you? Mr. Mac, I want to know the cause of my mother's death from her mouth. Do your subordinates have any way to interrogate her and help me pry her mouth open?" Macking only needed one look and Fong Jiek understood. He nodded respectfully. "Miss Tu, what do you want to ask?" Tu Min Tin went straight to the point. "I want to know how my mother became a murderer. She testified in court that she saw my mother kill someone with her own eyes. I want to know which eye she used to see it." Macking looked at the shops along the road. Inside there was a 24-hour convenience store. He grabbed her hand, led her away, and went with him to buy some things. After buying them, she would probably talk. "Yeah, not hungry." She was about to say she wasn't hungry when her stomach growled again. Tu Min Tin was indeed a bit hungry. But can't this man walk properly? He must hold her hand. She's not a 3-year-old child. Can't she cross the street by herself? It wasn't until they entered the convenience store that his large hand let go of hers. "Madam, my wife is a bit cold. Please warm her up." The corner of Si Mingjing's eyes twitched. "Who is your wife? Don't talk nonsense." Mac Engenhay smiled softly. "Of course it's you. Min Tin, it's useless for you not to admit it. I know it very clearly in my heart." He reached out to stroke her head. Tu Min Tin gritted his teeth and praised her. 2 small coral-shaped dragon horns grew out from the end of her forehead, emitting a sparkling light, looking extremely adorable. The black phoenix eyes also gradually turned a brilliant golden color, as if there were flames flickering inside. Macking burst out laughing. "Baby, why are you so adorable? Every time you get angry, you grow dragon horns for me to see." Tu Min Tin was stunned, quickly reaching out to press down the 2 horns. The black wind blew from the north. Macking stepped to the north of her, his tall and sturdy body like a towering mountain, shielding her from the cold wind. Tu Min Tin noticed his silent concern and couldn't help but think that if this man didn't see her as a substitute, then no woman would be able to resist him. No wonder Tong Lan was so infatuated with him. Tong Lan really had an eye for people, but unfortunately his charm was not worthy of her discerning eyes. Curious, I wonder what kind of woman Zhao Bai's mother is that she can win Mo Yinhe's heart. When the two of them returned to the intersection side by side, Feng Zhao had already extracted a statement from Song Tianlin. Miss Tu, your mother is not a murderer. The real killer is a woman who looks exactly like her mother. Everyone knows that Song Lao has excellent medical skills, but they don't know that he has another amazing skill in manual plastic surgery. Song Lao comes from a poor rural background and used to work as a security guard at Zhang Lao's clinic. His balance caught Zhang Lao's eye and he was accepted as a disciple. The old man started studying medicine at the age of 40. He studied traditional Chinese medicine for 10 years and became famous for his manual chiropractic correction. After that, he failed in his chiropractic correction and fled back to his hometown. It was not until Song Tengfei's son became acquainted with a private friend and became the son-in-law of the Si family that he found a new place to practice medicine again. The old man had sculpted another woman into the exact likeness of her mother. The real murderer was that woman, but that woman was also a victim. She was used to harm her mother. After her usefulness was gone, she was killed. Min Tin was nervous. That woman was disfigured. Who killed her? The one who killed that woman was Tong Thien Lan. That woman's name is Luong Thi Mac. She was Tong Thien Lan's high school classmate when they were studying in the countryside. Besides having the same face and figure as her mother, she is also very easy to mistake. Tong Thien Lan gave the woman mineral water mixed with arsenic. She died on the spot. Liang Thimac was an abandoned child in the countryside. Both parents died, living with her grandmother, so the Tong family was not afraid of the Liang family's intentions. Until now, Liang Thimac's grandmother still thought that her granddaughter went to work as a prostitute, not knowing that his only granddaughter had become a tool in a murder case. Her 2 bones were gone. Min Tin gritted his teeth and praised the result, trembling. The Trong family accepted Tong Lao as their disciple, but he destroyed the sect and took the achievements. The arrogant Tu family brought the Tong family. The Tong family wanted to harm my mother, wanted to seize the property. The tyrants. Did Tong Thien Lan say anything else? Feng Jiak shook his head. There was nothing else. Boss, Miss Tu, how should we deal with Tong Thien Lan? Min Tin suppressed his anger, took her to the police station, and told the police everything she had said. I want the police to retry my mother's case. But unexpectedly, in the quiet night, suddenly a gunshot rang out. A bullet went straight into Tong Thien Lan's forehead. She immediately collapsed in a pool of blood, dying an unnatural death. Macking and Ha reacted faster, hugged Tu Min Tin in his arms, using his tall body to shield her. Tu Min Tin was using people to save Tong Thien Lan. She couldn't die. She needed her testimony. She came to Lam Tin not to see her family put to death, but to clear her mother's name. But Macking and Ha's arm tightened around her waist, carrying her into the car. Tu Min's head buzzed. Who would be so eager to kill someone to silence them? She ran through all the people in her family in head. Could it be Song Tengfei? Song Tianlin is Song Tengfei's biological sister after all. If she is so cruel and ruthless, if it is not Song Tengfei, then who else could it be? Could it be that his mother's death is related to someone else? He quickly calmed down and thought deeply. At this moment, Feng Zhao came and stood outside the carriage to report. Your Highness, you have escaped and cannot be caught. Macking and Ha ordered to utter 2 words. Trash. What about Tong Thien Lan? Feng Jiak respectfully replied. Dead. Tu Min Tin listened, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Suddenly Macking and Ha placed his hand on hers, his voice gentle and comforting. Don't worry. This is for you. Then he ordered the reporters to release the news, especially to let the Song family know that Song Tianlin was killed. Then he strictly monitored the Song family to find out the real culprit behind Song Tianlan's assassination. When old man Tong returned home, Tong Tengfei suddenly stood up from the sofa and leaned over to ask, "Did Grandpa Tianlan escape?" The old man was extremely certain and hummed. The Hoak family could not help but respect this old man. Tonight, Tianlan would definitely be able to leave safely. Song Tengfei breathed a sigh of relief, his heart hanging in his throat. Thank goodness. Tianlan finally escaped the punishment of the law. If her sister hadn't fallen into the hands of the police, who knows, she would have gone crazy and gotten into the car. Will the entire Song family be sold out? Old Lady Song cried with joy. Bodhisattva blesses. The fortune teller has read the fortune of the orchid. It is the god of phoenixes. In the future, it will definitely be very rich. At this moment, Tong Dangfei received a phone call, not knowing what the person on the other end of the line said. His voice suddenly rose. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You're lying to me. At the same time, this incident was pushed to the hot search. Thief Tong Tianlan escaped from prison and was stopped by Macking and Ha's bodyguards on the way to escape. Just as Macking and Ha's bodyguards, Ha wanted to take Song Tianlan to the police station. Song Tianlan was assassinated by a group of strangers. The surveillance camera recorded the incident as above. The county police offered a reward. Anyone who provides relevant clues will be rewarded 5,000 yuan. Netizens didn't discuss much about Song Tianlan's assassination, only sighing a few times. But Mo Yin, his instinctive action to protect Si Mingjing in his heart, was hotly discussed. Some netizens even asked for a correction of the rumor. The Shan glanced at the news on Weibo, feeling ridiculous, so stupid. Is my brother really an iron tree blooming? Are the netizens blind? Does this still need to be corrected? The Nyan Bai was extremely angry, threw his phone out, and put on his green hat. The young master's wife is in danger. So of course the third wife has to protect the young master's wife. Deep Sam was stunned and quickly said it was him. At first, I thought that the person who could create a scandal with Ningen Ha's face must be my younger sister. Unfortunately, this woman is not his younger sister. Feng Jiak respectfully asked Macking Zhenhe, "Your Excellency, you have appeared on the surveillance camera. Do you need to take it down?" But the bank thought that the last time the paparazzi took pictures, it didn't cause any big commotion. Lian said, "No need. This time you did a great job." Today, he wanted to let the whole world see that the only person who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him was Si Mingjing. Si Mingjing attended Song Tianlan's Buddhist ceremony. During the ceremony, I couldn't help but be bothered by Elder Tai Tai Song. Why were you at the scene that night? What did you do to Song Tianlan? Our Song family will not forgive you. Song Tengfei tried to play the role of father, grandma. Calm down. This is not Mingjing's fault. Macking Ha clearly has feelings for Mingjing. This adopted daughter was actually able to complete what Tianlan couldn't do. He had to quickly win her over. Then he turned to Tu Mintin and said, "Auntie is too agitated. I know this matter has nothing to do with you." Tu Mintin pretended to be scared. I was scared too at that time. "Dad, tell me who is crazy enough to want to assassinate her." Song Tengfei's eyes flashed with complexity, his heart aching, but he couldn't find anyone to confide in. He had a suspect in his heart, but did not dare to expose it to the public. At this time, someone reported Sir, their family, or someone came to pay their respects, or Hai Lao sighed. He was easy. He suppressed his grief. The dead had passed away. The living still had to continue. Mr. Dang Fai asked, not knowing what this gentleman called him. Hok Hai Lao smiled and introduced him. The iron tree blooms, meaning something unlikely to happen. Rare. This Saint Liu Yun is my friend. He came from another place to the capital to find a doctor to treat his illness. The saint knew that Mr. Tong's medical skills were very advanced, so he came here specifically to seek his help. That's why I came here with him today. It turned out that he was not here to visit the orchid. Song Tengfei's attitude became much colder. Sorry, my grandfather has become seriously ill because of the loss of his daughter. I'm afraid he can't see a doctor recently. The 10 saintly gentlemen looked for another expert. His holy eyes fell on Si Mingjing. I heard that the young lady's medical skills are very good. She is currently Mo Yin, his personal physician. I wonder if I can trouble the young lady to explain her illness to me. Tong Tengfei was a little unhappy. No. Min Tin was very interested in the identities of these two people, smiled and said, "Okay. It is my honor." Then she made an inviting gesture. "Saint, please follow me. My father's attitude towards you just now wasn't very good. I hope you can forgive me." A gloom flashed across Saint Yu Yun's eyes. "Actually, I can understand your father's feelings. I also have a younger sister." "Thank you." The feeling of losing a sister was like having a piece of flesh cut off from his body. His emotional contagion was too strong, and it was hard for him to ignore it. His sister had also passed away. Saint Yu Yun shook his head and denied. "No, but I lost her." Min Tin was a little surprised. "So it was lost. But as long as you are alive, you will meet your loved ones again one day. So holy man, don't be too pessimistic." After saying that, she began to take Saint Yu Yun's pulse. Of course, Saint Liu Yun deliberately made a video call. A virtual screen appeared on the palm of his hand, and an extremely adorable little girl appeared on the screen. "Uncle, uncle, when you come back, will you miss your baby?" "Of course you will. Give me a kiss." Saint Yu Yun's voice was gentle. He pouted and blew a kiss towards the screen. Then he introduced to Min Tin. "This is my sister's daughter." Min Tin smiled lightly. "Very adorable." "All right, Mr. Saint. You're not sick." A feeling of disappointment rose in Than Luivan's heart. His daughter spoke a few words, and then quickly hung up. He originally thought that the person who could be involved in the love rumor with Macking and Ha must be his sister. Unfortunately, this woman is not his sister. If she really was his sister, when she met her brother and daughter, she would not be so indifferent. Then he said, "Miss Tu, my illness is probably mental. One day I don't find my sister. This illness of mine will not be cured." Of course, Jathan walked over. Without saying a word, he pulled Min Tin towards him, his eyes warily looking at Pham Lu Avan. "If you want to flirt with my sister, you have to get my consent first. I am her third brother, understand? My sister already has an owner. Than Louis Van doesn't pay attention to him. Since Min Tin is not his sister, he won't waste time with her anymore." Su Cheng pulled Si Mingjing 5 meters away again and warned, "Little witch, are you crazy? You just hooked up with Mo Yinyi, and you're already secretly meeting other men. Do you still want to marry Mo Yinyi?" Si Mingjing was silent. She didn't hook up with Mo Yinyi. Su Cheng opened the hot news search, and she still denied it. "They're all on the hot search. How do you explain it? The whole world knows about your relationship with Macking and Ha." Min Tin saw the hot search. Her eyebrows furrowed. To Tamka, "Can you think of a way to help me take these posts down?" Su Cheng slowly said, "The other women wish they could get involved with him. How high must your vision be to be stupid enough to want to take off your hot shirt? Do you still miss the 3 of us? We are not even worth a single toe to the Milky Way." Min Tin's eyes narrowed slightly. "If this rumor Angje, Macking and Ha, then he will kick me out of the Deep family's house. I will move back to Tu and tell my grandfather that I like you." To Than's skin crawled like he was avoiding evil. "Oh my God, why is this woman so cruel?" Min was calm in front of him. Even pretending was too lazy. I grew up in a bunch of villains in prison. What do you think? I'm really a girl. Okay, I'll help you get rid of it. You can't miss me anymore. He called her directly in front of her. The hot removal. This hot search is absolutely as easy as flipping a switch. Just one phone call is all it takes. But the other party said, "Young Master Su, we cannot remove this hot search." Su Cheng was surprised. Why? You guys don't even respect my face, Su Cheng. I'll give you one last chance. The person on the other end of the line was really embarrassed. The other person was too arrogant. No one dared to offend him. In the end, he had to rely on his connections to call the vice president. He thought that as long as he used the Su family's connections, anything could be solved. Who would have thought that the vice president would resolutely refuse? Sorry, young Master Su, hot searches are fair and just place. We absolutely do not accept any illegal hot search removal operations. Su Cheng still didn't believe it, his face full of doubt. Vice President respectfully said to Macking, "Big nephew, there's a person named Su Cheng who keeps making a fuss about removing your hot search, but Uncle Vice President has already sternly refused him." Macking only made a soft hum. His expression seemed to waver a bit. Tathan? How could Tathan not know what was going on? Unable to do the job? Tathan lost both face and dignity. Haklin, you saw it too. It's not that I didn't help you, but the monk's house had too much yin energy. Kakan. At this moment, Song Tengfei and Huo Hei Lu walked out of the break room. Song Tengfei's expression had softened a lot, no longer holding back his anger like before. Si Mingjing immediately understood. These two people must have reached some kind of agreement. Then she asked Su Cheng, "Do you know who the man with my father is?" Su Cheng did not hide anything, or the sea. He was in the shipping and seafood business. Half of the seafood in restaurants in Country A is shipped from the Huo family's frozen food factory. The Huo family holds the second largest seafood supply chain in the country. He is also my stepmother's sworn brother. 4 years ago, the Huo family adopted Fang Jing as their adopted daughter. It must be said that Fu Tin knows how to be mean, and even knows how to hug thighs. Much smarter than her younger brother. Tu Min Tin thought for a moment, sworn brother. Could it be that Fu Tin ordered the family to take action? Bian Lan once locked up Fang Jing and Zhou Haiyang's daughter together. This made Fang Jing look murderous. But the relationship with the Song family has not ended yet. Could it be that things are not that simple? Or is it that the Song family is also not in agreement? What did the Huo family promise Song Tengfei in exchange for Song Bianmen's life? Then she blurted out, the Huo family seemed to be not simple. Su Cheng looked indifferent. Even if they were not simple, they could not compare to the magnanimity and mystery of the family. The seafood supply age of their family, or in Country A, is said to be the second largest in the country. Do you know which family is the top? The family. The seafood that the family transports from Atlantis is distributed all over the world. The daily income from this alone is enough for you to live a luxurious life for 10 generations. Why do you still want to take off your hot shirt? Such a big thigh. Why don't you hug it? Tu Min Tin is really annoying him right now. She didn't leave Macking his side for 3 sentences. She basically didn't know that Macking only saw her as a substitute. Well said. Maybe he should change gender and marry into the deep family. It's still in time. A cold sweat broke out. Si Mu Mu. Don't be so self-conscious that you dare not laugh at Mo Engen He. I'm telling you, it's completely unnecessary. Even though you've never been to school, Mo Gen He has never been to school either. He hasn't even graduated from kindergarten. The educational level of the two of them is absolutely equal. Mak Engen He. It is a divine existence, untouchable by mortals. At the age of 6, he and his father founded the Milky Way space base. At the age of 9, he became the first human to explore star systems outside the solar system. At the age of 10, he discovered a planet suitable for human life outside the solar system, named Tinguk. At the age of 16, he held the royal power, became the crown prince of Atlantis and regent, standing below one person, but above 10,000 people. Unparalleled power and wealth. When others were still in elementary school, Macking and He had already reached the pinnacle of life. Macking and Ha, the god of the human world. Suddenly Macking and Ha called Tu Min Tin. He was going to the resort to celebrate Christmas, told Tu Min Tin to pack her clothes and come with him, because now Tu Min Tin has to take care of him every day. This is really digging her own grave, putting herself in his belt. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of Atlantis, in order to protect the person he loves, turned himself into a torch, blocking the gun aimed at Deep Nearbach. Deep Nearbach was extremely happy and calm. This was the first time he and his beloved wife celebrated Christmas. Was she happy? Tu Min Tin was not happy at all, but couldn't bear to hurt him, so she said she was happy. Deep Nearbach proudly boasted, "Tin Tin, have you ever flown a spaceship? Dad said he will teach me to fly a spaceship. It's super cool and awesome. When I finish learning, I will sit in the passenger seat, and I will drive you." Tu Min Tin nodded in agreement. Deep Nearbach was extremely excited. "Dad, can we learn to fly a spaceship now?" Macking and Ha said to let Fong Thuk Thuk take Deep Nearbach to learn to fly a spaceship. He will take his wife and children to do other work. Si Ming Jing and the Renbai asked in unison, "What is it?" Mo Yin, he was straightforward. "I want to give you a set of equipment. Even if someone sneaks up on you, you won't hit. Do you want it?" Si Ming Jing's eyes lit up slightly. Is there such a good thing? Mak Jingjin He made a soft hum. His political ideals were in opposition to the other countries under the sea. Many people wanted him dead. He had been assassinated many times. Tu Min Tin curiously asked why he gave me such a good thing. The bank guard was stern. "Min Tin, you are by my side. Danger is always lurking. You must protect yourself well." He is not afraid of death, that he is afraid that something will happen to her. He has lost her for 5 years. He cannot bear even one more day of loss. Warm and calm in heart, you are truly a thoughtful man. However, I am your doctor. It is understandable that you want to protect my safety. On the 5th floor of the airbase building, Si Ming Jing saw the equipment that Mo Yini mentioned. It was actually just a ring-shaped phone. Mo Yin, his previous ring-shaped phone, could also open the protective shield. But this version had been upgraded and could activate the defense mechanism, prevent bullets from entering. Tu Min Tin was immediately startled. Its appearance was exactly like a pair of couple rings. Macking and Ha wanted to hold her hand. "I'll put it on for you." Tu Min Tin resolutely refused. "No need. I can put it on myself." But despite the silver veil not allowing it, the priestess grabbed her slender white hand, determined to put it on her. His actions were as reverent as if he was holding a wedding ceremony, putting a wedding ring on his wife. Luckily, he put it on her middle finger and not her ring finger. Otherwise, it would be even more similar. He gently put the amulet-like ring-shaped phone on her middle finger, then put another men's ring-shaped phone in her hand. Put it on him. How could Tu Min Tin agree? This ritual was really too strong. Her face was burning. Directly stuffing the ring-shaped phone into Mak Nunyan Ha's hand, Kim Ko wanted to go to the bathroom and then ran away. Mak Nunyan Ha looked at her running back, his expression gloomy. Then he treated himself as a target and told the guards to hold their guns and shoot at him. The guards were all stunned and did not dare to fire. Macking wanted to test the defensive effectiveness of the upgraded version of the ring-shaped phone. Only by seeing it with your own eyes can you be sure that this ring-shaped phone can protect your calmness and prevent you from being shot. You are also a true master who is not afraid of death. Don't make me say it a second time. Rest assured, you can't die. The guard trembled as he held the gun and aimed it at Enjinha's face. Next, the bullet flew straight towards Macking. But the bullet did not hit Macking. The ring-shaped phone on his finger felt the impact force of the bullet's shockwave. The moment the protective shield was opened, the bullet hit the blue protective shield. There was a clear, resounding sound as it bounced back. The bullet bounced back, coincidentally flying towards Tu Min Tin. Macking saw it. His face immediately turned pale. Be careful! Fortunately, the ring-shaped phone on Tu Min Tin's index finger also opened its protective shield. The bullet hit the blue, transparent protective shield again, bounced back and stuck into the wall. Tu Min was startled, then delighted. This ring-shaped phone was indeed a good thing. Macking instinctively rushed towards Tu Min Tin, quickly hugged her tightly, used his wrist to lock her arm, and pulled her into his embrace. Tu Min Tin suddenly heard Macking's heartbeat beating violently. Each sound was like thunder. This man loved Tiyubacha's mother so much that he was so nervous. She didn't know why she suddenly felt a little jealous that Tiyubacha's mother could win his heart. Macking narrowed his eyes, clearly knowing that she was also wearing a ring-shaped phone. The bullets didn't hit them. Why did he suddenly become nervous? Even his body couldn't be controlled. He was worried. Even the body's instincts couldn't keep up with the speed of the brain. Then, he said in a daze, "Luckily you're fine. Just consider what just happened, an accident." Tu Min Tin immediately gritted her teeth. Damn it. Why should I care? She also has her own great devil king. That after coming to Lantin, he never appeared in her mind. He was about to be dethroned by Macking. Deep Neem Bach thought he could fly a spaceship. In the end, Fengjiak only took him to the simulation cabin to learn. The boy was so angry that he wanted to explode, feeling like he had been tricked. However, when he actually started, the experience was amazing. This was already his 11th time flying a spaceship, and in the end, the plane still crashed. People died. Macking's face was cold. He let out a few words. "This is not my son." How could Macking's son be so stupid? Deep Neem Bach heard it. His eyes flashed with hurt as he looked at him, then ran to see Mingjing and coaxed her. "Jingjing, this young master wants to divide the property with Papa. From now on, we will live together." Si Mingjing smiled, the corners of her lips curled up. "It's okay. You're still young. If you don't know, then that's fine." Then, she looked up at the spaceship simulation cabin. "How difficult. I also want to try." Mac Bach sat in the passenger seat, intending to personally guide Tu Min Tin, but unexpectedly she acted on her own. Press the start button to control the lever. The spaceship immediately took off, steady as a veteran pilot who had flown hundreds of times. The emotions in his heart surged like hot lava. As expected of his treasure, he knew without being taught no. He suddenly realized that she knew it not without being taught, but subconsciously. She already knew these skills. She had never forgotten them. Did this mean that the fragmented memories between him and her had not really disappeared? Still sealed in her subconscious, he just hasn't figured out the right way to unlock it yet. After everything ended, every nerve in Tu Min Tin let out a wild and passionate roar, as if she had just found herself again. Macking looked at her, his eyes burning. "Min Tin, do you know why you are so skilled at controlling the spaceship?" Tu Min Tin also wanted to know the reason. It was too strange. Macking he suddenly pulled her into his arms because he had already taught her all these things. Akiyu, it's not that you naturally know, but in your subconscious you still retain the knowledge he had taught you. Mintin, you are my Akiyu. To Mintin pushed him away with force. She had never experienced anything between men and women. How could she be Tiu Batch's mother? Then, she suddenly stood up, wearing a birth certificate. Calm down. I already have someone I love in my heart. Believe it or not, I can do a DNA test with Zhao Bai and set it straight to your face. Hearing her words, Mo Yin, his eyes darkened slightly. Why didn't he think of this? Ming Jing, then let's just wait and see. If the DNA test results prove that you two are mother and daughter, I will immediately announce our relationship to the world. At this moment, Deep Neem Batch ran over. Tin, why are you so good? The boy's big, round, sparkling eyes were filled with admiration. Tell me, have you learned it? Min Tin secretly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, without the look of understanding on Deep Neem Batch's face. Tin was born so beautiful, it really made people despair. It turns out that the little master is not stupid, but everything requires 99% talent plus 1% sweat. It's all because Daddy made the little master jealous. Mac and Gunha, with one hand pulling her son out of her arms, continued to teach him. I won't let you stop until you succeed once. You cowardly boy, only good at talking, but can't use your brain for anything. It was late afternoon now. Deep Neem Batch ran to Macking in his room, rolled onto the bed. Dad, last time Tiu didn't have a chance. None home. Oh, even Uncle Fong praised Tiu Ra. A tiger father doesn't like dogs. Macking and Ha glanced at his son with disdain. No chance. Nan Hong sounded very promising. Deep Neem Batch found his father looking at a photo album. A photo album of his father and mother. Then asked father, do you miss mother? Isn't it pitiful without a wife to warm the bed? Macking thought for a moment it was really pitiful. Clearly only separated by a wall, he couldn't directly go and hug her. He could only flip through the photo album to ease his longing. Deep Neem Batch was ecstatic. Luckily, the little master had a wife. Dad, I'm going to find my wife and warm my bed. Bye-bye, Mac Engenha's face darkened, pulling the little boy back to bed. I wanted to give you a beating, so I threw the phone up. It's a video call from a merchant. In Ganha, I heard you're also at the space base. I'm here too. Drinking and eating. What's up? I came specially to find you to celebrate Christmas. The Bai's clear voice rang out. Foster father, I haven't eaten yet. I'm hungry. Kuk Lu Thuong smiled sweetly. Okay. Foster father from the capital brought delicious food for me. Mac Yinganha's face was cold. Two men drinking on Christmas Eve. People who don't know would think we have gender problems. I'm asleep, you go ahead. Kuk Lu Thuong has arrived at the seaside villa where Mac Enigan is staying. He carries a bottle of precious wine that he has kept for a long time, reluctant to drink it. I poured it. Come down here and have a few cups with me. He just entered the living room and ran into Tu Min Tin. Oh, your villa is hiding a beauty. Mac Ngan immediately sounded the alarm. What beauty is hiding? This is my wife. Absolutely cannot let Kuk Lu Thuong recognize Min Tin. This was the only thought in his mind at the moment. That year, he and Aku got married in Atlantis. But AQ's maternal family declared that they would not recognize this marriage, and even arranged a political marriage for AQE. It was this fiancé named Ku Liu Shang. Atlantis and Jinda Yi were both underwater countries. He ruled Atlantis, and Ku Liu Shang was the deposed crown prince of Jinda Ya. During the years AQE was missing, they changed from calling each other Thursday Ditch to Swang Hain. But in reality, they are all waiting for Ekyu to return. They could turn against each other at any moment. You die. I live. His face immediately darkened. He carried deep Batch and ran downstairs. Absolutely cannot let Ku Liu Shang recognize Si Mingjing. The man has an extremely possessive nature to prevent Si Mingjing and Ku Liu Shang from being close. He even dragged his own sister to smear Ku Liu Shang together. Ku Liu Shang's eyes fell on Si Mingjing, sharp and profound. Is she the woman who saved Xiaobai? Si Mingjing. Si Mingjing felt that this man looked very charismatic. Ku Liu Sheng noticed the amazement in her eyes. This matter was not important. Mo Yin had never put unrelated women in his eyes. Allowed the love rumors with him to fly all over the sky. Than Louis Van met Tu Min Tin and confirmed that she was not his sister. So what was Macking and He playing at? Tu Min Tin noticed the distance in the man's eyes, thought for a moment, then walked towards the kitchen. The teacher went into the kitchen. Kok Lu Thuong gave her a plastic bag. Just in time to help me warm this up. Suddenly, Deep Batch ran down from upstairs. Kok Lu Thuong hurriedly supported the boy. Do you miss your adoptive father? Deep Batch spoke in a childish voice. This young master now has a wife. This young master's heart only allows him to remember her. Kok Lu Thuong pinched his cheek. It hurt. A woman is more important than a foster father. At this time, Macking and Xia went to the kitchen, as if by accident standing next to Tu Min Tin. Don't mind, this is just an unreliable friend of yours. He's flirtatious and flirtatious. Don't pay attention to him. Tu Min Tin was a little in disbelief. It didn't look like it. Mak Gengan Ha slightly narrowed her eyes. Had she ever heard of a beast in human form? He is that kind of person. Go upstairs. Call me up in half an hour. Call me up with you. Tu Min was still alert, not knowing why. Gan Ha's voice became even smaller. Help me, this friend of mine is not only a vagabond, but also doesn't differentiate between men and women. He was afraid that he would get drunk and show off to him. Because of the relationship of interests, he couldn't turn his back on him. Every time he saw him, he had a headache, and his pupils slightly constricted. Really? Are you kidding me? The banker's face couldn't be more serious. Please. If you don't believe me, you can ask my brother later. Tu Min Tin really didn't believe it, so he sent a message to Deep Sam. Do you know Kok Lu Thuong? Deep Sam thought for a moment, then immediately replied, I know, my brother's friend. But my brother really annoys him. He likes to stick to my brother for no reason, and can't be chased away. Tu Min Tin sent another message. Did the Song Lu Thuong ever harass you? Deep Sam replied very quickly. Oh my god, you know about this too. Deep Tu Nguyen was using Deep Sam's phone to text Tu Min Tin, so he tried his best to hold on to Deep Tu Nguyen. Deep Tuong Nguyen tried to put the phone away and said, What do you understand? How can you be lenient when dealing with your brother's love rival? You have to try your best to smear him. U told Kok Lu Thuong to keep thinking about his sister-in-law. Tu Min Tin did not expect that with Mak Ngen Ha's status and position, she would still be harassed by a person of the same sex. So she decided to help Mak Ngen Ha. Kok Lu Thuong poured 2 glasses of wine, one in his hand, one for Mak Ngen Ha. Bringing his wife on vacation, this was not his style. Could it be that the rumors online were true? Weren't you going to explain to me? Mak Ngen Ha crossed his legs, deliberately cold-faced. It seems he didn't come to drink with me, but to also work as a paparazzi. Now that he's fallen from grace to this point, he'll do any job. Kok Lu Thuong smiled meaningfully, if he's willing to leave peacefully. Even the little dog that the guy on the 3rd floor was holding, I was willing to try. But Gen Ha frowned, looking frustrated, thinking that's great, if you can escape being single. I can't escape being single either. Suddenly, Chu Min-tin's voice rang out. Mr. Mac, please go to the second floor. I need acupuncture for you. Kok Lu Thuong looked at him, her face full of curiosity. In the middle of the night, he let a woman do acupuncture for him. Deep Neem Bach accidentally became a godly helper, foster father. Your father has to do acupuncture every day. Just 3 more months and your father will be cured. Your wife is super talented. Macking put down his wine glass, helplessly raised his eyebrows. There was no other way. The doctor's words are the most important. You drink slowly. I'll take my leave. In order to act well, Tu Min Tin really did acupuncture for Mak Engen Ha. Doing acupuncture one more time wouldn't be a big problem. It's just that Mak Engen Ha has been drinking. At this time, acupuncture will have a hypnotic effect. A moment later, Kok Lu Thuong still had some doubts, so he went upstairs and saw Mak Engen Ha lying in the bedroom. Miss Tu's acupuncture timing is really different. Tu Min Tin replied, because acupuncture has a hypnotic effect. It is usually arranged in the afternoon, or before going to bed. And the master has instructed. After falling asleep, she didn't want to be disturbed by anyone. Mr. Kuk, let's go out. She was afraid that Kok Lu Thuong would take advantage of the banker's deep sleep to do something bad, so she invited him out. After inviting Ku Liu Shang out, Si Mingjing also went out, turned off the lights and closed the door. The Nyan Bai heard the noise and stuck his head out from the next room. Jing Jing, the little master has finished bathing. Do you need someone to warm the bed tonight? This little master is a super furnace. Kok Lu Thuong happily walked over. Tiu Bach, foster dad, sleep with you. Tu Min Tin was startled and alert. Could it be that this man was so indiscriminate about men and women that he didn't even spare children? She hurriedly picked up Deep Neem Bach. Mr. Kuk, I am not only Mr. Mac's personal doctor, but also Tiu Bach's fiancé. I can take care of Tiu Bach myself. Deep Neem Bach immediately became happy. Did you hear that, foster father? I have a wife now. I want to sleep with my wife. Kuk Lu Thuong smiled and said, okay, but he also saw it. Mak Ning Ha and Tu Min Tin were just a doctor and patient relationship. It seemed that he was already suspicious. How could this woman be a Kiyu? Si Mingjing's meaning suddenly climbed to the top of the search results, causing a stir all over the world. Before she even woke up, the Renbai excitedly shook her shoulder. Jing Jing, you're famous. You're on the hot search. Si Mingjing kept asking Zhao Bai, what's the hot search? Deep Neem Bach showed her the phone. Tu Min Tin immediately saw the first hot search. The first cancer patient to be completely cured. The second hot search, authorizing a cancer treatment formula. This was absolutely a historical moment that excited the whole world. The patient was diagnosed with terminal bone cancer. To Trong Veen accepted an interview with the reporter, her voice shy and emotional. At this time, she received a phone call from Tong Dang Phai. Min Tin, at 3 o'clock this afternoon, come to Tong Thi Corporation. To Min Tin frowned. What's going on? Tong Teng Fei smiled slyly. Good things. You will know when you come. How could Tu Min Tin believe it? How could good things come to her? She soon arrived at the Tong Corporation. A young man took the initiative to greet her. Miss Tu, I am Tong's secretary. Tong told me to take you to the signing ceremony. Please follow me. Tu Min Tin asked bluntly, what kind of signing ceremony is this? The secretary deliberately revealed the information to her. Today, the Song Group and the Huo Group will hold a signing ceremony for a new cooperation, project worth 20 billion. The president hopes that she will announce at the ceremony the commercial value related to the cancer treatment formula that the Song Group is in charge of. After saying that, he also gave her a draft of the speech. When she goes on stage later, She can just read from this draft. Min Tin took the draft and read it from beginning to end. Pay special attention to a sentence about the pattern of the cancer treatment formula, as well as future commercial cooperation. I will give full authority to my father, Mr. Song Ting Fei, to represent me. Song Ting Fei wants to turn it into a money tree for the Song Group. What a dreamy fantasy. Following the correct procedure, the signing ceremony lasted for nearly 40 minutes. Tong Dang Fai finally mentioned his daughter. Immediately, the reporters and media were all in an uproar. Amidst everyone's attention, Min Tin leisurely walked onto the stage. At this moment, a weak man suddenly shouted loudly at the door of the hall. "Let me in. 5 days ago, a woman from the Vandone Club called me. I was busy all night. My waist felt like it was about to break in two. And yet he kneels for money. I just saw him walk in here." As soon as the words fell, the reporters were all stunned. The Yunduan Club, ordinary people might not know, but the media knew it like it was broad daylight. There were many gigolos there, all of whom were kept by ladies. Most of the people who came to Yunduan for entertainment were rich women, especially middle-aged ladies between the ages of 4 to 50. An agitated reporter asked, "How do you address yourself? Can you be more specific?" The male model was full of anger. "My stage name is Super Strong Man. Just call me Strong Man." What a punk. If you don't have money, then don't go out and have fun. I used all my skills to serve her. Who would have thought that after she was happy, she would kneel down and ask for money? She would turn around and leave. Is she still a woman? The reporters immediately asked, "Who is the person who decided the money? Just point it out, and we will help you expose him." Everyone's eyes turned towards Min Tin. Could it be that the person who decided the money was her? Song's mother was shaking with excitement. She was enjoying her old age in her hometown when she suddenly received news of her daughter's death. Song Tianlan's body was still cold. Why was the mastermind responsible for all this? Si Mingjing was able to live a carefree life, and was even praised as the light of cancer patients. She must make her lose her reputation and see if Mo Yin he still wanted her. The man his daughter couldn't have, then this imperial child Si Mingjing shouldn't even dream of having. If only that model walked in and pointed at Min Tin as someone who values money, would the matter be real or not? Min Tin will also become a topic of public discussion. "Thien Lan, you see, I'm about to get revenge for you." But unexpectedly, the next male model suddenly pointed at her and roared. It was her. The mother of General Director Tong Thi. Her son owns such a big company, and yet she can't even pay 32,000. It's too much. Song Mu completely did not expect this reversal, and was stunned on the spot. You are talking nonsense. It's not me. It's clearly Si Mingjing. Are you crazy? Why are you pointing at me?" Si Mingjing pretended to be surprised, her expression both stunned and resentful. "If Grandpa owes money, then pay it yourself. Now that the creditors are coming to my door, I can't blame them. I stay at the Deep family's house every night." Hearing that, everyone was surprised again. Min Tin stays at the Deep family's house every night. So she's living with Macking and her. Hot news kept coming. Deep Neem Bach fiercely defended his wife. "That old woman, what nonsense are you talking about? I want to smash your mouth. With me, a piece of fresh meat like this, my wife wouldn't even look at anyone. If you want to frame my wife, you have to see if I agree or not. My father said, a man must trust his wife. If he doesn't trust his wife, he's stupid." Everyone trusts Deep Neem Bach even more. Moreover, Min Tin is so young. Why does he need to go to the club to find a man? Wouldn't it be better for him to cut down the Milky Way? But Songmu is different. She is old and has free money. She is the main customer of the men. Tong Dang Fai suddenly stepped forward. Take her hand, mother. Stop talking nonsense. It's obvious you're making things up. Where are the people? Quickly take my mother down. As for this worthless man, chase him away. The male model shook his hand away. Want proof? Okay, look carefully. Here is 100,000, her deposit for me. But she still hasn't paid for the night. She also said that from now on I can only serve her, and said that she would provide me with food and accommodation, and would raise me like a son. Song's mother was trembling with fear. It was clearly a deposit for him to frame Jing. She completely did not understand why this super strong man would betray her. This fake daughter looked smart. But in reality, she understood nothing. Apart from medical skills, she was clueless about everything. The scene was chaotic. But the important thing now was to stop the reporters from taking pictures. This incident absolutely could not spread. The Song clan's reputation had already been ruined by Song Tengfei once, and could not bear any more shocks. Song Tengfei immediately spent a large sum of money to silence the reporters. He promised to give them more hot news, as long as they did not report on this scandal of the Song family. He also arranged a conference room for the reporters to interview Jing privately. But Tu Mintin refused. Dad, what do you have? Do you want to ruin my daughter's life? Tong Dangfei held his head. Lies. Damn it, she's crazy, don't take her seriously. The urgent thing now is to accept the interview. Good girl, this is your golden opportunity to become famous. As long as the article is published, I will no longer be a useless girl who just got out of prison, but a living miracle doctor. Tu Min's voice was calm and had a hint of arrogance. Dad, I am already a famous miracle doctor on the internet. There is no need to do these unnecessary things. Song Tengfei knew that this fake daughter was not easy to coax, so he immediately expressed his sincerity and was clear. The ultimate goal of fame is to transform it into commercial value. For example, this cancer treatment formula, you should register a patent first. All the commercial value of the formula will belong to you in the future. You are still young. There are some things you don't understand. Outsiders can't compare to family. Only I won't harm you. Tu Mintin misses you, really. When will I inherit the legacy my mother left me? Song Tengfei's face immediately changed. What legacy? I don't know. Tu Mintin said frankly, Jia told me. Tongthi Corporation has my shares. I have been back in Lam Tin for almost a month. I should inherit my mother's legacy. Song Tengfei's face was cold and silent. How could she hand over the Song family's shares to this fake daughter? Seeing that Song Tengfei didn't say anything, Mingjing stood up and was about to leave. Song Tengfei's face was about to change. He absolutely couldn't let her go. Okay, I agree with you. When I have free time in a few days, I will ask the lawyer to draft an inheritance contract, so that you can inherit part of your mother's estate. Okay? Tu Mintin laughed coldly in her heart. How could she not see through Tong Dangfei's delaying tactic? She pretended to be innocent. There was no need to go through all this trouble. Jia said that he had already prepared the inheritance contract for her, and would have someone bring it over later. Song Tengfei's face changed drastically. Can't you even wait for this little bit of time? Can you still swallow my inheritance? Mingjing grabbed his wrist. Dad, you misunderstood me. Only by making clear calculations can there be no conflicts in the future, and can we live together for a long time. Song Tengfei's face was completely distorted as he took out a set of documents and gave them to her. Okay, no problem, I will definitely let you inherit the legacy your mother left behind. While we're free, let's sign this contract. Tu Mintin pretended to be confused. What is this? Tong Dangfei remembered you. It is a power of attorney for the cancer treatment formula. You just need to give the formula to me. I will raise your reputation. He believed that Tu Min-tin also did not understand the terms of the contract. This stepdaughter had just been released from prison and had dropped out of school. How could she understand the contract? As long as she signed this contract, the Tong group would earn a lot of money. Tu Min-tin smiled. Yes, Dad. Wait for Turarara to bring the contract. Let's sign it together. Tong Teng-fei's face darkened. I can wait, but the reporters can't. Then you sign the contract first, then accept the interview. Before he finished speaking, Su Cheng pushed the door open and walked in. Mr. Jing, I need the contract. I brought it to you. How is it? My third brother is fast. Tong Teng-fei was stunned. Third young Master Su, not only are you fast, you also came here by plane. Su Cheng promised coldly. The rooftop of the Tong Thi group was very convenient for landing a helicopter. Actually, he had arrived a long time ago. After learning from the secretary the purpose of Song Teng-fei calling Xu Mingjing, she was prepared. She secretly sent a message to Su Cheng, telling him to bring the contract and be ready to wait for orders. The lawyer that to them brought the contract related to the inheritance to Tong Dang Fai. Tong, please look at the gift. This is the inheritance that Miss Tu will inherit according to the inheritance law. If there is anything you don't understand, please tell me. Tu Min smiled. What's wrong, Dad? The reporters are still waiting. Do you want to sign it quickly? After saying that, she showed the contract that Tong Gang Fi gave to Tavan's lawyer. After reading it, the lawyer's face was filled with surprise. Miss Tu, if you sign this contract, you will get 10% of all the benefits related to the cancer treatment formula, and the Tong group will get 90%. Please consider carefully before signing. Tavan stood beside him and shouted, President Tong, you even deceived your own daughter. Tu Min-tin deliberately acted arrogant and naive. I don't feel deceived. I just gave you the formula. You don't need to do anything else. I will take care of it for you. I put in more effort. I really hate that I can't knock your naive head awake. Silly girl, you will lose a lot on this contract. I don't agree. The clear eyes flashed with activity. She picked up the pen and signed the contract. How could that be? As long as I can inherit the legacy my mother left me. The other contracts are not important. Third brother, don't get involved anymore. Song Teng-fei secretly laughed in his heart. Sure enough, this daughter of his looked smart but was actually useless. She knew nothing but medical skills. She was easy to understand. The Song Corporation was at a critical moment. They must obtain a patent for the cancer drug. I am clearly his biological daughter, but giving her a little bit of shares is not a loss. Moreover, if this daughter can climb up to the Milky Way, the future will bring even more benefits. Very profitable. So he shook hands with Tu Min-tin. You must always remember, we are a family. Father and son are of one mind. The benefits will be greater. Tathan stood by and watched, dumbfounded. Tu Min-tin secretly smiled smugly. Tong Dang Fai had miscalculated. The patent for the cancer drug did not belong to her but to her master. In the future, no matter what promises she made or what contracts she signed, it would all be meaningless. The extremely narcissistic CEO thought Tu Min-tin was the mother of his son and also wanted to do a public DNA test. In the family's manor, there is a mermaid swimming pool, built by Macking and his father specifically for his mother. Now it has become the place where they swim and relax every day. Macking and Ha swam a few laps in the pool. Just as he was about to get out of the pool, he heard Deep Sam beside the pool excitedly speaking. Miss Tu is quite progressive. Macking and Ha immediately grabbed his phone. Just heard Tu Min-tin speak in front of the camera, hoping all cancer patients can recover. And there are other questions. But the reporters were not only interested in the cancer treatment, but also very enthusiastic about Si Mingjing's love life. Si Mingjing had a headache, her expression serious. No, Yinhe and I would not have love. It would just be food and lodging. The fact that he could not live without me was not a sign of love, but a survival instinct. I have a childhood friend. He is a barrel of vinegar. I hope everyone will stop pairing me and Mr. Mac together. I don't want my childhood friend to misunderstand. There is a great devil in his head. He looks fierce but only dares to appear in prison. He was very arrogant before, but then became timid for a long time and did not dare to show his face. The reporters were not satisfied. Could Miss Tu reveal who her lover Than Mai Truck Ma was? If it was Than Mai Truck Ma, then he should be in jail right now, right? To Min Tin frowned. Lover's eyes revealed Shithi. Today's interview ended here. Subscribe to Lala School channel so you don't miss any interesting videos. Macking and her treated the person for a while, then thought to herself, isn't her childhood sweetheart me? We grew up together. We've had 9 years together. Who else is more childhood sweetheart than us? Maybe so. Even though the baby has forgotten me, my subconscious still remembers that I have a childhood friend. That childhood friend is me. Deep Sam beside him asked in confusion. Brother, what's so funny? Macking and Ha answered very confidently. His wife always remembered him. Wait a moment after the DNA test is done. No matter how much she makes a fuss, he still wants to hug her. Min Tin was preparing to leave the Tong Thi Corporation when he saw Tong Mo being beaten by Tong Fu. The assistant pulled the car up on the side of the road. Si Cheng couldn't help but say to Si Mingjing, her grandmother was really awesome. Tomorrow, the Song family will become the laughingstock of the whole city. Luckily, I didn't soften my heart. If you hadn't bribed that male model to betray me, I would have been finished. Min Tin smiled and nodded, thanking him. In fact, the day she returned to the Blue Planet, someone from the Tong family's villa contacted her and became her henchman. After knowing that Tong Mu and Nam Goi Mo were in frequent contact, she thought that Tong Thien Lan was still not buried, so she was on guard and asked Tam Thiu to take action. Suddenly she received a message from Mak Yin Ha. When will you be back? The DNA testing machine has been bought. I'll wait for you. Min Tin was stunned for a few seconds. So fast? She soon arrived at the Deep family's manor. Macking and Ha took advantage of the moment when Tiu Bach wasn't paying attention and pulled a strand of his hair. Deep Neem Bach loudly pleaded with each other. Dad, why did you pull my hair? Mac Engen Hay didn't explain and directly chased her son away. Deep Neem Bach snorted and angrily ran upstairs. Min Tin suddenly felt a little uneasy. But sir, I'm really not your wife. I'm afraid you'll be embarrassed later. Deep Sam helplessly spread his hands. Miss Tu, don't blame my brother. My brother just misses my sister-in-law so much that he's infatuated. He thinks everyone is my sister-in-law. Deep Tu Nien kicked Deep Sam again. Shut up, and obediently waited for the result here. Min Tin had no other choice but to grit his teeth and pull out a strand of his hair. According to the instructions, if the 2 DNA test specimens are related, the light will turn red. Otherwise, the light will turn green. 3 minutes, not too long, not too short. Min Tin and Matt Gingham's attitudes were very calm, because they both believed in the answer in their hearts. Finally, time passed, and the indicator light on the DNA testing machine suddenly turned green. Mrs. Gendon Ha, who was sure of victory, almost dropped her hand on the ground when she saw the green light. Deep Sam tried to comfort his brother. Don't be too sad. I knew it. You're thinking too much. How could Miss Tu be a sister-in-law? The domineering man once again used Cam Long Huang to make the woman in his heart show her true colors. I calmly glanced at the Milky Way. Do you believe me now? I'm not Zhao Bai's mother at all. You should calm down. It's late. I'm going home to rest. But just as she was about to go upstairs, she suddenly felt the world spinning. She instinctively wanted to grab something to keep her balance. But before she could grab it, her vision suddenly went dark. By the time she came back to her senses, her slender body had transformed into a cute chibi form. The two of them looked at each other in a daze. Miss Tu was the sister-in-law. This appearance couldn't be wrong. Deep Sam ran over crying. Sister-in-law. It's really sister-in-law. This isn't a dream, right? As soon as he heard that, he wanted to hug his sister-in-law, but his hand hadn't even touched her yet. Macking and her quickly woke Tu Min up. Deep Sam, do you want to die? I will fulfill your wish. Tu Min woke up with tears in his eyes. Macking and her, you poisoned me again. Macking and her clearly knew the little chibi in his heart. Don't be nervous. There was no poison. How could Tu Min Tin be calm? The tail of the line just whipped, just hitting Macking Yan's handsome face. The two of them stared at each other. It was indeed the sister-in-law. Only a sister-in-law would dare to hit her eldest brother like that. Engenha was smiling again. Her eyes filled with indulgence and mischief. There really was no poison. It was just a dessert that could make you reveal your true form. Isn't it delicious? Tu Min Tin was furious. Why do you have so many poisons to deal with me? It was because it was so delicious that she fell for him. Macking Ha smiled back at her. Of course I researched it myself. Ah Ju. Si Mingjing covered his face with his hands. The DNA test results are out. Do you still want to deceive yourself? The Xiang Yuan, who was frozen, spoke with great certainty. Brother, I know why the test results didn't come out. This broken machine can definitely only test human DNA. But sister-in-law and Xiaobai are not normal people, so there must be a problem with the test results. That's for sure. Macking and Ha gave his little sister a thumbs up. Good little sister. I don't support spoiling you. Tu Min Tin rolled her eyes at Macking and Ha. You don't even accept the DNA test results. Macking and Ha just doesn't want to accept it. Didn't Tu Nien say it already? You're not human. Not allowed. Tu Min Tin instinctively retorted. You're not human. Macking and Ha looked straight at her with gentle eyes. Okay. You're not human. He will be Min Tin's dog from now on. They don't want to be light bulbs. Lin directly closed the door and left. Or the Milky Way gently pinched her sparkling dragon horn. Si Mingjing immediately felt her whole body go limp. How many times have I told you? Don't pinch my dragon horn. If you pinch again, I won't be polite. Mo Yin, he was like a child. He gently rubbed her belly a few times. Si Mingjing was very ticklish. Mo Yin, he wouldn't let me tickle anymore. Ticklish. Otherwise, the words had not yet left his ears when a voice rang out. Then let's go back to the room. Tu Min Tin reluctantly agreed. Macking and Ha was a little surprised. Why are you suddenly so obedient? Tu Min Tin frowned. Fell into your hands. Can I still escape? I can't escape. Might as well stay put. Macking Ha's eyes flashed with a sly smile. Really? Then let's go back to the room. Tu Min Tin had suffered a loss before, so he secretly hid a set of silver needles in Macking Ha's bedroom. Macking Ha realized her feelings and asked in a low voice, Baby, you hid something in my bedroom? Little cute dragon Si Mingjing couldn't believe it at all. Mo Yin, he was the great devil hidden deep in her heart. She gritted her teeth and denied it. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not hiding anything. But regardless of what the galaxy believed, his slender fingers were about to tickle her belly. Tu Min Tin immediately took a few steps back with her short legs. Immediately after that, she took out a pen from her claws and raised it up in a defensive position. You dare to touch me? Macking Ha's face darkened, calm. Do you reject me that much? Min Tin decided to tell him straight, talking nonsense. You always force me, moreover. Who would want to be a substitute? Engenha's face was extremely certain, not a substitute. Min Tin, are you hiding a jealous king in your heart? I calmly and confidently replied, of course. I told you from the very first day. This is not a secret. But Gengenha emphasized, not giving her a chance to deny. I guess you have never met the jealous king in your heart in real life. You don't even know what he looks like. Min Tin, you are so smart. Why didn't you think that the jealous king in your heart is me? Min Tin took a shaky breath. His words reminded her of something she had been complaining about recently. Previously on the prison planet, no matter which male prisoner used sweet words to pursue her, the great devil in her heart would jump out and scream violently in her head. But recently, she was always caught up in the galaxy, and the great demon king was so timid that he hibernated. Could it be that he wasn't timid, but that the real thing was right in front of him? Her heart was in turmoil. It was not right. It was very wrong. I had never given birth. I was still a pure little dragon girl. Macking her sighed. Reach out and hold her little hand. You are the king of jealousy in my heart. It's just that I refuse to admit it. Now the situation is like this. I can't convince you. You can't convince me either. Then let's go to sleep first. Min Tin was extremely impatient. You haven't slept with a woman in 800 years. Macking laughed again. Working 1801 days and 8 hours. This is also the time I left you. Min Tin was so angry that she threw the pen on the ground. She didn't argue with him anymore. He took me back to the small building. I want to detoxify myself. Otherwise I will refuse to communicate with him. She felt that reasoning with him was useless. Without the silver needle, she could not restore her human form. Macking was like a lucky number. Now everything would go her way. He happily carried her downstairs. But as soon as he reached the stairs, he heard a voice that was especially loud in the dead of night. Kok Lu Thuong, couldn't you find another airport in the capital? Why didn't you say a word and let the private plane land at my manor? Macking stopped without saying a word. He turned around and went into the bedroom. Min Tin asked what was going on. Uncle Ingen said that Kok Lu Thuong came to harass you again. He will not let go until he has you. Let's go back to the room and sleep for a while. Ku Liu Shang felt that the smell in the air was not right. It seemed to have the smell of Aiju. Suddenly, the Sioan stepped forward to block him. Ku Liu Shang asked where the Milky Way was. The Sioan's face turned cold. My brother is catching up on sleep. Yu Si Lu Thuong frowned. Then wake him up. Upstairs in the bedroom, Min Tin just entered the room and told him to take out a silver needle from the drawer. Macking smiled. Naughty little devil, you really hid a treasure in my bedroom. Min Tin struggled to hold the silver needle and pricked himself. He quickly broke the restraint and immediately transformed back into human form. At this time, footsteps came from the hallway outside the door, and there was also the sound of Deep Tu Nguyen shouting loudly, Kuk Lu Thuong, stop there for me. I told you my brother is catching up on sleep. You still want to barge into my brother's room. Why are you so persistent? Kuk Lu Thuong is not willing. What is she nervous about? Could it be that she is hiding someone in my brother's room and heard their voices? Mak Nyen Ha casually spoke ill of his love rival. I told you that Kok Lu Thuong had intentions towards me. My dressing room is connected to Tiu Batch's room. You quickly leave there. Go to Tiu Batch's room and wait for a moment. Right after that, Kuk Lu Thuong pushed open the bedroom door and saw Engen Ha lying on the bed, seemingly about to fall asleep. Mak Engen Ha narrowed his eyes. Kuk Lu Thuong, are you being polite? Kok Lu Thuong saw that he wasn't hiding anything. Accused scent also disappeared. Could it be an illusion? He had no choice but to turn around and leave, leaving the distant galaxy with a gloomy face. It was his fault for breaking off the engagement with Achisu before, yet he still dared to linger on and on. Truly a lingering ghost. Deep Tu Nguyen was advising his brother to calm down. Assassinating Kok Lu Thuong would cause instability in the international situation. A man full of domineering temperament. Seeing his wife happily smiling with someone else, his jealousy immediately flared up to the sky. Tu Min Tin called to Than while cooking. "Third brother, I'm bothering you about posting this thesis." Tu Than looked troubled again. "The thesis was written by me. Why do you want me to use the name of the family's descendants to find a medical journal to publish the article?" Tu Min Tin honestly said, "The important discovery that the bark of the Huangshan tree can cure cancer does not belong to me but to my master. Trung Mai, remember to find the most prestigious and famous medical journal in the world to publish it. Now you understand, right?" Su Cheng stood up in surprise, as if he understood. "So the last time the formula authorization contract that you signed was invalid." Song Ting Fei was looking forward to making a fortune. At that time, how painful would his face be? Suddenly Tu Min Tin turned around and saw Macking and Ha's tall figure lazily leaning against the kitchen door. Tu Min Tin couldn't help but be startled. "Let's stop here first, I'm hanging up." Macking and Ha walked towards her with a gloomy face, as if he was carrying a storm. "Who are you calling that you are smiling so happily?" Tu Min Tin just looked at him warily. What is he doing here again? Macking and Ha remembered. The reason was very reasonable. "Today you still haven't done acupuncture for me." He deliberately took a shower, arrived on time, thinking that she was about to go to bed. As a result, she was talking on the phone with another man. Tu Min smiled awkwardly. "I thought it was something big." "You just wait outside. Wait for me to finish eating the noodles and then I will give you acupuncture." Macking and Ha's face became even more gloomy. Her mind was all on talking on the phone with another man. Noodles cooked like this, can they still be eaten? Tu Min Tin instinctively defended. "That's my third brother." Macking and Ha didn't listen. Macking and Ha was resentful in his heart. "My grandfather even urged him to marry me. After that, he pulled her away." Tu Min Tin slightly narrowed Fuang's eyes. "What are you doing?" Macking and Ha's cold voice directly hit him. "This noodle is not good. Cook it again for me." Tu Min Tin was a little surprised. He is the crown prince. The son of the richest man in the world knows how to cook. 10 minutes later, Macking and Ha brought a bowl of well-cooked beef noodles and placed it on the table. Tu Min Tin stared at the fragrant bowl of noodles, her mouth watering. She was about to eat when she suddenly stopped. "You won't poison me again, will you?" Macking and Ha raised her hand and flicked her forehead. "Are you that deep? Hurry up and eat. Don't go hungry." Tu Min is tall and slim. It hasn't happened more than 3 times. I'll trust you this last time. I didn't expect you to actually know how to cook noodles. Your skills aren't bad either. Mo Yin has smiled with satisfaction again. Before, she liked to eat, so he went to school. After that, Si Ming Jing was especially careful in performing acupuncture on Mo Yin here. I have been performing acupuncture on him for half a month. How does your body feel these days? Macking and Ha hugged him back. This place was stuffy, like there was a fire burning. It burned to the point that his internal organs were uncomfortable. Tu Min Tin looked at him seriously. Why did he have this feeling? She took his pulse, listened for a long time. The pulse was steady, proving that his old illness was gradually recovering. He shouldn't have this reaction. How long had he had this feeling? Macking and Ha opened her thin lips slightly. About an hour. Tu Min Tin couldn't help but be startled. After an hour, he came to find me in a bad mood. After not saying anything for a while, he spoke after an hour. Macken's face immediately darkened. From the moment he heard her talking on the phone with another man, he had been acting calmly, and then he reacted that he had been fooled. Be serious. I don't want anyone to joke with me when I'm diagnosing my illness. It's easy for me to misdiagnose. Mrs. Engenha suddenly pulled hard, tightly hugging her into her arms. In your heart there is a jealous king, and you are still talking on the phone with another man. Min-tin, the jealous king in your heart is very uncomfortable right now. Min-tin argued loudly. I still haven't determined that you are the bastard in my heart. Maybe you are not. Macking and Ha forcefully used his hand to hold her tightly. Is that so? Need me to use real actions to tell you whether I am or not? Macking and Ha imprisoned her in his arms, lowered his head to capture her lips, domineering and strong. Min-tin quietly opened her eyes wide, easily tempted to push him away. Macking and Ha, you bastard. Macking and Ha grabbed her swinging wrist. He didn't miss the shyness in her eyes. Her body's reaction was more honest than her words. Min was furious and directly pricked him with an arrow. Uncle Ingenha just lay down like that, his whole body powerless. In the past 26 years, this was the first time I was successfully poisoned. Min-tin slowly approached him. Mac Engenha told him not to go crazy. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? This shitty place with girls can't be stayed in anymore. What the hell is a cure? Mac Engenha is afraid of losing her. Hurriedly grabbed her hand, Mingjing. Don't go, I'll go. I won't cause trouble anymore. You can stay here. Why are you so stubborn? After saying that, he tried to stand up, but his legs went weak and he fell to the ground. You poisoned me. Min-tin smiled smugly, reassured that it only temporarily made him lose the ability to move. I'm going to sleep now. I hope you remember what you just said. Macking and Ha looked at her leaving back, a little disappointed. Min-tin, I will give you time. I believe you will like me. Min-tin quickly returned to the bedroom, lying on the bed, restless, unable to sleep. She wiped her mouth fiercely. Her first kiss was gone. Mo Yinhe was really hateful, but the great devil king didn't appear in this situation. Could it be that he was really just the great devil king in her mind? Tonight, the people who had trouble sleeping were also the mother and father of Song, who were almost going crazy. Even though Mother Song explained that she only wanted to hire a male model to teach her to be smart and calm, Song Fu's anger could not be hidden, because in the eyes of outsiders, he was being cuckolded. Everyone would laugh at him behind his back. Song's mother was beaten by Song Fu until her whole body was injured. In the end, it was still Song Tengfei who stopped her. Song's mother was in pain to the bone. The whole villa echoed with her curses and cries. It was that bastard Tu Min-tin who harmed me. She was just like her mother, a good-for-nothing. When her son married a city woman, Song's mother never had the chance to have sex with Tu Jiao. On the contrary, she was always at a disadvantage. Now that the concubine is dead, giving birth to this daughter, she also killed Thien Lan. In Fuang Tin's heart, there is a flame of hatred. Mother, after all, Min-tin is still your biological daughter. Mom, don't make a fuss anymore. If you do that, you'll lose nothing by staying calm. I forced Dang Fai to hand over the property that his mother left him. What are you doing that for? Song's mother was so angry that she went crazy. Was the concubine crazy? Why did she give the property to that bitch? Thuong Tin didn't do it herself, but instead incited Song's mother, wanting her to become a knife in her hand. Min-tin was the devil who returned from prison to take revenge for his mother. Both mother and Thien Lan underestimated him, only to become defeated by him. Song mother was angry. So what should I do? I must take revenge for Thien Lan, make that bitch's life worse than death. Suddenly, Fuang Tin leaned close to Song Mother's ear and whispered something. Someone from the Song family called Chu Min Tin, saying that Song Mo and Fuang Tin were plotting something. But the person was too far away, couldn't hear clearly what they were saying. To Min, calm down. Don't worry. I have it in the palm of my hand. Just observe first. My mother is dead. Luong Thimak is also dead. There is no evidence left. I want to clear my mother's name. The only way is to make that old man admit his crimes. If Mother Tong wants to get herself into trouble, then I'll just have to deal with her. The girl was born a king, a dragon hidden in hell. The price is endless. To Min Tin wanted to find a fortune teller, so he asked Deep Sam, "Is there any famous fortune teller in the empire?" Nodding yes. Master Hui Shan of Dianhe Temple is very accurate in fortune telling, and is highly respected among the nobility in the capital. My grandmother trusts Master Hu Shan's words very much. The money she sends to Dianhe Temple every year is enough for me to buy 2 sports cars. To Min Tin plots. So is this person easy to bribe? Deep Sam understood, but that was absolutely impossible. Master Hu Heen was highly respected and valued his reputation very much. She should not think about this anymore. Tu Min Tin was still not satisfied. In this world, there was no one who could not be bribed. It's just that the price offered isn't attractive enough. Deep Sam affirmed, "Miss Tu, what you said is exactly the same as what my brother said." Tu Min Tin immediately flew into a rage. "Don't mention your brother to me." At this time at Fatten Temple, Song's mother cast the hexagram number 1000, not knowing whether it was high or low. Master Wixian looked at it twice, shook his head. Amitabha Buddha. The flower and fruit are one again, giving up halfway. Donor should let it go. Don't waste your efforts anymore. The matter of donator begging is difficult. The matter of Tong Mo begging is to avenge her daughter Thien Lan. How can she let it go? Master, is there no other way? Master Hui Shen said another sentence. Although it is as difficult as ascending to heaven, it is not impossible. It is just that there is an evil spirit in the donor's house causing trouble. If the evil spirit is not eliminated, the house will not be at peace. When Songmu heard this, she was panicked. Evil spirit? What evil spirit is there in my house? Master Hui Shan pondered, used 2 fingers to count, and said that this evil spirit was a woman who died of poison, and whose body was destroyed and thrown into the sea, causing resentment that was difficult to dissipate. She came to find an enemy. Then he looked at Tong Mo and asked, "Has the donor's family ever done something against their conscience before?" Tong Mo was scared and stepped back, stammering, No, absolutely not. How could our family do such an outrageous thing? If you don't sincerely pray to the gods and Buddha, then even this old monk is powerless. Please, poet, do as you please. After saying that, Master Wixian left. Song's mother was so scared that her legs were shaking. Liang Thimak's death was a secret. This eminent monk was truly terrifying. How could he know? Daughter-in-law, tell me, is Master Wixian deceiving us? The monks in this temple are very good at pretending to be gods and ghosts to trick us into giving alms. It's already 2050. There are no ghosts or demons. These are all remnants of superstition. Fuang Tin knew that her mother-in-law believed the master's words, so she could only agree. Mom, let's stop scaring ourselves. We can find another fortune teller. Let's go pick up Omen after school now. Tu Min Tin also sent a message at the same time. Luckily, you are at their house to support me. The other party replied, The young lady treated me well when she was alive. This time I only followed her instructions and sprinkled some chicken blood on the Buddha statue on the altar. They immediately thought that Song Tianlin died with her eyes open, so she went to the temple to worship Buddha. Master Hui Shan took out a precious code from his robe sleeve and gave it to Si Mingjing. He meant for her to scan the code and pay in advance. Si Mingjing immediately scanned the code and transferred 5,000. Master, you are so easily bribed. You won't turn around and be bribed by someone else to harm me, right? Rest assured, they are not worthy. Master Hui Xian pretended to be righteous. I am a man of integrity. Not everyone has the right to bribe me. Moreover, a disaster has called. If I do not agree to help this young lady, he will destroy my great yin word. There are too many disasters in this world. We can't avoid them. We can't avoid them. Then he muttered, the lady was born a king. Her lineage lies in the abyss. Her status is indescribable. I am just following the will of heaven and following the flow. Tamin's lips pursed. Could it be that this great master had already seen that she was really a traitor? Deep Sam hid behind and secretly made a phone call, unexpectedly being able to convince Master Hu Heen. Tamin Teen was very happy, thinking that he had bribed Master Hu Heen with 5,000. I will tell her the truth right now. Macking and Ha said again, no need. I just want to help her. She doesn't need to be grateful to me. Return to the city. The two of them went everywhere looking for fortune tellers. Coincidentally, at the gate of the kindergarten, they saw a blind female fortune teller. A young man exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my God, how did you know? 7 years ago I really had surgery. It was appendicitis. After being discharged from the hospital, I went to buy a lottery ticket. It was 3,000. No one else but my wife knew about this, yet you were able to figure it out." Fang Jing and Songmu looked at each other, unable to help but be moved. The man left with an expression of disbelief. This made Songmu eager to try. She squeezed in front of someone else and reached out to the blind fortune teller. "Miss, please tell my fortune." This blind fortune teller was Si Mingjing. The fish finally took the bait. Actually, the two people before were all arranged by her. She pretended to touch the bones for the mother, her voice full of pity. "Dad just experienced the pain of losing a child. Please suppress your grief." Songmu's eyes immediately widened. Then can you guess how my poor daughter died?" Si Mingjing pretended to ponder for a moment. Not good, not good. There was an evil spirit in the house targeting her daughter. It wanted to drag her daughter down to hell with it. Her daughter is really pitiful. Really pitiful. Song's mother was panicked. "What? Want to drag my daughter to hell? What do you mean by that?" Si Mingjing sighed. "The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. Evil spirits cannot be eliminated. The family cannot be at peace. This is a great disaster." Mother Tong hurriedly took out a thick stack of money and stuffed it into the blind fortune teller's hand. You can have as much money as you want, as long as you can help our family get rid of this evil spirit, so that we can have a good time." Si Mingjing shook his head in confusion. "You reap what you sow. There is no way to solve it. Unless the perpetrator sincerely repents before the devil, openly confessing his sins. Eliminate the resentment in the devil's heart. Otherwise the mother will question him." "Otherwise what?" Si Mingjing turned his head. Hang said something that might lead to a family massacre. Fuong Tin stood beside him and immediately thought of what happened not long ago. Song Tianlan almost got her daughter murdered. Could it be that this wasn't just because Song Tianlan was evil, but also because of evil spirits causing trouble? Tamin Tin said as he walked, "If you don't do anything against your conscience in life, don't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door in the middle of the night." This sentence made Tong Mo and Fuong Tin lose sleep all night. After walking 2 streets, Tu Min Tin got into a car. Deep Neem Batch had been waiting in the car for a long time, looking impatient, calm, having something fun, but not taking Tiujia out to play. Jia didn't want her to participate in the intimate activities anymore. 2 kisses would be enough. 1 wasn't enough. Min calmly rubbed the boy's head. Okay, don't be angry anymore. How can a grown man like you get angry at a woman? Did your father teach you that? Nia Batch mumbled. Of course not. Dad said, whether it's a man's or a woman's fault, a great harm man must hug the washboard and admit his mistake. The little boy spread his white arms and hugged Min Tin's neck. Min Tin changed the subject. What kind of intimate activity? Nia Batch immediately took out an invitation card. The kindergarten was organizing a New Year's activity for the children, requiring at least 2 parents to come, and they had to wear matching outfits. How about letting your dad and your aunt come with you? Min Tin thought about wearing the new couple clothes that Eng and He had bought not long ago. If someone took a picture of it, it would definitely be on the top of search results. Nia Batch had already bragged to his classmates. What if Mom doesn't join? Chow turned out to have a beautiful and cool girlfriend joining. The little boy looked very unhappy. His small jade-like face suddenly turned cold as ice. Seeing Nia Batch's disappointed expression, Min Tin couldn't bear it. Then your third uncle and I will go with you to participate in the suicide activity. But you have to promise me one thing. If you know how to respect your father, don't participate. Nia Batch is very confident. Father has no interest in participating. Moreover, it's fine if I don't tell him. When he got home, the boy ran to find his third uncle. After Sam understood what was going on, he immediately agreed, celebrating the new year with a suicide mission. Okay, when the time comes, I will go with you. Then it's decided. Don't tell your father. After the boy finished dealing with his third uncle, he happily left. Who would have thought that Sam was holding the phone behind his back? Min Tin was helping Nia Batch arrange clothes. Suddenly saw Tong Mo and Phuong Tin also arrived. Tong Mo's eyes revealed 10 parts hatred. Thursday Min Tin immediately walked over. Grandma, your complexion doesn't look good. Are you unable to sleep? Should I prescribe you some sedatives to help you recover? Mother Song was so angry that she wanted to die immediately. She really hit the nail on the head. Song was changing the subject. Why didn't Mr. Mac come? Is he still feeling unwell? I must pay attention to Mr. Mac's illness and cure him. Min Tin pretended to listen attentively. Of course, Dad. This matter concerns the honor of our Tong family. At this time, there were parents taking their children to school. An extraordinary man brought his wife and daughter with him. Behind him were more than 10 bodyguards in black suits following. Min Tin looked over curiously. Dad, who is that man? Tong Dang Fai explained to her. That was the president's son, Luke Tuong Fan. His daughter was in the same class as him, so majestic. The president's son was only majestic for a few years. The tycoon is as solid as a rock. The president is as fluid as water. But the galaxy is different. In the future, he will inherit the throne of Atlantis. While he has feelings for you, you must hold on tight. An arrogant little girl saw the nanny Bai and immediately hugged the prepared gift and ran towards him. The nanny Bai especially emphasized, giving gifts to each female student. You are not the only one, understand? Lu Nan Nan snorted angrily. You are not the only one either. Nia Batch Vin Val said, I don't want to be your only one. I just want to be my wife's only one. Luke Nam Nam angrily ran away. You're so hateful. I won't play with you anymore. The Nyan Bai showed off his handiwork, a New Year greeting card, and gave it to Si Mingjing. Jingjing, do you like it? Si Mingjing couldn't help but smile. The Nyan Bai was delighted that his prank was successful, and he even asked for a kiss as a reward. Before Min Tin could respond, Luke Nam Nam pointed the water gun at Min Tin. What's so deep? What do you hate? Min Tin didn't know that the water gun was a dangerous weapon, so she didn't take precautions. Just like a person dodging, the water stream splashed into the air. When it fell to the ground, a pungent smell went straight into the nose. Song's mother suddenly became sober. Fuong Tin, you are still smart. Today, I will definitely make Tu Min Tin die a terrible death. Fuong Tin humbly replied. No, she just has a way to swap the water gun. Hearing Dean Deem say that Luke Nam Nam often used a water gun to shoot at the girl's face. Because Deep Neem Batch, who always mentioned his wife as Deem Deem's older sister, also got slapped. This time he used his mother-in-law's hand to chase Luke Nam Nam out of school. He also took the opportunity to eliminate Tu Min Tin. Luke Nam Nam didn't expect Tu Min Tin to dodge. He kept pinching the grass in anger. Fate couldn't splash all over her face, turning her into a chicken that fell into the water. At this time, Macking and Ha ran over, blocking the water for Tu Min to calm down. Then he immediately stood up, snatched the water gun from the little girl's hand. Tu Min Tin frowned. There was a problem with that water gun. There was no water inside. Deep Sam heard that and quickly picked up the water gun to check. She was right. Inside was concentrated sulfuric acid. Also on this occasion, the white lady cried out miserably. The three ladies. Everyone looked in the direction the boy pointed, and saw that the clothes on the back of the Milky Way had been corroded, and her skin was covered in wounds. What a despicable villain, wanting to ruin the appearance of the person His Highness the Crown Prince loved. The Nyan Bai was furious, his eyes filled with shock. How could it be Arsu Samphiric? And sir, although Nam Nam was naughty, he absolutely did not know what concentrated Arsu Samphiric was. Macking Inha's face darkened, his voice cold. This is the apologetic attitude of the stars. They saw the corrosion on the jacket was very serious. Kept saying sorry. It's all because I didn't teach him properly. Sorry. Luckily it was just a panic attack. At this time, Tu Min Tin spoke up. Although it was just a panic attack. But why did the water gun contain concentrated sulfuric acid? If the child played with the water gun by himself and touched sulfuric acid, then his small, tender hands would be heard by Lu Nan Nan's mother. His face changed immediately. Husband, quickly investigate. You must find the person who harmed my daughter. In the break room, Macking and Ha was changing clothes. Tu Min Tin stood beside, feeling a bit sad. Just now, thank you. Hearing this, Macking has stopped unbuttoning his shirt. Kim Tu-si said, You protect your wife and children. Why do I thank you? Min Tin, I know what you are doing. I have never interfered because I believe you have the ability to handle everything. But now I've changed my mind. Today you almost got disfigured. Tonight I'll make Tong disappear. After saying that, he was about to leave. But Tu Min Tin stopped him. This is my personal matter. Please let me handle it myself. If I just want to deal with them, a packet of poison would be enough. But that's not what I want. She wanted proof that her mother was not a murderer. Wanted the whole world to know that her mother was not a murderer. Only then could her mother rest in peace. Macking and Ha asked directly, How do you plan to deal with today's matter? Tu Min Tin said that she had known for a long time that her grandmother would not sit still and wanted to deal with her. She had prepared 100 ways to deal with it. She was about to tell about the 100 ways to deal with it when the Shen rushed over. The Lu family had found Lu Nan Nan's original water gun in the homeroom teacher's desk drawer. I found pudding in the young lady's bag. Pudding is a new type of synthetic drug that is highly addictive. The police are cracking down on this drug. Anyone caught selling pudding will be sentenced to at least 5 years in prison. Suddenly, Song Tengfei stepped forward, raised his hand to teach his daughter a lesson. You insolent brat! You dare to touch this kind of thing? Do you want to ruin the reputation of the Tong Fi group? But before he could hit Tu Min Tin, he was kicked to the ground by Macking. Tong Mo pointed at Macking, her eyes filled with hatred. Why did you kick my son? My niece did something rude. My son taught his daughter, but you didn't let him. Macking and Ha didn't even bother to look at Tong Mo. Just tell the approaching wind. If I hear her say another word, cut out her tongue for me. Feng Jiao pulled out the sailor's military knife. Songmu was so scared that her limbs trembled. She immediately shut her mouth. Mo Yin, he stumbled forward, taking a step forward. Everyone had arrived and quickly started to leave. The green eyes burned fiercely, staring at the teacher surnamed Wei. This teacher kept explaining, but still can't explain clearly. At this time, two men spoke up to defend the teacher. The culprit was not her, just like me. She was framed by someone else. They asked back where the evidence was. Wang Mintin remained calm and said frankly, it was clear that I, Miss Vi, and Luke Nam Nam had all offended the same person. This person had first swapped Luke Nam Nam's water gun and hidden it at Miss Vi's place. The other party had probably guessed that something was fishy, and everyone would be searched. Then I stuffed the pudding into my bag. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. The plan was perfect. It's just a pity that there was still a loophole in every secret. How pitiful, how pitiful. Because I'm someone who treasures my bag very much. Before going out, I always wipe a layer of wax on my bag to keep it from getting dirty. This wax is homemade. Once it sticks, it's very difficult to clean. Today, everyone present here, whoever has touched my bag will definitely have this wax on their hands. Turn off the lights and a green light will appear. Everyone put their hands in the soaking solution. It will be clear who the culprit is. He thought everything was under control, but he was so calm and composed that he easily resolved the danger. Everyone was talking about it. Isn't this a common plot in TV dramas? It's actually just to scare the culprit. Those who haven't done anything wrong will put their hands in the soaking solution to wash away the suspicion. Thuong Tin also understood. This was an old trick in TV dramas, used to trick the murderer. No matter who it was, if they put their hand in the soaking solution, it would change color. Listen to me. Just boldly put your hand in the water. Deep Sam quietly told Tu Min Tin. Your method won't work. It's shown all the time on TV dramas. Tu Min Tin smiled confidently. Have you ever heard the story of the shepherd boy? I actually put wax on the bag, using a special solution that can make it appear. Because everyone knows this detail, the murderer will think that this is just a psychological tactic. The guard did not hesitate to put his hand in the solution. Deep Sam immediately understood that everyone had already soaked their hands. Please raise your hands. I will pull the curtains. Song's mother was the first to raise her hand, looking very confident. She secretly laughed in her heart. This old woman eats more salt than you eat rice. How could she trick you? At this moment, with a swish, the curtains in the main hall were pulled back. A faint green light appeared on Songmu's raised hands, making them even more prominent in the darkness of the hall. Before she could react, she heard someone shouting loudly, "The culprit is here." Song's mother was completely stunned. What was going on? Wasn't it just a psychological tactic? She hurriedly explained, "It's not me, look over there. There's also someone with glowing hands over there. That person is the Liu family's bodyguard. I checked Miss Tu's bag. There was definitely some wax on her hand. It was glowing green. So what's strange?" Everyone heard this and felt that there was no problem. Not only was it not strange, it could also be proven that Tu Min Tin's bag really had wax applied. Mrs. Song said in panic. And also, you guys see there is another person whose hands are also glowing. The culprit is definitely that person. The person at the scene whose hands are glowing is Si Ming Jing. She will definitely touch her own bag. There is no problem. Madame Luke stood up and ordered the guards to open the curtains. Another swish and the curtains were opened. Everyone looked in the same direction, their eyes fixed on Song's mother. Song's mother trembled as she said, "It wasn't me. I accidentally touched my niece's bag and got it on. Why would I harm my own niece?" To Min Tin smiled weakly. "That's right, I'm your granddaughter. How could you secretly put pudding in my school bag? Is it just because I inherited the legacy my mother left me? But it was originally mine. So what's wrong with me taking back my property? Even so, Teacher Wei and Luke Nam Nam are innocent." Of course, a parent spoke up. Was it Lu Nanan who bullied Song Dim Dim? Another parent took the opportunity to say, "I heard that Lu Nanan often used a water gun to bully others. Duck Nam Nam also used a water gun to shoot my daughter. I have reported it. The teachers at school lack experience in handling this kind of thing." Tuing Min Tin walked up to Tong Dim Dim and asked her, "Did Luke Nam Nam ever shoot you with a water gun?" Fuong Tin immediately denied it. There was no such thing. Dim Dim had never been bullied. Tong Jian Dian looked at her mother with grievance. "Mother is lying. Luke Nam Nam bullied me. He always used a water gun to shoot me. Miss Nui didn't care. Grandma said she would avenge me." Fuong Tin hurriedly covered her daughter's mouth. But the parents present there already understood what happened. Deep Sam spoke loudly. The case was solved. The 6 men bullied Tong Dim Dim. Miss Nui had a weak personality, so she couldn't handle it well. That's why Mrs. Tong wanted to take revenge on them. "Mrs. Tong, what are the 3 things to explain?" Song's mother seemed to have lost all her strength, falling limply to the ground, her whole body trembling. Every time she wanted to avenge her daughter, the one who ended up getting hurt was me. I was possessed by a demon. No matter what she did, it was useless. She laughed loudly and cried as if she had gone crazy. At this time, the police received the report and arrived. After grasping the situation, they immediately took the crazy mother away. Fuong Tin hugged her daughter tightly, feeling scared. Fortunately, she only gave advice to the concubine, and she did not interfere in other matters. She thought that everything was under control, but unexpectedly, Tu Min Tin easily resolved the crisis. She had underestimated this illegitimate daughter. At this moment, Tu Min Tin walked towards Fuong Tin. "Auntie, I'm so scared. Why does Grandma hate me so much? Is it because I saw Dad going to a prenatal checkup with someone else?" "What did you say, Fuong Tin Su?" "He is no longer the husband who loves me, no longer the one who is determined to marry me." Tu Min Tin pretended to think for a moment, then said, "I promise not to tell anyone." "Why did he hurt me like that?" "Auntie, don't tell me I told you." Fuong Tin's mind was buzzing. Her husband had a mistress outside, and that mistress was pregnant with a son. She couldn't keep calm and tried to smile. "Min Tin, thank you for telling me this. Do you know who that woman is?" Tu Min Tin did not say anything more, because she was only involved in an incident that Fang Jing would definitely investigate. Women could not stand this kind of thing, and a suspicious woman would make her husband hate her even more. Sooner or later, they would separate. After that, Si Ming Jing returned to the car. Mrs. Engen Ha suddenly asked her, "Do you know what Tu Zhao's murder case is like?" "Of course I know." That year, Tong Teng Fei had an affair with Secretary Fuong Tin. The private friend was angry and wanted Tong Teng Fei to leave empty-handed. The two divorced and flirted for months. In the end, Song Teng Fei agreed and asked his friend to go back to his hometown to complete the divorce procedures. Because if they got divorced at the Civil Affairs Bureau of City B, everyone would know. When they returned to their hometown, Song Teng Fei went back on his word. Refusing to divorce, the two argued. At that time, a neighbor couple came over to stop them, but the private friend was angry and lost all reason. Killed the couple. Then Tong Thienlan said the matter was not that simple. Old Tong had someone perform plastic surgery on Liang Shimo to become a private concubine. So it was Liang Shimo who impersonated my mother to argue with Tong Tengfei in the yard, then killed the neighbor and blamed it on my mother. But there is one thing that Tu Min Tin does not know. Macking and Ha told her that the neighbor couple that Tu Jiao killed were Fu Wongtin's biological parents. Tu Min Tin couldn't believe it. Wasn't Fu Wongtin the blind child who grew up in the orphanage? Macking and Ha nodded. The orphanage she lived in was owned by the Hoak family. She originally wanted to cling to the Hoak family, but her biological parents came looking for her. Her biological parents had become an obstacle in her way of clinging to their family. So she had the heart to borrow a knife to kill someone. Tu Min Tin suddenly realized that she didn't want Tong Dang Fai to leave empty-handed. So she incited Tong Dang Fai to set up this murder case. This is not good. My grandmother is in danger. She might be like Tong Tianlan, killed by Fang Jing to silence her. Macking and Ha immediately comforted her. He had already sent someone to punish the old lady. Tu Min Tin nodded, feeling more at ease. The phone rings now. It was senior brother Trung Mo Kwong calling, confirming with her that they would be going to watch the New Year's Eve show together tonight. Tu Min Tin was still not over the throne, but she didn't want to leave her senior brother hanging. We would go eat first, then go to the New Year's Eve party venue. As soon as she hung up, Tu Min Tin received the address that Trung Mo Kwong sent her. She asked the driver to take her to Min Nuyet Street, but she was completely unaware of how ugly Ngangdam's face was. Sitting in the back seat, Deep Sam felt the sudden cold air spreading in the air and immediately spoke up. Min Tin, who are you welcoming the new year with? Let us go with you. It's more fun with more people. Tiu Batch, are you right? Deep Neem Batch's spirit immediately lifted. Wherever he went, the little master followed. Waiting for the car to reach Min Nuyet Street. After they got off the car, Deep Sam asked his brother if he was going. Macking and Ha only replied with an uninterested sentence. Deep Sam was completely stunned. His brother just left like that, and let Mac's sister-in-law go celebrate New Year's Eve with someone else. Macking and Ha slowly looked at their backs as they left. She was no longer the wife who loved me deeply. No longer the little girl who liked to cling to me. She saw me as a stranger, as a patient, and even rejected my closeness. After the ship passed through the pitch-black night, Feng Ju couldn't help but ask, Your Highness, you have prepared the most beautiful and romantic New Year's Eve for the Crown Princess. Why didn't you stay to celebrate New Year's Eve with the Crown Princess before leaving? Mo Yin's voice was filled with resentment. No matter how romantic a gift I gave her, she wouldn't like it. Her pride wouldn't accept any of my advances. Feng Jiao, the first time I felt like a failure in another place at the New Year's Eve party venue. Tu Min Tin was extremely happy. She didn't expect a New Year's Eve party on Earth to be so lively. It was truly explosive. Trung Mo Kwong smiled brightly. Junior sister, are you happy? Let's have some milk tea. Tu Min Tin smiled and nodded, very happy, very lively. The light flickered on her face, making Chuong Mo Kwong ecstatic. In his heart, Deep Sam secretly cursed. This brat, you are so good, daring to flirt and treat my daughter-in-law right in front of me. Do you think I'm blind? Suddenly, I choked on my thoughts. The angry voice of the big devil rang in her head again. Don't go near him, she was startled. The cup of milk tea fell to the ground. Trung Mo Kwong worriedly asked, Junior sister, are you not burned? Tu Min Tin said he was fine. Haven't seen her for a few days. Why did the big devil suddenly appear? From childhood to adulthood, whenever there was a man who was intimate with her, the big devil in her head would get jealous. But when Macking and Ha laid a hand on her, Why didn't that big devil scream? If it was someone else, the big devil wouldn't be able to hold back. He had never seen anyone bully the weak like that. Or is the real big devil Macking her? She suddenly remembered that she hadn't done acupuncture for Macking her today. So she proactively texted him to apologize. The message was sent like a stone sinking into the sea. No one replied. Taemin waited for nearly 2 hours, still no reply. She turned to ask Deep Sam, "Tell your brother, we might be late tonight. Tell him to wait for me." Deep Sam said again, "My sister just texted me that my brother has gone on a business trip to the underwater world." Taemin asked when he would be back. Deep Sam thought for a moment. 10 days? Half a month or a month? No. Taemin could only continue texting Macking her. "Mr. Mac, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were going on a business trip? How could I give you acupuncture? Don't you know that treatment can't be stopped halfway? You're interrupting my treatment." Message sent. Still no one replied. She seriously suspected that Macking had blocked her. So she probed and asked, "You blocked me? Okay, then I won't keep it anymore. The account is full. I'll delete it too." This time I received an immediate reply. "Not dead yet." Taemin was so angry that he went crazy. This wasn't a matter of life or death. Treatment cannot be interrupted. I am a doctor. I have to be responsible for my patients. Find someone who understands Oriental medicine, knows acupuncture. I will instruct that person on how to do acupuncture. This time, the message was replied immediately. No one found it. Siming was still and calm. 2 options, either take me there, or you find someone who knows acupuncture. Let me guide you from afar. If you don't answer, I'll delete you. Are you and Zhao Bai the same age? Macking replied, "Childish behavior." Taemin was so angry that she was crazy. "Wasn't it because you forced me?" Taemin suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Was this man too handsome? The New Year's Eve party ended after an hour. Trong Mo Kwong waved goodbye. Actually, Taemin also wanted to invite him out for a late-night snack. That Deep Sam said his brother was still waiting. Taemin looked at Trong Mo Kwong and had to give up. "Sister, I'll make an appointment with you another day." Just like that, Taemin carried Deep Neem Batch into the car. Deep Tham said again, "Tin, if you're tired, just take a nap. I guarantee that when you wake up, you'll see my brother." Taemin nodded. She was really tired. So she took a nap. When she woke up, she had arrived at the underwater world of Atlantis. She was lying on the bed. In the room she was alone. She immediately got up, pushed the door open and walked out. "Where is Mr. Mac? Where are Deep Sam and Tu Batch?" Fong Jiak respectfully replied, "His Highness is reviewing the comments. His Highness told her to wait here for him. The third young master and the little prince have already returned. They still have to go to school tomorrow." Taemin scratched his cheek. "So who brought me into the bedroom?" Feng Ju hurriedly explained, "Miss C, please rest assured. Absolutely no one would dare to offend you. When you arrived, you were sleeping soundly. His Highness could not bear to wake you from your beautiful dream. So he personally carried you into his bedroom." Taemin did not ask anything more. She was attracted by the scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling glass window and walked to the window. She was now in the underwater world. She saw thousands and thousands of submarines lined up neatly and wondered, what is this? Fong Jiak told her that recently the international situation under the sea was very tense. 3 other countries were eyeing Atlantis. War could break out at any time. His Highness, who was about to attend the 4 Nations Summit, specially reviewed it before leaving. "We have the strongest naval and aerospace bases, and are also researching and developing future Air Force equipment." Immediately after that, Macking had returned from the parade. He wore the special military uniform of the Atlantis Empire, tall and majestic. Min was used to his noble appearance. Suddenly seeing this majestic, iron-like appearance, she was stunned for a long time. Macking and Ha walked up to her, looking at her so intently. Min suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Was this man too handsome? So she stubbornly said, "I came to take care of you." In Ganhe's eyes, there was an unconcealed smile. "Min, I'm very happy that you care about my health like this." Min quietly snorted, not seeing clearly at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have not replied to my message. "Being a doctor, how easy is it for me?" Macking and Ha unbuttoned his military uniform, walked over and sat down on the sofa, and came here. "If you're angry, just prick me a few more times. Next, it's not convenient for me to bring you along. Wait until you teach my military doctor acupuncture. I'll take you back to the mainland. Okay?" Min narrowed his eyes. "That's great. That way she wouldn't have to tie herself to his belt anymore." He didn't reply to her messages. She didn't need to keep asking. Doing so would make it impossible to leave him. The two medics that Macking and her had found came over. Min immediately explained to them how to take care of him. The two medics stood by and watched attentively. Macking and Ha looked at her in a daze, unable to bear to look away. Min knew that his burning gaze was still on her face. She pretended to be calm, continued to do acupuncture and explained to the military doctor. The two of them went back to practice to master the meridians on the human body. "If you have any questions, come back to me. As for Mr. Mac, he has been sick for many years. His internal organs have been damaged, and he needs careful care." Macking and Hay suddenly told the two military doctors, "The two of you should go down and practice well. You should learn it in 3 days." The two military doctors bowed respectfully and retreated. Macking and Ha took out a red velvet box from his military uniform pocket. Min asked, "What is this?" Macking and Ha refused. It was a gift Nan just gave her. This was designed by Tu Zhao. Tu Zhao is a jewelry designer. She once designed this necklace for a customer. He bought it from that customer. I heard this is Tu Gao's famous work. Do you like it? Min just glanced at it and couldn't take his eyes off it. Was this really designed by my mother? Thank you. I like it very much. I will remember this kindness. I will repay you later. But Enginhe doesn't like her to remember anything but her heart. So talkative. I'm hungry. What do you want to eat for lunch? Min just said a random sentence. Uncle Ingenha immediately sent someone to prepare lunch, ordering 2 portions of seafood. Min dipped the seafood into the special sauce, put it in her mouth and chewed it, immediately finding it delicious. Macking and Ha asked her if today's seafood was better, or the hot pot yesterday on Minuet Street was better. Min was a little startled. All were delicious. Each dish had its own unique flavor. Or, Engenha was not satisfied with this answer. He hugged her with one arm and placed her on his lap. Min was about to push him away, but suddenly thought again and stopped moving. She wanted to know, in this situation, would the great demon king in his heart scream? Or Menganha leaned close to her ear and asked, "Say it again. Which one is delicious?" That posture seemed like if she didn't give him a satisfactory answer, he would kiss her. Min quickly dodged, at the same time angrily said, "Macking and Ha, don't hesitate. We're in a public place." Macking and Ha said again, "Here are all my people without my orders. Who dares to look over here? Are you tired of living?" Min calmed down. "The king crab is delicious. Okay, let me go quickly." Macking and Ha gently pinched her chin. "I want to hear the truth." Min felt his lips almost touching hers, and quickly said, "It couldn't be more real." She resolutely pushed the Milky Way away and returned to her seat, feeling sad. The devil didn't jump out. Why is this happening? He is truly a great devil. I am truly unlucky for 8 lifetimes. Macking poured her a glass of red wine. Tu Min Tin took it and drank it all. She picked up the bottle of red wine on the table and drank it. Finished a bottle and still asking if he had any more. Macking couldn't bear to let her torture herself. It's over, I can't drink anymore. Tu Min was regretful. She ate and drank to her heart's content, then went out to the balcony to enjoy the sea breeze. Her 2 hands held the railing. Half of her body blurred forward. Mumbling, "Why is it you?" Macking has someone in her heart. She can never replace the person you love. Macking stumbled forward. What do you mean? Why is it you? I'm calm and stand up straight. It's nothing. I'm drunk, just talking nonsense. Mrs. Engenha did not believe it. She reached out to lift her chin up. Their eyes met. Min Tin, tell him why it was him. Tu Min Tin shook his hand away. Said, I'm drunk. My head is dizzy. I want to sleep. Mak Genhei pointed to the soft bed on the right deck. If you're drunk, then sleep on the soft bed. Tu Min Tin immediately went to lie down on the soft bed. I warn you, don't take advantage of my sleep to play tricks. I've already poisoned my clothes. Touching me means death. I'm not joking with you, Macking only said one sentence. Reassured, but in his heart he was secretly laughing. Tu Min Tin was trying to confirm whether he was the great devil in her heart or not, but did not want to accept the truth. Tu Min Tin slept for a few hours and woke up in the evening. When she opened her eyes, Macking had already left. But as soon as she woke up, she felt abandoned by the world. After her mother passed away, the great devil himself had been in her mind, accompanying her, and growing up with her. It sounded absurd, but she hoped that the great devil really existed. Because she wanted a relative so much, now it seemed like she had really found one. That person was Macking, but Macking had someone in his heart, someone he could never forget. Why was she suddenly like this? It must be her estrus period. That's why she was thinking so much, comforting herself like that. But now her mind was filled with Macking. Macking suddenly walked over and hugged her from behind. What are you thinking? Did you think I abandoned you? Tu Min Tin was startled and avoided his gaze. It was nothing. She didn't know when she had started to crave this warm feeling. It would be fine after the estrus period passed. Who doesn't have times when their moods are down? But Ganhee gently realized that her mood was not very good. I was on the deck with you all afternoon. Just now I just went to the bathroom. Tu Min Tin was startled. I said I wasn't thinking about anything. Macking domineeringly hugged her tightly in his arms, not giving her a chance to struggle. Min Tin, be my woman. Tu Min Tin pushed him away forcefully. No, I won't be a substitute. Macking was upset. She was always wondering whether a substitute was a substitute or not. Deep Sam was right. The deceased was already deceased. He couldn't keep wallowing in past feelings and torturing himself. He wanted a home. He had never thought of this before, until he met her. He wanted to build a family with her. Don't you want a home? Why wouldn't Tu Min Tin want a warm future? She longed for a warm future, but in her heart, Macking already had someone she loved. She could never replace that person. The man she wanted had to put her first. She couldn't do it. Rather than suffer a loss, she flatly refused. Macking sorry, I don't want to marry you. Macking had a splitting headache. Min Tin, don't be so quick to reject me. I'll give you time to think. Besides, I'm tired these past few days. I need to rest comfortably. There's a natural hot spring on the island nearby. Tomorrow I'll take you to the hot spring. Or tomorrow we can go eat Western food. Before I could finish my sentence, Thung Ju rushed over from the cabin. Now, something is wrong. The virtual screen instantly zooms in, and a woman speaking appears on the screen. Hello everyone, I am Baiju C. After 5 years of silence, I finally have the courage to stand up. I want to denounce the Crown Prince of Atlantis, Macking. That year, I was young and naive, and was seduced by the Crown Prince of Atlantis, Macking. I was imprisoned by him for 9 years and gave birth to his son. The divine love between the most noble dragon girl on the continent and Macking was once praised by everyone. The truth was so miserable. Here I declare that the marriage between me and Macking was forced. I do not admit it. From this moment on, I, Batch Kiyu-2, divorce Macking and restore my free status. From now on, we will have a free marriage and not interfere with each other. In addition, I firmly request that Macking return my son to me. How bold someone actually dared to impersonate the Crown Princess, the woman of His Highness's dreams. I'm really tired of living. Baiju C said a lot on the video. Hearing this, Si Mingjing understood that this woman was Xiao Bai's mother. Didn't they say that Xiao Bai's mother had passed away? Why did she publicly ask for a divorce from Mo Yinhe in the media? This woman doesn't love Mo Yinhe anymore. Thung Ju was so angry that he went crazy. His face was extremely gloomy. Your Highness, this crown princess is completely fabricated. Back then, the relationship between the two of you was so good. We were all witnesses. How could she say she was forced? This is still the crown princess that I know. Macking did not say anything. His whole body seemed to radiate a cold aura like a howling wind as he glanced at Tu Min-tin. Even though the imposter's appearance had changed greatly, you were right in front of me. I absolutely will not tolerate anyone who dares to impersonate you and deceive others. He frowned and said coldly, "Inform the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and issue a diplomatic statement on my behalf." 2 words, haha. Thung Ju felt that these 2 words, haha, were truly the most appropriate. Tu Min-tin did not expect that Batch Q2 was not dead, but did not want to live with him anymore. Their feelings had cracked. Macking looked up and met her sympathetic eyes. He suddenly felt happy. Maybe this was him. A good opportunity to pursue her again. He immediately flew out with a bitter smile. "Min-tin, you made me laugh." Tu Min-tin asked him, "Why are you so suggestive to Tiu Batch's mother?" Oranganha covered his face with both hands, pretending to be in pain. He had always been afraid to face reality. In the end, reality still slapped him in the face painfully. It was his fault. Tu Min-tin saw him in such pain and didn't know what to do. Love couldn't be forced. Maybe she didn't love him anymore. He should think it through himself. Uncle Engenha raised his head as if trying to calm his mood. He knew. Otherwise he wouldn't want to start a new life, build a new family. I understand your pride. You're afraid I won't be able to forget Xiao Bai's mother. But you saw what happened today. She and I are over. But I really want to start a new life with you. Sorry for saying such strange things. Calm down a bit. You should think carefully. I really want to start a new relationship with you. After saying that, he left, intentionally leaving Tu Min-tin with a heartbreaking back. The face of the Milky Way was so ugly that someone dared to impersonate his precious baby. He was really tired of living. After that, he called Deep Sam. What did he say? He would take Tiu Batch to his parents tomorrow. Why was it so sudden? Deep Neem Batch leaned closer, Dad. I also want to talk to you. Macking had told her son, "There is now a woman impersonating your mother, wanting to take you away. If you meet her, no matter what she says, you must not believe a word. And you must not follow her. Understand?" Deep Neem Batch's face lit up. He said proudly, "I know. I will tell that woman. I have a wife. Forget it. Macking and Ha heard his son say that. The corner of his mouth twitched. All right, let's just say it like that. Deep Sam opened his mouth and asked. There was actually someone who dared to impersonate his sister-in-law, who was so bold. Macking and Ha replied in a low voice. I don't know. Maybe the people from the motherland wanted to pay attention to Tiu Bach again. It is safest for the little white person to go to his parents. That way I will have nothing to worry about. The phone is definitely in the way. Fengju immediately stepped forward. According to the news that the secret agent reported back, this press conference was apparently organized by the mother continent. But behind the scenes, there was also the support of Kandate. But Ganha didn't pay attention. He was thinking about Kok Lu Thuong's last visit to the house. Did he find out anything? Did he know he had returned? If the baby knew that someone was impersonating her to write a divorce petition, he would definitely be angry and point that person out. That way Kok Lu Thuong would be able to find her. At this time, Tu Min Tin was in heat. She had taken 5 cold showers but still could not suppress the heat in her body. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Tu Min Tin refused to open the door. Macking and Ha, it's midnight and you're not sleeping. Why are you knocking on my door? Macking and Ha's voice was low and pleasant, giving her some good things. I heard her farting. Have you taken cold showers many times? Don't catch a cold. Tu Min Tin replied, no need. The banker squatted down and stuffed the incense stick through the door. Listen, spray a little. It's good for your body. I'm not going in. Remember to spray. I'm leaving. Tu Min Tin hesitated for a while, then decided to pick up the incense stick and spray. It turns out that although the galaxy is hateful, it also has its merits. He said that the dragon scent is good for her body. It's true. This is much more comfortable than taking a cold shower. Tu Min slept quietly until she naturally woke up. She stretched. The scent of the dragon incense still lingered in the air. Feng Jiak suddenly asked, Miss, do you want to go to the island to bathe in the hot springs this afternoon? Si Ming glanced at him. Mo Yin he was publicly humiliated and lost all face. Yet he still had the mood to go take a hot spring bath with me. Feng Jiao helplessly rubbed his face. His Highness said there was nothing more important than being with Miss C. I guessed that. His Highness was in a bad mood and wanted to go out to relieve stress. Please go with His Highness. Tu Min Tin could not refuse, so he agreed. At this time, at the command center of the Leapdean military base, countless officers were working on computers. Macking and Ha and several high-ranking generals are analyzing the battle plan. Tu Min calmly supported her lute, listening attentively. Men who focused on their work were indeed very handsome. She immediately spoke up. What is your Highness doing? Is he really going to start a war? Feng Jiak answered frankly, just keeping a guard up in case the situation changes unpredictably. Tu Min Tin sneered. So that's how it is. Everything must be prepared in advance. Tu Min did his best to help the other party jump down before being harmed by others. At this time, an operator stood up to report. Your Highness, the Crown Princess wants to talk to you. Macking and Ha ordered to speak. Connect the phone. A woman quickly appeared on the big screen. Macking and Ha, we finally meet again. But I would rather never see you again in this life. 5 years ago, I faked my death to escape you. After 5 years of separation, our marriage is only in name. I am calling you to tell you some good news. I am about to marry Prince Kandat A. When that happens, I hope you will attend. Everyone in the command center was so angry that they exploded. They publicly divorced their husbands and even sent wedding invitations to their ex-husbands. Is this the Crown Princess? This is too much. Thank you for watching. Bai Jusi seemed unwilling to let it go if he didn't anger Mo Yin. Oh right. I'll be attending the Fatherland conference with my fiancé. I hope you bring Zhao Bai along. After all, Zhao Bai is my son. Children should stay with their mothers. Understand? Feng Jiak really couldn't stand it anymore. Lin shouted. Don't go too far. Bring Tiu Batch along. Don't even think about it. Your Highness. This woman really looked coldly at the galaxy, blocking the wind of swearing. The faces of everyone in the command center were extremely ugly. Even Tu Mintin felt uncomfortable that the great demon king was being insulted like this by the woman he loved. After the meeting, Macking and he took Tu Mintin to the warship. Tu Mintin couldn't help but ask, "How do you plan to handle this?" Macking sighed. "Didn't I tell you already? I want to start a new relationship. And you? Do you agree to accept me? If Mintin attends her wedding, will you be my girlfriend and go there with me?" To Mintin couldn't help but want to defend him if he really wanted to attend her wedding. Then I can lend him me for a day. Macking was in a good mood. Thank you. Mintin, then let's decide. Let me reward you first. Take you to the hot springs. So the two of them walked along the hot spring. Macking also picked 2 large coconuts. At this moment, in the hazy steam of the hot spring, a head suddenly appeared. On its head were 2 sparkling dragon horns holding a fat fish in its arms, all ferocious. "Whoever dares to disturb me while I play with the fish, get lost, or I will eat you all." Macking and Tu Mintin both executed the person. At the same time looking towards the hot spring. It turned out that someone had arrived at the hot spring first. The other party is also a little girl. This mountain was opened by me. This tree was planted by me. If she suddenly stops looking at the coconut in Tu Mintin's hand, I will lead her down the road. I want to drink coconut water. Si Mingjing was surprised. Why is there a child here? Its dragon horns are exactly the same as Yao Bai's. Since when were there so many baby dragons? You can meet one while walking around a deserted island. That fake Bai Jusi. How could he bear to leave such a cute baby dragon on a deserted island? The little girl stretched out her plump, lotus root-like white arms and hugged the plump coconut. She drank it all in one gulp, and after she finished, the little girl burped. "Oh my gosh, it's so delicious, I want to drink more." The little girl greedily finished her coconut, then stared at the coconut in her hand, staring at the galaxy. Uncle, Liang still wants to drink the washing water. Macking was called uncle by a little girl who looked exactly like her son, so she felt a little embarrassed and gave the washing water to her. The little girl immediately gave Macking 3 kisses. She really knew how to flatter. Mackin's heart immediately melted. Tu Mintin saw no adults nearby, so he asked the little girl, "What's your name? Why are you here alone? Where are your parents?" The little girl said again, Luong doesn't have parents." He said Luong was an illegitimate child, and the corner of Tu Mintin's mouth twitched. "Then where is your uncle? Why did he leave you here alone?" Liang angrily put his hands on his hips. There was a wicked woman who said she brought Liang here to play, then left on her own. Liang was so angry. Si Mingjing continued to ask, "How long has that wicked woman been gone?" Luong held out one hand and counted with her fingers. Then she counted. "Sister, it's been 15 days. Tu Mintin couldn't believe it. This child clearly has no ability to survive in the wild, yet was maliciously abandoned on the island. Is this to let it fend for itself? So how has it been these past few days? What has it been eating?" Luong pointed at the fish with his finger. Then, with a bang, the little girl jumped into the hot spring. A moment later, she was holding a fat fish in her arms. "Miss, Please invite Liang Liang to drink some coconut water. Liang Liang invites you to eat grilled fish. The little girl caught 3 fish and threw them onto the shore. Then she quickly crawled out of the hot spring. From the shore, she found a dagger. Fish, don't be afraid. Luong Luong just pointed at the scared fish, bought a knife. Her big round beautiful eyes didn't accept a single thing. He said grilling fish is a technique. It has to be grilled slowly to be delicious. Uncle Engan Ha glanced at the fish mist beside him. This little girl is really amazing. Surviving alone on a deserted island for 15 days without starving. If it were our little white girl. Is that kid like that? Half an hour later, the fragrant smell of grilled fish wafted over. Liang Liang offered the grilled fish as if it were a treasure. He gave one to Si Mingjing. This fish is for her to eat. Be careful not to let it get too hot. Then he gave another grilled fish to the galaxy. This fish is for you to eat. The little girl was not mistaken. The man was taller, but his eyes were looking at the girl very stubbornly. Surely the girl was in charge here. To Min Tin. Thank you for watching. To Min Tin is not convenient to eat anymore. The salary is small. What do you want me to do for you? Luong Luong stared at the ring on Tu Min Tin's finger. Miss Luong Luong wanted to make a phone call. Very quickly, a face as elegant as a painting appeared on the virtual hologram screen. The man had a ponytail. His entire person exuded a noble, elegant, and dignified artistic temperament. Tu Min Tin glanced and felt familiar. He seemed to have seen him at Tong Thin Lan's funeral. What was his name? Than Lu Van. Macking and Ha also recognized the person in the video. Why was it him? Macking and Ha quietly left. Luong Luong was still sighing to him. St. Yu Yun had no idea that Liang Liang had gone missing. He had not returned to the motherland for several days, and no one had reported this to him. Ling Ling, don't cry. Tell me where you are. Luong Luong said he didn't know. He only knew that he was on the island and met 2 kind uncles and aunts. Tu Min Tin looked at Than Louis Van on the video call. Automatic greeting, holy sir. What a coincidence that we meet again. Luckily this kid knows how to grill fish. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. I wonder who left him here. At this moment, a group of people were coming to the island. The woman leading them was Bai Ji Sijia. Are you sure that Saint Liang Liang is on this island? Your subordinate answered honestly. We confirmed that we followed your instructions. We left the girl here. With her experience in surviving in the wild, she can only hold out for half a month. Bai Rusi smiled. Well done. Now finding the little girl, that is timely help, can absolutely win her trust. The teacher said as he walked, if the holy child was like other children, obediently calling for his mother when given candy, then I wouldn't need to use this tactic. Learn from her. Tralam. Second young lady, rest assured. This time Luong Luong will definitely accept her, because she is no longer Batch Than 2, but the world-famous Batch Q2. Batch Q2's lips. It is indeed Batch Than 2. So now she is Bai Ju Si. Bai Ju Si dared to openly abandon Yin He. She will also be the crown princess of Jin Da He. If Bai Ju Si really doesn't come back, then she can be Bai Ju Si for the rest of her life. This is something Bai Jiang Yin agreed to. Wait until you meet Liang Liang. Remember to tell her how hard I worked to find her. For the past 15 days, I haven't eaten, drunk, slept, or rested. Your subordinate patted his chest. Second young lady. Don't worry. I've already prepared the lines. Batch CU2 turned his head to look at her, calling me Batch family's eldest young lady. Now I am Batch CU2. Batch family's eldest young lady. The subordinate immediately corrected the words. Yes, yes. Miss Tu Min Tin is still on a video call with Than Lu Yuvan. It just so happens that tomorrow, I will return to the capital. How about letting Luong Luong temporarily follow me? Tomorrow I will give the child to you. Saint Yu Yun kept thanking him. Then he would have to trouble Miss Tu. Liang Liang sweetly said, then Liang Yan will follow that beautiful girl. It's so good to meet her. Otherwise Liang Yang would have starved to death. The old man finished calling. Macking her returned. He was tall and stood by the hot spring. This hot spring has turned into a fish pond, no longer suitable for bathing. Let's go. Let's go for a walk on the beach. Min Tin nodded. Bach Kutu's men turned the entire island upside down, but still couldn't find any trace of Luong Luong. Where is he? Isn't he on this island? Why did Luong Luong disappear? Your subordinate found a bonfire to grill fish by the hot spring. The fish bones are still fresh. The food is definitely still here. Bai Rusi was extremely angry. Then continue looking for me. If you don't find the food, don't come back. Elsewhere, Tu Min Tin was preparing to take Luong Luong back. Before leaving, she left behind a bag of acupuncture needles. His military doctor was very good. After being instructed by me, he grasped the key points of acupuncture. He was my student. Don't worry, but Ganha is teasing me. Aren't you afraid that after teaching your students you will end up harming yourself? That's even better. Then I won't need to tie myself to you anymore. Tu Min Tin spoke sincerely, but Ngenha's face turned cold. Mingjing, you just wait. Wait for me to finish handling the Four Nations Summit. Then I will deal with you. At this moment Feng Jiao came over. Your Highness, the intelligence department has sent new news. The mainland mother and Agenda A are secretly communicating, plotting against the third prince. They wanted to make things difficult at the Four Nations Summit, taking this opportunity to demand a favor. Tu Min Tin suddenly remembered something. Master Hu Heen once said that Deep Sam had recently encountered a disaster. There was a great danger in the afternoon, but as long as a noble person intervened, the danger would definitely turn into safety. Feng Jiao was even more certain that the Crown Princess wanted to take advantage of the Four Nations Summit to ask him about the child, and would definitely use some means of pressure. They couldn't find any flaws in him, so they could only target the third prince. They just didn't know who that noble person was. Mo Yin, his deep gaze fell on Si Mingjing. Si Mingjing was stared at until her head went numb. You wouldn't think that noble person was me, would you? Mo Yin, his voice was extremely certain. Other than you, I can't think of anyone else. Feng Jiao stood beside Sen and entered. Does your highness want to send someone to protect the third prince? Mo Yin, he gave a higher assessment. No need. Don't startle the snake. Mingjing alone can fight 1,000 troops. Feng Jia's face was full of surprise. Miss Tu's medical skills were superb, that she could fight against thousands of troops. Was this possible? Mo Yin here was extremely proud. Miss Tu was more than just a doctor. She was smart and clever, more cunning than others. The woman I admired the most. Can you give me the leaf tattoo to take care of? Liang Liang's private plane landed at the family's estate. Si Mingjing held Liang Liang's hand and got off the plane. Liang Liang, can my dragon horn seal go? Liang Liang looked puzzled. This princess's dragon horn is so cute. It is a symbol of status and position. Hide it. Are you stupid? Si Mingjing was stunned. This is not the motherland. If someone else sees your cute little dragon horn, they will take you away. Be good. Hide it before I come to pick you up. Liang Liang still didn't listen. No. Upstairs, Deep Sam brought a lot of food for Liang Liang. He stared at the dragon horn, stunned for a moment. This was exactly like Xiaobai's small dragon horn. Suddenly Tu Min Tin's phone rang. It was her uncle coming to pick her up. She immediately hugged Liang Liang. She would take her child to see him right away. Liang Liang was extremely excited. She was about to see him. In another place, someone reported to Mac Nianhei. The patrol team discovered the crown princess on the hot spring island. Macking and Ha's face turned cold. What was she doing there? The subordinate answered honestly. It seems she is looking for the child that Miss Tu took away. Macking and Ha was even more confused. Isn't Luong Luong the niece of Than Lui Van? How is it related to that imposter? The subordinate continued to report. The patrol soldier heard them calling Luong Luong. Mother came to pick up her child on the island. That child seemed to be the crown princess's daughter. The expression on Genha's face suddenly became fierce. What did you say? He immediately called Deep Sam to talk about this. Deep Sam was extremely excited. Long Fuong Tai. Luong Luong was his and his sister-in-law's child. Deep Tu Nguyen thought for a moment. No wonder it looked familiar. Luong Luong's mouth and nose were exactly like his when he was young, and her eyes were like her sister-in-law's. She immediately grabbed the phone. Brother, do you remember? Before her sister-in-law left, she stammered. It seems like there are so many things I want to say to you. But at that time you were seriously ill and fainted. Why are you so useless? Macking and Ha hurriedly said on the phone. I will immediately keep that child for you. Don't let anyone take it away. Than Lui Van said thank you to Tu Min Tin, then wanted to get in the car and leave. Of course, Deep Sam strode forward. Wasn't this the famous and ceremonial Holy Prince? What wind brought him here? He had already arrived at the door. He didn't come in for a cup of tea and left. How disrespectful to our Deep family. Saint Yu Yun frowned. He had something to do today, so he would go first. Tu Min Tin stood in the middle, feeling extremely embarrassed. There might be a misunderstanding, so wait a moment. Then she pulled the Siwan aside. What happened? Mr. Saint just came to pick up my nephew. The Siwan told her honestly. My brother called just now. My brother said that this child might be his biological daughter. Before my brother makes the truth clear, I absolutely will not let anyone take the child away. Tu Min Tin was surprised. His biological daughter, Luong Luong, was a little scared, and immediately hugged Than Lui Van's neck tightly. Saint Liu Yun's face darkened. Could it be that the family had already found out something? After that, he pretended to be calm, so he didn't intend to let me go. I'm not used to drinking tea from your house, so I won't continue. However, right after that, he suddenly transformed into a giant dragon. Liang Liang rode right on the dragon's back, majestic and awe-inspiring. The dragon flew into the sky, riding the clouds and the wind. This cool and domineering way of leaving left the Cheyenne stunned. Even Tu Min Tin was surprised. Than Lui Van was also a star. He could fly and was so big. Why couldn't she? Deep Sam had informed his brother about Luong Luong being taken away. Mac Ninjan Ha had met Batch Q2. Batch Q2 was startled. Mac Nin Ha, why are you here? Mac Enyan Hay smiled meaningfully. No need to look anymore. Luong Luong is with me. The imposter's panicked tone further confirmed the speculation in Mo Yin his heart. He didn't realize that it was his own daughter. Bai Jusi was shocked, glared at me, and returned the girl to me. Mo Yin had deliberately provoked her, his voice stern and cold. Based on what? She is my biological daughter. How could Mo Yin here wander outside? Bai Jusi was even more terrified. Mo Yin had discovered. Subscribe to Gian Mi Go channel to not miss interesting videos. Macking and Ha's imposing aura was intimidating. It was useless for her to deny. I had already investigated everything. That year she gave birth to a boy and a girl. Luong Luong was my flesh and blood. Bai Jusi was extremely frightened inside. I don't know what he's talking about. Her panicked, evasive tone further confirmed Mo Yin He's suspicions. She knew very well what I was talking about. He let out a cold laugh, turned around and left resolutely. Batch Q2 hurriedly chased after him. Macking and her. Stop for me. That's right. Liang Liang is your daughter. But Liang Liang was raised by me. You already have a little white girl, and you still want to steal Liang Liang from me. Shameless, Mo Yinhe's guess is not wrong. You didn't realize that she was your daughter. The girl grilled fish for him to eat, but never hugged it. He suddenly turned around. His eyes suddenly filled with turmoil. Who had thrown it onto the island? Bai Rusi was scared and kept retreating. After all, it wasn't me. Macking and Ha stepped forward again, one hand strangling her neck. The force in his palm almost caused Bai Rusi to lose his life. The bodyguard standing beside reminded, Your Highness, if you don't let go, she will die. Once she dies, Mother Continent will definitely take this matter as a favor. Mo Yinhe let go of her hand, took a long stride and left. This time he will let her go. Your subordinate is a little worried. Liang Liang was taken away by Mo Yinhe. How should we explain to the Holy Prince? His face is turning pale and pale. I immediately called the Holy Prince, telling him that Mo Yinhe took Liang Liang away, that the phone just got through. Saint Yu Yun heard a few sentences, his voice cold. She said that she had told Mo Yinhe that Liang Liang was his biological daughter. Bai Qiaosi hurriedly said, No. I said that Mo Yinhe investigated it himself. He still wanted to slander me. Saint Yu Yun wished he could really have Mo Yinhe, strangling this stupid teammate. He was tricking her. Her intelligence was not even 1/10 of a Jew's. Why did the boss choose her? What else did he know? Batch Q2 begged for his life. No. He just thought that his sister would only give birth to a boy and a girl. So what should I do now? Liang Liang has fallen into the hands of that scumbag Mak Nianhe. I can't get her back. Liang Liang is with me. Stupid. Van Louis Van directly hung up the phone. I don't want to talk nonsense with her anymore. At this time, Tu Min Tin saw a hot search news about Batch Q2 and Mak Jianhe having a boy and a girl. She frowned slightly and immediately texted Van Louis Van. His younger sister was Batch Q2. Congratulations on finding his younger sister. Van Louis Van said that she was not his younger sister. At this time, she received a message from Deep Neem Batch. Dad told me that you have a younger sister. Younger sisters are to be pampered. I will pamper my younger sister to the heavens. Suddenly, Deep Sam was about to go out. Min Tin immediately asked him where he was going. Deep Sam answered honestly. Going out to drink and sing karaoke with friends. Early the next morning, Deep Tu Nguyen read shocking news about his younger brother. The male god of the country, the invaded and took the Empress Dowager, the Yang Wanling, who was drunk, to rent a room with her. After Yang Wanling sobered up, she could not bear the humiliation and committed suicide in the bathroom. Old Lady Deep flew into a rage and clearly explained what was going on. How could Deep Tam dare to hide anything? Honestly, last night at the party, I met the actress Juan Yuan Lin for the first time. She sat next to me, we drank and chatted for a while. Then she got drunk. I was worried that my daughter would be unsafe if she got drunk outside, so I kindly rented her a hotel room upstairs. Duong Uyen Lin was drunk, kept hugging and kissing me. I pushed her away and left. It was obvious that she kept clinging to me. I didn't let her achieve her goal. That she committed suicide. She was crazy. Deep Tu Nguyen kicked him hard. Stupid dog, you were schemed against. It's not that she's crazy. It's that someone wants to harm you. Listen, you have to remember this for me. This matter has nothing to do with you. As long as there was no relationship, even if there was an autopsy, there would be no way to find your DNA on her. The Zamjiam is 100% sure that there was none. You are still innocent. Suddenly someone dug up the account. Yang Wanling's secret Weibo. That was a suicide note. I still couldn't escape the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry. I, with a maiden's heart, met the male god I admired. As a result, the male god turned into a hungry wolf. I didn't want to live anymore. Furthermore, after the forensic doctor finished examining Duong Uyen Lin's body, he provided an expert report that found Deep Sam's DNA in her body. Immediately, the entire social network was outraged that this was the real evidence. From then on, no one was left believe in Deep Sam's innocence anymore. Deep Tu Nguyen saw this and was extremely angry. Didn't you say you didn't touch Duong Uyen Lin? Why is there your DNA in her body? Deep Sam was also stunned. Sister, I really didn't. The police couldn't stand the pressure of public opinion, so they contacted the Deep family's estate, wanting to arrest Deep Sam. Deep Tu Nguyen worriedly called Macking her. But Macking-Han's phone was busy, couldn't get through. Immediately called Feng Jiak unexpectedly. Feng Ju told him something even worse. His Highness was still dealing with the reporters. This matter was really awkward. Yang Wanling's background was not small. Just now at the Four Nations Summit, the Crown Prince provided it. Cao Yang of Kandakti Kingdom revealed that Duong Uyen Lin is his sister, the Princess of Kandat A, and Duong Uyen Lin's mother is a commoner of Countria. That year, she unfortunately fell into the sea and was saved by Emperor Kandat A Kirk and had an affair. When her mother was pregnant, she was chased away by Empress Kandat A Kwok and returned to Country A alone, giving birth to Duong Uyen Lin. Deep Tu Nguyen was a bit surprised. Duong Uyen Lin's death had escalated to a national level. This invasion was really dangerous at this moment. Old Lady Deep was so angry that she almost fainted. Deep Sam loudly called out to people, "Quickly go invite Miss Tu." Min checked and saw that she was fine. "Old lady, don't worry, soon. Deep Sam will return from the police station safely." Old Lady Deep sighed. "Min, don't comfort me anymore." Deep Tu Nguyen also said that Uyen Lin was dead. Now no one could save a Sam anymore. Min smiled like a 1,000-year-old fox. The reason why the opponent dared to be so arrogant was all based on the premise that Duong Uyen Lin was dead. What if Duong Uyen Lin came back to life? What else could they do to Deep Sam? Deep Tu Nguyen exclaimed, revived, "How is that possible?" Min, no matter how high your medical skills are, you can't revive the dead. Don't joke with us anymore. Hearing that, old Madam Deep, shaking his head, resurrecting the dead. This is impossible. It's completely a daydream. Sima Jing raised his hand to look at his watch. I've already sent someone to the monk's house to bring Yang Wanling here. The time was almost up. And then a series of footsteps rang out outside. Everyone saw someone carrying Duong Uyen Lin's body into the villa. Deep Tuong Nguyen was extremely surprised. How did she get Duong Uyen Lin's body? Min smiled lightly, only said one sentence, "We'll tell her later." Min stuffed a pill into Duong Uyen Lin's mouth, not expecting that. Duong Uyen Lin opened her eyes again at this moment. Everyone in the living room was stunned. Min remained calm. Duong Uyen Lin was not dead. She still had a heartbeat, just a little weak. I bribed the police chief. The police chief released fake news. So everyone thought she was dead. Seeing everyone in the Deep family staring at me, Duong Uyen Lin was both shocked and scared. "Sorry, I didn't mean to hurt Deep Sam." Deep Tu Nguyen stumbled forward, grabbing her arm tightly. "What exactly happened? Tell me clearly. If you don't explain clearly, I won't forgive you. Even if your father is a powerful emperor, I will still deal with you." Duong Uyen Lin cried again, cried for her fate, cried even more for the sudden disaster that had befallen her, almost losing her life. Min saw that she could only cry and sighed continuously, and the teacher asked her to protect Deep Sam. So he discovered that something was wrong. Actually, the night the incident happened, she had been secretly following him. At that time, Duong Uyen Lin was leaning on Deep Sam's shoulder, seemingly drunk to the point of not knowing what was going on. But her eyes occasionally flashed with a look of alertness. This matter definitely had some twists and turns. Afraid that Deep Sam would fall into her trap, she continued to follow him. She saw Deep Sam open the hotel room, but quickly left again. Still have the skin to wipe away the lipstick marks on the face. Worried that this woman still had a plan, Min opened a room next door, just in time to see a figure sneaking into Duong Uyen Lin's room. This guy pushed her head under water again. After the murderer left, she sneaked into the room, saved Duong Uyen Lin from the clutches of the devil, and forced her to tell the truth. Duong Uyen Lin told her that she was an unrecognized princess of the Kanda-A Empire. Her brother was the crown prince, Kanda-A, Kok Kao Duong. After Mr. Mo knew about it, he told her to wait for a sudden move, saying that he wanted to give it to her. Gave Kok Kao Duong a big gift, created a fake scene of Duong Uyen Lin committing suicide by cutting her wrist, and acted out a play for the whole world to see. So she gave Duong Uyen Lin sleeping pills, faked her death, and then colluded with the police station. Deep Tu Nguyen was surprised, buying a dozen police chiefs. How did she do it? That person is famous for being indifferent to oil and salt. Min smiled calmly. By a fortuitous coincidence, I cured his daughter's illness. He owes me a favor. She said sorry. Sorry, I didn't tell everyone in advance because of the many family members. Eyes and ears mixed up and leaked the news. Old Madame Deep didn't blame her, now giving the enemy a surprise attack. It was really good, just when everyone felt happy. Deep Tu Nguyen asked a question. Why did the forensic report have Deep Sam's DNA in Duong Uyen Lin's body? Duong Uyen Lin was a bit scared that it was taken from a sperm bank. Last month, there was a golden trouser that went to the Sen's University to promote. Many male students signed up. The Sen also signed up. My brother said that if I failed to seduce the Sen, I would use this. I must have evidence to prove that I was humiliated by the Sen. I don't know what to do. Kuk Kao Duong is a talented prince. He said if I don't do it, he won't let me live peacefully in the entertainment industry in the future. Si Mingjing squeezed her hand with one hand, stopping talking nonsense. Listen, you have no other choice now. Give you a chance to atone for your sins, not to take revenge. The next day, the Four Nations Summit finally began. Kok Kao Duong poured all the anger in his heart into his voice. My sister was humiliated by her brother, causing her to be unable to bear the humiliation and commit suicide by cutting her wrist. Kanda-A, we have lost a precious princess. Macking and Ha, if you don't give me an explanation today, I will definitely mobilize all the troops of the entire country to go to war with you. Fong Trung Ho is not afraid of gossiping about big things. Interfering. Even I cannot predict this beastly matter. I am willing to send troops to help you. Tu Lai Kao Crown Prince. Is what you said right? Si Li Kao also smiled. That was natural. Macking and Ha picked up the teacup, leisurely drank 2 sips, and explained in a lazy voice. Yus Kao Duong slammed the table. What is your attitude? One is you, Macking and Ha. Personally admit that your marriage with Batch Q2 is invalid, and send Deep Neem Batch back to the mother continent. 2 is to directly declare war, and the 3 countries' allied forces attack your Atlantis. With 2 options, you better give me an answer right now. I advise you to clearly perceive reality, and be a human being. No. Don't blame us 3 countries' alliance for letting you know what a dangerous move of society is. The Secretary General glanced at him. His Highness the Crown Prince of the Silver River is currently the third prince of your country. Having humiliated the princess of the Amo base, the Silver River did not give him a chance to continue speaking. My younger brother did not humiliate Yang Wanling. Look at the truth. We can't get any results from arguing here. Why don't we let Duang Uian-lin tell everyone herself? The others were all stunned. Duang Uian-lin was dead. How could she tell everyone? This was really absurd. The Secretary General thought he had misheard. Prince Engenha. Could it be that you could also invite her ghost to tell the truth about her death? Mak Nyenyeha asked indifferently, Secretary General. Who said Duong Uian-lin was dead? Just then, at the left passage of the meeting room, 3 women suddenly walked in. But when she saw the song, all of Duong Uian-lin's fighting spirit flared up. Why am I not dead yet? Are you disappointed? Do you still have any blood ties? If you are inhuman, don't blame me for exposing the truth. Even though at this moment, the entire conference hall was in chaos. The Secretary General banged the wooden gavel on the table, but the noise still drowned out the sound of the gavel. Duong Uian-lin tearfully recounted the whole incident, finally angrily pointing at Kok Kao Duong himself. My half-brother incited me to seduce Deep Sam. He also gave me Deep Sam's DNA, told me to prepare 2 plans, to seduce the king and frame him. But I never dreamed that his real purpose was to fake my death to blame Deep Sam. If it weren't for Miss Chu's excellent medical skills, I would have become a ghost by now. Everyone present understood that this was a deliberate plot. Mak Engin-hee turned his head, his deep eyes looking at Tu Min Tin, as if to say thank you. Tu Min Tin was a little embarrassed by Mak Nenshu's gaze. Ku Gaoyang was forced to sign a one-way free trade agreement, which meant that merchants from the Atlantis Empire would be exempt from taxes in the future when exporting goods to Kandaya. However, goods from Kandaya exported to the Atlantis Empire would still be subject to taxes according to the previous agreement, which was valid for 10 years. Cook Kao Duong was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Mak Engen-he, I did the wrong thing. I apologize to you, but I was also overly worried. Luckily, what is mine will eventually be mine. Soon it will be my wedding, and my fiance's. When that time comes, I hope you will attend. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole hall fell silent. Ru Gaoyan still felt it was not enough. He said, my dear, come here with me. Let's discuss Zhao Bai's custody with Mo Yinhin. Bai Jusi walked to Ku Gaoyang's side and offered him her hand. Ku Gaoyang immediately did a move that gentlemen often do, kissing the back of her hand romantically. He had no idea that Bai Jusi was a fake. He thought he had just kissed Mo Yinhe's woman. What is the most ruthless way to defeat an enemy? Of course, sleeping with the other party's wife. Kao Duan expected this action to anger Mak Engen-ha, but Mak Engen-he didn't even blink an eye. Mo Yinhe, don't say I'm taking advantage of the situation. I and Rusi got engaged first, and you stole my fiancé later. Mo Yinhe remained unmoved. The Sion couldn't stand it anymore. He spoke up. Bai Rusi wasn't already engaged to Ku Liu Shang. Since when did it become Ku Gaoyang? Bai Qiaosi leaned gently against Ku Gaoyang. I, Bai Qiaosi, want to marry Crown Prince Jin Daya. The one who was engaged to me before was also Crown Prince Jin Daya. Who is the Crown Prince? I will immediately get engaged to that person. Ku Gaoyang's face was beaming with joy. That's right. As Jusi's fiancé, I still have to claim custody of the child for her. In the mother continent, the mother is the most important. The child must follow the mother's surname. If the couple divorces, the child will also follow the mother. The father has no right to raise the child. Mo Yinhe, you hand over Zhao Bai, Feng Zhao loudly retorted. We are Atlantis. Patriarchal society. We absolutely will not hand over the little prince, but you must hand over the holy food. The Secretary General banged his gavel on the table. Everyone. This is really difficult to decide. Let's follow the old rules, writers, martial artists, and simulated combat. Whoever wins 2 consecutive rounds, the child will belong to that side. The literary contest is about to begin. Both sides will send out 2 people, one to describe, one to guess. The person describing can say the idea, use gestures, or choose to skip the question. The time limit is 5 minutes. Whoever guesses more correctly will be considered the winner. Deep Tuong Nguyen thought for a moment. This essay test not only tested knowledge, but also tested understanding. Both sides needed to understand each other deeply enough. Kuk Kao Duong hugged Bach Ku Tu's waist. Kui Kong, Ku Tu, I will win back custody of the child for you. If not, who is worthy of being your man? Macking and Ha looked deeply into Tu Mintin's eyes. Are you willing to fight with me? I believe your intelligence can definitely help me win back to you, Bach. Tu Mintin was startled. This is a big deal. Fighting for the right to raise the little white. This essay contest not only tests knowledge but also challenges us. We are not compatible. Deep Tuong Nguyen encouraged Tu Mintin, you can do it. Tiu Bach likes you so much, you must help my brother win custody. I beg you. The song did not hide its mockery. Mak Engen Ha. Is your country out of people? And yet you found a woman who had just been released from prison and had not finished elementary school. Is this a risk you are taking knowing you will lose? Tu Mintin suddenly stood up, his eyes sharp. Mak Engen Ha, come and compare. I must participate in this competition. I must make them lose with conviction. Bai Kiao Si spoke, his tone arrogant. If Miss Si wanted to guess, then of course I would too. I guessed the part Gao Yang would describe. He was the #1 talented woman of the mother continent. A low-level mainlander who hadn't even graduated from elementary school. Wanting to beat me, he really didn't know his own limits. So they went up first. No matter what the song described, he could respond fluently. Given 5 minutes, he answered 20 questions correctly. The scene erupted in thunderous applause. Bach Ku Tu's face was as arrogant as a peacock spreading its tail. Before going down the field, he glanced at Tu Mintin with a disdainful gaze. Miss Tu, Nguyen Tranlong bless you. Tu Mintin said nothing. She and Mak Ngini Ha went on stage. Time starts. Mak Ngin Hua smiles evilly. 4 words. Everyone can't escape. Refer to the first time I met you, and now I met you. Tu Mintin slightly narrowed his eyes. The law of incense. Mak Gingan Ha snapped his fingers and answered correctly. So, you know, my current attitude towards you is the law of incense. Everyone was forced to eat dog food, looking at each other with evil eyes. Is this a new self-public declaration of love? Can you still seriously answer the question? The secretary coughed. Mo Yini smiled. 4 words expressing emotions. Every time I see you. Si Mingjing replied immediately, gritting his teeth. Mo Yinhe nodded. 3 words. Describing the character setting. The Shen was 1. Si Mingjing replied immediately. A great injustice, naive and sweet. Si Mingjing had a headache. What kind of strange questions were these? Do you dare to ask any more difficult questions? Mak Nying's eyes slightly lowered. The name of a mathematician, 9 words. He had a thesis on the quintic equation with 1 unknown, without a general algebraic solution. If you don't know, then ignore it. But Tu Mintin still answered immediately. Niels Henrik Abel. Everyone at the scene couldn't believe that this Miss Tu was illiterate. Miss Tu's question. She was able to answer like that. Bai Ju Si had also encountered this question just now. She was unable to answer. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The speed at which they answered became faster and faster. So fast that the others didn't even have time to react. At this time, the chief secretary Ho too had 5 minutes to answer 50 questions correctly. In the first game, writer Macking her Tu Min Tin won. Despite the bank leaning over, whispering in her ear, "You never let me down." Tu Min Tin proudly remembered you and said, "Thank you." Batch Siu too gritted his teeth. "If I lose and lose the right to raise to you, Batch, to lie will cripple me. I will no longer have the chance to please him." He angrily pointed at her, stopped talking nonsense, and started the next game. The second game, the boxers, the draw. Each country invited a representative to compete in flying the spaceship. The competition takes place in a simulation cabin. Contestants fly from Blue Planet to the prison planet and check in, then return to Blue Planet. The user with the shortest time wins. In the competition where opponents are allowed to be shot down, the person who is shot down is considered to have lost. The members of the continental delegation and the Asian champion saw the question on the big screen and wished they could faint on the spot, or the Milky Way will walk forward. He never bullies women. I'm calm. This time, why don't you replace me on the field? Tu Min Tin nodded and immediately agreed. Bai Jusi and Si Mingjing each chose a simulation cabin, entered, and prepared themselves. Si Mingjing secretly sighed in her heart. She had only piloted a spaceship once, and it wasn't this kind. Mo Yin, he actually dared to send her up to the stage. Did he really want to let Bai Ju go? She suddenly couldn't find the start button anywhere. Deep Chu Nuyen was almost angry enough to bleed. Bai Ju Si sneered. "I have learned everything Bai Ju Si knows. Compared to this clan, I will definitely win. Mo Yini, you will pay the price for your arrogance." The chief secretary asked Si Mingjing to quickly start the machine and connect to the big screen. Si Mingjing asked a very practical question. How to connect to the big screen? Suddenly Mak Engen Ha stepped in and pressed the start button for her. Tu Min Tin angrily whispered, "You made me lose face. Sending a new soldier like me into battle. Don't you want to win?" Macking Ha believed in her ability. "Don't underestimate yourself. I want you to win." Tu Min Tin pursed her lips. Too much pressure. Kok Kao Duong and Tu Lai Dao stood next to each other. Kok Kao Duong muttered, "Mak Ningen Ha intends to lose to me both his son and wife." Tu Lai Dao is profound. That guy is very famous. He likes to take risks. Kok Kao Duong laughed loudly. Crown Prince Lai Dao's words were too cautious. What kind of trick could they do? This game was not exciting at all. 5 years ago, at the Four Nations Summit, Batch Q2's amazing driving skills had captivated him at first sight. Bai Jusi and Si Mingjing were both ready. Bai Jusi's beautiful posture soared into the sky. The whole process was so beautiful that it was incomparable, becoming a goddess in the hearts of many gamers. But why hasn't Si Mingjing's ship taken off yet? This newbie didn't even know it was taking off. Just when Bai Jusi felt that his opponent was so weak that it left people speechless. Then a loud bang rang out. Her spaceship was hit by the static. The person had not yet taken off. Shot them. Exploded in the air. A piece of flower destruction. Everyone stood up. What had happened? Everything happened so fast, leaving no time for people to prepare mentally. This was Si Mingjing's tactic, because usually at the beginning is when the defense is weakest. Kill the opponent first, then fly to check-in. Isn't that better? After that, she took off in the air. The spaceship exploded brilliantly like a firework, cheering her on, congratulating her on her glorious journey. Bai Jusi was furious, took off his glasses, and said, "Si Mingjing, you coward. You're not as good as others, so you play dirty tricks. I've just started. After saying that, she angrily left. Deep Tu Nguyen responded on Tu Min Tin's behalf. What? Can't afford to lose. Please review the competition rules carefully. Bai Rusi was both angry and helpless. Whether this new soldier could fly to the prison planet, check in, and fly back was still unknown. The corner of Yin He's mouth curled up into an evil smile. He leaned over and sat on the chair, lazily leaning against the back of the chair. 2 legs crossed, both luxurious and seductive. Be quiet, this is not a trick. Speak softly. He both criticized and praised. In fact, he was mocking the loser Bai Ju Si, and was also hinting at it. Macking and her picked up the teacup on the table, looked towards Tulai with a pale face. The prince has left me. Is there still a need for a 3rd round? Si Li Cao's face was also very ugly. Wait until she returned safely before saying that. Si Mingjing's series of movements were as strong as a tiger, easily avoiding the incoming meteorite stream. It was both dangerous and exciting. Only then did everyone react. Si Mingjing was not a rookie at all. The chief secretary announced that Macking and her side had won 2 matches, so the custody of Deep Nim Batch and Than Luong Luong belonged to Macking and her. Tu Min Tin took a deep breath, feeling very refreshed. It was clearly the 2nd time driving. Could it really be like what Macking had said before? Macking and her immediately ran to hug Tu Min Tin, even though her appearance had changed. Everything I taught her still remained in her bones. I want to let the whole world know that from now on, the woman I love is named Tu Min Tin. The reporters reacted and immediately raised their cameras to take pictures. Deep Tu Nguyen stood beside him, dumbfounded. Tu Min Tin stomped his feet. That bastard was just acting. He just borrowed me to show off his power and counterattack Batch Ku 2. Suddenly she noticed Deep Tu Nguyen's gaze, occasionally glancing towards the man sitting alone having lunch. Was that the crown prince of the continent? Tu Lai Cao? Do you like him? Deep Tu Nguyen blushed no. Tu Min Tin found Deep Tu Nguyen's reaction really cute. It's okay. But he is very handsome. His temperament is not inferior to her brother. He must be very popular with girls. Deep Tu Nguyen sighed. He is the most famous prince of the mother continent, not inferior to my brother. To countless women, he is the most famous prince of the mother continent. If a woman wants to be his crown princess, we cannot. At that time, I gave up my dignity and clung to him, but not loving is not loving. Doing nothing is useless in the corner. The man who was quietly eating caught the eyes of the 2 people. Deep Tuong Nguyen glanced at him, then quickly lowered his eyes, happily lowering his head. Suddenly she stood up and pulled Tu Min Tin out for a walk. Si Mingjing teased her, asking her what it felt like to like someone. The Si Yuan's words were full of emotion, very bitter, like coffee, without any sweetness, but addictive. Once he was moved, all his previous pride and confidence was shattered. My brother said it was because this feeling was inappropriate. Girls should be noble. I will not lower myself anymore. I want to find someone who loves me to date, just like my brother loves my sister-in-law. At this moment, Bai Ju Si stepped forward. Lowly people on land, what are you looking at? Look any more and I'll gouge out your eyes. Deep Tu Nguyen angrily asked, who are you scolding? Batch Q2 was arrogant and self-important, scolding everyone, especially her. A bastard like Deep Tu Nguyen dared to like Tu Lai Cao Tai too. All of you are despicable, get off this island. Deep Tu Nguyen finished and was about to tear Batch Q2 to pieces, but Tu Min Tin stopped her. I wonder what kind of person, in Miss Batch's eyes, is worthy of setting foot on this island. Batch Q3 is proud to be a sea person. Of course, sea people with noble blood like us. You lowly breeds are not worthy. Today, you used dirty tricks to defeat me. That was already the most glorious moment of your life. People are born into 3 or 7 categories, I lost. But I will forever be the most noble female blood of the mother continent. Si Mingjing asked. So in the eyes of you sea people, the most noble blood is the blood of a female heart. Bai Qiaosi spoke in an arrogant tone, talking nonsense. The most noble bloodline in this world is the bloodline of the lineage. She can never compare to me. She is currently taking Bai Juxi's place. So Bai Juxi's nobility naturally belongs to her. Si Mingjing smiled, calm and fearless. 2 slightly long horns protruded from her forehead. Was this the bloodline she was proud of? Bai Juxi was shocked and took a few steps back. This was absolutely impossible. The entire mother continent only had 1 adult female dragon. That was Bai Juxi. She waited for Si Mingjing to continue. But then he thought of something and was so surprised that he was speechless. To Min Tin said frankly that the most respectable thing for a person is his own future self-cultivation. After saying that, she pulled Deep Tu Nuyen away. Deep Tu Nuyen went swimming in the sea, her beautiful fishtail drawing a parabola. It was really refreshing just now. But calmly, from now on, don't casually reveal your identity. It's easy to bring trouble upon yourself. To Min Tin frowned. On land, of course, she wouldn't. But in front of those sea people who thought they were superior to others, I didn't want to give in. Moreover, she was very curious about my family's identity, but didn't understand anything. When she was little, her mother told her that she and she were not blood related. She just borrowed her body for her to be born. Although they were not blood relatives, she had carried her for 10 months and given birth to her. She was her only mother. The Tong family bullied her mother, so she had to take revenge for her mother. As for her family background, she revealed her identity to the people of the mother continent. Perhaps she could learn more about herself through that. At this moment, someone put a coat on her. To Min Tin turned her head to look. Unexpectedly, it was Crown Prince Tu Lai Dao. Tu Lai Dao said frankly, "Put it on." After saying that, he walked away, and Deep Tu Nguyen suddenly understood. Mingjing, I hope Si Mingjing will turn around immediately. What is it? The Si Yuan was stunned. Don't tell me you've never had your period before. Si Mingjing nodded. The Si Yuan told her not to be nervous. This was a normal physiological phenomenon. There was nothing to be ashamed of. But she didn't expect Si Li Kao to be so gallant. Normally, he rarely came out to defend women. Tu Min calmed down after taking the medicine. Suddenly she smelled something. It was so fragrant. Macking and her came out from the kitchen. I heard Tu Nguyen say you're not feeling well. I cooked rib soup for you. Drink it to warm you up. Tu Min Tin was a bit shy. I can do it myself. Macking and her said again, don't move. It's too hot. Today you help me get my son and daughter back. I'll feed you some soup. You still refuse. Tu Min Tin raised her eyebrows, then thank you. The next line she ate deliciously, her eyes smiling, drinking carefully, letting the galaxy smile affectionately. He personally went to the kitchen. Luckily he didn't ruin it, if he liked. I'll cook for you again tomorrow. Tu Min Tin felt a little sad when she heard that. Forget it. One ride was enough. She shouldn't be greedy for this kind of tenderness. The 4-country summit finally came to an end. They were preparing to leave. However, the people around were whispering. What was there for Kok Kao Duong to be proud of? And Batch Q2 was also nothing. Mak Ginganha's new lover was much stronger than Batch Q2. Batch Q2's era was over. Batch Q2 heard this and looked at Tu Min Tin with an extremely disgusted expression. What right does she have to compare herself to me? So she approached to provoke Tu Min Tin. She helped Mak Ginganha steal my child. Are you eager to be a stepmother? I heard that your father also had an affair during their marriage to find a stepmother for you. Like father, like daughter. Aren't you afraid that your mother will die with her eyes open? Fighting to be my child's stepmother. Do you think you're despicable? At this moment, with a crisp slap, Talai Dao reacted by slapping Batch Q2's face, making Batch Q2's eyes dizzy. Batch Q2 covered his face, feeling hot. Talai Dao didn't say anything, looked at Batch Q2, then looked at Tu Min Tin. Then he took a step. When he took a step, his actions just now were completely instinctive. Hearing Bai Ju Si insulting Si Ming Jing, the anger in his heart flared up. His attack was lightning fast, ruthless. After he finished hitting, he himself was surprised. Why so angry? This Si Ming Jing is Mo Yin, his woman. Bai Kiaosi insulted her. He should have praised her. But in her heart she couldn't bear it, she felt wronged. All this time, he let Batch Van Tu pretend to be a coup. One was because of the need for a political marriage. Two was because he heard that a coup might have returned. He wanted to force a coup to appear. Si Ming Jing is smart and has excellent piloting skills. She has the shadow of Arju, but she is clearly not Arju. If it was Arju, she could not pretend not to know him. If it was Arju, when fighting for custody, Mo Yinhe would not only demand a boy and a girl, but would demand all the children back. After that, he called Saint Liu Yun and brought Liang Liang to the family's house. Saint Liu Yun on the other end of the line was furious. He personally fought with Mo Yini and lost miserably, failed to get Xiao Bai, and wanted me to hand over Liang Liang. He wanted it all day long. Got Xiao Bai. Now that I've failed, no one calls me uncle. Are you jealous and trying to play with me? Si Li Dao said in a flat voice, but it was a bit unpleasant to hear. Because you exposed Liang Liang. Quickly bring Liang Liang into the family. I want to know who this Si Ming Jing is. Si Ming Jing was in a daze, lost in the white bones, her mood extremely restless. The moment she saw the figure, her heart immediately calmed down. She chased after the figure. The figure became clearer and clearer. Tall figure, it was a man. Tu Min Tin was still calling, wait for me. The man actually stopped. Min Tin, go find your memories. What do you mean? Tu Min Tin waited for his next explanation. Of course she saw the man's face clearly. Why was it Macking Yi Ha? His figure became clearer and clearer, looking for Tran Fong Du, to reclaim our memories. I calmly chased after him. Don't go. You haven't told me who Tran Fong Du is. But then she suddenly woke up, looking at Macking Yi's handsome face. She instinctively asked, who is Tran Fong Du? Macking and Ha looked doubtful. Why did you suddenly ask about him? Tu Min Tin sat up straight. Who is he? Macking and Ha said again, an old man who did not die. Tu Min Tin held his hand tightly. I want to see him. Macking and Ha nodded. I will take you to see him. The private plane landed on a deep mountain in the suburbs of the capital of country, A. The silver-haired old man who was fishing saw Mo Yini and immediately raised his voice. Aya, my grandson is here. Why did you think of visiting Grandpa? Mo Yin, his expression turned extremely ugly in his eyes. Actually, Tran Fong Du is a demon ancestor of the whole family. That year, his father was seriously injured and in critical condition. It was Tran Fong Du who saved his father. His father survived, and the people Tran Fong Du saved were all his sons. Therefore, he called himself his grandfather. Tran Fong Du really liked to tease his nephew. Come here, come sit here. Suddenly he saw Tu Min Tin beside him. His whole body suddenly stood up. What is your name? Tu Min Tin directly told him her name. Tran Fong Du held her hand. I have waited for you for many years. I thought you would never appear again. I didn't expect to wait for you. Tran Fongdu was extremely agitated. I came to get something back. Miss Minteen still doesn't know if the dream just now was real or fake. I know what she wants. I've kept it for her for so many years. She can't imagine. I almost destroyed it. Macking also wanted to follow, but Tran Fongdu shouted, "No way." Min followed Tran Fongdu into the study. She looked around curiously, conveniently flipping through a few books on the shelf. As soon as she opened it, she quickly closed it. Tran Fongdu saw that and said, "If you like those books, take them home and study them. I won't know you from now on. Why would you let me keep things for you?" Min immediately interrupted him. Tran Fong recalled 1,000 years ago. I once pursued her, but she flatly rejected me. I also asked you to take it for me. This is all of your memories and your great demon king. I have kept it for you for so many years. Today I return it to the owner. It can be considered as a burden off my heart. Min was full of doubts. My memories and the great demon king. How did you know that there is a great demon king in my heart? Tran Fongdu was a little indignant. That year, I was infatuated with her. Just by getting close to her, she would say that the great devil in her head was raging. Only when I stayed away from her could she be at peace. At that time, I loved her so much that I couldn't bear to see her suffer. I could only let go with a heavy heart. Si Mingjing was puzzled. I have never met you before. When did you pursue me? Tran Fongdu replied, "Of course she told me before." Si Mingjing was extremely curious. Before? He meant before I was born. Or maybe in my previous life. Tran Fong was so tall. In my previous life, she didn't know. She was immortal, an immortal existence. Just give her a suitable body. She could become a filthy beast. That is the line. The mind is calm and unbelievably still. Immortal, could it be that I was born from my mother's womb through karma? The god of demeanor nodded, "I am just like you. Also an immortal existence. Our being together is originally a perfect combination. Quickly open the box, find your memories, and you will naturally understand everything." Your clear and calm mind tried to open the box but couldn't. Tran Fong, Du reluctantly parted ways. This is your stuff. Why are you telling me how to open it? Aren't you afraid that I'll peek into your and your great devil's business? Humph, what if there's a OOG of uncensored content inside? Min hugged the box and ran away as fast as a rabbit. Macking asked, "What did that old man give you?" Min shook his head. He didn't know. He couldn't open it. Uncle Ngenha put his hand on her shoulder and gave it to Tiu Bach. That little kid likes to play code-breaking games the most. Let's go home now. My parents are here. They want to see you. Wang Mintin unconsciously asked, "Why do you see me?" Uncle Ingenha looked straight at her. Calm. You cured Tiu Bach and my legs. And even saved Assam. My parents are very grateful to you. Deep Tin Quang walked towards them. Is this clear and calm? Deep Quan Tin, after being cured by Tran Fongdu, also gained the ability to live forever, looking very young. Macking mother was the queen of Atlantis, but also looked very young. Deep Tin Quan immediately grabbed her hand, tears slowly falling down. It's good to be back. Deep Quan Tin told her not to scare Aku. The child had lost her memory. At this time, Deep Neem Bach quickly ran over, and the next line had already rushed into Min Tin's arms. Min Tin softly scolded, "Be careful, I won't be able to cure you then." Deep Neem Bach immediately felt wronged. She dared to scold me. Did I come here for you to hug me? I'm angry. I need a kiss to calm down. Min Tin smiled, no kiss. From now on, when going down the stairs, you have to go step by step, understand? Deep Neem Bach replied, then introduced Min Tin to his grandparents. This is my wife. I like her very much. She is my treasure. Dad doesn't have a wife yet, but you already have one. You're still the best at finding a wife. Min-tin stopped the boy from continuing to flirt and gave him the box. Little Batch is good. Do you know how to open the box? Deep Neem Batch shook his head. Unless you calmly kiss the pea out. Otherwise the pea out won't even bother you. Macking stood beside him and almost wanted to hit his son. Min-tin kissed Deep Neem Batch once, helped me put it back together. Then I kissed him twice more. Deep Neem Batch immediately took the box upstairs. That night, Min-tin had a dream. She dreamed that she was looking for Mo-yinyi, or more precisely, she was looking for the great demon king. Why are you always in my heart? Mo-yinyi suddenly appeared. Why are you in my heart? Because of the dragon contract. Min-tin still wanted to ask, what is the contract used for? Then Deep Neem Batch shook her arm, waking her up. Calm down, wake up. See this young master. Isn't he formidable? Min-tin pushed aside the regret in her heart and sat up from the bed. Inside the box was a box of round, water-like buffalo balls along with a piece of paper that said, buffalo balls, only she could eat them. She could only eat one ball a month, otherwise her heart would explode and she would die. Si Mingjing's face twitched. What the hell is this? This was a well-intentioned warning that her preteen self had left for her current self, hiding her preteen memories. Could it be that she had been tricked? She also didn't know if these dragon balls were poisonous or not. After that, she tried to put one in her mouth, but Mo-yinyi's hand grabbed her wrist. What the hell is this that she dares to eat? However, right after that, Min-tin's face turned slightly red, and at the same time, she threw both Deep Neem Batch and Macking out. Father and daughter looked at each other. What happened to her? Because a strange memory suddenly entered her mind. The first scene was a hot scene. Min-tin saw herself, more precisely a young girl who looked exactly like her, in the wedding chamber with the Milky Way's face. This scene was truly indescribable. After a period of indescribable storms, the main point of the story came. She saw herself, with a shy expression, saying to King Din-ha, "This is the dragon contract. From now on, I am willing to give up the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Thinking of men as clouds, just for you, I will keep myself pure as jade. I allow a trace of your thoughts to stay in my heart. Any man who comes near me, you have the right to let that trace of thoughts scream at me. From now on, if you are immortal, I will be immortal too. We will be together forever and ever." The memory suddenly stopped here. Before she was born, she had fallen in love with Macking, voluntarily signing a blood contract with him, so that a single thought of Macking would turn into a great demon king living in her heart. So there was a great demon king in her heart. This great demon king was not Mo-yinyi, but the Mo-yinyi from before the mother continent was submerged by the great flood. But the great demon king in her memory was exactly the same as the current Mo-yinyi. Could it be Mo-yinyi's previous life? When she was little, she asked about the origin of her name. Her mother said it was because her name was Min-tin. This great demon king also called her Min-tin. So, before the table was also called Min-tin. After digesting this memory, she walked out of the bedroom. Looking up, he saw a tall and majestic figure standing in front of him. Macking asked, calmly, "What happened?" Min-tin's face turned red, and she said shyly, "That, you and I have signed a dragon contract." Macking listened, but didn't understand anything. What? Min-tin slightly lowered her eyes. He really didn't know. Then the great demon king in her heart, 8 to 9 parts of 10 was Macking's previous life. She tried to stay calm, went to the kitchen to get ice water, and frowned. "Pull her back, let's go. If you're thirsty, come to my place to drink hot water." He sat on the sofa, unbuttoning his shirt. Give me 10 needles. Si Ming's nerves were shaking. He called his medic to come and prick him. My condition is not good tonight. My hands are shaking a lot. Macking half frowned. His voice did not allow for any rebuttal. The medic did not follow him to the imperial capital. They had already returned to the undersea world. Min Tin felt very frustrated, so he had to give him acupuncture. The needle stabbed in very hard. Macking remembered what Deep Tu Nguyen said at the airport. That imposter had said very hurtful words to Min Tin. He immediately grabbed her wrist. Don't mind what others say. Even without you, I will still take back custody of the child. Min Tin tightly held the silver needle. You're right. Even if I don't help you win the competition, you still have a way to get custody of the child. The rift in our relationship wasn't caused by me. She wanted to attack me psychologically, but she got the wrong person. She remembered. It turned out that before she was born, she had signed a bloodline contract with the previous life of the Milky Way. Even if he had reincarnated, the dragon contract between him and her was still valid, and there was no way to cancel it. If it couldn't be cancelled, wouldn't she be tied to him for the rest of her life? Min Tin felt that Macking had benefited greatly, so he didn't show any mercy. Macking let out a soft groan. Min Tin's tone was sarcastic. It hurts a lot. I already said I'm not feeling well. Who told you not to bring your own medic? Macking tried to start a conversation. Today I asked you about the dragon contract. What is it? Min Tin replied sadly. It's nothing. My family, mother, younger sister, younger brother are all mermaids. My son is a descendant. My father is a ghost. And the only normal person, actually. Macking also did not know this. Ordinary people had to suffer reading for 10 years to grasp knowledge, accumulate wealth and power all their lives. For him, wanting to have these things was as easy as eating rice. This was already the 100th time he was born, carrying a treasure trove of knowledge. Every time he is born, he accumulates more life experience and more knowledge. His father named him Deep Tu True. He didn't want to use this name because since birth he knew his name was Macking. Every time he is born, he carries a mission. Once the mission is completed, he will recover, because he does not want to waste time, to live a life in vain. In his heart, there is a child. He does not know who it is, and his face is not clear. The child said it wants to know if he was reborn. You need to go through 100 different lives and complete 100 missions. Collected 100 things she needed. Only then can she be reborn, and only then can he see her face clearly. This life is his 100th life, but the final mission is not yet completed when the baby appears in his world. That year he was 12 years old. She was 11. He accidentally saved her. At that moment, he determined her identity. Macking looked at the girl who was attentively treating him, his eyes deep. Luckily she had returned. Min Tin finished treating him, was about to leave when Macking grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his arms. When his lips just touched hers, a phone rang. Miss Tu, I'll give you an address. Come pick up Than Luong tomorrow. Min Tin wondered how he got my phone number. The other end of the line was a man's soft laughter. How difficult is it? The crown prince of the empire wanted her phone number. It really wasn't difficult. Min Tin no longer cared about this matter. Why do you want me to pick up Liang Liang? Lai Dao's voice was low and gentle. She was the one who helped Macking win custody of the child. Then my mother continent will give the child to you. Is there any problem? Like the others, including Macking, who is worthy, the corner of Min Tin's mouth slightly raised. Then send me the address. I will quickly come pick up Than Luong. Just arrived at the place to pick up the holy food. she saw that the little girl was not feeling well. Min immediately took her pulse and found that she had a cold and fever. I'll take Liang first, and on the way I'll buy some fried fever-reducing tablets and physical fever-reducing tablets. If it doesn't work, I'll give her more fever-reducing medicine. Liu looked at her departing figure with a sad expression. The corners of his lips slightly lifted, hoping that, as Li Kao said, Liang could infiltrate the family to investigate. However, Li Kao could only deceive Saint Liu Yun for a while. When Saint Liu Yun discovered his nephew was at the family's house, he was afraid that Si Mingjing would take Liang back to the family's house. Saint Liang's forehead was feverish, making Macking and her extremely worried. Min was extremely heartbroken. I have already given Luong medicine. Luong will have a good night's sleep and the fever will go down. Luong suddenly said. Luong wants both you and Uncle to sleep with Luong. Okay? Uncle Eng and Ha agreed without hesitation. Min reluctantly said okay. She lay down. The whole bed seemed to sink. Min's breathing was steady. Macking and Ha lay next to her. Each of his breaths blew on her face. Min tried to sit up but was grabbed by Luong. The poor boy looked at her. Can she sleep with Luong? Min had no choice but to surrender. Luong, don't cry. Why does Luong want her and Uncle to sleep with her? Is it not good for him to be with her? Luong raised his eyebrows. It's not good. Luong is not jealous at all. When she was sick, her parents both hugged Tati sleep. Luong was not jealous of Tati at all. Min felt her heartache. She understood. When she was young, her mother died and she was in prison. She was also jealous of other children who were loved and pampered by their parents. She understood Liang's feelings very well. Liang, don't cry. I will be with you, and with your uncle too. Liang closed her eyes happily. The Milky Way's eyes flashed with a profound smile. Min lowered his voice. What are you laughing at? Macking and Ha laughed but did not reply. A lost daughter was found again, and she was also a good and understanding daughter. What was there to be happy about? Min calmly breathed a sigh of relief. Is that so? The fever is gone now. I tricked Luong back. You better think of a way to make her willingly stay. Macking and Ha is not worried about this at all. I see what kind of room decoration my little girl likes. I want to redo the children's room. Later, let Luong and Tiu Batch sleep in the same room. Min thought for a moment. Liang was so cute that she probably liked the cute pink princess style. Macking and her immediately opened his phone to search, quickly finding many pictures of children's room decorations. I saw this clearly and said, this small bed can make a big bed. At this time, Deep Neem Batch stormed into his sister's room. The little boy's loud voice woke up Liang, who was sleeping soundly. What a little sister, I'm your big brother. Look, big brother also has little dragon horns. We look alike. Liang was extremely excited. Big brother Liang finally met big brother. Macking and Hai was a little surprised. Liang, how did you know this was big brother? Liang replied, yes. Saint Liu Yun felt that Mo Yin here would definitely fail in the Four Nations Summit. So he showed Liang a photo of the Nianbai in advance. Liang recognized the Nianbai as the older brother in the photo at first glance. At this time, Deep Sam ran upstairs. Big brother, it's not good. Dan Louis Van brought a lot of people here. I want you to hand over your salary, or I will destroy our house. The face of the Milky Way showed a cold expression. Hiding his daughter for 4.5 years, Saint Liu Yun still dared to come and claim his daughter from him. Saint Liu Yun coldly refused to drink tea, because the food was full. The child I raised, you guys took away without saying a word. It's too much. Give me your salary. Macking narrowed his eyes. Van Luvan. Luong is my Macking's daughter. You took care of my daughter until her fever wouldn't go down, causing her to be stranded on a deserted island. How can you have the face to come and claim your daughter from me? His questioning left St. Liu Yun unable to refute. But did Liang want to follow him? Liang had followed me since he was young. Han can't even sleep at night without me. You're the family will only make her condition worse. Macking do you dare let Luong choose who to follow? Than Luivan took advantage of the situation. As long as Luong says she wants to follow her father, I will leave immediately. Do you dare let her choose? Despite the bank sitting still without answering, Than Luvi directly picked up Luong. Luong, do you want to follow your uncle, or do you want to stay in this strange place with these strangers? Saint Liang was in a dilemma, uncle. Do I have to choose? In the future without me by my side, I will be very pitiful. What should I do? Saint Liu Yun heard Liang say that, and felt very comforted in his heart. It was true that the girl he held in the palm of his hand did not want to leave him. But unexpectedly, Than Luong pushed him away. You said, in this world there is no party that does not end. No one can be with anyone for life. You have to get used to being alone. If you miss Liang in the future, call me. Saint Liu Yun cannot accept this truth. Liang, did this bad guy threaten you? I will defend you when I say it. Liang is still crying. Please keep the initial emotions in your heart. Okay? Saint Liu Yun's heart ached. You heartless brat. Every word I taught you, this is how you repay me. He clenched his hand tightly, not wanting to let him leave. Macking stepped forward, removed Than Luivan's hand, and took his daughter from his hand when the situation changed from weak to strong. Than Luong was very happy. She wanted to stay with her aunt and uncle. Deep Sam jumped for joy, becoming a prince. Just now, who said that as long as Luong agreed to stay, he would leave immediately. Than Luong sadly waved her little hand. Uncle, there is no difficulty in life that cannot be overcome. Bye-bye. Than Luivan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This heartless brat. But his heart still ached. Not long after leaving, Saint Liu Yun sent Si Mingjing a long message with a list attached. When Si Mingjing saw the list, she secretly understood that raising a child was not easy. Than Luvan was truly an impeccable uncle. Much better than Macking in her. That night, Than Luivan was surfing the friend circle. By chance, he saw Luong's picture. He immediately cursed under his breath. I'm grateful. You have your second brother, and you forgot about me. At this moment, Liang was calling. Xiao Su, can you run away from home and find me to play? I'll lend you my brother for a few days. The other end of the line asked, really? Liang chuckled. Of course you are my best friend. What is mine is yours. Xiao Su finally decided that I would run away from home to find you. Deep Neem Batch suddenly leaned closer. Little sister, who are you talking to on the phone? Could it be that your uncle wants to kidnap you? Luong replied. No, that's not it. My girlfriend doesn't have a family. Only you, he is so pitiful. I want you to be his brother too. At this moment, Tu Mintin's voice rang out. It's late. Come here and sleep. The next morning, after Engen dressed the two children, he called them to breakfast. Deep Neem Batch looked at himself. Why do you look so messy? Luong said again. He's handsome. Let's go have breakfast. Macking looked at Tu Mintin and saw that she looked tired. Taking care of two children must be very hard. Suddenly Tong Teng Fei called. clearly. Listen carefully. Your grandmother's case will be tried today. You must be present to testify for her. I've asked the lawyer. That pill has an anesthetic effect. Just tell me the case, and you will be tried. With the judge, if she bought medicine to treat the patient, it could help her aunt escape from prison. Macking and Ha coldly said, she didn't have time to go to court today. I warn you, Tong Dang Fai, if you keep calling to bother her, I will make you go bankrupt tomorrow. After saying that, he hung up. Then he sat by the bed and looked at Tu Min Tin. Then the next moment she reached out and pulled him into her embrace. Tu Min Tin thought that Mak Yin Yin Ha was a noble. Tu Min Tin looked around with an arrogant gaze. Tong Thi was the business my grandfather had built. Of course I had to take it back. Besides my father, I am the one who holds the most shares. During my father's absence, Tong Thi was managed by me. Thuong Tin laughed coldly. Min Tin, what do you know about corporate management? The shares of Tong Thi Corporation are continuously falling. Isn't it troublesome enough when creditors come to collect money? Stop making a fuss. Everyone nodded. No one agreed to let Thursday Min Tin take over the company. Thuong Tin did not show any weakness. Today, all the partners called to collect debts. The contracts under negotiation were all cancelled. So let's set a deadline. Whoever can stabilize the partners. If the crisis is resolved, that person will take over the position of interim general director. Tu Min Tin immediately agreed. Thuong Tin laughed secretly again. Her maternal family was the Hoak family. The Hoak family had already come forward to help her. Let's see how long she could pretend. A financial manager spoke up. This is a related document. As long as the biggest creditor, Lam Thi Group, can be stabilized, there is still a chance for things to turn around. Thuong Tin's lips slightly ached. Coincidentally, my foster father and Lam Thi's vice president were best friends. My foster father was willing to vouch for Tong Thi Corporation and had arranged to meet for dinner tonight. Who wants to come with me? After convincing Vice President Lam, the senior managers immediately became excited. It was already too good that the Huo Group was willing to be the guarantor for the Lam Group. At this time, a manager received a phone call. General Director of Lam Thi, Lam Han Fong, requested a video conference with our top manager. Thuong Tin was happy and quick. Connected, and soon the video call on the phone was projected onto the big screen in the conference room. Fang Jing began to introduce herself. Hello, I am Fang Jing, Song Tengfai's wife. I will temporarily take over the Song Corporation. Lin Han Feng interrupted her. Isn't the person in charge temporarily Si Mingjing? I only talked to Si Mingjing. As soon as the words were finished, Thuong Tin was stunned. The other senior managers in the meeting room of Tong Thi Group also looked at Tu Min Tin in surprise. What was going on? Si Mingjing smiled. Mr. Lin. Hello. I am Si Mingjing. Please look this way. Through the video screen, Lin Han Feng expressed his gratitude. Miss Si, early this morning you came to my house to cure your mother's sore throat. She told me to thank her properly. Si Mingjing replied humbly. No need to be polite. The doctor has a kind heart. This is what I should do. Lin Han Feng continued. I don't trust the Song Group. But if the temporary person in charge is Miss Tu, I am willing to give Miss Tong a chance. If it is someone else, no need to discuss it. With that, he hung up the phone. Tu Min Tin stopped and his eyes swept over everyone. Now, does everyone still think that I am incompetent? Thuong Tin sat up, thinking clearly. Don't be so arrogant. You're just a little better than me. You won the Lam Thi Group. As for the other partners, it's still too early to tell everyone to choose. At this time, each manager received a phone call. The content was similar. What did he say? If Si Mingjing takes over, you are willing to continue to cooperate. If Si Mingjing takes over, the payment period can be extended by another month. Everyone hung up. All looked at Tu Min Tin with disbelief. How did she do that? At this moment, the conference room door suddenly opened wide. A tall man strode in. The sudden pressure made everyone stand up. Mrs. Genninher lovingly patted her head. This little matter still hasn't been resolved yet. How about I buy back Tong Thi Group and give it to you as a New Year's gift? The high-ranking officials present all broke out in cold sweat. Then, they expressed one by one, "We are willing to follow Miss Tu." Tu Min Tin knew her own abilities were limited, so she took a step back to advance, and thanked everyone for their support. "I will temporarily take over the group, starting from the grassroots." After the meeting, Fuong Tin fell off her chair. No, absolutely not. She had to think of a way to save her husband from the police station. In court, Tong Mo cried and repented, confessing one more thing, that the private affair did not kill anyone. The Song family members sitting in the audience all stood up nervously. Song Fu shouted angrily. What did she say? Mother Tong ignored the warning looks from everyone in the Tong family and confessed in court that she saw the ghost of Luong Thi Mak return to claim her life. It also haunted Thien Lan's ghost and wouldn't let go. He blamed Thien Lan for deceiving him, blamed my father-in-law for plastic surgery to make him become a prostitute, and framed him for murder. The murder of the prostitute was done by my father-in-law and Thien Lan. My son did not know. I am willing to atone for my sins. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire courtroom was in an uproar. Seeming woke up. This news had spread everywhere. She was extremely surprised. Why did that old woman suddenly have a conscience? Why did she confess this? There must be a hidden story inside that I don't know after that. She went to find Macking and her. Was it because of you that my grandmother confessed? Macking and He felt a little regretful. It was a pity that she only confessed to Tong Loa Ray and Tong Thien Lan. It was his miscalculation. Her psychological endurance was stronger than he thought. Tu Min Tin was extremely curious about what had happened. Fong Jiak hurriedly ran over. His Highness knew she was pretending to be a fortune teller. Made up a story about a vengeful spirit taking revenge on her grandmother. So His Highness arranged for her grandmother to have a cellmate, who was a top hypnotist. His Highness instructed the expert to hypnotize her grandmother every night, so that her ghost would enter her dreams. Her grandmother was mentally exhausted, and took the initiative to confess. Your Highness, please think carefully. Listen to Fong Jiak's explanation. Tu Min Tin looked at Mak Ingen Ha with burning eyes, thanking him. Mak Ingen Ha said again, he didn't need to thank him verbally. Tu Min Tin suddenly tiptoed. He grabbed Mak Ingen Ha's neck and kissed him. So how about this? Mak Ingen Ha was so happy inside. He suddenly tightened his grip on her waist and pulled her into his embrace. Kiss her lips, I just helped you once. You took the initiative to give me a kiss. So you saved my whole family. How should I thank you? With my body. At this moment, a phone call came in from Song Tengfei's secretary. Old Master Tong was detained. Tong Tengfei was summoned. Currently, the group is like a headless dragon. Partners are frantically demanding debts and cancelling contracts. Can you come to the company to preside over the big picture? Tu Min Tin went straight to the point. You are Tong Dang Fai's man. Why did you inform me? With the secretary raising her eyebrows, Luong Thi, even though she is my cousin, I want revenge. Tu Min Tin understood that Tong Dang Fai could die, but Tong Thi Group was her grandfather's lifeblood. She had to keep it. However, with her status, the group's leadership and partners would not listen to her. Then she looked up. 5 years of wearing the galaxy collar. No need for you to leave, people. Please repay me for saving your life. Come with me for a ride. No, 2 rides, then. They went to Tong Thi Corporation together, and reporters immediately surrounded them to ask questions. Tong came out to harm her mother. What do you think? She and Prince Ingen He are going to have good news, right? Tu Min Tin glanced at him. What do you think? At this moment, someone ran over, out of breath. Miss Tu, something's wrong. Fuong Tin has taken control of the company. Right now, our only chance is to hold on to the biggest creditor, Lam Phi Corporation. Mac Engen Ha looked at Tu Min Tin. Our first trip to Lam Jia was to see a doctor. Did you already guess? Tu Min pondered for a moment. It was a pity that she had not met General Manager Lam Phi yet. Mac Engen Ha immediately told her to go in first, leaving this matter to him. Chuang Min Tin just entered and slammed the door of the meeting room. Fuong Tin gently closed her eyes, sitting leisurely on the chairman's chair, calm and composed. Why are you here? Mac Engen Ha asked Tu Min Tin. Do you really intend to start from a normal employee position? Tu Min Tin nodded. Tong Phi Corporation will return to my hands sooner or later. I can borrow you to hold on for a day, but I can't borrow you for a lifetime. Mac Engen Ha put his hand on her forehead. Who said I can't borrow you for a lifetime? Tu Min Tin did not reply. Was he treating her so well because she and Bach Ku Tu looked very similar in their dreams? Gantu randomly found a tall building to land on. Coincidentally, he landed on the rooftop of Tong Phi Corporation. After landing, Van Tu transformed into a 4.5-year-old girl. Then, she jumped down from the rooftop. After walking a few floors, the girl met a man frantically making phone calls, his face red with anger. The photographer was out. The studio and equipment were all ready. This advertising photo shoot had to be taken. Just as he was at a dead end, he suddenly heard a sweet childish voice. Looking up, he saw a cute little girl wearing a hat. Just one look, Director Deep's heart melted. He immediately approached, his voice as sweet as honey. Baby, do you like taking pictures? Before Van Tu could refuse, Director Deep pulled her away. It was extremely urgent. He needed someone to save him. At this moment in the studio, the little girl was constantly posing, both graceful and fond of taking pictures. Director Deep stood outside and clapped his hands non-stop. That's right, so cute. Just like that. Oh my God, my princess, you are really talented. Suddenly someone asked Director Deep. Nee didn't come to shoot the advertisement. Where did you find this treasure? Director Deep was extremely excited. God gave it to me. This child will definitely be famous. At this time, Tu Min Tin walked over. Fong Jiak loudly said from behind, To Tiu Thurs, and Mak Tuan Sinch came to inspect. Tu Min Tin looked up. The little girl is so cute. Cute as hell. Director Deep Lean introduced the girl as being on probation. I will definitely find her parents to sign the contract. But then the lovely girl suddenly burst into tears. Tutu had no parents. Tutu had just escaped from human traffickers. If they found her, she would be beaten to death. Tu Min Tin squatted down and asked the little girl, Do you still remember who your parents are? Vanta wiped her tears. If she didn't remember, maybe her parents would abandon her, making Tutu very pitiful in the future. Only able to rely on herself, the little girl reached out and hugged Tu Min Tin tightly. Tutu wanted to be a child star. If her parents saw Tutu on TV, they might be able to find Tutu. Tu Min Tin heard and wanted to cry. Children, do you have a record of the child being trafficked? If not, please help her find her parents. Mac Engen Ha stared at Van Tio. His eyes were sometimes bright, sometimes dark. He felt that why did this child's father look like him? After that, he immediately ordered the police to investigate whether there were any missing children. If they couldn't find the biological parents, he would adopt the child. Coincidentally becoming friends with Liang Liang, Yun Su's mouth was sweet. Really? So in the future, will you be my father? Dad, the The sound of Dad was so sweet that it made Mo Yin. He stunned. At this time, Tu Min Tin's phone rang a few times. She immediately took out her phone to see if it was a message from Tatam Thu Jia. Tu Moi Moi. The story about Macking Dan He escorting Tong M to Tong Thi Corporation has become a hot show. I'm angry. I'm hugging Macking in his thigh tightly. So aren't you Mac Endin He's brother-in-law? Should he call you brother-in-law? After that, she immediately opened the hot search and saw that someone had brought up an interview with Tu Min Tin not long ago where he had said harsh words. Who said that he was the only doctor who could cure Mr. Mac's illness. This is not a sign of love but Mr. Mac's survival instinct. Tu Min Tin raised his eyebrows, his face full of worry. Suddenly, Mac gained and Ha reached out to stroke her head. It's okay. I just need to post 2 words online to be able to revive Tong Thi. Tu Min Tin was a bit hesitant. But Macking and Ha immediately interrupted without any buts. Currently, many shareholders are dumping Tong Thi Group's shares. Take this opportunity to buy at a low price. Wait until the store closes, then post those 2 words. Tomorrow your stocks and assets will increase by tens of billions. At this moment, netizens are extremely angry. Oh my god, is Si Mingjing still pretending to be dead? Is Si Mingjing's post trying to anger me to death? Immediately after that, they received another push notification. Mac Gingenhei commented on Tu Min Tin's Weibo post again. This was the first time in recent years that he posted content related to his private life. A word of good behavior, a head pat, all filled with stubbornness. Seeing this, netizens exploded. They were angry and scolded. Tu Min Tin's studies were not going well. Just got out of prison. He inherited billions of dollars and slept with the most amazing man. Why? Mac Engenher curled his lips into a lazy smile. Min Tin, that's what you said. You said I smelled so good, I remembered it. Tu Min Tin blushed in embarrassment. At the Four Nations Summit, who was the one who said my attitude towards you was the law of true fragrance? The one who smells so good is me. At this time, Luong Luong called. Uncle, tomorrow is Kixi Festival. Can Luong Luong invite a close friend to celebrate Tet together? Mac Indian Ha said. Okay. But will his parents agree? Luong Luong frowned. My friend doesn't have parents anymore. He's an orphan. I want to share my brother with him. Mac Ingen Ha was surprised. Orphan. Okay then, Liang Yang is very happy. I will call and send her the location right away. Liang Liang boastfully introduced to Van Tio. This is uncle. This is aunt. This is aunt. Deep Neem Batch excitedly jumped down. Little sister, where did I pee? The person that Liang Liang wanted to show off the most was the Yi Bai. Su Su, this is my brother. What's mine is yours. Mac Ningen Hang sat upright, waiting for his daughter to introduce him to her friend. This is my dad. But Luong Luong didn't even have time to introduce him. Yun Su suddenly burst into tears. So jealous. Why doesn't Su Su have an uncle, aunt and brother? The Nyan Bai spread his arms. Pee out, stop crying. Liang Liang ran to Mo Yin's side, trying to climb up. Hugging his neck. Dad, can you be Su Su's dad? Mac Indian has eyes filled with tears. He finally got to hear his biological daughter call him dad. Of course, Dad had decided to adopt her a long time ago. It turns out the 2 of them are best friends. So from now on, Gad will also be Su Su's dad. That Vantu's tears still kept falling. No matter how good Luong Luong's father was, he was not her biological father. At this moment, Tu Min was still picking up food for her. Bowing her head, she coaxed. Su Su, I'm like you. I don't have any relatives either. I'll take care of you from now on. Yun Su was stunned for a moment. Then smile. Fuang Tin and her lawyer went to the police station to apply for bail for Tong Dang Fai, but the police station responded that this incident had become a top search topic, causing a negative impact, and the superiors had ordered that bail not be granted. But Fuang Tin was not satisfied. Tu Min Tin and Macking and Hai publicly announced their relationship, causing a stir around the world. The stock price of Tong Phi Group skyrocketed, directly hitting the ceiling. Whether Song Teng Fei is there or not, Tong Phi Group is still mine. At this moment, Si Mingjing was on the phone. Fortunately, she had asked Third Young Master Su's media company to create public opinion, causing the case to receive continuous attention. But Fang Jing would not sit still and wait for death. She would definitely fight for management rights again. Third Young Master Su's phone rang. "See, Mummy? Are you listening to me? My grandfather wants you to come over for dinner." Tu Min Tin said, "Let's do it another day. Now I have to go invite Tatrong Veen to help me manage Tong Phi Corporation." At this time, a large truck drove up from behind, deliberately overtook the car in front. Then the rear door of the refrigerated truck was opened. Tu Min Tin's car drove straight into the freezer. At this moment, Macnan's ring continuously glowed. His and Min Tin's ring and phone were a pair. If one was in danger, the other would sense it. He immediately put on his coat and ran out. The disaster happened too quickly. By the time she could react, the driver had jumped out of the refrigerated truck just before the door slammed shut. The car door locked from the outside. Even if she broke the door, she couldn't escape the refrigerated truck. At this time, the temperature inside the truck had dropped below -30 degrees. Tu Min Tin felt like she couldn't bear it anymore. She tried everything but still couldn't get out. A long time later, Mak Ningen Ha led people to the lock. Fong Jiak was about to say that he would send someone in for inspection, when Mak Ningen suddenly stepped forward and opened the door of the truck. Inside, Tu Min Tin curled up, shivering, beautiful eyes. Or the bank gritted its teeth, murderous intent filled, investigating all those involved in this matter. "I want them to live a life worse than death." Then they went to the hospital. After a series of tests, the doctor concluded that if a normal person was in a cold storage at -30 degrees for 3 hours, their limbs would be frozen and would need to be amputated. However, Miss Tu's physical condition was not seriously damaged. However, she had several mild frostbites and a high fever. Tonight would be difficult. At this moment, Si Mingjing opened her eyes dreamily. Mak Ingen held her hand. "Baby, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have let you out of my sight." Tu Min Tin's whole body tensed up. Mak Ningen Ha, his protective shield, couldn't resist the cold, gave a bad grade. Heard her complaining voice. The bank seriously self-criticized. "I'm sorry, baby. It's all my fault. I will study this protective shield again." Tu Min Tin shed tears. "I thought I was dead. If I go any further, I won't see you again." At this moment, Fong Jiak knocked on the door and entered. Having investigated clearly, as a merchant, he spent 300,000 to buy the life of the young lady. Both of them were stunned after hearing this, as if they couldn't believe that he did this. His Highness the Crown Prince frankly admitted that Si Mingjing was his Jew, because only then could he make Ku Liu Shang make a mistake in his judgment. Mo Yin, his voice was extremely certain. Ku Liu Shang was framed. The real mastermind was Ku Gao Yang. Fong Jiak nodded. Kok Lui Thuong did not have a motive to kill. But Kok Kao Duong did. Tiu Thurs had caused Crown Prince Cao Duong's reputation to plummet at the summit of the fatherland. Rumor has it that the old king wants to recall the deposed Crown Prince Kok Lu Thuong back to his country. Kok Cao Duong wants to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, both to kill Miss Tu to take revenge, and to lure him to deal with Kok Lu Thuong. Macking and Han narrowed his eyes. His crown prince's chair was full. At this moment, a guard knocked on the door. "Hey, Kuk Lu Thuong wants to visit Miss Tu." Macking and Ha ordered him to go away. Kuk Lu Thuong came to confess his crime himself, that he was dressed luxuriously. "My secretary was Kok Kao Duern's, ma'am." A spy planted beside me. I knew but did not eliminate him. Now he has harmed Miss Tu. I am extremely sorry. Fong Jiak laughed coldly. "Sorry. It's better for Mr. Kok to tie the main criminal here for Miss Tu to feel satisfied. But Kuk Lu Thuong, a deposed prince, can't do that right now." Tu Min Tin had a fever all night. His mind was still confused. Suddenly, Fong Jiak stepped forward. "Your Highness, Kuk Lu Thuong sent someone to bring medicine. It is said that it uses rare medicinal herbs from the bottom of the sea from the A base, Sak Than, which have special effects in treating high fever. Macking and Ha does not want to accept the goods from Kuk Lu Thuong. Why does his woman have to take medicine given by another man?" But seeing Min Tin with a high fever and feeling uncomfortable, he reluctantly accepted. Kuk Lu Thuong sat in the flower garden, downstairs of the hospital. It wasn't until Macking and Ha walked over that he asked, "Is her fever gone? Tell me the truth. Is Tu Min Tin a Q?" Other than Ekiu, Macking and Ha could not possibly care about such a woman. Moreover, he had smelled the scent of a dragon in deep Jia Trangveen many times. "Despite the coldness of the Milky Way, you came here not to expiate your sins, but to dream of a beautiful dream. I advise you to return to Jinda Ye and reclaim the crown prince's position from Ku Gao Yang. Otherwise, a Kiao will become your sister-in-law." Ku Liu Shan grabbed his collar. "Don't think you're the only one who realized it. That's an imposter. I'm clearly a Jew. She is back, right?" "That's right. Clearly a Jew, my precious is back." Mo Yin He deliberately spoke in an affirmative tone. He did not deny it because Ku Liu Shan had a weakness, which was resting. Sure enough, hearing him say that, Ku Liu Shang found it difficult to judge. But despite the fact that the Milky Way was still winning, Ku Liu Shang continued to charge forward. "He kept saying that I stole his fiancée. Now she has lost her memory. She forgot that she was his fiancée, and she also forgot that she was my wife. Let's compete fairly and see who she will love this time." He said every word was true, but this only made the misunderstanding worse. If Tu Min Tin really was a Kiu, Macking and Ha would absolutely not give him a chance to compete fairly. The Milky Way network deliberately acted generous. I allowed him to go upstairs to visit her and pursue her. As long as she was conquered by him, I would definitely take the initiative to retreat. You can go to the hospital room to visit her. Otherwise, when she falls in love with me again, you will say I'm just playing around. Before determining Si Mingjing's identity, Ku Liu Shang will not casually flatter her. In case he flatters the wrong person, Si Mingjing falls in love with him, but he discovers that Si Mingjing is not a Kiao. In the end, he will only bring trouble to himself. After leaving, Deep Neem Bach called him. "Foster father, did you say that the young master's wife is sick?" Kuk Lu Thuong asked. "Didn't my father tell me?" Deep Neem Bach shook his head. "No, my adopted son hasn't met his father yet." Although Kuk Lu Thuong had already left the hospital, he still planted a bomb in Macking. Women are easily moved when they are sick. After all, your father wants to turn your wife into your stepmother. How can he tell you? Deep Neem Bach hurriedly ran to the hospital. As soon as he entered the hospital room, he saw his father hugging his wife and sleeping. Being pointed out by his adoptive father, in the eyes of the little boy, his father was a bastard. The little boy immediately climbed onto the bed, trying to squeeze between the two, his hand tightly holding Tu Min Tin's hand, wanting to declare his ownership. Or Engenha coldly asked, "Son, you brat, who brought you here?" Deep Neembach frowned, not wanting to pay attention to his father. "My wife is sick. Why didn't you tell me? You even hugged her to sleep." Or Engenha said bluntly, "What do you know? Your wife is cold. I'll hug her to warm her up." To Min Tin blushed and wanted to pull the plug. "I'm not cold anymore." Deep Neembach immediately kicked his father off the bed. "Wife and child are not cold anymore." She peed to make a small stove for her. To Min Tin stroked the boy's head. "Stop playing around. Let your father sleep. He hasn't had a chance to rest for 2 days." Her protective stance towards the galaxy hurt. Deep Neembach. "Jing Jing, do you like your father? Just because your father saved you, you want to repay him with your body?" Si Min Jing's eyes twitched. "No, don't talk nonsense." But the Nyanbai didn't believe it, crying even louder. "She looked at your father with shy eyes. Zhou Ra was cuckolded by you and your father. She saved me, my dad saved her. She was grateful to my dad." The little master had already lost. After saying that, the little boy ran out of the hospital room in pain. Tumin calmed down and was very worried about the little boy. "Macking and Ha, why aren't you chasing after him?" Macking and Ha only cared about one thing at the moment. The entire hallway was filled with his bodyguards. Nothing would happen. Children's eyes were the sharpest. "Min Tin, I like you." To Min Tin refused to admit it. No. He let go. Mak Ning and Ha domineeringly hugged her tightly in his arms. "You lied. I won't let go. It's okay if you don't admit it. One day I will make you say the 2 words 'I like you' yourself." Deep Neembach ran out to the flower garden. Called Kok Lu Thuong. "The child is calm. The damned father of the child is not in the hospital, not digging into the young master's wall. Adoptive father. The person who lied to the child. The cuckolded boy. How can such a shameful thing be known by a third person?" Rulu Chang said again, "Yesterday I was at the hospital guarding for a day and a night. I saw your father taking care of his wife and children." The Renbai thought very clearly. Adoptive father. What are you doing guarding your adopted son's wife and children? Rulu Shang calmly replied, "I have something to look for your father. Should wait for him for a day and a night. Is he really not there?" In order to save face, Deep Neembach lied without blinking an eye. "No." To Fong Jiak said that his father doesn't want to see anyone. If you ask, he must say that his father is always in the hospital. You see, Lu Thuom smiled softly, not saying anything. Macking and Ha lied to him. Tu Min Tin was a coup. What was he planning? Tu Min Tin had just been discharged from the hospital and returned to the Deep family's manor. Fong Jiak stepped forward to congratulate Miss Tu on her discharge from the hospital. His Highness had prepared a grand ceremony for her. Tu Min Tin asked what kind of ceremony. Fong Jiak honestly replied, His Highness had already reorganized the army, saying that he wanted Kok Kao Duong to cut off one of his own hands to apologize to her. Otherwise he would start a war. But Tu Min calmed down and felt that something was wrong. Kok Kao Duong could not agree. He would also take the opportunity to tear up the tax exemption treaty that the 4 countries had signed. I wanted to stop Macking here. Tell him to calm down. Diplomacy is just His Highness's attitude. How could cutting off one's own hand erase the hatred in His Highness's heart? What Kok Kao Duong cared about the most was the imperial throne. His Highness has sent people to the other prince's base to overthrow the high-ranking prince. At this time, Duong Uyen Lin rushed in, Miss Tu. She promised me, if I expose my brother, Kok Kao Duong, at the 4 Nations Summit, she will protect me. Fong Jiak stopped her. Stop. Who let you in? Tu Min Tin said, I let her in. You go out first. Fong Jiak, go out. Duong Qianlin continued. Miss Tu, I don't dare to sleep now. Every night, someone rings my doorbell and throws bloody birds at the door. Kok Kao Duong wants to kill me. Tu Min Tin did not answer, but instead asked, the person she offended was Crown Prince Kanda A. Tell me, under what circumstances will Kok Kao Duong forgive her? Duong Qianlin's face was haggard, his voice even more depressed, unless I die. Tu Min Tin leaned close to her hand and whispered, there is one more case. He died. Duong Qianlin executed him. What a joke. Even my brother, Kuk Lu Thuong, couldn't fight to Ko Duong, let alone a girl who had just been released from prison like her. Tu Min Tin looked at Duong Qianlin. It's not me. I said it's you. Duong Qianlin is the daughter of Princess Can Dat A. Duong Qianlin felt that this young lady must be crazy. An unrecognized princess. How could I have that ability? Kuk Kao Duong wanted to kill her. Even her father didn't want to see her. Tu Min Tin grabbed her hand. Use force to pull her up. With me, she can overturn the high wall. Duong Nguyen Lin has fallen into a dead end. Even if it's just a glimmer of hope, he wants to grasp it. Miss Tu, help me. I want to become Father Emperor's treasure. Overthrow that cruel prince. Tu Min Tin wanted to say this sentence. It was said that her father was often tormented by migraines, extremely irritable. Famous doctors were helpless. They could only inject blood to relieve it. It was very harmful to the body. Duong Qianlin nodded. My mother had mentioned it before. My father was like a beast when he was in pain. He used to kill servants. Tu Min Tin gave her a box of medicine. She thought of a way to meet my father when he was in pain. She gave it to him. If his headache subsides, then there is hope for you to sit down. Duong Qianlin did not dare to believe that this medicine could cure my father's illness. Tu Min Tin is only 60% sure. I need you to report to me about father's health condition every day. Only then can I completely cure him. Very quickly, 3 days passed. Macking and Ha went to Tu Min Tin's room. At this time she was already asleep. Macking and Ha went straight to bed, hugged her. Tu Min Tin slowly opened his eyes. Macking and Ha, Fong Jiak said you went to reorganize the army. Why did you suddenly come back? Suddenly she felt his body was very hot. Immediately sat up, reached out to touch his forehead. Why did he have a fever? Macking and Ha answered dreamily. Probably had a cold. Tu Min Tin immediately took his pulse. It was a cold. It was fine. He had taken fever reducer. Macking and Ha reached out his hand. Pull her into his arms. He was sick. Min was quiet. He was cold. Let me hold you. You hold me too. Tu Min's cheeks turned red. Can't you find another room to sleep? Macking and Ha said again. Just once. At this moment the phone rang. Tu Min Tin quickly picked up. Duong Qianlin's tone was cheerful. Young lady. My crown prince's brother was attacked. I heard that after the attack, Kok Kao Duong was thrown into an ice crevice in Antarctica. It took a day and a night before he was found and rescued. The doctor said his hand was frozen and his blood vessels were necrotic. It had to be amputated. Otherwise his life would be in danger. Si Mingjing was extremely surprised. Mo Yinhe was infected with the cold air. He must have gone to the extreme cold. Could it be that he did this? Yang Quanling continued speaking. Ku Gao Yang insisted that it was fourth imperial brother who personally threw him into the icy gully. Fourth imperial brother cried out, saying that for the past 2 days he had been sleeping soundly, and had not been to the South Pole. There were also people who saw him riding a submarine out to sea. Fourth imperial brother doesn't even know how to lie. However, in order to fight for the throne, he dared to sneak attack the crown prince. I respect him as a hero. Si Mingjing began to ponder. According to the information of the imperial family, the fourth imperial prince is an extremely cunning and intelligent person. There's no way he could have fabricated such a lie full of loopholes. Could it be that Mo Yin had disguised himself as the fourth prince and committed the crime? But they were quite different in height. There was no way the fourth prince would really think he was sleeping. Ancient books recorded that there was a secret technique that could swap the souls of two people and control each other's appearance. This was truly too absurd. Duong Beanlin looked at the medicine box and said, "My father is almost done with this medicine. Can you give me some more? When can I get a complete cure?" Tu Min Tin smiled, "No need, just tell him. If you want a complete cure, come find me yourself." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Or if Ingen Ha had already taken revenge for her, this matter would be considered over. Duong Uyen Lin's recent report showed that there was a 90% chance of curing the old king, but whether she could or not depended on her mood. Then she turned to look at Ningen Ha's face. Found out he was so cold that he was curled up. Tu Min Tin immediately revealed his lovely dragon horns, intending to kiss Ingen Ha's forehead. "Get well soon." Tu Min Tin asked Fong Jiak where Macking and her went 2 days ago. Fong Jiak respectfully replied, "His Highness went to the motherland to give a gift to the Holy Prince, thanking him for his thoughtful care. The mainland mother held a state banquet and did not entertain His Highness. His Highness got drunk and slept for 2 days." Tu Min Tin laughed coldly. "Is that so? What a wonderful alibi." The attack on Kok Kao Duom was done by Macking and Ha. At this time, she received a phone call from her senior brother Trong Mo Kwong. The phone just connected, immediately turned into a storm. Next on the phone came the voice of a middle-aged woman, Miss Tu. Years ago, when Deep Neem Batch broke his leg, and the blood vessels became necrotic, she helped him avoid having to amputate his leg. Now my son is in the same situation. I would like to ask Miss Tu to come here. I know that inviting her out of courtesy may not necessarily get her to cure Kakao Doan. Tu Min Tin is not interested. She has never been the type to report a case out of kindness. The middle-aged woman continued speaking, inviting her to come within 5 hours. Otherwise, every half hour, I will cut off one of your senior brother's fingers. I have investigated. Zhao Maguang is your master's only son. She didn't want anything to happen to him either. Remembering that time, Tu Min was furious. Back then, she was able to save Tu Batch because Tu Batch was a descendant with extremely strong self-healing abilities. Yusi Cao Duong is just an ordinary person. She cannot save him. Then, she used a vehicle that could fly both on the sea and in the air. It only took 3.5 hours to reach the undersea kingdom of Jinda Ya. Si Mingjing stepped out of the plane and asked Mo Yingxia behind him. "We just landed at someone's house without notice. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Mak Engenha's voice was clear and gentle. No one would suspect anything if he landed at Kuk Lu Thuong's house. Moreover, that brat wasn't home. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, a man with an elegant and noble demeanor walked over. That person was Kok Lu Thuong, His Highness the Crown Prince. Truly an honored guest. Bak Nini Ha smiled and thought, so he was at home. I was afraid that I would come and not see him. I had something important to discuss with him. Although Kok Lu Thuong was injured, he still invited them into the living room to drink tea. Mak Ningen Ha took the initiative to speak. "I know you have been looking for a famous doctor to treat Fu Vuong An his migraine. I specially brought Min Tin to treat Fu Vuong Anna. Brother, you have done this much. There is nothing more to say. Is it because my mother captured Miss Tu's senior brother?" Kok Lu Thuong spoke in an extremely calm tone, without any ripples. But he hit the nail on the head. "I clearly remember you. This person is really not easy to fool. Please bring me in with you." In just 3 days, I can cure your father's illness. So Mac and Ha won't beat around the bush anymore. Let's cooperate. Of course, if we cooperate, Kuk Lu Thuong won't immediately return to Kandahar. At this moment, Juang Oyen Lin called. Something bad happened. Just now, the Queen brought the imperial physician here. The imperial physician said that you and I were deceiving the royal father. He said that the medicine was just ordinary melatonin. It couldn't cure migraines at all. My father was furious and said he wanted to kill us. Tu Min Tin stopped and said to Macking and Ha, our whereabouts have been exposed. The Queen took action first, wanting to stop Tu Min Tin's plan. There was less than an hour left until the 5-hour deadline that she had mentioned. Kuk Lu Thuong's expression changed, and he clenched her hand. She was really bold. Dare to deceive my father. I will not risk going to the palace with an incompetent person like you. Tu Min Tin remained calm, who said melatonin could not cure his father's migraine. I guarantee that I will cure him within 3 days. Nak Ganha saw this and immediately spoke up. His voice was clear. The quiet voice contained unconditional trust. A sad melody. Please trust her. Although Kok Lu Thuong believed Tu Min Tin, he still firmly believed that she was not a Q, and had no right to ask me to risk myself to go with her. King Kandat flew into a rage after knowing that she had taken only melatonin. Hearing that Tu Min Tin was on her way to the palace, he immediately ordered her arrest. In the end, both were taken to the palace. Duong Nguyen Lin knelt before King Kandat, saw Tu Min Tin and Macking Ha being roughly escorted in, and pointed at them. Father, Neithen was deceived by the servants. It was Tu Min Tin who deceived Neithen. Neithen sincerely wanted to cure father's migraine. The king is full of anger. Someone, pull her down for me. The meat is thrown to the dogs. The Milky Way is blocking the way in front of the calm and clear mind. The horns are like Mount Tai, more majestic than ever. I will see who dares to touch my crown princess. Your Majesty, have you forgotten? My 100,000 troops are waiting on your territory. King Kandat roared, Ganahatiyu ni. You dare to threaten me. Someone, drag these two out for me. Keep calm in the face of danger, Your Majesty. When the headache comes back, do you feel like there are insects crawling in your veins? King Kandat was surprised. How did she know? Tu Min Tin speaks fluently. He was poisoned by a worm. There is a worm in your head, and every time you have a migraine, it is caused by this worm. My melatonin helps you calm down and sleep, and it can also make the worm in your head sleep. Your Majesty, why don't you try it? The Queen immediately stopped him, whispering in his ear, there are no Jiu worms in this world. This woman is bewitching people's hearts. Tu Min calmed down and smiled. The Queen is not a party involved, yet she is in a hurry to smear me. Don't you want His Majesty to recover and your son to ascend the throne soon? The Queen began to panic. Tu Min Tin continued to speak. I hit the Queen's heart, making her so angry that she became angry. The Queen used herself. Your Majesty, don't listen to his nonsense. King Kandat suddenly had a headache. The headache came like a tsunami. He hugged his forehead, instinctively said to Duang Yuan Lin, who was standing next to him, Medicine, quickly give me the medicine. Duong Qian Lin knelt down on the ground again. Father, the medicine was thrown into the trash by the Queen. Now I have no more medicine. The king held his head with both hands. The family commanded the pain to stop. I will give you one more chance. Si Mingjing directly stepped forward and respectfully took his pulse. If the Jiu worm was not removed, his migraine would not be cured. Give him melatonin to sleep first. This can only temporarily paralyze the Jiu worm. When he wakes up, it will still be crawling around in his head. After the headache subsided, King Kanda remembered the first time he had a migraine. The girl he loved was named Zin, who loved his younger brother. He was devoted to Zin, but in the end, she rejected him to the point of death. After ascending the throne, the first thing he did was to chop his younger brother into minced meat right in front of Zin. He wanted to use this method to threaten Chuan and force her to submit, but Chuan committed suicide in front of him. Before she died, she swore that even if she became a ghost, she would not let him go. From then on, every time I remember Chuan's eyes of hatred and despair before he died. He had a splitting headache again. How can I get the Jiu out of my head? Si Mingjing answered seriously. Perform surgery. But I can't do this alone. I need someone to help me. My senior brother and I are from the same sect. We are in perfect harmony. We can guarantee that your brain surgery will be completely safe. King Kanda is anxious. Where is he? Quickly invite him to me. Min reluctantly spread out his hands. I also don't know where he is. This matter must be asked to the queen. Today the empress invited my senior brother to come and examine me. After that, there was no news. The empress gritted her teeth and lied without looking. If I was sick, I could just call a doctor. Why would I need to invite someone from the mainland? Min pretended not to understand. But the queen, you have an unclean disease. Afraid that the people around you will reveal it, so I invited the senior brother over. The queen was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Min didn't even bother to look at her. He just took out his phone, opened the call history, and played the recording of their conversation. King Kanda violently slammed his hand on the armrest of the Golden Lord. If you don't cure me, you all will die together. At this time, Trong Mo Kwang hurriedly ran over. It was because senior brother did not understand the evil in people's hearts that I was worried. Tu Mintin said lovingly, Senior brother, it was me who implicated you. They came after me. Trong Muk Kwang asked in disbelief about the king's situation. Was there really a G-worm in his head? But he had never learned how to use acupuncture to draw the G-worm out. Tu Mintin chuckled. I was just talking nonsense. Other Western doctors once speculated that the old king suffered from severe paranoia that led to migraines. In the secret history of the royal palace, it is recorded that the old king once loved a woman who was knowledgeable in witchcraft. That woman was his younger brother's wife. The old king loved her but could not have her. So he killed both of them. I guess that's the root of this mental illness. I used melatonin as bait to get Duong Uyenlin to report her condition. Plus today's pulse check further confirmed that the illness was mainly psychological. So what we need to do is eliminate the old king's mental illness. Mo Guang looked at Si Mingjing with affection. Junior sister, you are really amazing. Si Mingjing smiled. Later, we still need senior brother to cooperate in performing a play. 1 hour. Macking and Ha put the teacup down on the table. These two people treated him like air, daring to exchange glances with each other. He warned Tu Mintin with his eyes, don't be greedy. If you dare to openly flirt with another man and treat me like air, don't blame me for being impatient. Tu Mintin was so stunned by his gaze that her head went numb. Unexpectedly, she leaned forward, quickly placed a kiss on Macking and Ha's cold face. Macking and Ha's face darkened before she could react. Trong Bio Kwong had already stood up and walked out. Sister, I'll wait for you outside. After he left, Macking and Ha wrapped his arms around Tu Mintin's waist, waiting for me to cure the old king. He will ask me to heal Kut Kao Duong's hand. If I can't do it, he will deal with me. Tu Mintin calmly pursed her lips. Kut Kao Duong's hand was beyond help, but I guess you already thought of a way to solve it. Macking and Ha smiled slightly. In 10 minutes, Kut Kao Duong's scandal will be on top of the search results. As long as I do as you say, Kuk Kao Duong's hand will definitely be chopped off today. Elsewhere, the queen had no choice but to run to King Gendaye and cry. Your Majesty, I brought Si Mingjing's senior brother here because of Gao Yang. King Gendaye is very heartbroken for this son. Gao Yang is the son I am most proud of. I will order Si Mingjing to treat Gao Yang. If he dares not listen, I will deal with him. The queen breathed a sigh of relief. This bright investor's daughter finally had to treat Gao Yang's illness. A young girl wanted to compete with her. She really didn't know her own limits. At this time, the guard came in to report, Your Majesty, something big is happening. The scandal of Crown Prince Cao Duong has reached the top of the national search results. The King of Asia was extremely surprised. As soon as he opened his hair to search, he saw the news about Cao Yang embezzling hundreds of billions, personal gain, framing the deposed crown prince, and disregarding the interests of the nation. After that, he angrily threw the phone on the ground. The queen hurriedly explained to her son, Cao Yang was wrongly framed. Someone wanted to take advantage of my son's serious illness to fight for the crown prince position. King Kandae shouted loudly, Shut up. You should think of a way to deal with the consequences. Where are the people? Invite Tu Min Tin to come do acupuncture. Tu Min Tin entered. The king was angry and said, seeing that she was really nosy, acupuncture needed medicine. Why didn't she say so earlier? Tu Min Tin seriously made up a story. This worm had lived in his head for 20 years. It was used to his breath. Without the drug, the G-worm would sense danger and fight back, causing him to have an intracranial hemorrhage, which would result in paralysis or death. Hearing this, King Kandae immediately became cautious. What is the medicinal drug? Tu Min Tin said fearfully. He needed a relative to cut his flesh to make the medicinal drug. It was best to choose the relative he loved the most and cut it in front of everyone. Only the pain of cutting flesh could calm the G-worm. The king was furious. If you want my prince to cut off a hand, just say so. Tu Min Tin's attitude was neither arrogant nor flattering. Your Majesty, my brother. King Kandae waved his hand, glanced, and went to tell Cao Duong that his crimes had angered the people. Cutting off an arm to apologize to the people. This is the only way for him to preserve himself. If you don't do it well, I will punish you. The guard bowed his head and retreated. The king of the ancestors looked at him slowly, thinking calmly. You evil girl, when you are no longer of any use, I will definitely kill you. Tu Min Tin's voice was firm. If your Majesty insists on using virtue to bring about justice, then I have nothing more to say. But as a doctor, I will do my best. When the medicine arrives, I will give you acupuncture. Then, they fell out of the room. Trong Mo Kwang looked worried. Junior sister, you're too pushy. How will we escape then? Tu Min quietly lowered his head, stopped. Senior brother also thinks I'm cruel. Tuong Mo Kwang shook his head. He had already looked at that patient's condition. His arm was already damaged. If he didn't amputate it, his life would be in danger. He was just afraid that you would get hurt. That king might really kill us. Tu Min Tin's tone was confident and reassuring. I have the Trung family's protection. Is your talisman Mo Yine? He felt that Si Mingjing was like a ray of light in his life. Unfortunately, this ray of light could be felt but was too far away to reach. At this time, the queen learned that her son was taken to the operating room and had to have his arm amputated to save his life. Lin collapsed when she learned that her arm was cut off and was taken to the palace to be used as medicine. The queen was in pain like a knife was cutting her. Her voice was fierce like a demon. I want to kill Tu Min Tin. I must kill that evil woman, my Duong Ni. Where are you? Where are you? Tu Min Tin performed acupuncture on the root of Avonya's disease for 40 minutes. During these 40 minutes, Min Tin performed acupuncture while intentionally guiding and opening up the psychology of the A Vaong. In fact, she had met a psychologist on the prison planet who was very good at hypnosis. While performing acupuncture on the king's acupuncture point, she also secretly hypnotized him, stirring up the most difficult knots in his heart. The king's acupuncture point closed his eyes as if he was falling into a dream. At this moment, the flowing wound came, and my father broke out in a cold sweat. Si Mingjing's voice was cold, struggling with the Jiu worms. Naturally she would sweat. Her heart was half believing and half doubting. Si Mingjing, you better cure my father. Otherwise I won't spare you. Si Mingjing's mouth corners slightly pursed. Today there were a lot of people who didn't spare her, right? In the dream, the king repented to his son and recounted the past 20 years when he could not sleep at night. Every time I close my eyes, I see your determined eyes before you die. From regretting that he killed the man you loved the most, your choice is still to follow the person you love. Just no more resentment at the moment of death. After that, Tuan completely closed her eyes in his arms. Wang Tiu Ingok Van. The king was in pain but also woke up. The knot in his heart that had been there for many years had been untied. The love he wanted to give to Tuan was not what she wanted. It was painful for both of them. Si Mingjing respectfully stood by the side. Your Majesty, how do you feel now? The king looked at her, his voice low. Si Mingjing, you are so bold. You dare to joke with me. Si Mingjing did not panic, Your Majesty, please calm down. He did not want to see a psychiatrist, face his inner self, and the knot in his heart led to a migraine. I said you were poisoned by a worm just to give you a step to face your inner self. I lied to you, but it was all because I wanted to cure you. Don't worry. I'm only in charge of hypnosis. I can't probe what you've been through. However, the second king still could not let her go. Without the Ji or worm, she dared to ask my son to cut off one of her arms. Min Tin explained that Crown Prince Cao Duong was not a dragon and did not have the ability to heal himself, and that it would be difficult for a god to save him. If he did not cut off his arm, his life would be in danger. The king of the underworld snorted coldly and walked briskly. Si Mingjing left a prescription. Your Majesty, please take this prescription for 3 consecutive days, and you will be able to cure your migraine. The king's mood improved, and his tone became more generous. Liu Shang, please receive the crown prince and the future crown princess. Be hospitable, and arrange meals carefully. Liu Shang breathed a sigh of relief. With the tone of his father's voice, the killing intent in his heart had dissipated. Now the best way was to immediately let the 2 people go, intending to change. But the plan could not keep up with the changes. They had just left the palace on the flying saucer-shaped submarine, and had not gone 2 miles when they were assassinated. More than 20 submarines pursued and killed, attacking fiercely, determined to take Tu Mintin's life. Worried about the dangerous situation, Tu Mintin immediately took off the ring on her middle finger and put it on Trong Mo Kwang's thumb. Witnessing this action, Macking and her's face turned pale. She gave the amulet to another man. Jealousy exploded. He immediately took off his ring, put it on her finger, didn't give her a chance to take it off. Then he hugged her tightly. Don't take it off. Just let her be safe in his arms. Damp. The submarine was hit by bullets. Everyone was thrown out. Min Tin and Macking and Ha were surrounded by a protective shield. Min Tin was panicking. When would rescue come? It would be at least 3 minutes, rest assured. Hold his hand tightly. The torpedoes could not penetrate the protective shield. Mo Yin, his words could not comfort Si Mingjing. The torpedoes were as dense as a rain of bullets, shooting towards them. Even though they knew they could not penetrate the shield, the massive visual attack was too strong. No matter how fast they swam, they couldn't outrun the fish. Now they were like fish on the chopping block. For the first time, Min Tin hated her own powerlessness. At this moment, she wished she could be as powerful as Than Lu Lai, who instantly transformed into a giant dragon, but that she could only turn into a hazy mist. Not satisfied, she wanted to try again. Suddenly she really turned into a white dragon, her whole body emitting a blinding light. From a young girl, she suddenly turned into a giant dragon. Macking was stunned, but immediately after that he raised his thumb, transformed into a dragon. Min Tin still did not forget his friend, Mak Nien He, sat on her and hugged her tightly. Without hesitation, Mak King Den Ha climbed onto the dragon's back, transforming into a dragon for the first time. Min Tin was so excited he couldn't speak. The currents in the ocean can cool the wind and summon the rain. Now she wanted to experience that feeling. That feeling was when the originally calm seabed suddenly became violently stormy. Everyone was stirred up by her to the point of being unable to stand. This was absolute domination, completely opposite to the frustration just now. Those who wanted to assassinate Si Mingjing were all shocked. She was a descendant. She was the most noble dragon clan of the mother continent. Even the submarine drivers did not dare to launch torpedoes. Those who killed the descendant would definitely face the relentless revenge of the mother continent. Who dared to attack the dragon? Min Tin rushed up from the bottom of the sea to search for his senior brother. While Chuang Mo Kuang was confused and helpless, a giant dragon suddenly jumped out from the bottom of the sea. Trung Mo Kuang was so surprised that his jaw almost dropped. How could there be a dragon in this world? The dragon suddenly called out to him, "Senior brother." Jiang Muguang was so scared that he fainted and was swept away by the water from the fountain. After regaining his senses, Ku Leishing suddenly shouted loudly, "Adieu." Si Mingjing was adieu. Macking and her had already recognized Akiu, but he didn't. He was a step too late. In another place, the news of Min Tin transforming into a dragon had reached the Kanda A palace. At this time, Kuk Lu Thiwong entered. Min Tin was Akiu. King Kanda A didn't believe it. Nonsense. Akiu was about to marry your brother. Ku Liu Shang bluntly said, "The mainland mother, that white nine-tailed chicken is fake." Hearing this, the king of Kanda A was stunned on the spot. Ku Liu Shang respectfully requested his father to immediately contact the mainland mother, requesting that the real Chicken Nine come to Kanda A to be the crown princess. "I want to use the identity of Crown Prince Kanda A to properly marry A Ku." King Kanda A looked at his son, who looked more and more like himself. "I both love and think he deserves it. I keep missing Batch Q too. He doesn't love me at all. If it's already missed, then so be it. The more I force it, it will only hurt both of us. It hurts, but if you don't make up your mind once, how will you know the result? I won't give up easily. I found an island and landed on the beach, but I didn't know how to turn back into a human." She lay on the sand, calling out loudly, "Macning and Ha, I can't turn back anymore. What should I do?" Mangan Ha slightly squinted her eyes, stopping to look at the beautiful giant dragon. "Why did I become like this?" To Min Tin is not very clear. At that time, I only thought of turning into a stream to counterattack. I was so eager that my wish came true. Now I try to turn back into a human, but I can't. Call and ask Saint Liu Yun. I once saw him transform into a stream and fly in the clouds. He definitely knows. Call Saint Liu Yun, unless Macking and Ha is stupid. Although the brother-in-law will definitely know Min Tin's identity soon, but every second of delay makes Macking Ha feel comfortable in his heart. He chose to call his precious daughter Precious. Tell me how to turn into a human in this case. Dan Luong was stunned as soon as he saw it. Wow, the dragon is so beautiful. Dad, who is this? Macking calmly and obediently told Dad what to do. Saint Liang sucked his thumb. He said if the princess turned into a dragon, he must sincerely think of the princess who loved him the most, to face his unreliable daughter and brother-in-law. The smile on Ganha's face immediately disappeared. On the contrary, Van Tu spoke in a clear voice. Dad, to knows. As long as you sincerely think of the person you love the most, that's enough. You have to think about becoming the most beautiful person for the person you love to see. Tu Min Tin arrogantly snorted, closed his eyes, and focused his mind, sincerely reciting in her heart, I love the great devil king the most. I love the great devil king the most. She recited this in her heart 3 times, originally thinking that this method was useless. Unexpectedly, the next strand of the stream suddenly transformed into a human form, returning to its original form. Macking stretched out his long arms, hugging her tightly, clearly wondering whose name she was chanting in her heart just now. Tu Min Tin shyly lied, my mother's upbringing is greater than the sky. Macking was not willing, pressed his lips against hers and passionately bit her. You are not honest with me. If you continue like this, I will use severe punishment on you. If you dare to touch me, try it. Tu Min thought his severe punishment was to beat her. The result was after the man pushed her down onto the sand. His tall body also leaned down to kiss her cheek. Tu Min Tin felt her cheek burning as if it was about to burn. Stop messing around, you're hot. You seem to have a fever. The corner of Nganha's lips showed a faint smile. You made me feverish. Tu Min Tin pushed him away. I really have a fever. There was a burning heat inside her. It was so uncomfortable. Macking pressed his forehead against hers. The heat made him jump. Why was it so hot? Although Tu Min Tin was a doctor, her current physical condition seemed to have gone beyond the medical scope she knew. Her blood and energy were in chaos. Maybe it was the after effects of transforming into a dragon, or he should call and ask Liang. Macking felt that the child Liang was not trustworthy. Although he absolutely did not want to, he still immediately called his brother-in-law, Saint Liu Yun. But Saint Liu Yun turned off his phone and did not answer, so he called Si Li Cao. Si Li Cao quickly picked up the phone. What was the matter that the galaxy could still maintain its arrogant appearance and proactively ask for help? The noble dragon clan transformed into a dragon for the first time. After transforming back into a human, the whole body's blood and energy were in chaos, causing fever and discomfort. What is the reason? Tu Lai Dao coldly uttered 2 words. Liang, Macking nodded. That's right. My daughter is having a high fever right now. Tu Lai Dao coldly laughed. Liang had been educated by the Dragon Clan since childhood. There was no way he could have such a chaotic state of energy and blood. Macking tone is lying. Is this your attitude of begging? Macking let go of all his arrogance. His attitude is extremely humble. Tu Lai Dao, I beg you. Please tell me directly what to do. But Tu Lai Dao still refused to say, only asking who. Tu Min Tin could not bear it anymore and stood up. The one who spoke in an unpleasant voice was me, Crown Prince Lai Dao. I am Tu Min Tin. Tu Lai Dao smiled faintly. A coup. Hearing these 2 words, Tu Min Tin felt a bit disgusted. I am Tu Min Tin. Not a coup at all. Why not a coup? Tu Min Tin felt like his body was about to explode. He was being chased. After transforming into a dragon for the first time, his blood and energy were in turmoil, burning as if he was about to burn. Please, for the sake of our clan, tell me how to reduce this. Tu Lai gently rolled his phoenix eyes. This situation could only be alleviated by one way. Turning into a dragon was a sign of maturity for the dragon clan. The only way to reduce it is to find a man to consummate the marriage. Late at night, besides what he wanted to know, that year the crown princess gave birth to was not Long Fuong Tai, but a concubine. After transforming into a giant dragon for the first time, the energy in Si Mingjing's body suddenly increased. If this energy was not completely released, his body would explode and he would die. Therefore, if the dragon's coming-of-age ceremony is not properly prepared, breaking through to the limit of transforming into a giant dragon can only result in consummation. He had also fallen into this situation before. At that time, he was almost delirious, acting violently, and passing the coming-of-age ceremony. That girl from beginning to end did not complain once, respectfully wanting to help him. As for him, he did not even know who she was. Macking and Ha saw her expression and couldn't bear it. Consummate the marriage with him. This was the only way. To Min Tin's pupils constricted. She thought Tu Lai Dao was joking. Macking and Ha directly carried her towards the shore, wanting to find a place to hold her coming-of-age ceremony. Tu Lai Dao never liked to joke. He either refused to answer. If he answered, it must be the truth. At this moment, a flying saucer-shaped plane suddenly appeared in the sky. Feng Jiao bowed. "Your Highness, your subordinate is late. Are you okay?" "It's okay. It's just in time. Take the man on the beach to the plane." Macking and Ha hugs Tu Min Tin and steps onto the plane. "There is a room on the plane specially designed for you to rest." Tu Min Tin clenched her clothes tightly, her face red and unable to look up. Macking and Ha, "I think I can handle it." Macking and Ha was extremely worried. "I'm so hot. Can't just postpone it any longer. You'll be mine anyway. You don't need to be burdened mentally. I don't want to hear your worries. I just want to help you get through this difficult coming-of-age ceremony. Min Tin, don't be afraid. I will treat you well all my life." Tu Min Tin avoided his gaze. "Are you sure?" "I am Tu Min Tin. Are you sure the person you saw was Tu Min Tin?" The Milky Way's eyes were deep and gentle. "I'm sure, Min Tin. I don't see you as a substitute. I know very well who you are." As soon as he finished speaking, he became domineering and strong, not giving her a chance to refuse. Si Mingjing was unable to resist at all. Her clear eyes stared into his dark pupils. Millie's eyes were hazy. 2 hours later, Deep Sam saw his eldest brother's plane land and was about to pick him up. The result was that as soon as they got to the bottom of the plane, they were blocked by the trash. "His Highness is very busy right now," Deep Sam said again. "Busy with what?" "Something big is happening. Those 5 people will definitely be crazy with joy. Let me in." Feng Jiao was embarrassed. He just waited. The Shen immediately understood. But he really had something extremely urgent. He needed his big brother to do a DNA test. He also didn't dare to get on the plane. Otherwise his big brother would kill him. As for that extremely urgent matter, it would take 2.5 hours. Speaking of Van Tu, closing her eyes, she silently thought to herself. The little girl used all her strength but did not turn back into her former majestic and imposing self. Only to see on the little girl's shadowy feet, 2 dragon horns grew. Deep Sam was extremely surprised to see this scene. Deep Neem Batch opened his mouth wide. "Ho Tu Tu, why do you also have dragon horns?" Of course, Su Su is the noble princess of the mother continent. Cheng Liang Liang misspoke, and the Renbai immediately covered her mouth. "The adults know that I am not an orphan, so they will chase me away. We will not be able to play together anymore." A biological son and daughter are the dragon's son and dragon's daughter. The Shen didn't find it strange that the child he picked up on the street was actually a dragon girl. Were dragon boys and dragon girls that cheap these days? If he remembered correctly, There weren't many dragon boys and dragon girls even on the mother continent. The Shen kept staring at the two indicator lights of the DNA testing machine. According to the instructions, if the two DNA samples are related, the indicator light will turn red. Suddenly the red light turned on, and the Shen jumped up in excitement. The eldest brother, the sister-in-law who gave birth to him, was not twins, but a grandmother. Bin Su's eyes lit up and he immediately threw himself into Yin He's arms. "Dad, you are Su Su's biological father." Wang Yin He was so shocked that his entire body was immobile, his tall body trembling slightly in excitement. Yun Su's childish voice was full of the sound of youth. "Papa, why don't you want Su Su?" Macking and Hu's heart ached. It was all his fault. He lost his children and Luong Luong without even knowing it. He was the biggest failure in the world. He let his children suffer. Van Tu tried to wipe away his tears, but Tutu's father didn't have to suffer. Tutu wasn't being cornered. Tutu was living with him and he loved Tutu very much. At this time, Luong Luong grabbed Ninggenha's shirt. "Liang Liang doesn't have to suffer. He treats Liang Liang very well. Liang Liang is a happy little princess. Our uncle is super cool. Su Su and I have been best friends since we were little." Macking and Ha felt extremely sorry, and at the same time hugged Luong Luong. Luong Luong suddenly asked a question. "Dad, the face of the big white dragon mother and child in the video is Mom, right?" "I want Mom." Mrs. Engenha couldn't bear to hide it. "Your mother lost her memory. She couldn't remember her identity. Nor did she remember giving birth to you three little treasures. Before I recover my memory, don't ask me to recognize you. Okay?" Min Tin had not yet recovered her memory. Suddenly having three children, she definitely felt uncomfortable. It was as if she was being treated as a substitute. No matter what her identity or appearance was, he did not care. He wanted to remain her person, her soul. If she couldn't recover her memory, then he would never mention Bai Jusi again for the rest of his life. Deep Neem Batch excitedly said, "Dad, I won't force you. Where is Mom?" Mo Yin, his gentle voice was extremely cruel. Jingjing was his mother. The Nine Bai instantly turned into a dumb goose. Mo Yini was too evil. "Jingjing is not my wife, she is your wife. If you dare to call her your wife again, just wait until you eat stir-fried meat with rattan." Deep Neem Batch cried loudly. Dad lied to people. Dad wanted to steal Tiu Jia's wife. He didn't even care about face. Deep Sam and Deep Tu Nguyen also said, "Tiu Batch, what your dad said is the truth." Mak Ningden Ha pinched his small face. "Don't cry anymore. Luckily I have you." The first time bringing Min Tin home, the little white boy was still very fierce. This is truly mother and son bonding. Deep Neem Batch didn't feel proud at all. What was there to worry about mother and son? Tiu Jia's wife was gone. Tiu Jia had to live alone. However, the next second, the boy changed his strategy. The little master knew his wife could divorce. Mother would always be the little master's mother, and Jingjing and I would be closer. Then he took a bouquet of flowers and walked into Si Mingjing's room. Si Mingjing smiled. "Jiao Bai, did you pick the flowers yourself?" The Nyan Bai Rong came in and said. This was something the young master picked himself. It had absolutely nothing to do with the three of you. "Tin Tin, do you like it?" To Min Tin arched his eyebrows. He liked it. At this time, Luong Luong and Tutu also ran in. "We really like you. Luong Luong wants to be Tin Tin's little cotton jacket in the future." "Will Tin Tin be our mother in the future?" To Min Tin was confused by this question. "Most likely, I will be the stepmother of these three children in the future." At the end of the question, "Do you hope I will be your mother?" The children answered in unison, super happy. To Min Tin was very touched. "I like you guys too." At this moment, Deep Sam hurriedly ran in. His eldest brother told him some good news. The crown prince of the mother continent, Lai Dao, unilaterally announced that Kok Kao Duong's morality was corrupt, and the engagement between the two countries was immediately cancelled. He no longer needed to attend Kok Kao Duong's wedding, becoming a laughingstock for the whole world. Kok Kao Duong again asked the king's father to come forward and declare his opposition to the mother's unilateral annulment of the marriage, and requested that the wedding be held as scheduled. The king of Kandat hated his son just like him. Duong Ni, do you hate Tu Min Tin? Kok Kao Duong gritted his teeth. How could he not hate her? I want to kill that bitch. I will definitely avenge her even if I cut off her hand. The king breathed a sigh of relief. It has been made clear. Then forget about this engagement. The person engaged to you, Bai Jusi, is an imposter, not even a dragon. The real Bai Jusi is the Si Ming Jing that you hate so much that you want to kill her. Kok Kao Duong directly questioned her. She is not Bai Jusi. Bai Jusi's voice was a bit panicked. What did you say? I'm not Bai Jusi. Who else is Bai Jusi? Ku Gao Yang laughed coldly. Si Ming Jing is the real Aju. It's all my fault for being stupid. Who exactly are you? You dare to impersonate the woman I love the most, toying with me around and around. I will not let you off. He closed his eyes and began to think about this person, Si Ming Jing. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that she was indeed more like Ah Ju. No wonder she could defeat the fake Bai Jusi in the Fatherland Summit. No wonder she could kill everyone in the casino. He thought, when it came to the fact that he almost ordered someone to kill Akiao, he wished he could kill himself. Kok Kao Duong immediately took to social media to respond to the announcement of the break-off of the engagement from a certain mainland Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The break-off is the break-off, an imposter. Does he think the crown prince is that greedy? Bai Rusi was so angry that he exploded when he saw this hot news. Sister, why are you still alive and coming back to steal my things? I gave up my appearance, my name, and paid everything to become Bai Rusi. But I basically can't grow dragon horns to prove my identity. The maid trembled as she spoke. The whole world knew that Bai Jusi's Long Wu was the only one in the world. The young lady might as well dance a Long Wu. That dance was only recorded in the ancient times of the mother continent. It carried the meaning of bringing good luck and blessing to all people. Bai Jusi composed the Long Wu dance on the day Mo Yin. He became the Prince of Atlantis, a dance that was famous throughout the world. The young lady imitated it 10,000 times and even danced it better than the real Bai Jusi. Isn't the young lady dancing a piece the clearest proof? Bai Jusi was really injured when she was born, and will never be able to dance again in her entire life. Bai Jusi's mind was racing, but her face was radiant with light. The most important thing was that she was injured when she was born, and will never be able to dance again in her entire life. Quickly find the best photographer and come here. Immediately after that, a professional photographer recorded her best dance moves and posted them on social media. Immediately caused a stir. Who dares to say that the princess's crown is fake? This is more convincing than a dragon's horn. Min Tin opened an ancient box. Take out the dragon earth buffalo pill and swallow it. Not long after, a new memory enters the mind. Underneath the majestic round moon-shaped altar, people crowded together. The girl standing on the circular altar that attracted the attention of thousands of people began to dance alone. Sometimes flying up, sometimes swooping down, changing unpredictably, the silk fluttering 2 to 3 meters long, looking so graceful, so beautiful. Each graceful dance move was like floating clouds and mist. Under the altar, thousands and thousands of people cheered. Drums and gongs were beating loudly, praying for favorable weather. Peace and prosperity for the country and its people. It was very lively. Min Tin was attracted by that exciting dance, immediately learned from her memory and danced along. At this moment the Milky Way strode forward, holding her wrist. Si Mingjing did not expect that she was the young woman from 10,000 years ago. The moment ancient memories flooded back, she could not help but dance along with her in the memories. It was as if she was born knowing how to dance that dance. Mo Yin, he instinctively called out, Mingjing. Don't dance that dance again. At that moment, Min Tin felt extremely wronged. What's wrong? Am I that bad at dancing? Macking and Ha's face was covered in mist, unable to dispel the pain in his heart. Beautiful, but I don't like you dancing this dance. Min Tin asked why, but Macking and Ha didn't say anything, not waiting for an answer. Min Tin closed her eyes and continued to read the new memories in her mind. After the dance ended, she slightly raised her head to look up at the high floor, looking forward to running to the side of the Milky Way. Then suddenly a man chased after her, grabbing her wrist. Min Tin, don't go looking for him. The two of you can never be together, because I am the most noble senses of the mother continent, and he is not. Before he could finish speaking, Min Tin used force to push his hand away. So what? The high priest had already divined that a great flood was coming. The world is going to end. Do you still want to stop me from pursuing true love? Macking and Ha and I have signed the dragon contract. No one can separate us. KK, you can't either. Macking and Ha held her hand tightly, calmly. Follow me. I will protect you completely. Min Tin answered without hesitation. We will be together forever, never apart. The memory seemed to be fast-forwarded by someone, until the apocalypse really came. That great flood was also known as the prehistoric flood. Countless people cried out in despair. Holy Lady, save us. My child is only 3.5 years old, Holy Lady. Please pray for favorable weather and favorable fire. At that time, Min Tin could no longer follow Engenha's face, and could no longer lean on him and enjoy his protection. She could not just stand by and watch the suffering of living beings. She must shoulder her mission. Macking and Ha could not stop her. Her will was firm, without hesitation. Even if she had to die, she had to protect this citadel. She used up all her life's cultivation, erected a hemispherical barrier like an upside-down pot covering the entire royal capital, preventing the ferocious floods outside the royal capital, protecting all the people within the barrier. The people cheered. The people thanked. The people were once again alone. Unfortunately, the strength of a person is ultimately limited, unable to resist the terrifying incident. The fierce tsunamis roared outside the barrier. In the end, even the capital on land was sunk to the bottom of the sea. Everyone knew that she had tried her best. But once she gave up, the people who sank to the bottom of the sea would have no way to live. The people placed all their hopes on her. How could she give up? In the end, she was forced to use the dragon soul to establish a seal. After setting up the seal, her cultivation was completely depleted. Her breath was barely there. But at the last moment, she danced a heavenly dance. After that, only the transparent soul remained, transforming into a 7-colored rainbow of poisonous feathers on the barrier. The memory suddenly stopped here. Min Tin suddenly opened her eyes, tears rolling down her cheeks. But Ngenha still kept a tense expression. Don't cry anymore, I shouldn't scold you. I don't know the reason either. I just instinctively don't like you dancing this dance. Min Tin regained her composure. You don't like it? I won't dance anymore. But I want to dance another dance for you to see. The dark clouds in Macken's heart completely disappeared. As long as it's not long vu, I'll like any dance you dance. Min Tin pressed Macken's shoulder. Jia Hu Anhe sat down on the tatami mat. Then, Tu Min Tin started dancing alone. She had no knowledge of dancing at all. However, the graceful movements seemed to have naturally blended into her blood, making her look like a natural dancer. The three children trotted over, enjoying their mother's dance. Vanta sucked his thumb, mumbling, "I think I've seen this dance somewhere before." Liang Liang suddenly remembered that the county princess had also seen it on the mural in Longdian. She excitedly took out her phone and turned on the video recording function, determined to record it to support her mother. While filming, she chose a fried label to cover the face of the person being filmed. Liang Liang chattered. She must send it to that person. With that person's recognition, her mother would definitely become famous overnight. Then, the high priest sent a message, and the maid immediately ran to Bai Juxi. She danced, and even the high priest specially posted on Weibo to support her. Bai Juxi opened the high priest's social media account, and sure enough, saw the message he posted. Her mood immediately blossomed, and she reshared the high priest's post and commented, "I can't stand it." At this moment, the maid was extremely agitated. The high priest had answered her. Bai Juxi immediately grabbed the phone. As soon as she saw it, she felt like she had been slapped in the face, hot and embarrassed. She angrily threw the phone to the ground. What does this old man mean? Is he blind? What is this heavenly beauty? The high priest was admiring the mural at this moment. Today, the little county princess sent a dance video. It was heavenly beauty. According to legend, the Thien Tuong Tuong Tu dance is a sacred and noble dance that prays for the blessings of all people. Over the years, countless dancers have performed it with awe, but still cannot express the vitality of this dance. Tuong Fan was extremely happy. "I didn't understand before, but I just found the answer. This is not a blessing dance, this is a confession dance." Legend has it that the Thien Tuong Tuong Tu was the last gift that the young woman who saved the motherland left for the world. However, Long Vu was enough to express her compassion and pray for blessings. Why was there another dance at the end? As disaster struck, the young woman abandoned her lover and sacrificed herself to protect the people. Her lover woke up, holding her in extreme pain. So this last dance, she carried her apology in deep love, wanting to dance for her lover to see, right? Bai Rusi sent someone to investigate and discovered that it was the little county princess, Liang Liang, who sent the great priest a video of the Chansheng Shang Rui, with a fried label covering his face. This made the great priest extremely excited, but wanting to get the original Tianxiang Shangru from the great priest was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Bai Juxi clenched his 5 fingers, then he could only attack Liang Liang. The fake Bai Juxi faced Si Li Dao's overwhelming aura, not daring to breathe heavily. Si Ming calmly decided to drive home. She found out that the car she drove out was sprayed with various colors of paint. She frowned slightly. Someone was looking for a mistress. Did they spray the wrong car? At this time, there was a maid secretly hiding at the door making a phone call. I still couldn't get close to Liang Liang. Just like today, our EPORTIG Miss Tu's whereabouts to her was already my limit. However, when she was about to leave, Tu Min Tin caught her red-handed. Today my car was splashed with paint. At first I thought it was the wrong car, but I checked the surveillance camera and found a suspicious person. It was clearly aimed at me. The family had a lot of cars. I randomly drove one out, and I don't even remember what the car looked like. I only found the car after pressing the key. How could anyone else confirm that this was my car? Unless there was an insider who revealed it. I checked the surveillance cameras of the family's parking lot, narrowed down the target, and investigated the records of everyone within that area. If I'm not mistaken, she should be working in the garden now, not going into the inner courtyard. The maid immediately knelt down. I was wrong. 7 years ago my father sold me to an old man. It was Bai Jusi who saved me. She was grateful to me. That's why I listened to her. Tu Min Tin sighed. Hodu, the person you saved back then, is the one who betrayed you now. If you don't want to be fired, then tell me everything clearly. The maid immediately confessed honestly. Miss Bai said she missed Liang Liang, but His Highness the Crown Prince did not allow her to visit. She told me to steal Liang Liang's phone and give it to her, that the family has strict hierarchy. But I am just a gardener. I cannot contact Liang Liang. She then asked me to report her daily movements to her. Si Mingjing narrowed her eyes, not wanting to cause trouble with her, but wanting to use this method to get Liang Liang's phone. Ling Ling's phone contained something that Bai Jusi needed. Deep to Nguyen was very angry. I know the video of you dancing, already recorded by Liang Liang, sent to the high priest of the mother continent. The high priest really enjoyed it, wanted to invite her to participate. The opening performance of the star competition. I was about to tell you this. The high priest agreed to keep Jing Jing's identity and video a secret. Wait until the opening day to announce it. Jing Jing will definitely become famous. Bai Jusi wanted to snatch the opportunity to perform the opening performance. So Tu Min Tin thought of a plan to use one's petard to hit another. Tomorrow she would send the license plate number to Batch Q2. The next day, Batch Q2 left his old game, put on a black hat and sprayed paint on the car. Tu Min Tin had already arranged for people to lie in ambush, waiting for Batch Q2 to make a move and then catch him red-handed. But unexpectedly someone acted even faster. Bai Qiaosi pretended to be angry like a jealous wife. Macking and her, because of a woman who just got out of prison, betrayed our love. That woman became a mistress. Sleeping with my man, taking my children. Shouldn't I be a little angry? The guard was stern, Miss Bai. You should still go explain yourself to His Highness the Crown Prince. Suddenly a tall man walked up. Batch Q2 was about to spray paint him. But right after that, she widened her eyes, smiled coldly, and wanted to spray paint on me. Which Bai Jusi would dare? No, no. Seely Dao, his eyes had no warmth. Who was that? Bai Jusi was so scared that his heart was pounding like thunder. He knelt down directly. Your Highness the Crown Prince. I was momentarily confused. I was wrong. Su Li Kao was silent, lifting her chin up. I allow you to use this face. Is it for you to do such unsightly things? Find a cosmetic hospital. Ask the plastic surgeon to restore her original face and protect her orders. Bai Jusi felt like he had fallen into an abyss, hugging Seely Dao's legs tightly, refusing to be sad. No, Your Highness, I will go apologize. I will personally go apologize to Si Mingjing. Please don't ruin my face. Mine. Tu Min Tin frowned slightly, pulling Deep Neem Batch away immediately. Unexpectedly, Batch Q2 was captured by Tu Lai Dao's men. Ruining my plan. Tu Nguyen. Let's go quickly. But Deep Tu Nguyen looked back with reluctance. But, as the noble princess of Atlantis, Deep Tu Nguyen secretly came to see the man she liked, and was caught in the act. Crown Prince Si Li Dao wanted to see Si Mingjing, but couldn't find a valid reason. So he escorted Bai Jusi to the door to apologize. Bai Jusi was secretly happy that she could take this opportunity. She got the original video of Tianxiang Rui from Liang Liang's phone. Tu Lai Dao was brought to the living room. But Tu Min Tin did not appear. She didn't want to see Bai Qiaosi. She was afraid that Bai Qiaosi was the mother of her children. It would be embarrassing to bow and apologize. Would Zhao Bai, Su Su, and Liang Liang still be close to her in the future? She was their future stepmother, so it was better to avoid her. So she let Deep Tu Nguyen go out to receive the guests. But Deep Tu Nguyen was afraid. He wanted to see To Lai Dao again but did not dare to. With no other choice, Deep Tu Nguyen had no choice but to call Deep Sam to receive the guests. To Min Tin Kong asked Han how Deep Sam apologized to Batch Q2. Only to know that after Batch Q2 left with a heavy face and a light frown, Luong Luong's phone had disappeared. To Min Tin smiled. She was indeed drunk, not because of alcohol. Having received Liang Liang's phone, Bai Jusi was overjoyed. She found a video in the phone. It was a video of the Siwan dancing. Bai Jusi breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it wasn't her sister dancing. Her sister would never be able to dance again in her entire life. There were still 2 weeks left until the Starry Sky Championship. She would definitely surpass the original. Time flew by and 2 more days passed. Deep Tu Nguyen felt that she was really useless. Based on what she knew about Tu Lai Dao, he would come here to eat, and it was just as she predicted. Next, a tall man named Tuan Tu, with a calm and noble demeanor, surrounded by several bodyguards, entered. Tu Lai Dao was so outstanding that he attracted the attention of many women. Tin Deep Tu's heart was pounding as if it was about to jump out of the upside-down cage. Right at this moment, the phone rang. It was her brother calling. "You are a princess, yet you dare to sneak out to see men. I want to see you in half an hour." After hanging up, Deep Tuong Nguyen hurriedly stood up and was about to leave. Because she stood up too quickly, she bumped into the waiter who was carrying the food. Deep Tu Nguyen did not want to attract the attention of Tu Lai Dao at the next table, so she quickly waved her hand and was about to leave. But the waiter did not let her go. "Miss, this spicy crab claws and wine were ordered by that gentleman. Please explain clearly." At this moment, Tu Lai had noticed the matter. "I know this young lady. We will handle it ourselves. You go prepare another portion for me." Then he turned to the person next to him. "Go buy a dress right away." After saying that, he stood up and took off his vest and put it on her. "Go to the bathroom and fix yourself up." Deep Tu Nguyen go to the bathroom. Saw a tattoo of a dragon on his back. After that time, that dragon tattoo suddenly appeared, and no matter how long it took, it could not be erased. She should not expect To Lai Dao to remember her, but she could not help but want to secretly look at him. After changing clothes, Deep Tu Nguyen returned to the restaurant. "The weather is a bit chilly in the changing seasons. Your Highness, can I borrow your vest for a little longer?" Tu Lai Dao slightly pursed her lips. "Okay. Then can you invite me to your house to play?" Deep Tu Nguyen was so excited that he choked. Tu Lai Dao bowed his head and smiled gently. "What's wrong? Is it inconvenient?" Deep Tu Nguyen was completely captivated by his smile. Of course not, he had to come. After that, the two of them drove to the Deep family's house. Suddenly the car braked suddenly. Deep Tu Nguyen did not have time to react, and instinctively fell into Tu Lai Dao's arms. Tu Lai Dao shouted at the driver, "What are you doing?" The driver hurriedly explained, "Your Highness, just now a car was rushing straight towards me. I wanted to avoid it." Deep Tu Nguyen hurriedly sat up, but then her hair got caught on something, causing her head to gradually go numb. Tu Lai Dao coldly said, "Raise your head, don't lean on my leg." Tu Lai Dao removed the old lady's thick waterfall-like hair. Finding her long curly hair caught in the metal chain on his belt, his expression became even more gloomy. In the end, he directly took off his belt, threw down a cold sentence and took it off himself. Only then did Deep Tu Nguyen realize that her hair was caught in his belt. She just wanted to find a piece of tofu to smash her head to death. Tu Lai Dao's eyes flashed. Damn it. He actually reacted to her. The luxury car entered the Deep family home. Tu Lai Dao's eyes saw Van Tu from afar. His pupils suddenly contracted. Why was there another child? Deep Tu Nguyen was extremely excited. The girl's name was Van Teo. My brother picked her up, and later found out that she was his biological daughter. Lai Dao's face became even more gloomy. The cold air around him was oppressive. He secretly cursed in his heart. Useless bunch, they found another one. After that, he texted the other brothers in the group to remind them to hold on to their children and not let them run away from home, then disappeared without a trace. Especially Deep Kin Chap. He is the future successor of the dragon clan that I have chosen. There can be no mistakes. In addition, the main character is Aku. Aju Ni Ban has lost her memory. Don't come looking for her, or you'll scare her. I'll think of a way to bring her back to Mother Continent. After receiving this news, Than Luo Van exclaimed, "How wonderful." Tu Min Tin stepped forward and asked, "Why did he come back with Tu Nguyen?" To lie down looked deeply at Tu Min Tin, attentively looking at her completely new face, filled with inexplicable thoughts. The Eastern clan is immortal and indestructible. No matter how many times he and his brothers discuss it, Dung Mao will not change, and his memories will not disappear. No matter how many times he and his brothers discuss it, Dung Mao will remain the same. But this girl's appearance had changed completely, and she didn't recognize them. No wonder he couldn't find her after turning the entire lam tin upside down that year. After that, he gave Tu Min Tin a bottle of medicine. "This time I came here to give you the medicine." Deep Tu Nguyen did not understand the conversation between the two people, so he asked, "Min Tin, are you just not feeling well?" To Min Tin explained, "I had encountered the Dragon Clan's coming-of-age ceremony before. Fortunately, thanks to the teacher's advice on how to resolve it, I was able to save my life." Deep Tu Nguyen's face suddenly turned pale. Memories like threads of silk appeared one after another. Tu Min Tin did not want to explain in too much detail. This kind of embarrassing matter only needed to be briefly mentioned. She immediately changed the subject. "Sir, I will treat you to dinner. To thank you for your kindness." Lai Dao did not refuse. "Sit at the table," he reminded Macking and her. "You still owe me a favor. Why don't you pay it back today? I want to be clear and be my sworn sister." As soon as the words were finished, everyone at the table was stunned. Macking and her laughed coldly. "I said it doesn't count. Let Min Tin decide for herself. She definitely doesn't want to agree." "Right, Min Tin." He hinted that Min Tin couldn't agree. However, Tu Min Tin did not receive his hint at all. She responded directly. Yes, she had an indescribable feeling of closeness towards Tu Lai Dao. Moreover, he was from the Dragon Clan, in the Mother Continent, where the Dragon Clan was respected. She would be more free. She hugged the thigh of the Crown Prince Tu Lai Dao tightly. Tu Lai Dao had a great victory. "Call me Big Brother. Big Brother." Tu Min's voice was clear and calm. Tu Lai Dao heard his younger sister call him Big Brother. His heart was filled with emotions. The corners of his eyes were slightly wet. Macking and her picked up the glass of wine and drank it all in one gulp. He was also the Crown Prince. Wouldn't it be better to focus on warming his thighs? The three children felt the heavy atmosphere at the dining table. Each of them was obedient and attentive in eating and drinking. The man gave a signal to his subordinates, and a pre-prepared gift was brought up. It was a sparkling sapphire necklace, captivating the eyes and alluring the depths of the sea. Ranked third in the world's jewelry rankings, it was the treasure house of the Mother Continent's Jewelry Museum. Tu Min Tin felt that this gift was too precious. He couldn't accept it. Tu Lai Dao smiled gently. "Ah, Tin, this is Big Brother's thoughtfulness. Accept it." Engenha's face was already as black as a sore ass. It was just a necklace. Why did she like it so much? She didn't even bother to look at him. "Wait for me to leave." Macking and her called Fong Jiak to come and find me a necklace that was more beautiful and more expensive than the Deep Sea America. Fong Jiak quickly got a clue about the necklace. The first place, the Eye of Destiny, is still missing. The second place, Hai Chi Hun, was also a sapphire necklace that could surpass the deep Hai Chi Mai. But it was bought by a mysterious buyer named Deep Kin Chap in the mother continent at the auction. No one knew his appearance. Macking decided to find a way to contact Deep Kin Chap. No matter the cost, he had to buy it. How did the contact with Deep Kin Chap go? Fong Jiak answered honestly. Deep Kin Chap was not moved by money. I had already found out his interests, wanted to give him VIP tickets for the Tin Tay tournament, but was rejected. The assistant couldn't help but complain to his master. Your Highness, that person called again, kept pestering him, and insisted on buying his necklace. The little guy's small, delicate, ice-cold face was filled with a cold, dreamy smile. That was a gift he gave to his mother. And then he narrowed his black eyes and asked, "Who used my name to buy tickets for the star competition?" The assistant respectfully replied, "He must be trying to be gentle. Every time that brat is naughty and does bad things, he uses your name. Your Highness, you spoil him too much. You should cut ties with someone who only knows how to frame you." The Jingjing's aura was cold and gave off a strong pressure. He wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, he was very stubborn. Just let it be. The assistant's eyes looked towards Miss Thursday Dung. The little prince is the future heir of the Dragon Clan. He is excellent at everything. Painting, calligraphy, chess, horseback riding, archery, sword fighting. Why are you treating that brat so nicely? Miss Thursday Dung is being guided by the shooting teacher, holding a gun and aiming at the target, shooting for a few hours. The move was super cool, but looking back, not even a single bullet hit. He immediately clapped his hands and praised himself. "Flower teacher, isn't this prince very cool? If this prince misses a shot, then it's really like he missed a single shot. Teacher, you must give this prince a passing grade. Otherwise, I would be very sorry if this prince missed on purpose. Because His Highness did not do it. It was just a form of resistance to studying, not because of a lack of ability." The shooting teacher was almost so angry that he picked up a whip and was about to whip him. This child really had to be beaten and did not know how to respect his teacher. But right after that, the whip was held back by the boy behind. He protected Miss Thursday. His cold eyes swept towards the shooting teacher. "Miss Thursday Dung is under my protection." Miss Thursday Dung thought to herself, "This big brother accepts no favors. According to Big Brother, he can be unruly everywhere." However, Deepkin suddenly took the whip, forcing him to study properly. If not, he will beat him himself. Miss Thursday Dung wanted to shrink back, immediately scared. Practice. Practice. Finally, he managed to shoot a circle with ease. He was so proud that he wanted to brag to the heavens. This prince is only 5 years old this year, but he is already so cool. How terrifying will he be in the future? He is truly a genius. Then, he pulled out a piece of braised pork from somewhere and offered it as an offering in front of Deepkin Chap. "Big brother, eat meat," the cold and gloomy atmosphere said. "You used my name to buy tickets for the Interstellar Championship." Miss Thursday Dung laughed. "Please help me keep it a secret." Deepkin pursed his thin lips, and someone had already discovered it. There was a guy who didn't know his own worth and thought I bought it, and even wanted to give me VIP tickets to that match. Elsewhere, Fong Jiak reported to Macking again. "That Deepkin Chap guy is soft-spoken and hard-spoken. What should we do next?" Macking looked at Fong Jiak in disbelief. "Is your working ability that bad now? Give me Deepkin Chap's phone number. I will do it myself." The call was made in no time. Deepkin was about to hang up when he heard Thursday Dung say, "Big brother, who is calling? Why don't you listen?" The cold and quiet Kinchuk spat out 4 words. Phone scam. Miss Thursday Dung immediately turned to the beast as soon as she heard it. Ask His Highness to transform. Teach him a lesson. Connecting the phone, he pretended to be a big brother. Looking for your grandfather. Macking and her face turned pale. She suppressed her anger and wanted to hang up. Her tone was stern, and she was shocked. I'll give you $1 billion to buy the soul-transferring necklace in your hand. You transfer the money here first. Miss Thursday Dung recited her bank account number. We'll talk again in 3 minutes. At this moment, the news broke and $1 billion had been transferred into the account. Miss Thursday Dung couldn't believe it. What? Your Highness didn't hear wrongly, right? $1 billion. Deep Kin Chap was a little worried. If you can't deliver the necklace, he will ask for the money back later. I'll see how you handle this mess. Block the number, small amount of money. When the money reaches your hands, of course you have to block the other party's number. All scammers do that. Your Highness is just fighting fire with fire. Miss Thursday Dung said and did. Immediately after blocking Macking Ha's phone number, the butler came over holding a bouquet of fresh flowers. Crown Princess, someone outside sent a bouquet of flowers, asking her to sign for it. Min Tin received the bouquet of flowers from the housekeeper and saw a card. Maybe I'm not the person you love the most, but I'm the person who loves you the most in this world. Your happiness is my joy. Deep Tu Nien was stunned. Her brother, such a confident man. How could he write to her and start teasing her? Min Tin, it doesn't seem like her brother gave it to her. Could it be someone who secretly admires her? Min Tin couldn't think of who else. Yan Ha could be on the surface. At this time, the butler brought another gift box. The Crown Princess. Her petition. Then Min Tin continuously received gifts. Mac Engen Ha found out and immediately ordered Fong Jiak to investigate who gave the gift. Fong Jiak stammered. Than Lu Van, and the others were all his enemies. Madame Gan Ha remembers you. You are all the Dragon Clan's royal princes of the mother continent. This is to congratulate the Dragon Clan on having another member. Fong Jiak advises you not to be angry. It's almost 7 o'clock. The Crown Princess and the children are already waiting for you at the inn. In no time, the whole family was at the restaurant. Deep Neem Batch pursed his lips. Dad, you're so stupid. Min Tin suddenly spoke up. Mac Ning and Ha heard that he was cheated out of $1 billion. Mentioning this, Macking and Ha immediately flew into a rage. Let's not talk about it anymore. As for you, you insist on accepting Talai as your sworn brother. From now on I have to call him brother-in-law. He clearly wanted him to be 1 level below him. His heart was evil. We are of the same race. Who knows if we will need his help in the future? Furthermore, Min Tin left the sentence unfinished. Mac Yin Ye was curious. Furthermore what? Min Tin was straightforward. Nguyen really liked Crown Prince Lai Dao. If they became husband and wife, he would be a real brother-in-law. They don't have the ability, but Nganha is determined, not wanting to take advantage of this little convenience. At this time, a familiar voice rang out. Can I sit with you? I made an appointment with my friends to eat hot pot, but I saw that there were still dozens of people waiting in line. Could we share a table? Min Tin enthusiastically replied. Okay. It's more fun when there are many people. I don't think it's convenient. Mac Guinea Ha said a few more words that Tu Lai Dao pretended not to hear, conveniently signaling for the 2 people behind to enter. Then introduced, this is Than Louis Van, Luong's uncle, you must have met him before. And this is Van An, Tu's uncle. Min Tin's eyes stopped on Van An. She unconsciously exclaimed, he. Listen. The man before her eyes had handsome and charming features. exactly like the brother she saw in her memory after swallowing the second dragon earth pearl. The man who had prevented her and Mak Nen-hei from being together on the city tower. Exactly the same. The three people watched quietly. Did the little sister lose her memory? Min-tin spoke again. Her tone was doubtful and her attitude was not at all intimate. He is my brother. No, this is just a man who resembles the brother who broke up the lovebirds in her memory. Van Ayan was stunned for a long time and didn't say anything. After a long while, 2 words that seemed cold but were actually hot came out of his throat. It was him. Saint Liu Yun was jealous to death. His cold eyes seemed to want to bore a hole in Van Ayan's body. However, right after that, Min-tin slipped past him, proactively putting her arm around the galaxy. Her actions seemed to want to declare to everyone that he was hers. At this moment, the eyes of the 3 people were as sharp as knives, wishing they could dismember and chop him into pieces. Macking felt his wife's favoritism and felt extremely happy. I'll toast you all. Everyone, please make yourself at home. My wife doesn't need your attention. I don't know why you're here. To Lai Dao calmly replied, here to watch the championship. Saint Liu Yun and Yun En said, come and see the children. Liang Liang looked up and asked Saint Liu Yun, Uncle, why didn't you tell Susu that Liang Liang and Susu are biological sisters? Saint Liu Yun lied without blinking an eye. The child was a child he picked up. He didn't know that the child and Susu were biological sisters. Macking squinted his eyes, not knowing where the Holy Prince picked it up. Saint Liu Yun made up a story, randomly picked up an egg from the trash can. After hearing that, Luong burst into tears. Than Louis Van hurriedly explained, although it was picked up from the trash, in his heart it was still a priceless treasure. Mo and Ganha was very perceptive, always feeling that something was fishy. In the dragon clan on the mother continent, there must be secrets that have not been revealed. At this moment, Fong Jiak leaned close to Mo and Ganha's hand and whispered, the one who swindled 1 billion dong, deep kin, was at the Ngan-hei Hotel. Mac Nginazay put down his chopsticks and laughed coldly. Very good. I think he's tired of living. When Mac Nginha arrived at Deep Kin's room, discovered that there was only one sleeping child inside, he immediately pulled the child's leg out. Wake up quickly. Ji Hu Shu Rong was quickly awakened. Who are you? How dare you disturb my dream of eating meat? Mac Angenhai looked down at Ji Shu Rong from above, little brat. Where are your adults? What is your period? You are my grandfather. Miss Thursday Dung knew at a glance that the other party had bad intentions, so of course she wouldn't lie. Who are you? What is my relationship with him? What does it have to do with you? Min calmly took a pair of slippers for Ko Thursday Dung to put on, gently saying, Don't be afraid, we are not bad people. Little boy, your family's adults received 1 billion transfer from us and then lost contact. Wait, 1 billion. Why does it sound so familiar? Miss Thursday Dung, Mac Ningin widened her beautiful eyes like gems. Which idiot casually transferred 1 billion to someone? Is it you guys? Macking face darkened. Speak properly. Don't force me to hit you. He noticed this familiar feeling. This kid's way of provoking people was exactly like Ni Batch's time. Min Tin reached out to stroke the boy's head. Where did the menstrual period go? Miss Thursday Dung was startled. The village looked at each other. I don't know. After saying that, the boy immediately lay down on the bed and pretended to sleep. Anyway, I don't know anything. I want to go to sleep. Everyone make yourself at home. But Ganhe narrowed his eyes. He said to Fong Jiak, Leave a message for Deep Kin Chap, that if he wants the child, he should bring the necklace to exchange. Miss Thursday Dung felt the aura and immediately asked for help from Min Tin. There is a cause for injustice. There is an owner for debt. Whoever cheated you out of money, find that person. Why corner me? I'm still a child. Unfortunately, Tu Min Tin is not the type of person who is easily swayed. You were right. Injustices have a cause. Debts have an owner. Little brat, if you want to be safe, call Deep Kin Chap, that swindler. Okay? Miss Thursday Dung is afraid of being sold, so she immediately compromised. I called. Call now. Immediately after that, the boy called Deep Kin to ask for help. You bastard. Did you cheat someone out of $1 billion? Pay me back quickly. Now the creditor is at the door, wanting to kidnap me. I'm so scared. Macking and her immediately grabbed the phone. Come here. I'm in your hotel room. You don't need to pay the $1 billion anymore. Just consider it as a deposit to buy the necklace. Just bring the necklace. The Jing was as cold as an iceberg, his whole body radiating cold air. Listen, if you dare to touch Jiu Shirong, I will make your life worse than death. Macking and her became even colder. No one had ever dared to threaten him like that. Really? I give you 3 minutes to appear in front of me. Otherwise, what you will see is a broken arm and leg. Deep Kin Chap frowned. 3 minutes. Even if he took a plane, he couldn't get from the mother continent to Atlantis in 3 minutes. I will pay you back. Give me the account number. This is the only thing Deep Kin Chap can do. Unfortunately, Macking and Ha didn't need money. He wanted the Hai Tri Hun necklace. Deep Kin was so frustrated. The iceberg seemed to have a tremors rolling. Hai Tri Hun isn't with me. I need to go get it. Give me 2 days. You can't hand over Hai Kai's soul. That's what you prepared for your mother. You take advantage of 2 days to save Jishu Rong. Okay, then contact again in 2 days. I'll take the boy away first. Macking and Hay didn't have the patience to bargain. After saying that, he hung up. Passing the rooftop, Miss Thursday Dung pointed to the shiny golden submarine. I'm giving you my submarine as collateral. Can you let me go? That submarine is very expensive. Macking and Ha uttered 3 words, not uncommon. Tu Min Tin suddenly spoke. The child is too scared. We will bring him back to Neem Bach to be his friend. Maybe we can comfort him. Don't let the child get scared and get sick. It's a sin. Macking and Ha nodded in agreement. There was a horse riding class in the morning. Tu Min Tin carried Miss Thursday Dung, the little doe, and went to find Deep Neem Bach. Do you want to learn horse riding with Brother Neem Bach? Miss Thursday Dung coldly snorted. What right does he have to be your brother? Mine. Tu Min Tin smiled and said, How old are you? Miss Thursday Dung tilted her chubby head. I'm 5 years old. That guy is also 5 years old this year. So what month were you born? March, actually November. But Miss Thursday Dung didn't want to be a younger sibling, so she deliberately said March. Oh, so you're older than Neem Bach. Neem Bach was born in November. I am the older brother. The white-haired one snorted coldly. Cramped, only a few months older. Why is this short and fat guy the older brother? He is shorter than me. Thursday Dung refused to give up. He was thinner than me. From now on, he will be my little brother. Deep Neem Bach kept rolling his eyes, not wanting to play with someone who was shorter and fatter than him. Tu Min Tin was a bit reluctant. Okay, then she could only take him out to play with the girls. Wait, the little sister is mine. How can she be shared with that short fat guy? The Nyanbai immediately changed his mind. Quietly, the little master suddenly felt that he was fine again. The 2 kids initially did not like each other, but after playing around for a while, they became affectionate and played very intimately with each other. At this time, Si Mingjing received a phone call from Si Li Kao. Little sister, let me ask you something. Did Mo Yin he kidnap a child? Si Mingjing was startled. instinctively defending Mo Yin He. No such thing. Crown Prince, which child was kidnapped? Tilai Dao thought to himself that a relative's child was kidnapped at the Galaxy Hotel, and his whereabouts were still unknown. The child had been sickly since he was young, and could not bear fear. Deep Kin Chap had once told him that Thursday Dung was the most important. He wanted the child to return safely. If you see this child, please contact me immediately. Thursday Mean Tin entered the store and asked, "Is it Miss Thursday Dung?" "I took the boy out of the hotel." "Crown Prince, rest assured, the child is very safe." Suddenly from afar came a cry of pain. Miss Thursday Dung fell off her horse. Gun fast, rotten horse, made me fall and lose skin. My butt hurt so much. Min Tin ran over to take off the boy's pants, to see how his round butt was damaged by the fall. Miss Thursday Dung immediately jumped up. "You evil woman. Why did you take off my pants? Don't act like a hooligan. Later, if I can't get married, I'll find you to settle the score." Under Tu Min Tin's persuasion, the boy still took off his pants. At this time, Deep Neem Batch discovered that the little fatty was wearing an insulin pump, simulating the physiological insulin secretion mode. Thereby controlling high blood sugar is an insulin treatment method. The boy worriedly asked Si Ming Jing, "Is little fatty sick?" "She must cure little fatty." Tu Min Tin raised his eyebrows slightly. Diabetes at this age could be related to the child being overweight. He needed to lose weight first. Miss Thursday Dung immediately shouted when she heard this, "What? You evil bastard still wants to make this highness starve? Why is this highness suffering like this? Not living anymore, boss. Come save this highness quickly." At this time, Litao arrived. The child's illness could not be solved by losing weight. This child had a defective immune system and had abnormal autoantibodies in his blood. Not long after birth, he was found to have type 1 diabetes. Min Tin immediately stepped forward to greet him. "Prince, you're here. I thought it was because the boy ate too much. He's so young. If he doesn't get better, he won't be able to get off the insulin pump for the rest of his life. How pitiful. Let him stay here with me. I want to save him." Lai Dao suddenly remembered what Deep Kin Chap told him. "In 50 minutes I want to meet Miss Thursday Dung. Otherwise I will leave the mother continent and come pick her up myself." He sighed. If his sister thought of a cure, please give him the medicine. But today he had to bring the boy back. The boy's family was very worried about him. If they didn't see him, they would go crazy. Teep Neem Batch knew that little fatty was about to leave, so he couldn't bear to say goodbye. "Didn't you say you would teach me to fly the spaceship? Can you not go?" Ko Thursday Dung said again. "Newbie, I'm leaving. From now on, I'll teach you how to fly from a distance." Lai Dao picked up the boy and was about to leave. Min Tin immediately spoke up to stop him. "Crown Prince, I'm afraid that won't work. The adults in this child's family, during the crisis, had already tricked the Milky Way out of 1 billion. Before she could finish her sentence, Lai Dao interrupted her. 1 billion had already been transferred to Macking and her, making things difficult for a child. This was not something a future king should do. Macking and his methods this time were too unsightly. Macking and Ha flew into a rage when he heard about this. Lai Dao dares to interfere in this matter. He immediately ordered Fong Jiak to investigate the relationship between Lai Dao and the child in the car. Miss Thursday Dung kept insisting on not going back. His Highness wants to go watch the final match of the Intercontinental Sports Festival tomorrow. Lai Dao angrily said something. He called his son himself. The boy immediately called his boss, only to find out that his boss had blocked him. Then, he started to beg for a divorce, not knowing why the boss blocked him. But his uncle said he could go watch the competition. The next day, The finals of the interstellar competition were about to start. Saint Liu Yun and Yun En brought their nephews to watch. The priest saw Liang Liang and hurriedly walked over. "Why didn't you reply to Uncle's message yesterday? Where is the heavenly martial artist?" Liang Liang said in a childish voice. "What uncle?" 2 weeks ago, this princess's phone was stolen. As if judging by the even score, the high priest suddenly felt that in this world there was nothing most miserable, only more miserable. "So who is replying to my messages these days?" Suddenly a familiar voice came from behind. "High priest, can you spare me 5 minutes? I will be the best celestial dancer. In 5 minutes, you will make another choice." Liang Liang trotted towards the Siyuan. "Can you borrow her makeup room for us to dance?" Bai Jusi saw the reputation in Liang Liang's eyes, and understood clearly in his heart. This child was very cunning. Calling him mother at this time definitely did not have good intentions. But so what? The sea frowned and could not help but feel angry in his heart. What mother? She is not a mother at all. Bai Rusi acted as if he did not see the Siyuan's unpleasant expression. He turned to the high priest with a confident expression. "High priest, I will dance once for you to see. Let's not be full of expectations. Just stand by and wait. Very soon." She ended this solemn and splendid dance with the most beautiful pose. Bai Jusi looked at the high priest with an arrogant gaze. His eyes filled with anticipation, looking forward to the high priest's surprised expression and excited voice. But unfortunately, after a few seconds passed, there was not a trace of surprise on the high priest's face. Not even a word was said. Saint Liang Liang was the opposite. "Wow, Mom is so good. Why does Mom dance so well? The opening act must be Mom's. Am I right?" The high priest pondered for a long time. "Sorry, Princess Bai, you dance very well, but you haven't shown the true meaning of the auspicious celestial phenomenon." Bai Jusi clenched her 5 fingers. "How could this be? I clearly did as I said on the phone." This made the Siyuan frown. Her ability to imitate is very strong. Unfortunately, this dance was choreographed and performed by Mintin herself, and then asked me to dance. Blame her now. Mintin still had to make a phone call. Time was pressing. The high priest did not have time to explain further. "Little princess, who exactly was dancing that dance?" Liang Liang's childish voice rang out. The person who really danced the auspicious celestial dance was Miss Xing Xing. Next, she would dance the entire auspicious celestial dance. Min Tin wore a long ancient dress that Deep Tu Nien specially ordered for her when she danced, making people unable to take their eyes off, indescribably beautiful. As she danced, memories flooded back, her mind filled with the image of the man holding her corpse. Heartbroken, from the heart in memory. She is not dancing but expressing her love. Emotions are the most contagious. If music is the highest expression of emotions, it is the easiest to arouse sympathy. Then dance is absolutely the best and most perfect way to express emotions. Bai Jusi thought he was smart. He was able to mix up Liang Liang's phone. But he didn't know he had fallen into a trap, becoming a laughingstock in the eyes of the Si Yuan and Si Mingjing. She was angry, but she wanted to cry even more. The high priest was overjoyed. The celestial murals on the walls of the palace made people cry. Everyone thought it was a pity after a disaster, a great sorrow. It turned out that they were all wrong. It was a life and death separation from the person you love, a pain to the extreme. Miss Tu, the next chapter of The Continent's Mother will depend on you. Min Tin's mood still hasn't calmed down. She just nodded slightly, then sent a message to Macking and her. "I suddenly miss you so much." Bai Qiaoxi's lips turned white, extremely embarrassed. Did she do it on purpose? Si Ming remained calm and indifferent. "Miss Bai, I don't know what you're talking about." Bai Jusi was speechless. She could only vent her anger with words. She was too despicable. Si Mingjing secretly sneered. In the end, who was despicable for the sake of the two children? She did not intend to pursue the matter. But Bai Jusi looked at her with malicious eyes. She should not be too complacent. The petty person is wise. The future is long. The opportunity for the dark river to block the bright and calm mind. Whoever is petty and wise does not know how to look in the mirror. Quickly leave. Don't think that just because you disguise yourself as someone else, you are a phoenix in the sky. Bai Jusi's face became even more unsightly. She tried to keep her pride. As she walked, she told herself, as long as she could keep this face, she would forever be more noble than Tu Min Tin. At this time, Luong Luong trotted after her. She took Luong Luong's phone away. Didn't she plan to return it to Luong Luong? He bought it for Luong Luong. Luong Luong couldn't bear to lose it. Could she return it to Luong Luong? Than Louis Van coldly looked at Bach Ku too. She dared to mess with Luong Luong's phone. Bai Jusi Luo Zhongzhen. I don't have anything else. I'll take my leave. Si Mingjing was not worried at all. Surpassing Deep Tu Nien, she seemed a bit nervous. She was the first person to perform. The pressure was quite great. Mac Engenha frowned. You are very weak. What are you nervous about? It's just an opening performance. Can you still make things difficult for me? Or is it because someone is sitting below the stage watching? Deep Tu Nguyen's mood was hit in the heart by Mac Engenha's words, both embarrassed and worried. She knew that in his eyes, whether she sang well or badly, he didn't care. Loving someone will unconsciously become self-conscious. Engenha grabbed Deep Tu Nguyen's wrist tightly, opened her eyes wide to see that man clearly. Don't think he's pretending to be righteous. In reality. Deep Tu Nguyen immediately interrupted, brother. I promised you I wouldn't do anything servile. But don't stop me from keeping someone in my heart to cherish. I am fit to lie down, even if it's for the rest of my life. I can only keep it in my heart. 2050 Exquisite Competition Finals officially begin. First, please invite Atlanta's Princess Deep Tu Nguyen to bring the opening song Fan Thien Tinwi very quickly. A beautiful mermaid that makes people unable to take their eyes off appears on stage. She appears in a magical shimmering pool, showing off her softness and grace. The high-pitched voice like a dolphin's cry was really too good, making people listen with a crisp sound. The whole audience was excited. The three children continuously cheered. Auntie, you're so good. Lai Dao's eyes were deep, staring intently at the stage. It seems like something is missing. At this moment, he heard the two people sitting behind him whispering about Deep Tu Nguyen's body. Is that the second princess of Atlantis? The mermaid is indeed beautiful, but how can this type be intimate? Just keep an eye on this person. If I touch her fishtail, I will. Seely Cow suddenly became angry. His voice was cold as ice. The two gentlemen have something to talk to you two about. Follow me out for a bit. When Deep Tu Nguyen saw Tu Lai Dao leave, he immediately thought that his singing was bad, and that he would not fall into his hands. In the eyes of the two big men in his hands, he did not even have the strength to resist. He was beaten to the ground and could not even crawl up. Tu Lai Dao stood from above looking down. He stomped his shoes on the two people, using force to crush them and then crush them again. The nameless anger in his heart finally subsided. Then, he adjusted his sleeves and walked out of the bathroom suddenly. Deep Tuang Nguyen walked over and just passed him. She can never enter Seely Cow's eyes. This dream should also wake up. At this time, she heard the sound of gossip coming from the men's restroom. We are just talking about the beauty, the Siyuan Zhang. Seely Cow immediately beat us up. Is it so great to have power and influence? Could it be that the two of them are having an affair? The Crown Prince Seely Cow, who is not close to women, actually likes that mermaid princess. A glimmer of hope flashed through the Siwon's heart. Could it be true? Could it be that she was being sentimental? Next was the key performance. Now, please enjoy the performance of Tianhan Xiangrui by the mainland delegation. But at this moment, in the eyes of the fans, it turned into a dancer who took the initiative to step on the shoulders of the giant, White 9-4, to climb to a high position. However, they were surprised to find that the dance on stage was really too special. They were clearly watching with prejudiced eyes, yet they were unconsciously drawn in. Their tears fell unconsciously. That season's melody seemed to be fueled by the power of love, sending the most sincere love in everyone's heart. Mrs. Engenha received a message from Kok Kao Duong. Her face immediately became gloomy and scary. Her dangerous black eyes narrowed into a line. This high-pitched song makes him hate it, even more than the usual song. Tu Min Tin came out of the makeup room, intending to go find Macking, blocked by someone again. Kiao, you dance really well. Si Ming Jing Kao Meng, Mr. Ku, you got the wrong person. If the A Kiao in your mouth is Bai Kiao Si, you should go find her, not me. Kuk Lu Thuong sneered. You mean that imposter? Mac Jingjin said you lost your memory. You've really lost your memory. You don't even know that you're being impersonated. Tu Min Tin was stunned, fake. The song of love surges with emotions in my heart. You are the real Bai Juicy. My fiancé, the song of love, let us start over. My love will absolutely not be inferior to the Milky Way. He can keep himself pure for 5 years for you. I can too. Si Mingjing was very disgusted. Her expression also changed. Mr. Ku, I advise you to see a psychologist. I really am not a pervert. After saying that, she wanted to leave. Ku Liu Sheng stood behind her, suddenly said, Then listen to this. Kuk Lu Thuong opened a recording. Inside was the dialogue between him and Mac Engin. Mac Engin, don't think that you are the only one who can see it. That person Batch Q2 who appeared is a fake. Everyone knows clearly. Tu Min Tin is a coup. That's right. Min Tin is a coup. My baby has returned. Ku Liu Shang, you always say that I stole your fiancé. Now she has lost her memory, forgetting that she was once your fiancé, once my wife. Let's compete fairly. See who she will love this time. The recording suddenly stopped here. Ku Liu Shang stood behind Si Mingjing. Say, Kiao, your memory loss is an opportunity given by heaven to me, so that I can make up for all the times I looked down on you in the past. I want to reintroduce myself. I am Ku Liu Shang, your former fiancé. Si Mingjing pondered. If that song was fake like what Ku Liu Shang said, then everything could be explained. Being publicly abandoned by the person she once loved, Macking and He was not heartbroken at all, on the contrary. He told her that he wanted to start a new relationship. So what is she to Macking, Is she the substitute for your precious baby? Macking and He saw her panicking, thinking something happened to her. What's wrong? Tu Min's voice turned cold. Just now I met you in the Song of Love. He said that the current Bai Juicy is a fake. And I told him that you are the real Bai Juicy. Currently suffering from amnesia. I allow him to compete fairly with me. If you choose him in the end, I will withdraw. After hearing this, the bank's eyes twitched. Min Tin, don't listen to his nonsense. Tu Min Tin breathed a little nervously, so he had never said these words. But Engenha frankly admitted he had indeed said these words to Kok Lu Thuong. Miss Min Tin looked up, her eyes red. So from the beginning to the end, you always considered me as Bai Juicy's substitute. Mac Kingenha's heart felt like it was being tightened by steel wire. He hugged her tightly, like if he didn't hug her tightly, he wouldn't be able to keep her. Min-tin, I am the great devil in your heart. You must remember this. Follow your intuition, don't get lost. To Min-tin was heartbroken, so what? Follow your intuition, don't get lost. Macking and half round, there is something he has never told you. In his heart, there is also the image of a girl. He calls her his treasure. She is always by his side like a shadow. As long as another woman comes near, as long as she feels threatened, she will scream anger in his heart. Tu Min-tin is slightly stunned. Tell another lie. Macking and Han knew she wouldn't listen, but he continued talking. Tell another lie. When he was young, he met Bai Ju-si. She was the first person to take the initiative to kiss him without the treasure in his heart appearing or making a scene. At that moment he understood. I have found my treasure, now you appear in my world. When I hold you, the treasure in my heart still does not appear, does not make a mess. Min-tin, tell me why is it like this? To Min-tin was stunned for a moment, looking up at Macking and her. The memories she had from Long No Show, the great demon king reigning in her heart, was because she had signed a Dragon Clan contract with him in the past. Could it be that this Dragon Clan contract was not one-sided but mutually binding? Seeing her still doubtful expression, Macking and her patiently and gently continued to explain. In your heart there is me, in my heart there is also you. Whether you are a pure and innocent person, or a pure and innocent person, you are always the treasure in my heart. Min-tin, I have never betrayed you. Never. And I cannot marry and have children with another woman. Do you believe me? I've always wondered, why did you come back 5 years later? Appearance change. Memory loss. Even DNA tests can't prove the mother-son relationship between you and Xiao Bai. Now I understand, Mingjing. Maybe you've been reborn. After being reborn, appearance changed. Memory loss. Blood relationship can't be proven. This is completely explainable. Si Mingjing was bewildered, as if she saw a glimmer of light. She had truly been reborn. Qin Fengdu had once said that this was the Dragon Clan's nirvana, that she was the one who had saved the people from the Great Flood in prehistoric times. At that time, her name was also Si Mingjing. Her appearance had not changed at all. Macking and her said very firmly, he firmly believes that you will always be his treasure. Give him some time, he will clarify everything. To Min-tin asked, now that Batch Kutu is fake, then who is she? Macking and her gave her a definite answer. She is Batch Kutu's younger sister, Batch Than Tu, who had plastic surgery to look like Batch Kutu before. To Min-tin had mixed feelings but was very angry. Everything was still unclear. Don't rush to conclude that I was Batch Kutu. As for why Batch Than Tu had plastic surgery, even he didn't know the reason. I have never gotten to know any other woman besides you. I just want to get to know you. Want to know how to calm you down. To Min-tin heard that and became even more frustrated, not moved at all. I clearly knew she was fake, yet I still acted like I was breaking up with the past, wanting to start over with you. Is this the plan I came up with after getting to know you? Macking and her had no choice but to admit his mistake. He calmed down his mixed emotions and temporarily reserved his opinion about his explanation. Next time you dare to lie to me, I will throw you into the sea. At this moment, Feng Zhao ran over in a panic. Your Highness, something big happened. The mainland contestant who participated in the finals of the exquisite spaceship race with us hired someone to compete for him. The remote control IP address we found is here. Macking and Ha went straight to the door of the break room. 2 guards blocked the way in. Macking and Ha glanced sideways, moved aside. This is Crown Prince Yin here. Our Highness is resting inside. If you have anything to do, Wait for your subordinate to inform you. The guard hadn't finished speaking when Macking and her kicked the door open and entered. Macking and her stepped on the carpet and shouted loudly. Looking up, there was no sign of Tu Lai Dao in the break room. He exclaimed in surprise, "Why is it a human?" The prison selection team intended to send the brave little cheetah to the finals with Atlantis. But unexpectedly, the person controlling the remote control was a child. Thursday Dung's chubby boy finally realized that there was someone beside him and turned his head to look back. Seeing Ungenhe's cold face, he was so scared that his butt shrank and his face turned pale. Oh my God, I was wrong. The boy was so scared that he forgot that he was competing and tried to run away. Macking and her grabbed the boy like a chicken book. His voice cold, "What the hell? Continue." Thursday Dung saw that the ship was about to crash into a meteorite, so she didn't care about being caught red-handed. At this time at the competition scene, every action of each ship was displayed before the audience. At this moment, ship number 3, which was operating strongly, suddenly made a mistake. A giant meteorite rushed towards the ship, but the boy did not dodge it. Just when everyone was disappointed, ship number 3 again with an extremely skillful move in a split second, gliding over the meteorite beautifully. Everyone took a breath. In the end, the mother continent won with a 0.001% advantage. This 0.0001% advantage was created by the second king cheetah. While Engenhai looked at the other person's child, he thought of his own child. Suddenly felt a little tight in the chest, just wanted to immediately go home and beat the child up. The chubby face of the old lady was full of horror. The boy suddenly pinched himself hard and hugged Engenhai's leg tightly. Tears in her eyes, crying miserably, acting enthusiastically. "I didn't mean to cheat. It's because of the damn rules of this contest. I'm still young. Not allowed to register to participate." Macking and her intentionally threatened. "If you cry again, don't even think about talking." Macking and her really hates boys who cry. "This point is not as good as my little boy. Little White rarely cries, even if it hurts, he will endure it." So he calmly said, "It's okay if you don't expose me, but I have to pay the price." Thursday Dung's chubby boy immediately hugged his chest. His childish voice was clear. "I won't sell myself, even though the galaxy is full of black lines." What is this kid thinking? He almost burst out laughing. Intentionally looking serious and bowing his head, he had to sell even if he didn't want to. This child was too young, not suitable to be sent to an airbase for key training. But he was seen cheating. Macking and her immediately thought of a new way of training. "From now on, I will give you homework to learn how to fly a spaceship remotely. If you don't complete it, I will announce that you cheated to everyone." The boy was very interested after hearing that. "I agree. Uncle, I have decided. I will sell myself to you in the future." Macking and her patted the boy's head. "This is our secret. Don't tell anyone. Otherwise, even if you agree, I won't agree." At this moment, Tu Lai Dao entered. "Thursday Dung came here. From now on, stay away from this person." After saying that, he immediately held the boy's hand. "Thursday Dung, don't be afraid. Did he make things difficult for you?" Miss Thursday Dung nodded and shook her head. Miss Thursday Dung was very happy, not sad at all. On the contrary, the boy was extremely excited. The deep-rooted uncle had agreed not to expose his identity. What a sense of chivalry. Crown Prince Seely Cow did not expect his national competition to turn out like this. Today I really had my eyes opened. However, my country's national team lost to a child. This was no small matter. This is the end of the matter. Don't let it happen again. I'm not that easy to talk to. Macking and her said calmly and walked out. Tu Lai Dao's face was gloomy. Since when did Macking have become so magnanimous? Could it be that he had discovered Thursday Dung's identity? He then questioned Thursday Dung. What did that person say to you? Miss Thursday Dung shook her head, pretending to be innocent. It's nothing. The ugly uncle praised me for playing well, told me to grow up quickly, and compete with everyone in the future. To lie down narrowed his eyes, saying that the child's eyes were evasive, clearly hiding something. He immediately called his subordinates, ordering them to bring the old lady back to the mother continent. At the same time, tell the late prince that if he still doesn't take care of his children, don't blame me for being impolite. Yes, Your Highness. Please leave Atlantis in peace. To Min Tin asked Macking. Did you let that child go? Macking nodded. He wanted to nurture that child, so that in the future it could fly in space. To Min Tin said again, it's not that simple. That child has a disease that requires him to carry an insulin pump with him at all times. And there's no way he can go to space unless his disease can be cured. Macking held Tu Min Tin's slender fingers. He believed she could definitely cure that child. Tu Min Tin once read in an ancient book that it was said that in the dangerous Mong Fan, there was a medicine called dragon algae that could cure this disease. But those who had gone there did not return alive. She had promised that chubby boy that she would cure him. It seemed that she could only risk it and try. Su Cheng was extremely surprised. See, Mummy, I want to go to Meng Cheng to find Long Dao. Long Dao only grows in the tombs at the bottom of the sea in Meng Cheng. The tomb at the bottom of the sea is heavily guarded. There is no going back. Listen to my advice. Don't risk your life to save a child you don't know. Tu Min Tin is not a compassionate person. Like the first time she saw that chubby boy, she wanted to protect him. So she firmly said, Third brother too, I must go. Tu Than was still not at ease. He had to call Macking. If something happened to her, he didn't know how to talk to him. After finishing the phone call, he was extremely frustrated. What? Are you crazy? Your Highness, you actually agreed to let her go. Is that child that important to you? It's not like you gave birth to him. After that, he could only shake his head helplessly. Whose tomb is that? Why is there only an entrance and no exit, and no one has returned alive? Tu Min Tin asked carefully. After being impulsive, she wanted to prepare even more carefully to ensure that she could return alive. Mung Than was originally a colony of the Asian kingdom, poor but produced a lot of jade bottles. Slaves were oppressed by the Asian government, day and night mining for pearls. Extremely miserable. Then, the army of the other shore appeared, occupied the pearl mining base, abolished slavery to free those slaves, restored their freedom, and let them go their separate ways. But those freed slaves did not want to leave. They voluntarily submitted to the Legion leader, making him the lord of the city. Today, Mung Than has become a large underwater city of prosperity. Tu Min Tin wanted to know more about the underwater tomb in Mung Than. The tomb of the leader of the Hell's Other Shore Legion is also the tomb of the city lord of Meng Cheng. After the city lord of Meng Cheng passed away, Meng Cheng no longer had a city lord, only the acting city lord. One day, Tu Min Tin took a flying saucer to Mung Than. Recently, the city lord's illness has been getting worse, so he invited famous doctors but they couldn't cure him. Perhaps this is an opportunity. The housekeeper saw Si Ming Jing and couldn't help but frown. Our acting city lord's illness has taken a turn for the worse, showing signs of a stroke, and taking a lot of Western medicine has had no effect. If you don't have the ability to treat him, then just look at him casually and do it for show. After all, it's not just you who can't be cured. Don't be stubborn. Don't anger the acting city lord. Tu Min Tin nodded and followed Butler Yang into the acting city lord's mansion. Passing through the winding corridors of the city, She saw a painting hanging on the wall every few meters. The butler noticed her curiosity. "This is our great city lord." When Lady Duanmu saw Si Mingjing, the first impression was unreliable. Her eyes flashed with coldness. "Who out there would dare to bring me here? Could it be that seeing me seriously ill, they intend to treat me like a dead horse and save me?" The frightened Guang family quickly put their hands behind their backs, signaling Si Mingjing to leave quickly. But Si Mingjing was not shaken at all, immediately stepping forward to take her pulse. "Li Nan, since I'm here anyway, why don't I take your pulse? Who knows? There might be a 0.0001% chance that I can cure your whiteheads and help you ease some of your suffering." Some deep thoughts. Min Tin directly prescribed medicine for her. This is a prescription for people with liver yang resistance leading to dizziness. The key point of treatment is to calm the liver and stop wind, nourish yin and calm yang. This medicine can help people cure the disease. Madame Don Mok took the prescription, looked at it, and angrily threw it on the ground. "I'm so sick, and you tell me to drink soup? How ridiculous. Go out, don't bother me. I have to see a famous doctor later." Tu Min Tin knew that Mrs. Mok would not listen after being chased out. She specifically told the housekeeper before going to get the medicine to boil the medicine first. What if she drank it, and it was effective? She also gave Duan Quan a thick red envelope. Not long after Tu Min Tin left, another famous doctor came to the mansion of the chief minister to examine Mrs. Don Mok. He was a Western doctor. Mrs. Don Mok told her the prescription from Min Tin K, as if it were a joke. The Western doctor shook his head after hearing it. "Madam, you don't need to bother with a quack doctor. This is called pretending to be innocent. 30 to 50 years old if you have a stroke. How will you live the rest of your life? Furthermore, you can't treat men." She still hasn't waited for the real city lord to return. Madame Duanmu closed her eyes, still hearing the words of the city lord before his death. "This is the city I built for her. No matter how many years pass in the future, as long as she appears, she will be the new city lord. But will she really appear in the city lord's mouth? She will definitely hold on to the city lord's hopes, wait for that person to appear, and give the city lord's love and strength to that person. If she can't wait, she will choose a successor and inherit it from generation to generation until that person appears." At this time, Butler Yang brought over a bowl of soup and respectfully advised, "Madam, please drink some soup to recognize your voice." Madame Duanmu took 2 sips and frowned slightly. "What kind of soup is this? Why have I never had it before?" Butler Yang stammered, afraid that Madame Duanmu would scold him. This servant acted rashly and brought the soup that Miss C had prepared for someone. Madame Duanmu heard it. Crazy smile. Good, normal. Just 1 bowl of soup made her white eggs go away immediately. She is truly a miracle doctor. Madame Duanmu took Si Mingjing's hand. "Just 1 bowl of medicine solved my lingering illness. It was me who looked down on you." Xu Mingjing smiled and said, "Madam, this prescription is the result of a medical senior. I just happen to read a lot of medical books." Madame Duanmu felt that she was very modest. "When I was young, I also met a very humble but talented divine doctor. You probably don't know. That person is a senior in your medical world, named Nan So Kong." Min Tin looked at her in surprise. That was her master. Madame Don Mok was extremely surprised. She was his successor. "I don't know how to repay you." Min Tin was waiting for this moment. He wanted to enter Meng Fan's tomb to ask for help. This help was related to the life of a child. Madame Duamu's face changed. She firmly refused. "It's not that I don't understand. It's just that I don't want you to die." The tomb was built by the city lord when he was alive. He had set a ban on life and death. In this world, other than one person, no one else can enter, and you are not that person. Min was curious. Who was the woman the city lord loved the most? Madame Duarmu shook her head, not knowing that I had waited for her for 30 years. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't wait any longer in this life. I heard that the city lord hid a huge treasure in the tomb. That was the legacy he left for the person he loved the most. Many grave robbers wanted to enter the tomb to steal the newspaper. Without exception, they all died here. I advise you to save your life. Forget it. Min still insisted on going. Ban Mufu Nan then ordered someone to prepare a submarine to take her to the most mysterious underwater tomb of Mong Fan. They sat on the submarine, moving in the sky above the city, looking down on the entire city, like a giant heart burning. This is the work of the city lord. He hopes that one day the girl of his dreams will appear and make him smile. He was admired by thousands of people, but he didn't even glance at him because he was waiting for one person. The girl who loved him was an absolute tragedy. At this moment, at the city lord's tomb, there was a middle-aged woman loudly cursing the city lord's turtle. The woman whose lover had yet to appear was ridiculous. I, Si Chu Lan Anhe, was surrounded by young men every day, enjoying hundreds of men in my life. As for him, he was the city lord, but died young in his prime. I'm afraid he never touched a woman until his death. Stop pretending, in fact you are impotent. Do not dare to contact women. So you imagine a woman you love deeply. Duanmu Fu Nan heard these words, from afar angrily shouted, Uncle Lan Anhen. Shut up for me. Uncle Lan En is not an easy person. A docile scholar, your lackey. Isn't it true that she also loves the city lord unrequitedly? Is an impotent man worth her loyalty to? Duanmu Fu Ren was extremely angry. She shut her mouth and couldn't be rude to the city lord. Si Chulan Anha put hands on her hips and laughed loudly. I'm just saying, this damn guy fabricating a non-existent love to cover up his impotence. She will never wait for the woman in his mouth to appear. Min Tin is not interested in listening to a woman screaming about unrequited love. Her eyes stopped on the only suspension bridge leading forward, and her steps immediately moved forward. Tan Mok Funan exclaimed, Miss Tu, stop. Don't go over there. Min Tin did not listen to the advice, leisurely walking up the suspension bridge. The suspension bridge was a bit shaky. Below was a deep, pitch-black abyss. Luckily, she wasn't afraid of heights, so she walked without difficulty and quickly crossed the 5-meter-long suspension bridge. At this time, Uncle Lan An was still loudly mocking and cursing the turtle. Hahak was surprised. He had already crossed the suspension bridge. Standing at the other end of the bridge, Tu Min Tin asked in confusion, Madam, is there a problem? Madame Duanmu still hadn't recovered. How did she get across the suspension bridge? Si Mingjing slightly narrowed her eyes. She just naturally walked across. What happened? Madame Duamu's voice was filled with surprise. Up until now, she was the first and only person to cross the bridge safely. Could it be that she was that person? Impossible! Si Chulan An was agitated, constantly protesting. There must be a problem with the suspension bridge. Now anyone can cross. She also walked towards the suspension bridge. As long as she crossed the suspension bridge, she would be able to enter the tomb. However, as soon as one foot stepped onto the suspension bridge, a blinding electric light suddenly appeared inside the cave, and thunder struck the sky. In an instant, Si Lan An's body seemed to have been electrocuted, her entire body trembling and her hair standing on end. Lady Danmu's tears suddenly flowed, absolutely not wrong. The city lord said, only the person he waited for his whole life could cross the bridge. Miss Tu is the person the city lord loves the most, the future new city lord of Mung Fan. After 30 years, I finally waited for you. Si Mingjing's feelings were complicated. Was the city lord the one she loved the most? She had just been relatively lucky all along. The Crown Prince of Atlantis was the city lord of Meng Cheng. This was the underground palace that he had specially built for her. Si Mingjing walked leisurely, and finally saw a door at the end of the tunnel. There was a night pearl inlaid on the door. She reached out and touched it. A virtual screen suddenly appeared on the night pearl. A question appeared on the screen. Who are you? Si Mingjing frowned. I am Si Mingjing. The virtual screen showed 3 big exclamation marks. A robotic voice said, "Wrong answer. Please answer again. You have a total of 5 chances to answer. You have 4 chances left, 5 wrong answers. Come back in 10 to 24 hours. Si Mingjing rubbed her head and thought, how should she answer this question? After thinking for a while, she replied, I am the person you have been waiting for. Wrong answer. You have 3 chances left. So who am I? Si Mingjing pondered for a long time. I am the woman you love the most. If you answer wrong, you still have 2 chances. Si Mingjing frowned and muttered, who do you think I am? She was just talking to herself. As a result, the words she spoke were recognized by the voice input system and became the answer. Another chance was lost. Now there was only the last chance left. Si Mingjing did not dare to open her mouth carelessly anymore. At this time, Macking called. Tu Min resolutely hung up, then texted back, can't talk. Now with this kind of thing the city lord is waiting for the person in his heart. I guess the answer is probably Mo Yinhe finished reading it. Directly sent a voice message. Si Mingjing was silent. The answer you said wasn't teasing me. Mo Yinhe patiently said Si Mingjing refused to chat further. Lazily leaned against the door, lost in thought. Really can't think of an answer, just answer randomly. Anyway, can't guess. Thinking so, the corner of her lips slightly lifted up. Had to take a chance and answer randomly, honey. Unexpectedly, the stone door, which was as solid as a wall of copper and iron, slowly lifted up. Congratulations, the answer was correct. Tu Min was both surprised and happy. She didn't expect Macking answer to be the same. Luckily, his answer was even better than hers. She stepped onto the stone bridge. Looking down, in the lake, the lush green plants were the dragon algae she had been searching for all this time. Finally, she noticed the countless gold and silver treasures in front of her compared to the tomb. This place is more like a palace built for the person you love. But she, Tu Min, is nothing special. Why is she the woman that the city lord loves deeply? There is also a password to open the door. A bold guess came to Tu Min's mind. She immediately called Macking. In the quiet world, the phone suddenly rang. Tu Min was startled and her soul flew away. In this underground palace under the sea, there was only her. How could there be another phone ringing? The ringing continued, regardless of the galaxy. Was it him? At this moment, the phone was connected. From the phone came Macking's low laughter. Min, why are you so smart? Tu Min gave it to you. He had already solved the password before, and then set a new password. Waiting for me here? Why don't you think that I am the lord of this city? This is the underground palace I built especially for you. Macking's long legs swayed and stood in front of her. I saw the picture of the city lord in the hallway of Madame Duomu's house. The acting city lord. The 2 of them don't look alike at all. So did I ask the city lord what his name was? Tu Min shook his head and didn't ask. At that time, before he became the Crown Prince of Atlantis, he felt that a city lord was also very majestic and awe-inspiring. He just wanted to prepare a house for her in advance. A house that girls would want to live in and live comfortably in. He thought that after completing 100 missions, if she was willing to be with him, then they would live here. Now, This place was just a property that he almost forgot about. Even though it was no longer here, it could be used as a place to do that. At this moment, the pink peach blossoms fell into Mintin's hands. The fresh scent of the flowers made people intoxicated. This place really looks like a home. The city lord is so romantic and infatuated. Unfortunately, the person he had waited for his whole life could not see all of this. But Ganha wrapped his arms around her waist. They saw it all together. Don't change the subject. Knowing that I could come in, you don't need to wait painfully for Lady Donmok. Macking and Ganha looked at her flushed face, feeling a little moved, wanting to give her a surprise. Moreover, she was a doctor. How could I stop her from treating and saving people? Wouldn't that be ruining her good fortune? Mintin was still wondering about this problem. Tell me again, how did you get in? How did you get past the locked bridge, break the door opening system? Change the system password? Macking held back his laughter and did not answer. Have you ever seen a magician explain the secret of a magic trick to others? Mintin was sullen and didn't say anything more. Macking took out a velvet box from his vest pocket and gave it to Mintin, who was puffing up her cheeks and glaring. I'll give you a gift. Do you want it? Mintin replied, I do. She opened it and looked. Macking held her slender hand. You have to say whether you want it or not first. Only if you want it can it be opened. Mintin laughed and said, even though she knew he was definitely setting a trap for her, she still wanted to open it. She guessed that there was probably a necklace inside. The moment the velvet box was opened, a dazzling light shone out. Mintin was stunned, so beautiful it was a diamond ring. Macking suddenly knelt down on one knee, held her hand, looked up. His deep eyes looked into hers, clear. You said you wanted to marry me, so consider it as you agreed to my proposal. Don't go back on your word. This time it's too late. Don't even think about escaping in this life. Stay by my side forever. Mingjing whispered, I'm still not sure if I'm your treasure. If your treasure suddenly appears one day, and I will become the most shameful woman in the world. My mother made the wrong choice once, and our family was ruined, so I'm very cautious about marriage. I can't accept your proposal. And he held her hand tightly. Beg her to take off the ring, Mingjing. You don't know how many lifetimes of blessings I have accumulated to be able to hold your hand in this life. Don't be so quick to reject me. I can wait. Wait until you agree to marry me. Then we can hold the wedding. If you never agree, then I will be your fiancé for life. Mintin's eyes welled up with tears. Her heart was filled with turmoil. So how many lifetimes did he have to cultivate to have this blessing? 3 lifetimes? 3 lifetimes? Macking wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. 100 lifetimes. Mintin, can you be my fiancé first? I can't let you stay by my side without a name or status, enduring other people's gossip. Don't reject me, and even more so, don't reject the great demon king in your heart. He really wants to love her openly and honestly. Mintin tried to suppress her emotions, but her thick eyelashes still trembled. She cleared her throat slightly, choking. Okay. Macking held her hand tightly. Let's go. You go the old way out of here. I'll go the other way. Min was surprised. You're not going with me. Is there another exit? A smart rabbit has 3 burrows. What's so strange about having another exit? Even though the galaxy was caressing her hair, he squeezed in, not letting others see. Be good. After I finish this matter, I will immediately return to Tinkwang Island. If I don't hug you to sleep tonight, I won't be able to sleep. Mingjing blushed. Okay. After leaving the tomb, a lady immediately came with all the high-ranking officials of Meng Cheng to solemnly welcome him. The city lord had a will. The one who could enter the tomb would be the new city lord. From now on, Si Mingjing would be the new city lord of Mengcheng. Min stood in front of everyone, pursed her lips and did not speak. She was able to enter the tomb because Macking and her had already broken through the tomb's defense system. Therefore, she had no choice but to ride the tiger down and walk in front of Lady Don Mok. Lady, perhaps this was just a coincidence. I am not the woman the city lord loves the most. No, don't refuse the city lord's sincere feelings. He once said that for one person, he built an entire city, just hoping to live and work in that person's heart. Min fondled the diamond ring on her ring finger. Sorry, my heart already has someone. I can't accommodate anyone else. Madame Duanmu noticed the diamond ring on her ring finger and became even more certain. Missy, if you don't want the city lord to settle down in your heart, why are you wearing a diamond ring designed and crafted by the city lord himself? The diamond ring she took out from the tomb could command the entire army of hell to be afraid, and could also command all the officials of the city to swear allegiance to her. Si Mingjing was surprised, and subconsciously asked, "What is the name of your city lord?" Madame Duanmu respectfully called out 3 words, Mo Yinhe. Si Mingjing's face did not change. Wasn't Mo Yinhe the crown prince of Atlantis? And the city lord of Mengthan had passed away more than 30 years ago. Why is the city lord's name Mo Yinhe? Is this not a joke? Madame Duanmu's tone was firm. The two of them only had the same name and surname. Our great city lord had been named Mo Yinhe for more than 50 years. Who copied whose name? It was obvious at a glance. Si Mingjing didn't think so. Could it be that the city lord was Mo Yinhe? The city lord was Mo Yinhe's previous life. Macking and her clearly has the surname Deep, but named himself Macking and her. Could it be because this was his name from his previous life? Macking and her did not leave the tomb with her, because he did not want to be entangled with the past anymore. At this moment, all the members of the Hellish Legion present at the scene shouted in unison, respectfully asking Miss Tu to accept the city wall that the city lord built for her. Min was a little embarrassed. My life is not here. I cannot stay to manage the city. It's okay. The city lord has already instructed. He doesn't want to use a city to tie you down. You just need to agree to be the new city lord. The acting city lord will handle the daily work for you. The city lord also said that she did not need to remain chaste for him. Mengthan was one of the dowries he gave her. Min missed you a little. Perhaps the city lord left her other dowries, but before he passed away, he didn't tell me. Min curled her lips. This was truly an offer that was hard to refuse. If she refused any further, she would truly be unreasonable. Then she stopped and looked around. Everyone, please stand up. I will accept Mengcheng, this great gift. From today onwards, I will do my best to protect all the residents of Mengcheng. Si Mingjing has already arranged a new direction for Mengcheng's development. Mengcheng will enter a new period of glory. In the future, in addition to the pearl industry, Mengthan will also artificially grow the medicinal herb dragon algae, while vigorously developing the pharmaceutical industry. Meng and Ha suddenly hugged her from behind. Min asked curiously, "Is the city lord of Mengthan his previous life?" Macking and Ha nodded affirmatively. "I told you long ago. I always have a treasure in my heart. Hope City is what I built for my treasure. Mingtin, you can cross the locked bridge. It proves that you are my treasure. Although I'm not 100% sure, I guess we've been together for life after life, and it won't change just because we're reborn. That's why I made a specially designed lock bridge to prove this. The truth proves that my guess is correct. You are mine forever." Min knew that in her heart, there was a great devil for life after life. This was a heart contract that she signed herself. Why did he die so early at the age of 27 in his previous life? Macking and Hang heard the heartache in her voice. At the age of 27, he had completed the mission of that life. Lin hurriedly started the next mission, because his ultimate goal was to find his treasure. Long Dao is here, I think we will leave tomorrow. Go to the mother continent to treat the young lady. Tu Min Tin finished speaking and wanted to turn around and leave, but Macking and Ha grabbed her wrist. No need, he thought of a way to invite the boy here. He always had a premonition. If Tu Min Tin went to the mother continent, he would lose her. The next day, a spaceship that could really fly into space, like a giant thing, stopped at the family's manor. The Nyanbai saw this giant thing and was excited. Is this spaceship for this little master to practice with, dear Papa? Macking and her coldly poured cold water on his son. If not for him to play with, then for whom to play with? The one who came out was his own son. Macking and Ha is cold and indifferent. So what? Here, I don't raise spoiled young masters. If you want to sit up, you have to practice well yourself. In the future, it will depend on your own strength. At this moment, a Chinese sound was heard. The deep uncle in WeChat did not lie to himself. This time I escaped from the mother continent. That's right. Mo Yin, he looked at the child in front of him. His expression was somewhat blank. Deep Neem Batch was shocked. I didn't see wrongly. Little fatty. Is that you? Miss Thursday Dung smiled mischievously. I installed a new page, so I can escape from the bodyguards and go outside. How is it? Your Highness is beautiful. Deep Neem Batch hurriedly ran to Ko Thursday Dung's side and hugged him tightly. Little fatty, are you here to play with Tiu Jia? Which young Master Bon would be interested in playing with you? Ko Thursday Dung accidentally removed Deep Neem Batch's wolf hand and excitedly looked at the spaceship. Mak Nyingha regretfully shook his head. Dangerous, Miss Dung. Playing jealous of talented people. Your skills are very good, but your physique is your weakness. When you fly into space, the insulin pump can't handle it. It might explode in the air, endangering your life. Fatty's calm mood immediately dropped to rock bottom, tears streaming down. Deep Neem Batch hurriedly comforted him. Little Fatty, don't cry anymore. Pee out and call me to treat your illness. Suddenly Tu Min Tin came. I only need half a month to cure your illness. You can stay. When Miss Thursday Dung heard this, she immediately picked up the phone and called Miss Than Vuong. The beautiful Miss Tu said she could cure this young master's skin disease. The prince had guessed who the beautiful Miss Tu was in his son's mouth. He wanted to talk to her. He gave her the phone. Hello. I'm Tu Min Tin. I'm sorry. We shouldn't have brought the child here without greeting him. The princess heard Si Mingjing's voice and was so excited that the corners of her eyes were moist. She was a medical practitioner with the heart of a parent. My little boy will be temporarily troubled by you to take care of him. Have you been doing well these past few years? Si Mingjing slightly raised the corners of her mouth. What did the last sentence mean? Do you know me? The princess thought to herself, why are we just acquaintances? This silly girl, have you forgotten the time I took you everywhere to eat and drink? Forget it. Forget it. I don't feel hurt at all. It's useless to be heartbroken. I won't call you brother either. The princess felt extremely regretful. We still have a lot of time. Please treat Thursday Dung well. I will definitely thank you. Please subscribe to Lala School channel so you don't miss any interesting videos. Miss Thursday Dung stayed like that. Tu Min Tin personally made medicine for the chubby boy every day and strictly controlled his diet. Hopefully he would lose weight, which would be beneficial for his treatment. Meat, meat, meat. I want to eat meat, meat. Fat Miss Thursday Dung screams every day. Wanting to find meat to eat, the fat boy sneaks into the kitchen. He brought a chair stood on it, and took out all the ribs from the stew pot. The chubby boy chewed loudly, finishing all the ribs in the pot. Suddenly, the chair wobbled, causing him to fall into the bone soup. The chubby boy burst into tears. "Help me, I don't know what to do." Miss Thursday Dung struggled for a while, then suddenly lost all her strength. Birds fly to the bottom. Immediately after that, the boy transformed into a super small chibi version of a chubby dragon. At this moment, the door creaked open, and Tu Min Tin hurriedly scooped the tiny chubby dragon out of the pot. Staring at it, she finally exclaimed in confusion, "Shu Rong, Miss Shu Rong is as scared as a bird scared of a bent branch. The little darling doesn't dare to eat any more scraps of meat." Si Ming Jing was both surprised and delighted. "You are also the most noble dragon clan of the mother continent." Miss Thursday Dung was stunned, remembering what his uncle had said. In legend, the dragon clan was like Tang Monk's flesh. He couldn't let others know he was Xiaolong, or they would take him to make soup. Thinking of this, the boy trembled with fear, hurriedly begged Tu Min Tin to keep it a secret, not wanting to be taken to stew soup. Deep Sam stood by and witnessed the whole thing, gaping in shock, only coming back to his senses after a while. What? The fat boy is also a little hard. Could it be that his sister-in-law gave birth to quadruplets, and that the little dragons that have appeared recently are all his brother's biological children? Liang Liang, Xiaosu. Min gently pursed his lips. That still did not prove that Tu Thursday was his brother's biological child. Could it be that all the little dragons in the mother continent were born by his sister-in-law? Of course it's impossible, but in the past 2 months, 2 children have appeared consecutively. Both of them are my eldest brother's children. Deep Sam is a conditional traitor. Whenever he sees Tu Long appear, 8 to 9 times out of 10, he thinks it's his biological child. It's okay to dare to decide a little. Anyway, fortunately, there's a father-son relationship in the family. If he buys it and doesn't use it, it's a waste. The Shen connected the phone with Mo Yinhe. Mo Yinhe was working at Escork. Even through the phone, Mo Yinhe could still hear the Shen's excited voice. "Big brother, you went on a business trip at the right time. Tell me, is that chubby kid your biological son?" He remembered how he had once threatened the fat boy to rush over and pick him up. At that time, he felt that Si Li Dao was too worried. "Before I go back, watch the child for me. If Si Li Dao dares to come and pick up the child, break his legs." I calmly asked Miss Thursday Dung, "Was the homework Macking then difficult?" Miss Thursday Dung smiled. "What can be difficult for this young master? This young master can be number 1 no matter what. Although it's the last one, it's still the first." I calmly patted the boy's head. "Thursday Dung, let's go pick up Tu Batch from school." Miss Thursday Dung suddenly looked down. What's there to pick up in a transparent dress? I calmly picked up the chubby boy. The children in kindergarten all expected their parents to pick them up on time. At home, don't you expect your parents to pick you up? Miss Thursday Dung's face lit up. It's all the housekeepers who welcome this young master, but this young master doesn't want to. The children who are welcomed by their parents are like unweaned children. They won't be able to do anything in the future. Tu Min Tin frowned. "Where are your parents?" Miss Thursday Dung remembered her uncle's words. "Your father is a bastard. He is dead and has gone to heaven. Your uncle will protect you." At that time, the boy thought of flying a spaceship to the sky to meet his father and see what kind of bastard he was. Macking and Ha was on his way back when he suddenly started singing. Fong Jiak laughed and said, "First he remembered. Second he cursed. Third someone was reminding. It seemed like someone was scolding him." Macking and Ha looked at his watch and told them to drive faster. "I'm eager to do a DNA test. Please tell me, at Engen High Building." Tu Min Tin held the fat boy's hand and walked on the street. Saint Liu Yin saw her and smiled in greeting. Mingjing, what a coincidence. Si Mingjing was curious. Why was the saint here? Saint Liu Yun was dressed in his own unique style, with a ponytail and an artist's aura, as handsome as a real artist. He said, I'm here to supervise the decoration. I've rented the 20th floor here, preparing to open a music studio. When you have free time, you can come down here to play. Saint Liu Yun rented the 20th floor of the Yinhai building. Why did he rent it here? Because of her. He suspected that she was his long-lost sister. Si Mingjing pursed her lips. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Wasn't the Holy Prince the Prince of the Motherland? It was said that the 3 countries under the sea looked down on the people on land and considered them inferior. Unexpectedly, the Holy Prince would lower himself to come here. These words were clearly meant to be sarcastic, and Saint Liu Yun pretended not to hear. There was no other way. I couldn't leave Liang Liang. Mingjing, would you be willing to let Liang Liang come here every weekend to experience the nurturing of art? Children really need to learn a lot. I will talk to Macking and her about this and see what he thinks. Min Tin really respects the way Macking and her teaches his children and has never interfered on his own. Saint Liu Yin's face darkened. She could decide this herself. There was no need to discuss it with him. Si Mingjing was furious. Liang Liang was not my daughter. If I interfered in this matter, wouldn't that be interfering in other people's business? He was very opinionated. He still hadn't forgotten what Saint Liu Yun said about him interfering in other people's business. The corner of Saint Liu Yun's mouth twitched, regretting it too late, wishing he could slap himself hard. At this moment, Yun En quickly walked over and greeted Si Mingjing. Both of them were stunned and asked in unison, Yun En, why are you here? Yun En blinked and took out a VIP card. I rented a floor to use as a part-time restaurant. If Mingjing gets hungry later while working, just come to my restaurant. Suddenly a male voice came from afar. I rented a floor here, preparing to open a room to buy a train cabin. Min Tin, when you have time you can come over. As soon as he finished speaking, a car stopped in front of them. The 3 people's faces darkened, their eyes coldly looking into the car. Dongfan said, why is he here too? Only saw Miss Thursday Dung, the chubby boy, cried out loudly. It was Mac Engen Ha. Mac Nin Ha got out of the car, holding a bouquet of fresh flowers bought on the street, and walked towards Tu Ming Tin with long strides. The next line, Si Mingjing suddenly opened her arms in excitement and threw herself into his arms. That scene was like a girl taking a high-speed train home. At the exit of the station, seeing her boyfriend holding flowers waiting for her. Si Mingjing asked, why are you here? Aren't you on a business trip abroad? Mac Ning and Ha was extremely happy, wanting to give her a surprise. The image of the 2 people hugging each other passionately fell into the eyes of the 3 remaining men. It was truly eye-catching. Macking and Ha gave the bouquet of roses to Tu Min Tin. Wait a moment, we will do a DNA test. Tu Min Tin hugged the bouquet of flowers, bowed his head and smelled the fragrance. Do you really want to do a DNA test? I've asked before. This child's father has passed away, and the mother is in seclusion cultivating. Don't make a big deal out of it. Could it be that all the little dragons on Mother Continent are your children? Mac Ning and Ha suddenly realized, and calmly said that it made sense. One day he would investigate to see how many little hearts there were on the Mother Continent. Than Louis Van and Van Aen heard this, and both of their minds buzzed at the same time. Than Lu Van laughed coldly, angry. Dan said to Mac Ingain Ha, you bastard. Our Mother Continent's Tu Long has become your family. When I give birth to 2 children, I will change my voice and call you father. How ridiculous. Uncle Ingen Ha did not respond to Than Lu Yu Van at all. He laughed and said, You couldn't even find your wife. You stole my daughter to raise, and you even told my daughter to call you uncle. No wonder you are so thick-skinned. At this moment, Feng Ju stepped forward to report. Your Highness, the DNA testing machine has arrived. Mo Yin here reached out and pulled a strand of hair from the fat boy's head. The boy cried out in pain. Uncle, why are you pulling this young master's hair? Mo Yin here affirmed that this was definitely his son. Otherwise, how could the fat boy have a talent for aviation? Then he asked, Who told you your father is dead? Miss Thursday Dung replied, Your uncle will not fire you. The face of the Milky Way is very ugly. Why is it your uncle again? It seems that he has to focus on investigating the mother continent. All the little dragons were not raised by their parents, but by their uncle. The two of them walked away, in perfect harmony. Opening the group chat, Than Louis Van immediately turned off the old prince. His Tiulong was about to be exposed. Macking was doing a DNA test with Ko Thursday Dung. After that, he turned off all the members, holding on to their Tiulong. Very quickly, the DNA test results were out. Feng Jiao excitedly spoke up. His Highness and Miss Dung were indeed related by blood. Macking looked at the chubby boy, his eyes burning, his eyes slightly moist, calling out to his father. The chubby boy tried to be calm. His big eyes were evil and arrogant. Uncle, don't lie to me. My father has already gone to heaven. The banker put on a serious face, a serious expression. I am your father. The chubby boy blinked his big eyes, confused and wary, looking at the galaxy. Because the young boy was so cute, he wanted to catch the young boy's corner. The young boy was not fooled. Call me Dad. I can pilot any spaceship from now on. Chubby Miss Thursday Dung, the little boy's eyes lit up, immediately loudly called out, Daddy. Macking hugged the chubby boy without letting go, then pointed at Tu Min Tin and told him to call Mum. Later, if you want to eat meat, I will give you meat to eat. I was both embarrassed and a little happy. What are you teaching your child? Or Engenhe said to Tu Min Tin, It's okay if you don't believe that you are my treasure. Don't tell me you don't plan to marry me in the future. No matter what, my child will be our child. Because of a piece of meat, the fat boy no longer has any shame. Mum, I want to eat meat. This child is so cute. Tu Min calmly stroked his head. You must eat with moderation. If you want to fly a spaceship to the sky, you must lose weight to cure your illness. The chubby boy immediately had tears in his eyes, his face full of determination. This young master knows. The young master will definitely be cured, and will fly to the sky to find his biological father and return to the family villa. Macking called the three children to the living room and announced an important matter. Zhao Bai, you have a younger brother. Zhao Shurong is your younger brother. Oh, Zhao Jia has a younger brother. But that fat guy never wanted to be Zhao Jia's younger brother. That fatty only wants to be the little master's older brother. The little master's position is about to be lost. No, the older brother must be the little master. Deep Neem Bach immediately pulled Dan Luong and Van Tu's hands. One on the left, one on the right. Luong, Tutu, you two only need one older brother. That fat guy can only be your younger brother. Understand? Liang blinked her beautiful big eyes. That the princess doesn't want a younger brother. The princess only wants an older brother. Yun Su also said, the princess doesn't want a younger brother either. The princess wants two older brothers. So this little master is the eldest brother. The two of you have to call that fat guy second brother. From now on, this little master's spending money will be used to buy candy for the two of you to eat. The two princesses were immediately moved. Tu Min Tin knew that 8 to 9 out of 10 times these three people were here for her. They, like Mak Engeng Ha, all assumed that she was batch Q2. Two of them were probably here to find their younger sister, while one was here to find her fiancé. Si-Ming was curious. Is Bai Jusi the younger sister of Sheng Liu Yun and Yun En? Mo Yin, he replied. No. Bai Jusi was born in the mother continent in the Bai family. She only has one younger sister, Bai Qing Shui, who is the current impersonator of Bai Jusi. Sheng Liu Yun was born in the mother continent in a noble family of the Sheng family. Than An was born in the mother continent into a noble Van family. The three families were not related at all. So why was Than Lui Van Luong Luong's uncle? Van An also called himself Luong Luong's uncle. By Zhao Su. Even the book he just found was raised by him. Si-Ming Jing was very curious. Was this his biological uncle or his adoptive uncle? Wasn't that nonsense? It must be your adoptive uncle. If he were your biological uncle, when you were married to Ku Liu Shan by the mother of the land, you were criticized by Ku Liu Shan and suffered so much injustice. Why didn't they come out to defend you? Macking and Hai also has a younger sister. Who dares to criticize his sister? No matter how noble that person's status is, Macking absolutely will not allow that person to get close to his sister. Therefore he extremely hates Tu Lai Dao. That Saint Yu Yun and Yun En always called each other brothers with Kuk Liu Thuong, and even racked their brains to find a way to steal his peace. Could a brother do something so unconscionable? Why? Is Kok Lu Thuong more suitable to be a younger brother than him? Just because you encourage the people under the sea and the people on land to interact with each other, with different political ideals, don't you deserve to have the treasure? On the other side, in a private room of a certain restaurant, Saint Yu Yun, Yun En and Ku Liu Shan sat around the table, drinking wine together. Ku Liu Shan clenched his 5 fingers, holding the wine glass. A Kiao finally had a few children, and Than Louis Van's mood wasn't very good. Why does my sister have 2 more children? Do you hate her? How could that be? No matter how many children, I still consider them as my own. This was something Kok Lu Thuong had never doubted himself about. Than Louis Van sneered, then fine. Now the most important thing you need to do is to snatch my sister from Macking and Ha's hands. Are other things important? How could Kok Lu Thuong not want to? But he once again lost his chance. Even if they did it again, Yun En would be the first to recognize Aju and establish a relationship with her. Yun En and Sheng Liu Yun recalled how their sister only showed affection to Mo Yin He, and their expressions immediately turned gloomy. Then An said, "If I were you, I would use every means to win back the woman I love. Just take sole possession. There is no couple that cannot be separated. Only those who are infatuated and do not try hard enough. The supporting male character will always be the supporting male character." The expression on Kok Lui's face changed dramatically. "I'm not the supporting male character. I'm the fiancé that Ekiu married properly. Macking and Ha is the real supporting male character. There was someone behind the scenes who wanted to prevent her from using the belly of the 4th child to reincarnate. So they killed her. The reason was to open a restaurant. The name was simple, easy to remember, easy to read. It was the Little Sister Restaurant." Si-Ming Jing's eyes lit up. "Are you my brother?" Yun En's indifferent expression couldn't help but smile. "Ah, did you remember something?" Si-Ming slowly opened his mouth. "Tens of thousands of years ago, before the Great Flood, I stopped you and let you come together. Made me upset. The entire city-state faced disaster. I sacrificed myself. Erected a barrier to sink the city-state to the bottom of the sea. Thanks to that, I was able to continue to exist." Van An suddenly had red eyes. Her brother wanted to save her. But when he arrived, she was already. 10,000 years passed. and the mother continent became the most powerful country among the 4 countries under the sea. He thought he had lost his sister forever, until many years later, at the palace of Macking. The dragon dance title only belongs to his sister. He could not mistake it. Even though her appearance had changed, he recognized that Bai Jusi was his sister from 10,000 years ago. Si Mingjing. Hatin, I have searched for you for 10,000 years and finally found you. Just like 5 years ago, you suddenly disappeared, and your brother has been waiting for you to return. Witnessing this scene, Tu Min Tin was a little moved. KK, you're back. Saint Yu Yin is also your brother, right? Yun En answered without hesitation. In this world, my only biological brother is only you, Yun En. So why every time Van Lu Van looks at me, his eyes are like he's looking at his own sister? Van An didn't need to think before affirming. Perhaps he was just shameless. To Min Tin didn't think so. Perhaps Van An's words couldn't be completely trusted. Van An reached out to grab her hand. Tin. Follow him back to the mother continent. To Min Tin hesitated, but there were Tiu Bach, Luong Luong, Tio Tio, and Tiu Thursday Dung. There is also the Milky Way. Only in the family home. She has a sense of family. She does not want to leave this place. Yun In said very seriously, Jing, you should not indulge in love. You still have more important things to do. Si Jiao died because of you. The great revenge has not been avenged. How can she rest in peace in the afterlife? To Min Tin's eyes flashed with a cold light. What did you say? My mother was killed because of me. The dragon clan is immortal and can borrow the belly of the little band to be reborn. Si Jiao let him borrow the belly of the little band to be reborn. But someone in the mother continent didn't want the little band to be reborn, so he ordered the people of the Tong family to harm his mother. Si Mingjing quietly clenched his fists. Who was the mastermind? I don't know, what I just said is just my guess. You need to find the answer yourself. Van An threw out the bait. He wanted to lure her to the mother continent. A few days later, Tu Min Tin went to the prison to find Fuong Tin. Whoever tried to harm her mother, Fuong Tin refused to say anything. Fuong Min Tin reached out to grab her. This was the last chance. If she still wasn't honest, what kind of girl would live in hell in the future? Fuong Tin immediately panicked. I said, it was Batch Q2. They wanted to deal with Batch Q2. Si Mingjing asked who they were. Fang Jing also didn't know. My brother Huo Hai Lu took me to a place. That person was sitting behind the screen. That person said, as long as I could make Si Jiao die, it would help me get all of Song Teng Fei's and the Du family's assets. So I planned this murder and framing case. But things went wrong. For some reason, Si Jiao was clearly sentenced to death, but was not executed on the spot but was sent to prison. That person was very angry. Si Mingjing raised his eyebrows. Why was this related to Bai Jusi? Fuong Tin's eyes darkened. I didn't know, but I had overheard their family members talking, saying that this matter indirectly caused Batch Q2's death. To Min Tin boldly guessed that the person behind the scenes wanted to prevent Batch Q2 from using Tu Zhao's belly to reincarnate, so he killed Tu Zhao. But the concubine escaped death, only being sent to prison, and gave birth to her. So, she, Si Mingjing, was Bai Jusi. Si Mingjing confirmed her identity as Bai Jusi. So, the 4 dragon children in the house were all born to Mo Yin He by her. At first, Mak Zhen Hia insisted that she was a white-collar worker. She thought that he missed his deceased wife too much and saw her as a substitute. It turned out that his feelings had always been directed towards her. Macking and Ha waited for him at the prison gate. He got into the white luxury car by himself, leisurely bathing in the sunset, leisurely waiting. To Min Tin walked over, proactively reached out to hug Macking in her, gently leaning her head on his chest. Macking in her's eyes were deep, a little surprised by this intimate gesture. What's wrong? Still sad because of your mother's affair? I have urged the judicial authorities. In less than 3 days, the Song family will be imprisoned. I will fulfill your wish. Min calmly raised his head to look at me. Thank you. Macking in her is in a very good mood. What do you want to eat tonight? Uncle. Let's find a restaurant to celebrate. I want to eat at home. She has confirmed her identity as bi, juicy. Then the 4 dragon children in the house are the ones she gave birth to for Mo Yin Hee. Deep Neem Bach and Ko Thursday Dung were playing in the garden. At this time, Tiu Bach ran in front and accidentally fell. Min Tin hurriedly ran to help the boy up, worriedly asking if he was hurt. Jing Jing Xiao Da, it doesn't hurt at all. Even if it hurts a little, Xiao Da has to endure it. A great man. How can he cry in front of a woman? Si Ming Jing blew gently on the boy's wound. Zhao Bai. Don't call Jing Jing anymore. Can you call me Mom? Zhao Bai blinked his big eyes, thinking seriously for a moment. Jing Jing, what kind of person do you want to be Zhao's stepmother? Mom is originally your mother. As soon as the sentence ended, not only did Tiu Bach look up, but even Kengen Ha, standing next to her, looked at her with a profound gaze. His throat suddenly choked up. You remembered everything. Min shook his head. I have confirmed. I am batch Q2. But Macking and Ha continued frankly. I have confirmed with Fuong Tin that I am batch Q2 after the table. But my memory is gone. There is another problem. Who is the person behind preventing me from being reborn? After saying that, he turned around and left. Si Mingjing hurriedly followed behind, worriedly asking, Mo Yinhe, where are you going? Mo Yinhe coldly said, to the detention center, to pry open Fang Jing's mouth, to find out who was behind it. He walked very quickly. Si Mingjing wanted to stop him but couldn't in time, watching his angry back as he left. Min calmly thought that perhaps when Macking and Ha returned, he would give her the answer. She also really wanted to know who was behind it. At this time, Luong and Van Tu ran over, calling out loudly, Mum, Mum. Dad said Mom didn't remember anything, and didn't let her call Mom, afraid that Mom would misunderstand Dad and see her as a substitute, which would make her unhappy. Min Tin squatted down and blamed herself, apologizing, not being a good mother, forgetting her children. Deep Nia Bach also ran over and hugged Min Tin tightly. Tin Tin is fine, the little master knows that's enough. Others call him Mom, but little Bach doesn't. He likes to call Tin Tin. Min Tin saw Thursday Dung's chubby boy hiding alone in the corner. Frustrated, he waved his hand to call the boy back. Miss Thursday Dung shyly turned her face away and slowly walked forward. Just think of her as your mother. Who told her to cure your illness? Later, when you go to heaven, you will ask your father and mother when they will leave seclusion. Just consider it practice now. I will call my biological mother later. That night, Macking returned. His face was extremely gloomy. Tuan's face showed obvious fear. Min Tin walked over and asked, Did you find it? Macking Ha was silent for a long time, not answering directly. Min Tin, I will avenge you. Can you not ask any more? Min Tin was surprised, turned her head to look at him in confusion. No. The person behind it is related to me. That person is related to Batch Q2, and also comes from the mother continent. It can only be someone from the Batch family. Macking Ha's face was tense, and she frankly said that she was her mother-in-law, Batch Q2's mother. Batch Trien Fuong. Min Tin was extremely surprised, But why did she do that? Stopping Bachku-2 from talking. It was no different than wanting Bachku-2 to die. Min-tin was stunned. Her mood sank. Macking and Ha did not know why she did that. The mother-daughter relationship between the two of you is not good. She always makes you sacrifice for your younger sister, Bach-than-2. Sometimes I really don't understand how a mother can be so biased. But no matter how biased she is, you can't kill her. If you do, your reputation will be ruined. Min-tin felt her chest tighten. She understood, but she still felt uncomfortable. At this moment, Miss Thursday Dung ran over. "Mom, my uncle has booked a party. Tomorrow he will invite you to eat to thank you for curing my illness. He said the party has a lot of meat," the chubby boy said while swallowing his saliva. "Mom and Dad, the two of you are going alone." The princess booked a private room at a famous restaurant in the capital of Country A, and specially invited Si Mingjing to dine. Si Mingjing and Macking and Ha took the children to the restaurant. In the private room, they saw Saint Yu Yun, Yun En, and Prince Ji Yu, and immediately the children excitedly rushed over. Three ho sounds rang out, and the three dragon children ran towards three different people. Only Deep Neem Bach stood quietly beside Eng and Ha. Suddenly the boy raised his head and asked a meaningful question. "Dad, why don't I have an uncle?" Hengen He picked him up, her voice contemptuous and cold. "It's enough that I have a father. What do I need you for? Can you let me inherit the throne?" The princess was overjoyed, walking in front of Min-tin, suddenly hugging her, laughing heartily. "Little sister, you are really amazing. In the past 5 years I have known so many famous doctors but still could not cure Thursday Dung's illness. I did not expect that as soon as you took action, in just half a month you had completely cured her. Before I could hug you enough, the little sister in my arms was pulled away by Macning's Ha, who had an extremely possessive nature. So this is the famous princess of the continent." The two met for the first time. The princess immediately said, "So this is your younger sister? Nice, nice. Today we meet like-minded people. Why don't we raise our glasses and drain our glasses together?" The vigilance around Macking and her disappeared as soon as he heard the late prince call him brother-in-law. This brother-in-law phrase made Mak Jingin He extremely happy. This was the first time someone acknowledged him as a brother-in-law. At the banquet table, the two also drank, chatting animatedly like old friends meeting again after a long time. The atmosphere was so harmonious that Saint Yu Yun and Yun En sat next to each other, looking at each other as if they were lost in a movie set. In their hearts, the two of them said in unison, "The prince, the traitor." The prince turned to look at Min-tin. "Little sister, I heard you forgot about what happened before. It's okay. You just need to remember that I'm your fourth brother." Min-tin felt that the princess was quite an interesting person. She smiled slightly. "Brother too." The princess was moved and secretly wiped the corner of her eyes. "What a good little sister." Saint Liu Yun, who was sitting next to him, immediately stood up. "You are my second brother." Unfortunately, Si Mingjing was not moved at all. She turned to pick up food for Yunan. "Brother, eat." Yunan felt as if she was being caressed by the spring breeze. "Thank you, little sister." The discrimination was so obvious that Saint Liu Yun almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Miss Xu Rong suddenly raised her head and asked her uncle, "Is she the baby's biological mother?" The princess did not hesitate, answering bluntly, "Talking nonsense. Is it not true? Didn't I call her already?" The chubby boy quietly sat up straight, his big round eyes staring at the Milky Way. So could his precious biological father really be this evil uncle? Macking and Ha's face immediately turned cold. His eyes filled with hurt as he looked at his own biological son, almost learning blood. "You little brat, you've been calling me Dad these past few days. Are you kidding me?" The young prince solemnly nodded, of course. As soon as he finished speaking, the chubby boy jumped up. Didn't you say that Dad already gone to heaven? The princess coughed in embarrassment. What nonsense is this brat talking about? When did he say it before? Even if he did, he couldn't admit it in front of me. This kid doesn't understand the art of conversation at all. Miss Thursday Dung suddenly screamed, rushed into Macking arms and hugged his neck tightly. Grandma, I have a dad now. From now on, my baby can play with spaceships every day. Although the Milky Way's face was distorted, a good son, it turned out that the spaceship was still more fragrant. Min Tin did not expect that year. He had to steal the dragon porridge and phoenix to be able to borrow its stomach to reincarnate. Van An received a phone call. The darkness in her heart seemed to dissipate a bit. He took the initiative to please his sister again. Little sister, I'm sorry. The guard is Bai Juxi's mother. Bai Chuanfeng. Come with me to the mother continent. We'll take revenge for you together. Si Mingjing was in a bad mood. She clenched the wine glass in her hand tightly. Her heart was heavy. If she were Bai Juxi, how could she kill her own mother? Even though she had forgotten all her memories of her past life, she was still like her mother, the one who carried me for 10 months. How could she be a mother? Little sister, I just received the news. Bai Chuanfeng is not a pure yin constitution. Si Mingjing still did not raise his head, not even moving his eyelids. So what? Saint Liu Yun, who had been sitting silently drinking wine, put down his glass. How could Bai Chuanfeng not be a pure yin constitution? Little sister, you are so stupid. If she is not a pure yin body, how could she be chosen by you to be the mother for Nirvana reincarnation? This is a matter of appreciation. Si Mingjing does not understand. She knows very little about the Dragon Clan. So what Big Brother means is, the Nirvana Dragon Clan can only find someone with a pure yin body to borrow the belly, Nirvana reincarnation. Cheng Liu Yun is confused, that she clearly gave birth to her little sister. The reason why his expression was so serious. My people just investigated, in the mother continent. Although the Bai family had twins, the Bai Chien Fuong was born 2 hours later than the Bai Dan Fuong. According to the doctor, only the white Dan phoenix has a pure yin constitution. The white transition phoenix does not. If the white transition phoenix does not have a pure yin constitution, she absolutely cannot be your mother. Then she is not a holy mother. Little sister, come with me to the mother continent. We will investigate the white transition phoenix thoroughly. An Luovan was worried. His eyes were complicated. Could it be that Bach Dan Fuong was the one who gave birth to the younger sister? But at that time, Bach Dan Fuong was pregnant with a boy, right? He silently looked at the princess. Their eyes met. The princess guessed and nodded. Very possible. Saint Yu Yun suddenly slammed the table. That year, 2 sisters of the Bai family gave birth in the same night. Bai Danfeng gave birth to a son, and Bai Chuanfeng gave birth to a younger brother. If Bai Chuanfeng did not have a pure yin constitution, that Bach Dan Fuong is the one with pure yin constitution. So it is very possible that this is a swap. The mainland mother takes matriarchy as the most important. Children take their mother's surname, and women have the right to inherit the family. The Bai family in the mother continent is also a big family. At that time, the 2 daughters of the Bai family, Bai Dan Fuong and Bai Trien Fuong, were both pregnant. Old Lady Bai once said that whoever gave birth to a daughter, the Bai family's business would belong to that person. Is it possible that at that time, Bach Dan Fuong gave birth to Bach Q2, and Bach Trien Fuong gave birth to a son? That Bach Trien Fuong wanted to fight for the Bach family's property, so he switched the 2 children. The princess skillfully led, Little sister, you must definitely return to the mother continent with your brother to investigate this matter clearly. Saint Yu Yun also found a new reason to bring his sister home, and immediately agreed. That's right, little sister. You must go to the mother continent to investigate this matter clearly. If it really was switched, Bai Xuanfeng will definitely not be forgiven. This is too much. Tu Min Tin heard it, slightly frowned, and said, Wang Genhe was startled. His eyes looked towards Van An and Than Lu Van with hidden meaning. Then he said, Ming Jing, your big brother is on the Starlight Island. If you want to clarify this matter, you don't have to go to the mother continent. After losing her husband, Bai Danfeng lived in grief. After 3 years of recuperation on Tin Kwang Island, a man from the mainland proposed to her. A young lady from a high-class ocean world had lowered her price to marry a mainland man from a low-class world, causing the Bai family to lose all face. Old Lady Bai was furious and severed her mother-daughter relationship with Bai Danfeng. Although this love shocked the world, she was hesitant at first, but it was her sister's encouragement that made her determined. Now, they are living on the Starlight Island, growing flowers and raising fish, living a leisurely life. Her choice and her sister's choice are both correct. Tu Min thought for a moment, I want to see her. Tu Min Tin went to Han Sun to find medicinal herbs to save her 10-month pregnant mother. The two returned to Tin Kwang Island. Macking and her immediately took her to visit Bach Dam Phuong. Unexpectedly, she arrived at the wrong time. The housekeeper said that Bach Dam Phuong had been taken to the hospital. Is the eldest aunt sick? Mak Ngeni Ha frowned slightly. The maid wiped away her tears. Mr. Mac, his wife had a car accident and is currently being taken to the hospital. I heard she lost a lot of blood. Soon they arrived at the hospital. Bach Dan Phuong was taken to the operating room, currently undergoing surgery. Bach Dan Phuong's boss, Dao Than Sichu, was sitting on a chair outside the operating room. Uncle Engen Ha saw him suffering, so he comforted him, saying it would be okay. At this moment, the tightly closed door of the operating room was suddenly pushed open from the inside. The doctor sighed, shook his head, and apologized. We tried our best, but it was too late. Cao Than Sichu was mentally broken. Impossible, doctor. Please save my wife. Even if it means losing 20 years of life, I will bear it. A series of hurried footsteps. Tu Min Tin suddenly entered the operating room. On the operating table was a woman in a coma. Eyes closed. Face pale, breathing heavily. For some reason, when he saw that woman, Tu Min's heart felt like it was being pricked by needles. Aching. Aching. Cao Than Sichi walked unsteadily, struggling to run to the operating table, holding his wife's hand tightly with both hands. Dan Phuong, we said that even if we were husband and wife, we would be together until we were old and grey. Why did you leave me? Bach Dan Phuong was in a deep coma, tears rolling down from the corners of her eyes. Tu Min Tin quickly took out the silver needles. Each needle stabbed into the acupuncture points on the top of Bach Dan Phuong's head, first saving her life. The doctor standing next to her saw this and loudly stopped her. What was she doing? Mak Gengen Ha immediately spoke up. She was Tu Min Tin. The flame of hope that had been extinguished in the doctor's eyes suddenly flared up again. What? She was that miracle doctor. Could it be that she had a way to save her life? Si Ming Jing was only partially healed. Please transfer her to the intensive care unit. Wait for me to come back. Don't touch the silver needles on her head. 3 hours later, Tu Min Tin needed a hard-to-find medicine. Her subordinates were like headless flies, running around looking for medicinal herbs, wasting time to save people. She immediately posted a global reward for finding the medicine on both her mainland and ocean social media accounts. But doing so was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Time was of the essence, so Tu Min Tin and Mak Ningen He had to go to Han Sun to find this medicine. According to her reasoning, the person in her previous life was most likely her biological mother who had carried her and given birth to her. She had already lost a mother. At that time she was young, did not understand medicine. Faced with her seriously ill mother, she was completely helpless. Now that she had medical skills, she couldn't just watch someone die without saving them. Heaven did not disappoint those who tried. They finally found that medicine. Fuck was put into Bach Dan Phuong's mouth. Dao Than Si was extremely excited. Son-in-law, is this really effective? Macking and Ha was not sure, but his tone was very affirmative. It is effective. Uncle, you have also heard of Min Teen's medical skills. Her medical skills can save the dead. At this moment, the doctor entered. The patient's complexion and heart rate were stable. Miss Tu's medicine was truly miraculous. Dao Than Si sat by the bed, talking non-stop to Bach Dan Phuong, who was still in a coma. Dan Phuong, can you hear me? You will definitely be fine. Don't be afraid. If you leave, I will follow you. As soon as he finished speaking, the vital signs monitor suddenly started beeping continuously. Min Teen was shocked. It couldn't be. The doctor said again, the medicine can only temporarily save her life, but the patient's bones are all broken. She is afraid she won't make it through the night. Min Teen immediately grabbed the fruit knife. Her attitude was extremely determined. She must live. I calmly held the military knife and made a cut on my palm. Fresh blood flowed down from my palm. I needed a syringe. A moment later, the syringe was brought over. Min Teen directly used a syringe to transfer her own blood into Bach Dan Phuong's body. The doctor was shocked to see such an unprofessional and brutal way of transferring blood. How could this be done? Didn't she understand anything about medicine? You can't transfer blood like this. Stop quickly, you'll kill the patient, I'm saving her. Min Teen explained. Dao Than Si did not believe Min Teen, but he believed Macking and Ha would not harm his wife. 3 minutes later, the monitor showed that the heart rate was fluctuating again. The doctor was so happy that he cried. The patient's broken bones had healed, including the shattered neck bone. This was a miracle. The situation was critical, so Si Min Jing only took a risk. Dragon's blood had the effect of regulating life. Zhao Bai's leg from before was immediately healed. But for normal people, it is absolutely impossible for the bones to heal in such a short time, unless Bach Dan Phuong really has a close relationship with her. At this moment, Bach Dan Phuong suddenly woke up. Dao Than Si was overjoyed. He immediately held her hand tightly. Dan Phuong, you're awake. I'm here. Bach Dan Phuong weakly opened her eyes. Don't be sad, I'm injured. Dao Than Si was extremely heartbroken. I'm fine. It's just a small wound. You'll be fine too. It was Miss Tu who saved you. She didn't hesitate to donate blood to you to save you. Min Teen looked at the woman who had only a fraction of hope left to live, who he had saved from the hands of death, and felt very happy in his heart. This was the duty of a doctor. She should rest well. She would definitely get well. Her husband loved her very much. Bach Dan Phuong struggled to tilt her head, her eyes weakly looking towards Min Teen. Thank you, Miss Tu. Fong Jiak investigated the cause of the car accident. Macking and Ha received a notice from Fong Jiak and went to handle this matter. Through investigation, it was discovered that the car that Than Si was driving had been tampered with. The perpetrator was also found. It was the maid in the house of Than Si. This maid was the one who followed Bai Danfeng from the undersea world. The one who had served Bai Danfeng for more than 20 years was her confidant, named Xiangrong. Even Mo Yinhe was surprised. A confidant for more than 20 years, yet he had acted so cruelly towards his master. Feng Jiao leaned close to Mo Yinhe's hand. In a low voice, Lady Bach Dan Fuong was most likely the crown prince's biological mother. Perhaps it was because he had dealt with Fuong Tin, Tong Da, and Hoek Hai Lao that Bach Trian Fuong realized that the matter of beating the child's porridge could no longer be hidden, so he took action. Does this need to be told to the crown princess? Mac Engenhard doesn't want to. He doesn't want Tu Min Tin to go to the mother continent. Telling her is giving her a reason to not go to the mother continent. But Mac Engenhard did not want to deceive Tu Min Tin. So he still told her about this. Dao Thansichi was entertaining Tu Lai Dao. He clearly knew Tu Lai Dao's identity, but was a bit shy and reserved. At this time, Tu Min Tin pushed the door open and entered. As soon as he saw Tu Lai Dao, he took the initiative to greet him. Crown Prince, why are you here too? When did you arrive in Yenthan? Half an hour ago. Si Mingjing noticed that Si Li Dao's hand was wrapped in bandages. Was he injured? He was almost healed. Si Li Dao was assassinated in the mother continent, and his injuries were quite serious. He was still recuperating. He came to visit his aunt. His aunt's first husband was his uncle. How was she? Her life was not in danger. The treatment in the hospital is good. I think I can be discharged in half a month. Tu Min Tin smiled lightly. Crown Prince, can we go outside to talk? Tu Lai Dao nodded slightly. His expression was deep, and he licked his lips. The two of them walked out into the hallway outside the hospital room. Tu Lai Dao apologized. Hearing Van Ain say that you already know your identity, I have to apologize to you for this. I let Bach Than Tu use your face to show off. This is my fault. At that time, you had just returned to Lam Tin. I could not determine your identity, so I used some unfair means. Can you forgive me? Tu Min Tin slightly lowered her eyes. Was it the crown prince who said that Bach Than Tu had plastic surgery to become like this? No. Tu Lai denied it firmly. His voice was low and noisy. It was after seeing her plastic surgery that he came up with the idea of taking advantage of her. Taking advantage of her to let the whole world under the sea know that I am a bad woman. Having kicked the Milky Way. Min Tin stopped and asked back. Si Li Cao's face darkened slightly. He wisely did not continue this topic. Moreover, in the mother continent, it was not a big mistake for a woman to abandon a man she did not love. So he changed the topic. You called me here, what do you want to tell me? Last night,